Young Liu Xing, after being transported to another world, finds an opportunity to form a contract with a mystical beast. He has been in this beast-infested world for some time now, starting his journey as an orphan, much like many other transmigrators. Fortunately, he inherited several properties from his parents, which he rents out for a living. Now, to make a name for himself, he must become a powerful beast tamer. In a classroom at Guangcity No. 1 High School, Su Peng couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Liu Xing beside him, "Tomorrow is the day we form contracts with our beasts. Have you decided which beast you want to contract with?" Liu Xing fell into deep thought and simply replied, "I don't know yet. They'll see when the time comes." At that moment, a woman with thick glasses standing at the podium shouted angrily, "Liu Xing, Su Peng, what are you two whispering about? If you don't want to listen, get out." Hearing this, the two immediately sat up straight. This 30-something, unmarried homeroom teacher, known for her fierce temperament, was as intimidating as a tigress. Seeing the two fall silent, she adjusted her glasses and continued, "Tomorrow is the day you form contracts with your beasts. I hope you remember what I just said. Know your limits and don't be late." With that, she picked up her book and left the classroom. The classroom immediately buzzed with excitement as students discussed which beasts they would contract with the next day. Some wanted a wind beast to help their blacksmith fathers with the forge, while others considered contracting a scythe beast to help harvest rice. Amidst the heated discussions, a disdainful voice interrupted, "Humph, a bunch of country bumpkins." Galbo sneered at everyone with contempt and boasted, "My dad has already arranged for me to get a very powerful beast. It's arriving tonight. Unlike you guys, who can only contract with trash." His words sparked outrage, but Galbo remained unfazed and continued his taunts, "My family is rich. Does that make you mad? The initial beast determines a beast tamer's path. The stronger the initial beast, the further the tamer can go. You all will end up living out your lives in this backwater." The students' faces turned red with anger, but they remained silent. Galbo left triumphantly, leaving behind a room full of frustrated classmates. Su Peng couldn't help but spit in disgust. "Ugh, what a jerk. Just seeing him makes me angry." Liu Xing, however, remained unusually calm. The next morning, Liu Xing arrived at the school sports field early. A bus was waiting to take everyone to the beast pavilion to receive their initial beasts. After the tigress-like teacher counted the students, she was about to depart when class president Wu Yuqian reminded her, "Teacher, it seems we're missing a few people." The teacher explained, "You mean Galbo and his group, right? Don't worry, their parents have already arranged for their beasts in advance." Hearing this, the students on the bus looked envious. They knew that those absent students already had a significant head start. Half an hour later, the bus arrived at the beast pavilion. The fierce teacher instructed, "Don't rush. Line up and enter in an orderly fashion. Remember what I told you yesterday. Choose your beast carefully. If you see one you like, raise your hand, and the staff will assist you." The students responded and entered. As soon as they stepped into the beast pavilion, they were hit by a strong, wild aura. Guided by the staff, they entered a large room filled with cages holding various beasts. Some students gagged at the foul smell, while others recoiled in fear at the sight of the terrifying beasts. Seeing this, the staff shook their heads and muttered, "Kids these days are getting weaker. If they can't handle this, I worry for the future of our country." As he grumbled, a figure caught his attention. Among the cages, a boy was walking, carefully observing the beasts as he ventured deeper into the room. The staff's eyes lit up. Looks like we have an interesting one this time. That's an F-grade stone golem. And that's an F-grade trumpet flower. Over there is an F-grade mole rat." Liu Xing muttered to himself as he walked, his eyes quickly scanning the various creatures in the beast-taming hall. Information from his system flashed continuously in his mind. As a transmigrator, Liu Xing had a beast-taming system with him, allowing him to easily discern the attributes of different beasts. The system classified the beasts into 9 grades: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The higher the grade, the greater the potential and combat power of the beast. Liu Xing felt a surge of joy. Although the system had lost much of its information and functions due to attacks from the world's laws during his transmigration, the system's spirit was working hard to repair it. He believed that it would become even more powerful soon. Despite its large appearance, Liu Xing took just over 10 minutes to explore the entire beast-taming hall. While others were still overwhelmed by choices, he had already made his decision. "I'll go with that great ice sparrow," he silently resolved. Although most of the beasts here were trash, the great ice sparrow was already much better than what most people could get. Liu Xing believed that with his intelligence and the help of the beast-taming system, reaching the pinnacle of this world was not impossible. The levels of beast tamers were ranked as follows: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, king, and transcendent king. Each stage was further divided into 10 levels. Advancing to a new stage allowed a tamer to contract one more beast. Becoming a transcendent king meant having 9 beasts in total. Thinking of this, Liu Xing clenched his fist, a determined light flashing in his eyes. Transcendent king. My path as a beast tamer starts with you. He looked at the ice sparrow not far away, ready to settle for this grade beast when a low growl caught his attention. Turning his head, Liu Xing saw a small black dog appear before him. The system immediately displayed its information. Black wolf dog. Attribute, evil. Gender, level, black iron, first stage. Potential, S. Skills, rending claw, bite. A smile spread across Liu Xing's face. With inscribed black wolf dog, who needed a great ice sparrow. He immediately raised his hand to indicate that he wanted to tame the black wolf dog as his first beast. A nearby staff member approached, curiosity evident on his face. When he saw Liu Xing's choice, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. A black wolf dog? From what I know, its potential is limited, and its strength might only reach bronze level, the staff member thought. But out of duty, he still asked, "Are you sure you want this black wolf dog as your initial beast?" "Absolutely," Liu Xing replied firmly. The system had informed him that this black wolf dog had a peculiar bloodline, possibly making it the offspring of some powerful entity. The staff member nodded and began to cast a spell to draw the contract array. He guided Liu Xing to drop a blood droplet into the array, initiating the contract ritual. As the array glowed brightly, a beam of light shot into the black wolf dog's forehead, and Liu Xing felt a connection form between him and the beast. The staff member was a bit surprised. This black wolf dog, known for its rebellious nature, had been tamed so easily. He instructed Liu Xing to try storing the dog in his beast space. Liu Xing quickly formed a hand seal, and the black wolf dog in the iron cage transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. After taming the black wolf dog, Liu Xing couldn't wait to go home and cultivate a bond with his beast. Just as he turned to leave, a piercing scream echoed through the hall. Everyone turned to see a small figure clutching his head, writhing in agony on the ground. What's happening to him? Class monitor Wu Yuqian couldn't help but ask. It's contract backlash, the staff member said sympathetically. This guy might end up a fool for the rest of his life. This is the price and risk of becoming a beast tamer. Suddenly, a student named Su Chao turned and ran, shouting, "I don't want a beast anymore. Life is more important. Taming beasts is too dangerous. I'll just be an ordinary person." At this moment, a red-haired staff member glanced at the remaining students and asked, "What about you? Do you still want to continue?" The words of the red-haired woman hit everyone present like a heavy hammer. She sneered as she scanned the room, her eyes full of contempt. "Or you could choose to give up on becoming a beast master, just like that guy did. Looking at you all, even if you become beast masters, you'll probably end up getting torn apart by wild beasts." Her words were the last straw, causing many students to lower their heads and silently follow Su Chao out of the room. The red-haired woman turned to the class monitor, Wu Yuqian, her tone laced with provocation. "What about you? You can leave too." Wu Yuqian clenched her teeth, fighting back her inner fear, and said firmly, "No, I want to become a beast master." With that, she gathered her courage and walked towards the iron cage not far away. A glint of admiration flashed in the red-haired woman's eyes. She appreciated such a strong-willed girl. Liu Xing glanced at Wu Yuqian without saying a word, then turned and left. The red-haired woman noticed Liu Xing's retreating figure, a peculiar expression crossing her face. Someone has already completed the contract. And he's quite the handsome fellow. She frowned and thought, why does he look so familiar? Have I seen him somewhere before? Suddenly, the red-haired woman froze, her eyes widening as if she had just realized something unbelievable. At that moment, a man walked up to her, smiling. "Interesting, isn't it?" The red-haired woman nodded in agreement. "I think so too. And if you knew he completed the contract in just a few seconds, you'd be even more surprised." "What? A few seconds? Really? Zhou Fan, are you kidding me?" the red-haired woman asked in disbelief. Zhou Fan rolled his eyes at her. "Who would dare lie to you, Feng Huang?" Feng Huang snorted. "You wouldn't dare." She paused and then asked, "By the way, what beast did that little guy contract with? Why did it only take a few seconds? You know, beasts have emotions too, and none of them willingly become someone's slave. Every beast struggles fiercely when being contracted, which is why that guy got backlash while contracting the little stone monster earlier." A hint of regret flashed across Feng Huang's face. What a pity. If Liu Xing had a better background, he could have gotten a superior initial beast, and his path as a beast master would have been smoother. Meanwhile, Liu Xing had already left the beast master pavilion and reached the gate. He happened to run into Miju Shirtai, who was scolding several students with a stern face. "The opportunity to get a free beast from the state only comes once, and you just gave up like that?" Miju Shirtai's tone was filled with disappointment. Fine. The path you choose is your own. Don't blame me when you suffer in the future." You can take a taxi back on your own." The students wiped their tears and quickly left with their heads down. Liu Xing glanced at Miju Shirtai and tried to slip away quietly, not wanting to get involved. However, Miju Shirtai called out to him, "Stop right there." She was surprised to find that Liu Xing was already a Black Iron level 1 Beastmaster. "You contracted a beast and didn't even report it to your teacher. Are you ignoring me?" Liu Xing quickly smiled apologetically. "Teacher, I wouldn't dare." "You better not." Miju Shirtai nodded. "Come here and stand properly. Just because you contracted a beast doesn't mean you can act all high and mighty. When the other students come out, I'm taking you all somewhere. I know you're eager to go home and release your new beast, but I'm telling you, that's very dangerous. Your beast is freshly contracted, and your power is weak. You lack control over it, so be careful of the beast turning against you." Liu Xing suddenly understood. After a while, the other students gradually came out. Feng Huang walked over to Miju Shirtai and said, "Teacher Chun, thank you for your hard work." "Oh, it's our duty." Miju Shirtai responded with a smile. "All right, I'm taking these kids away now." "Okay, goodbye, teacher." Feng Huang waved. Miju Shirtai led Liu Xing and the others onto a bus, heading towards an unknown destination. On the way, Liu Xing looked around and noticed that the original group of 30 was now down to 15. He silently marveled at the high elimination rate, unaware that even tougher challenges lay ahead. Under Miju Shirtai's guidance, they arrived at a base. She pointed to a row of glass rooms inside the base. "All right, you'll be spending the next few days here getting closer to your beasts. Remember, you can only release them after you've bonded well." Everyone entered their respective glass rooms. Liu Xing looked around and saw people in black uniforms everywhere, standing guard. These people were ostensibly there to protect them, but in reality, they were preventing anyone's beast from escaping and causing chaos among the general public. Liu Xing glanced at his fellow students, noticing that they had already sat down cross-legged, starting their training to improve their beastmaster abilities and strengthen their bond with their newly contracted beasts. Liu Xing tried to communicate with the black wolf dog in the beast-taming space, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity as if reuniting with an old friend. He thought to himself that this was probably a benefit granted by the system, rather than some legendary aura of dominance. "Come out, black wolf dog." Liu Xing decisively performed a hand seal, instantly releasing the wolf dog into the glass chamber. A pitch-black wolf dog appeared out of thin air, causing the crowd to gasp in amazement. "Wow, this guy's really bold. He dares to release it right after forming the contract." "Bold? More like foolish. Just wait and watch him get torn apart." "Shut up," the leader in black barked. "Keep an eye on it, and don't let the beast escape." Everyone held their breath, anticipating a bloody scene. However, to their surprise, the wolf dog did not attack but instead affectionately leaped toward Liu Xing. "Lulu." Liu Xing squatted down, extending his hand. The wolf dog excitedly pounced on him, licking his cheeks with its pink tongue. "Ah, stop licking, it tickles." Liu Xing complained with a laugh, unable to hide the affection in his eyes. The crowd was dumbfounded, looking at Liu Xing in a new light. The leader in black checked his tablet, confirming that this was indeed the beast Liu Xing had just contracted, and couldn't help but be impressed. "Interesting, it's been a while since I've seen such a talented youngster," the leader mused. People around began discussing how long it had taken them to summon their beasts, with the fastest being 3 to 4 days. Liu Xing, however, had done it in less than a day. After playing for a while, Liu Xing stood up and waved to the black-clad men around him. "Hey, can you open the door now?" The leader nodded, and one of his subordinates carefully opened the glass door. Liu Xing walked out with the wolf dog, bumping into a black-clad man's compliment. "Kid, not bad. You've got potential. Keep it up." At that moment, the black-clad man impulsively reached out to pet the wolf dog. Liu Xing quickly pushed him away. The wolf dog instantly sprang up, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing sound. "That was close," the black-clad man exclaimed, shaken and relieved. Liu Xing hurried to calm the enraged wolf dog. "Easy now, let him off this time." Under his soothing words, the wolf dog gradually calmed down, showing its gentle demeanor once again. This scene made everyone realize that beneath its gentle exterior, the wolf dog was a beast capable of sudden violence. The black-clad leader sternly reprimanded his reckless subordinate, demanding a written reflection. Afterward, the leader extended his hand to Liu Xing, solemnly introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Zhou Weiguo. Nice to meet you, I'm Liu Xing." They shook hands warmly. Zhou Weiguo praised, "Young man, you're quite impressive. Keep it up, and you'll definitely have a place among the strong in Guang City." His words caught the attention of those around. A voice filled with defiance spoke up. "Humph. It's just summoning a beast. No need to make such a big deal out of it. I can do it too." As he spoke, the person performed a hand seal. "Come out, my beast." With the flash of a magic circle, a bamboo rat appeared before everyone, eliciting a chorus of exclamations. Not good, Zhou Weiguo shouted, but it was already too late. As soon as the bamboo forest rat was summoned, it lunged at its beast master. It opened its gaping maw, sharp fangs aimed directly at the man's neck. Instinctively, the beast master raised his arm to block, and the rat's teeth sank deeply into his flesh. It hurts so much. The beast master's agonized scream drew the attention of the other students, and all eyes turned toward him. A newcomer in the Black Beast squad, in a panic, pressed the glassroom door switch. As the door opened, the bamboo forest rat released the beast master's arm and darted toward the exit. Not good. Stop it quickly, Zhou Weiguo shouted. Don't let it get away. The men in black finally reacted. They were not particularly strong, hired mainly because they were cheap. Like adults watching over elementary school kids, they had been very careful at first but had grown complacent over time. Just as they were about to act, a shadow flashed out like lightning. Black Wolf Dog, use rending claw. The Black Wolf Dog leaped after the bamboo forest rat, its sharp claws slashing down. With a ripping sound, the rat's fur was torn open, and blood gushed from a wound so deep the bone was visible, quickly pooling on the ground. Ah, my head. It hurts so much. The bamboo forest rat's beast master suddenly clutched his head and collapsed, passing out after a few agonized cries. The sole connection between the beast master and his beast meant he also suffered severe damage. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and handle this. Zhou Weiguo barked at his subordinates, frustrated. They snapped out of it and clumsily began to clean up the scene. Zhou Weiguo turned to Liu Xing, admiration in his eyes. Young man, thank you so much for this. No problem, it was nothing, Liu Xing replied calmly. What are your plans for the future? Would you like to join our Black Beast squad? Zhou Weiguo extended an offer. Liu Xing not only had great talent, but also remained calm under pressure, earning Zhou Weiguo's respect. The initial low level of his beast didn't matter. Zhou Weiguo thought to himself that as a silver rank 6 powerhouse, he would find a way to help Liu Xing obtain a better beast if he joined. Sorry, I haven't considered joining a mercenary squad yet. Liu Xing declined politely. I want to spend a few more years at the Beast Master University first. Zhou Weiguo was momentarily stunned, but then laughed heartily, showing an understanding expression. At 18, Liu Xing had just become an adult, and the allure of a vibrant college life was strong. It was unlikely he would choose the dangerous life of a mercenary. No problem. Our squad's doors are always open for you, Zhou Weiguo said, patting Liu Xing's shoulder meaningfully. Liu Xing smiled and changed the subject. Brother Zhou, can I leave now? Zhou Weiguo looked helpless. Not yet. Why not? Because the rules state that after successfully taming a beast, you must stay here for a week of observation. Liu Xing nodded in understanding. Some beasts pretended to be tamed and revealed their true nature after leaving, harming their masters and escaping. Although the contract prevented them from killing their masters, there had been incidents, hence the rule. All right, Liu Xing agreed, albeit reluctantly, to follow the rules. A few days later, the students in the glass room were staring longingly outside. Not far away, Liu Xing sat leisurely at a table, munching on roast chicken and tossing the bones to the Black Wolf Dog on the floor. What are you looking at? A man in black barked at the students. If you want to eat, you'd better work harder. Look at you. All grown up but so useless. 7 days, and not a single one of you has tamed a beast. Look at him. He did it on the first day. This man in black was about to lose it. He had thought the students would tame their beasts quickly, but 7 days had passed without success. They were hired to watch the students for a month, and if the students succeeded quickly, they could leave this hellhole sooner. But now it seemed he'd have to tough it out until the end, which felt like a prison sentence. Xiaowu, keep it down. Don't scare the kids. Zhou Weiguo came over to calm him. Boss, I'm just frustrated. If only they could all be like Liu Xing. Zhou Weiguo walked over to Liu Xing, a kind look on his face. Liu Xing, have you been enjoying these days? Absolutely. Thank you for the hospitality, Uncle Zhou, Liu Xing replied, wiping his mouth. And what about that matter we discussed? No rush, no rush. Uncle Zhou, I said after I finish university, if you still want me, I'll definitely join your squad. As Zhou Weiguo was about to say something, the door to the base opened. 2 people walked in. Captain Zhou, I'm here to take the students back. Zhou Weiguo looked toward the main gate and saw a woman in a black leather jacket approaching slowly. Her fiery red hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and beside her was another woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Zhou Weiguo instantly recognized them and was taken aback. Phoenix, what are you doing here? He blurted out, then quickly corrected himself with a forced smile. No, I mean, Phoenix raised an eyebrow and interrupted. What? Captain Zhou, am I not allowed to be here? Zhou Weiguo immediately explained respectfully. Of course not. You can come anytime. He secretly lamented his plans to keep Liu Xing. They were likely to be ruined now. Phoenix was a platinum-level expert, someone he could only look up to. Phoenix glanced around, her eyes landing on Liu Xing, who was the only one wearing a school uniform. "It's you." She recognized the young man. Liu Xing smiled modestly and replied, "Hello, nice to see you again." Phoenix's gaze shifted to the black wolfhound beside Liu Xing, a hint of surprise in her eyes. The wolfhound was wagging its tail obediently, but she sensed something unusual. "Wow, it's already at Black Iron Tier 3. Kid, how did you manage that?" Phoenix's face was full of curiosity. In just a week, in this closed-off base, without special resources, the wolfhound had advanced from Black Iron Tier 1 to Tier 3, which was nearly impossible. She instinctively looked at Zhou Weiguo, suspecting he had provided resources. Zhou Weiguo quickly clarified, "You've got it wrong. I didn't give this kid any training resources. At most, I supplied him with some ordinary food." Phoenix glanced at the leftovers on the table and frowned slightly. Clearly, these foods were insignificant to her. "All right, since it's just this one kid, I'll take him back. Consider it an explanation to my teacher," Phoenix said as she headed toward the door. After a few steps, she turned back to Liu Xing. "Kid, what's the holdup? Not willing to leave?" Liu Xing snapped out of it and quickly followed. Outside, a bright red sports car was parked. Phoenix urged, "Don't just stand there. Get in the car." Liu Xing and the woman with glasses got into the car. Phoenix started the engine, and with a roar, the car sped away from the base in a flash of red. On the way, Phoenix asked while driving, "Kid, did Zhou Weiguo try to recruit you?" "Yeah. How did you know?" Liu Xing feigned a bit of naivety. Phoenix snorted, "That old fox. If I were him, I'd want to recruit you too. A guy who advanced to Black Iron Tier 3 in just a week without any resources is worth recruiting." She looked at Liu Xing with interest. "Kid, interested in joining our Phoenix mercenary group?" Liu Xing was taken aback and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Phoenix laughed, "Kid, if anyone else saw you like this, they'd laugh and call you a fool. Most people would jump at the chance to join the Phoenix mercenary group. Why are you hesitating? Don't you know my group is full of top-notch beauties?" "Oh." Liu Xing suddenly understood. "Oh." Phoenix gave him a curious look, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. She wondered if there was something wrong with Liu Xing since he didn't react to the mention of many beauties. Suddenly, the sports car made a stylish stop by the roadside. Phoenix announced, "All right, we're here." After Liu Xing got out, Phoenix lowered the window and said, "Kid, my offer still stands. If you want to join the Phoenix mercenary group, come find me at our camp." With that, she drove off, leaving Liu Xing alone. In the car, the woman with glasses couldn't help but ask, "Captain, I've never seen you so interested in any guy before. Do you actually like him?" "Yes, I do," Phoenix said, lost in thought, as a certain person's image flashed in her mind. "Little brother, I wonder how you're doing out there now." The woman with glasses, though curious, knew better than to ask and remained silent. Liu Xing looked around and thought, "Where the heck am I?" Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice called out, "Hey, kid, what are you standing around for? Get over here." He turned to see his homeroom teacher, Chen Qian, who had appeared out of nowhere, still wearing her usual expression as if someone owed her $5 million. Led by Chen Qian, Liu Xing arrived at a private room in a restaurant. When he entered, he saw several of his classmates already seated, including a familiar face. Liu Xing arrived late and pushed open the door to find that his classmates were already there. Su Peng was devouring a pork knuckle with great gusto, his face shiny with grease as he waved at Liu Xing, saying, "Come on, don't just stand there. Sit next to me." Liu Xing looked around and noticed that a circle of empty space had formed around Su Peng due to his messy eating. Reluctantly, he went over and sat next to him. Chen Qian, seeing that everyone had arrived, raised her glass and said, "Now that Liu Xing is here, all our graduating classmates are present. Let's toast to our graduation." She downed her drink in one go, and everyone else followed suit. Liu Xing felt a bit lost, and Su Peng leaned in to whisper, "Look around. Besides you, almost everyone here has some sort of background." Liu Xing glanced around and indeed saw that most of the people were either wealthy or influential. He couldn't help but sigh. It's true, the rich are always ahead. These small families had mastered the quick control of beast-taming, which was their way of standing out and was never shared with outsiders. The teachers at the school also mostly came from these families and were bound by similar rules, so they wouldn't teach these secrets either. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Liu Xing and a drunk Su Peng left together. On the way, Liu Xing struggled to support Su Peng, who weighed at least 200 pounds, and panted, "Su Peng, you really need to lose weight." Su Peng, his eyes glazed over with drunkenness, replied, "Lose weight for what? I'm still in great shape." Then he added, "By the way, Liu Xing, are you ready? The Beast Tamer University selection is in a week. We need to work hard and get into Huaxia University together." Liu Xing was about to respond when he realized Su Peng had already fallen asleep. He shook his head with a wry smile, hailed a taxi, and took Su Peng back to his own home. Time flew by, and the assessment day arrived. Liu Xing went to the exam venue and immediately spotted Su Peng in a suit. Su Peng asked proudly, "How do I look? Handsome, right?" Liu Xing nodded in approval, thinking that Su Peng had transformed from a cook to a nouveau riche in an instant. Su Peng handed Liu Xing a battle schedule. "Here, this is your match schedule. You need to perform well. Recruiters from all over the country are here." Liu Xing took a look and saw that the competition was divided into A, B, C, and D zones, with Tuntuo battles to select a champion from each zone to compete for the final title. Fortunately, he and Su Peng were not in the same zone. Liu Xing's eyes were drawn to the golden trophy on a high platform not far away. He then headed to the A-zone rest area as per the schedule, where he saw many unfamiliar faces. The others visibly relaxed upon seeing him, clearly not considering this commoner a threat. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Well, look who it is. Isn't it our dear Liu Xing?" Liu Xing frowned and saw Galbo. "So, you're still alive," Liu Xing retorted. Galbo hadn't shown up at the class reunion, and Liu Xing had assumed he had failed in his beast-taming contract. It turned out Galbo was too arrogant to associate with him. Galbo sneered, "You're really lucky to get a chance to participate in this assessment. But it's a pity you ran into me. The champion of this zone will be me. As for you, you should go back to farming." "Is that so?" Liu Xing narrowed his eyes. In the past week, he had put his black wolf dog through intense training, and its strength had improved. It was still uncertain who would come out on top. At that moment, a female staff member in uniform called out, "Liu Xing, it's almost your turn. Follow me." Liu Xing followed her to the battle area. As he stepped into the arena, the commentators' voices echoed through the studio. Now entering is Liu Xing from 1st High School. His opponent is He Yu from 3rd High School. Let's see who Lady Luck will favor. Liu Xing sized up his opponent, a boy in a white tank top. He Yu quickly formed a seal, and a magic circle appeared on the ground, summoning a black rat. A black iron grade 1. Quality black rat, Liu Xing thought to himself, shaking his head. What a joke. Come out, black wolf dog. Let's finish this quickly. Liu Xing summoned his beast. Use rending claw. The black wolf dog shot towards the black rat like an arrow. He Yu frantically shouted, "No, black rat dodge." But the black rat was too weak and was defeated before it could react. He Yu rushed forward to cradle his barely alive black rat, crying uncontrollably. Liu Xing had actually held back. If he had attacked with full force, the black rat would have been dead. The referee on the side immediately raised the flag on Liu Xing's side and declared Liu Xing the winner. This match was just the beginning of Liu Xing's continuous battles. In the following matches, he participated in several more duels and won each one with overwhelming superiority. His opponents were no match for Liu Xing's Black Wolfhound, all getting defeated in one move without exception. Galbo stood at a distance, witnessing Liu Xing's performance. He gritted his teeth, a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. Liu Xing's strength far exceeded his expectations, filling Galbo's heart with rage and disdain. Useless. All of them are useless. They can't even beat a commoner, he muttered under his breath before turning to leave. Liu Xing happened to notice Galbo's departing figure, recalling that there was such a person. As the final match concluded, only 4 contestants remained in Area A. Liu Xing looked up at the electronic screen, which displayed the portraits of the 4. Liu Xing, Galbo, and 2 other contestants he didn't recognize. The results of the group matches were quickly announced. Liu Xing looked at the results, first stunned, then unable to suppress a laugh. Is this what they call a narrow escape? He thought. It turned out that his next opponent was Galbo. Since the competition had lasted all day, the committee decided to take a break and continue the next day. Liu Xing walked out of the competition venue, unaware that a pair of malicious eyes were staring at him through a glass window. It was Galbo, his lips curling into a sinister smile, clearly plotting something. Just outside the venue, Liu Xing ran into a sweaty Su Peng. Su Peng's white shirt was soaked with sweat, making him look quite disheveled. They exchanged a few words about the competition results, both having successfully advanced to the top 4 in Area A. Su Peng, excited, tried to put his arm around Liu Xing's shoulder, but Liu Xing skillfully avoided it. The two headed to a nearby food stall and ordered a large amount of barbecue. Su Peng enthusiastically recommended grilled kidneys, calling them a great tonic. Although Liu Xing wasn't fond of this food, he reluctantly ate some under Su Peng's insistence. Liu Xing noticed Su Peng's beast companion, a wild ape, gnawing on a grilled chicken wing. Observing it closely, he found it to be a black iron stage 4, grade A wild ape with the explosive punch skill. This piqued Liu Xing's curiosity about Su Peng's background, but Su Peng remained tight-lipped about his family situation. After a satisfying meal, they decided to walk home. The night was deep, and they walked into a dark alley. Liu Xing felt a vague sense of unease when suddenly, a swift shadow attacked. Reacting quickly, Liu Xing pulled Su Peng aside, narrowly avoiding the ambush. "Who is it?" Liu Xing shouted sternly. A round of applause followed, and a man in a leather jacket appeared not far away, accompanied by a pitch-black cat with glowing green eyes. Interesting, this is the first time someone has dodged my shadow cat's attack, the leather-jacketed man sneered. Liu Xing quickly assessed the shadow cat. Black Iron Stage 7, Grade D, with the hook claw skill. In this small city, it was considered a formidable opponent. Who are you? And why are you attacking me? Liu Xing demanded. The man in the leather jacket replied disdainfully, who I am is not important. What's important is that someone paid a hefty sum for me to cripple you. If you know what's good for you, surrender quietly and spare yourself some pain. I'll only break your limbs and leave you alive. Otherwise, Liu Xing scoffed, with just you, trying to cripple me? In your dreams. Black Wolfhound, attack. At Liu Xing's command, his Black Wolfhound appeared. The man in the leather jacket sneered at the sight of the Black Wolfhound. He thought to himself that such a common beast couldn't possibly be a match for his own. Little did he know, Galbo had paid a hefty sum to hire him to eliminate Liu Xing, aiming to remove this potential threat and ensure his own advancement. The Black Wolfhound lunged at the Shadow Cat, and the man immediately ordered, Shadow Cat, use Hook Claw. In his view, his Black Iron Stage 7 Shadow Cat should easily handle Liu Xing's Black Iron Stage 4 Black Wolfhound. However, the turn of events surprised him. Black Wolfhound, use Ripping Claw. Liu Xing commanded calmly. The Black Wolfhound bared its sharp front claws, which glinted menacingly under the dim light. The two beasts clashed instantly, with the Black Wolfhound's Ripping Claw colliding fiercely with the Shadow Cat's Hook Claw. The two beasts collided fiercely, and a dark figure was suddenly flung backward, crashing heavily into the wall. The man in the leather jacket widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. His Shadow Cat had actually lost to Liu Xing's Black Wolf Dog. Why your Black Wolf Dog isn't just a Black Iron Tier 4? The man in the leather jacket quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Liu Xing shot him a cold glance and said, I never said it was Black Iron Tier 4. Black Wolf Dog, finish off the Shadow Cat. Use Bite. The Black Wolf Dog darted forward like an arrow, lunging at the Shadow Cat. Its jaws opened wide, and its sharp fangs easily tore through the Shadow Cat's neck. The attack was fatal, and the Shadow Cat died instantly. As the Shadow Cat perished, the man in the leather jacket suffered a backlash, clutching his head and crouching down in pain. Liu Xing knew to strike while the iron was hot and immediately commanded, Black Wolf Dog, go. With a final wail from the man in the leather jacket, he and the Shadow Cat both met their end. Liu Xing approached the bodies, put on gloves, and began to search meticulously. He found a black card and a stack of vouchers. A quick count revealed exactly 30 vouchers, each worth 10,000. These vouchers were only circulated among the wealthy and could be directly recharged at banks, making their origin hard to trace. Unexpected bonus. Liu Xing thought with delight. Killing and looting really does pay off. This money would solve the urgent need to care for the Black Wolf Dog. Liu Xing removed his gloves and turned to leave, only to find the Black Wolf Dog gnawing on something. Upon closer inspection, it was the corpse of the Shadow Cat. Didn't the barbecue earlier fill you up? Liu Xing didn't scold it, thinking that everything has its reason. He walked over to the drunken Su Peng, who was completely out of it after just 2 bottles of beer, and twitched his mouth in exasperation. The events of the night had given Liu Xing a wake-up call. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and one must never let their guard down. Come on, Su Peng, I'll take you home. Liu Xing mustered all his strength to lift the over 200-pound Su Peng. Fortunately, his physique had improved since becoming a beast master, or he wouldn't have been able to move the drunkard. The next day, Liu Xing arrived at the competition venue on time. He sat alone in the waiting room, pondering who could be after his life. Just then, someone walked in, humming a tune. Their eyes met, and both were stunned. The newcomer was Galbo, who looked shocked. What's going on? I spent 300,000 on a hit for Liu Xing. Why is he still alive? Liu Xing instantly understood everything, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a staff member walked in to announce, Contestant Liu Xing. Oh, and contestant Galbo is here too. It's your turn, hurry to the stage. All right. They both responded in unison, each harboring their own sinister intentions as they walked to the arena. Galbo sneered, Kid, you were lucky to survive yesterday. Today, you won't be so fortunate. Liu Xing was equally determined to fight to the death. As they reached the battle area, Galbo continued to taunt, Kid, you've had a good run, but your luck ends here. Today, you'll learn that some people are not to be messed with. Come out, my sweetheart. Galbo quickly formed seals, and a magic circle appeared on the ground, summoning a massive wolf out of thin air. The commentator shouted excitedly, It's here. Contestant Galbo has once again summoned his prized Gale Wolf. Liu Xing squinted, quickly analyzing his opponent. Wind Attribute, Male Wolf, Black Iron Tier 5, Great Potential, equipped with Grade Wind Blade skill. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. He has the power to back it up, Liu Xing thought. Seeing Liu Xing hesitate, Galbo boasted, "Kid, if you're scared, you can surrender. There's no shame in it, especially when your opponent is me. Losing to me might just be the most honorable thing you'll ever do." Liu Xing sneered. Surrender? That word doesn't exist in my vocabulary. Come out, Black Wolf Dog. Show him who the real Wolf King is. Galbo burst into laughter upon seeing the Black Wolf Dog. Typical trash contracted by a lowly commoner. Only someone like you would fancy such a thing. It makes sense though. The beast matches the beast master. This Black Wolf Dog suits you perfectly. Faced with Galbo's sarcastic taunts, Liu Xing remained silent. He knew well that the only way to deal with such people was through force. Liu Xing decisively commanded, "Black Wolfhound, charge and use rending claw on the swift wolf." At his command, the Black Wolfhound sprang into action, darting towards the swift wolf like a black lightning bolt. Galbo sneered, Such petty tricks. I haven't even made a move, and you dare attack first. Swift wolf, use wind blade." The swift wolf opened its mouth, unleashing a sharp wind blade that sliced through the air towards the Black Wolfhound. At the critical moment, the Black Wolfhound leaped nimbly, narrowly dodging the wind blade. Without losing speed, it closed in on the swift wolf in the blink of an eye. Galbo, undeterred, shouted, "You think I'm afraid of you? Swift wolf, use your sharp claws. Show them who the real Wolf King is." The claws of the two beasts clashed violently in midair, accompanied by a loud explosion and a cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, the crowd was stunned to see the swift wolf being knocked back. It skidded to a halt some distance away. The audience erupted in astonishment. Oh my God, what just happened? The swift wolf lost in a strength contest to the Black Wolfhound? Am I seeing things, or did the Black Wolfhound really defeat the swift wolf? Galbo's face darkened with disbelief as he demanded, "Kid, what's the deal with your Black Wolfhound? How did it manage to beat my swift wolf?" Liu Xing chose to remain silent in the face of the question. He knew that villains often met their end by talking too much. The most important thing now was to press the advantage. Black Wolfhound, use rending claw again. The Black Wolfhound once again became a streak of black light, pouncing towards the severely injured swift wolf. Galbo shouted in panic, "No! Swift wolf, run!" The swift wolf struggled to its feet, its front paws still bleeding from deep wounds. It gritted its teeth and started to flee, but its injured state made it no match for the Black Wolfhound at full strength. In an instant, the Black Wolfhound caught up to it. With a ripping sound, the Black Wolfhound's claws left deep, bone-exposing gashes on the swift wolf. Once again, the swift wolf was sent flying. Galbo was stunned, forgetting to recall his beast. The Black Wolfhound seized the opportunity, opening its jaws wide and biting down on the swift wolf. With a crunch, its sharp fangs pierced the swift wolf's body. The swift wolf let out a cry of pain before falling unconscious. Galbo fell to the ground, clutching his head in agony from the backlash of his beast's fainting. Liu Xing watched coldly. What a loser. All talk, but no real strength. The referee declared Liu Xing the winner, and staff carried the unconscious Galbo off the field. The audience buzzed with conversation, some marveling at the Black Wolfhound's power, while others noticed its unusual traits. Back in the resting area, a dark-skinned woman with dreadlocks walked in, smiling. "You did well. I hope you show the same strength in the next match." With that, she left. Curious, Liu Xing watched the woman's match. She used a fighting yak, easily defeating her opponent's rock boy. A few minutes later, Liu Xing and the woman, named Zhuoma, faced each other on the battlefield. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they each released their beasts. Liu Xing quickly analyzed Zhuoma's fighting yak, Black Iron Tier 6, grade potential, with the skill Wild Charge. He thought to himself, though its potential is average, its strength is impressive. It seems to have been enhanced with supplements, which makes it strong initially but weak in the long run. Ultimately, it will be of little use. In Liu Xing's eyes, only beasts with a grade potential or higher were worth his attention. The battle yak is a formidable combat beast with impressive strength. However, Liu Xing suddenly realized a troubling fact. His Black Wolf Dog is a dark-type beast, which is weak against the combat-type battle yak. This realization made Liu Xing's heart tighten, but he had no time to dwell on it. Without hesitation, Zhuoma issued an attack command, "Battle Yak, use Wild Charge." The Battle Yak responded immediately, its right foot kicking back forcefully as its massive body barreled towards the Black Wolf Dog like an out-of-control truck. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble. As it neared the Black Wolf Dog, it lowered its head, revealing its sharp horns, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The Black Wolf Dog's eyes sharpened instantly. It leaped nimbly to the left, easily dodging the fierce attack. The Battle Yak, unable to stop due to its momentum, charged forward several more meters before coming to a shaky halt. The Battle Yak turned around and charged at the Black Wolf Dog again. Liu Xing quickly commanded, "Black Wolf Dog, keep dodging." He knew well that they couldn't match the battle yak's strength hidden, so avoiding its attacks was the wisest choice. After several rounds of attack and defense, the black wolf dog remained calm and composed, barely expending any energy. In contrast, the battle yak was already panting heavily, drenched in sweat, and its eyes bloodshot from exertion. Seeing this, Zhuoma taunted, "Hey, kid, is dodging all you can do?" She had initially thought highly of Liu Xing, but now she was disappointed that he chose to evade rather than confront directly. Liu Xing remained calm in the face of Zhuoma's mockery, thinking to himself, this isn't just dodging, it's strategic evasion. He knew that a direct confrontation would only lead to his defeat. Noticing the exhausted battle yak, Liu Xing realized the opportunity had come. He decisively ordered, "Black Wolf Dog, use ripping claw on the battle yak. Watch out for its horns." The black wolf dog nodded in understanding and then lunged at the battle yak like an arrow released from a bow. Its sharp claws easily tore through the opponent's skin, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds. Blood gushed out, and the battle yak let out a pained roar. The injured battle yak went berserk, charging at the black wolf dog with reckless abandon, as if trying to crush it. Liu Xing hurriedly shouted, "Black wolf dog, dodge quickly." The black wolf dog agilely evaded once more, while the bulky battle yak could only continue its futile charges. Eventually, after several unsuccessful attempts, the battle yak collapsed from excessive blood loss. The judge immediately declared Liu Xing the winner, marking him as the champion of Area A and advancing him to the semi-finals. In the judges' seats, an elderly man with white hair nodded approvingly. "Not bad, not bad. This kid has potential." However, the elderly woman next to him was unimpressed. "No matter how good he is, his initial beast is just a black wolf dog." The old man suddenly realized, indeed, it's a pity. The black wolf dog's strength can only reach the bronze level at most, meaning Liu Xing will be at a disadvantage in future battles. As Liu Xing left the Area A battle zone, he encountered a dejected Su Peng. It turned out that Su Peng had lost to a seemingly harmless cute girl in his match. This news surprised Liu Xing greatly, as Su Peng's initial beast was in a rank, Black Iron level 4 wild ape. Just as Liu Xing was puzzled, a girl in a pink dress with chubby cheeks appeared. She smiled sweetly at Su Peng. "Hey, chubby, still hanging around here?" Seeing her, Su Peng's face turned even more sour, as if he had swallowed something bitter. He whispered to Liu Xing, "Liu Xing, it's her. I lost to her." Liu Xing looked at the seemingly harmless girl and couldn't help but sigh. The world of beast taming is indeed deep and unpredictable. The woman glanced at Liu Xing and was instantly stunned. She never expected that the usually ordinary Su Peng would have such a handsome friend. Liu Xiaoming was secretly amazed and then flashed a bright smile, extending her hand proactively. "Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Liu Xiaoming. You can call me Ming Ming," she said cheerfully, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Liu Xing smiled slightly and shook her hand. "Hello, I'm Liu Xing. This is my friend, Su Peng." "Yes, we've just met," Liu Xiaoming said, looking at Su Peng with a grin. A defeated opponent. Just as Su Peng was about to speak, Liu Xiaoming bounced away. "All right, I have something to do. Let's chat another time." Her figure quickly disappeared into the crowd. Su Peng watched Liu Xiaoming's departing figure, feeling a mix of emotions. He had prepared well for today, hoping to make a stunning impression, but ended up losing to this lively and adorable girl. "All right, don't be upset." Liu Xing patted Su Peng's shoulder. "Let's go. I'll treat you to roast chicken today to make up for your wounded pride." "Really?" Su Peng's face lit up at the mention of roast chicken. This foodie had a lifelong passion for delicious food. "Of course. Let's go," Liu Xing urged with a smile. On the way, Su Peng remembered to ask about Liu Xing's competition. "Liu Xing, I lost my match. How did you do? Did you have the same fate as me?" Liu Xing rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm like you?" Su Peng was initially puzzled. Then he jumped up and put his arm around Liu Xing's shoulder. "Wow, brother. You did it." He couldn't believe that Liu Xing had made it this far. "Not really, it's not that I'm too strong. It's just that my opponents were too weak," Liu Xing said nonchalantly. Hearing Liu Xing's humble brag, Su Peng rolled his eyes. "Give you an inch, and you'll take a mile. Can't you stop bragging for a second?" "No, no, no." Su Peng suddenly got excited. "To celebrate your advancement, I'm going to eat to my heart's content tonight. I'll have 2 roast chickens all by myself." Liu Xing nodded. All right. He had just received some money yesterday, so he could afford the roast chicken. After a satisfying meal, Liu Xing took Su Peng home. Su Peng looked at Liu Xing, hesitant to speak. "What's wrong?" Liu Xing asked, puzzled. "Nothing, just hoping you'll do your best tomorrow," Su Peng said seriously. "Take down that arrogant guy for me." "Don't worry, I will." Liu Xing patted Su Peng's shoulder, giving him a reassuring gesture. "All right, I'm going to sleep," Su Peng said, heading towards the guest room Liu Xing had prepared for him. Liu Xing watched Su Peng's back and fell into deep thought. He recalled Su Peng's words, and the image of the colorful illusion butterfly came to mind. A spirit-type colorful illusion butterfly, huh, he murmured. That colorful illusion butterfly is Liu Xiaoming's initial beast. Shaking his head, Liu Xing decided not to dwell on it. Well, thinking about it now won't help. I'll find out tomorrow. The next day, Liu Xing arrived at the arena as scheduled. Liu Xiaoming was still wearing a pink dress, clearly fond of that color. The rules of the assessment match were that the champion of Zone A would face the champion of Zone B, and the champion of Zone C would face the champion of Zone D. The winners of these two matches would then compete for the final championship. Liu Xing was matched against Liu Xiaoming. Come out, colorful illusion butterfly. Liu Xiaoming called out, and her initial beast appeared on the field instantly. Colorful illusion butterfly attributes. Type, spirit. Gender, level, black iron rank 5. Quality, S. Skills, mental fortitude, etc. Seeing the attributes of the colorful illusion butterfly, Liu Xing finally understood why Su Peng had lost. No wonder he lost, he thought. At the same time, he became curious about Liu Xiaoming's family background. To have inscribed colorful illusion butterfly as an initial beast, she must come from a powerful family. Hey, what's wrong? Liu Xiaoming teased when she saw Liu Xing hesitating to summon his beast. Are you mesmerized by my beauty? Liu Xing shook his head with a wry smile and quickly formed a hand seal. A magic circle appeared on the ground, and a black wolf dog leaped out. A war. The days of battle had made the black wolf dog stronger and more robust. In the judges' seats, people began to comment on Liu Xing's black wolf dog. This black wolf dog seems unusual. Yeah, its size is larger than a typical black wolf dog. It looks like this kid has spent a lot of money on it. What a shame though. Spending so much on such a common beast is a waste of money. By the way, Granny Yang. One judge turned to an old lady beside him. Didn't you favor that girl? Do you think she will win this time? Of course, Granny Yang said confidently. That's a colorful illusion butterfly, a rare existence. Dealing with a common black wolf dog should be a piece of cake. Really? An old man beside her had a different opinion. Hey, old man's son, why do you always contradict me? Granny Yang said, annoyed. Every time I say something, you always have to rebut. What did I ever do to you? It's been so many years, can't you let it go? Old man's son shook his head helplessly. If you're wrong, can I say something? You say the girl will win, but I think the boy will. Even if you're being stubborn, you can't just lie through your teeth. I'm not being stubborn. Let's just wait and see. The match officially began. Colorful illusion butterfly. Use mental fortitude. Liu Xiaoming commanded. The colorful illusion butterfly's eyes emitted a rainbow light, shooting toward the black wolf dog. Oh no! Su Peng shouted from the audience. Although he had warned Liu Xing, he didn't expect Liu Xiaoming to attack so proactively. However, Liu Xing remained calm, not giving any commands to the black wolf dog. Is this guy crazy? Su Peng thought. Did last night's roast chicken have poison? No. After this match, I need to find that roast chicken shop owner and demand compensation for mental distress. While Su Peng was lost in his thoughts, something unexpected happened on the field. The colorful illusion butterfly's mental fortitude hit the black wolf dog, but it was easily absorbed. The black wolf dog glowed with a black aura, rendering the mental fortitude ineffective. Ha ha ha. Old man's son laughed. Did you see that? Granny Yang's face turned sour. Hey, old man, did you know about this all along? Yes, I knew, and not just me. You knew it too. The people around were confused, not understanding what the two elders were talking about. Hey, did you all forget that this black wolf dog has a dark attribute? Old man's son's words made everyone realize. Dark attribute beasts are immune to mental attribute attacks. This is basic knowledge, but everyone seemed to have overlooked the fact that the black wolf dog had a dark attribute. Liu Xiaoming glanced at the black wolf dog in front of Liu Xing, a hint of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. The black wolf dog was sitting obediently on the ground, its tail wagging non-stop as if showing off its victory. Liu Xiaoming bit her lip, her face showing a look of grievance. She never expected that her pride, the five-colored illusion butterfly, would be defeated by an ordinary black wolf dog. Stupid dog. Bad dog. Liu Xiaoming couldn't help but curse, her voice filled with frustration. Liu Xing looked at her reaction, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What's wrong? Why aren't you attacking anymore? Liu Xiaoming shot Liu Xing a vicious glare. Despite her burning anger, she maintained a shred of rationality. Regret surged in her heart. She should have bought some magical beast crystals for her five-colored illusion butterfly. Magical beast crystals are mystical gems produced within magical beasts, containing all their energy and skills. When a beast master uses a magical beast crystal, their beast has a chance to learn the stored skills, although the success rate is not high. More frustratingly, a beast can only learn up to 4 skills from crystals in its lifetime. Any additional skills must be learned independently. This makes the decision to use a magical beast crystal a critical one. Liu Xiaoming's five-colored illusion butterfly only knew one move, psychic force, a mental attribute skill, which was useless against Liu Xing's black wolf dog. Realizing her mistake, Liu Xiaoming was filled with regret. I concede. Knowing she couldn't win, Liu Xiaoming admitted defeat gracefully. I hope your luck holds, she said angrily before turning and leaving. Liu Xing watched her retreating figure, a faint smile on his lips. He turned back to the rest area, only to be warmly embraced by Su Peng as soon as he walked in. Brother, you did it. I can't believe you defeated that girl. Su Peng was ecstatic, as if Liu Xing had avenged his own loss to Liu Xiaoming the day before. But he quickly lowered his voice and warned, but don't get too happy just yet. Why not? Liu Xing asked, puzzled. Because you're about to face a tough opponent. As soon as Su Peng finished speaking, a figure passed by the door, followed by a commotion. Wow, girls, come quick. Yan Bing is here. He's so handsome. How can anyone be that handsome? I'm about to faint. I can't breathe. Let's go ask for his autograph. A group of infatuated girls swarmed in Yan Bing's direction. Yan Bing? That name sounds familiar, Liu Xing muttered to himself. Hearing this, Su Peng rolled his eyes and felt Liu Xing's forehead. Hey, are you really Liu Xing? You're not running a fever. Liu Xing impatiently pushed Su Peng's hand away. Get lost. You don't even recognize Yan Bing? Su Peng looked incredulous. He's one of the most popular guys at our school, the class president of Class 1. Rich and handsome. He's the dream guy for many girls. Seeing Su Peng's dreamy expression, Liu Xing almost thought he was fantasizing about some beauty. If he didn't know Su Peng's orientation was normal, he would have run away long ago. Hey, you're not bad yourself. Su Peng suddenly changed his tone. I think you're even more handsome than Yan Bing. But you're not as popular because you don't have his background. Plus, you're too low-key, which is why you only have me as a friend. Well, that's the first sensible thing you've said. Liu Xing nodded in rare agreement. Wow, you're so narcissistic. Su Peng couldn't help but tickle Liu Xing. After messing around in the rest area for a while, the staff came to notify them. Seeing the beautiful staff member, Liu Xing knew the finals were about to begin. Yan Bing, huh? Let's see who's the real winner. Liu Xing resolved, striding towards the battlefield. Yan Bing was already waiting there. He frowned slightly when he saw Liu Xing, clearly not expecting such an ordinary-looking opponent. Coming from an elite family, he knew all the prominent students, and Liu Xing was not among them. Useless idiots, losing to a nobody. Now I have to step in, Yan Bing thought disdainfully. He snapped his fingers. Come out, Ice Lion. A blue magic circle appeared on the ground, and a blue lion materialized in the arena. Roar. The Ice Lion let out a deafening roar, asserting its dominance. Didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant. Liu Xing thought, quickly analyzing the Ice Lion's attributes. Ice Lion. Attribute. Ice. Gender. Level. Black Iron Tier 6. Talent. A. Skills. Ice Arrow. Ice Claw. A ranked Ice Lion at Black Iron Tier 6. No wonder he's been winning so easily, Liu Xing thought. With that kind of power, he's like a big fish in a small pond. But unfortunately for him, he's met me. Come out, Black Wolf Dog. Liu Xing called out his beast without hesitation. Black Wolf Dog? Yan Bing's disdain deepened. My family's guards wouldn't even use such a trashy beast. Black Wolf Dog, it seems he doesn't think much of you, Liu Xing said to his beast. Show him what you're made of. Use Rending Claw on the Ice Lion. Oomph. Yan Bing snorted, surprised that Liu Xing dared to attack first. Ice Lion, use Ice Arrow. The Ice Lion opened its mouth, shooting a sharp ice arrow at the Black Wolf Dog. The Black Wolf Dog dodged nimbly, continuing its charge towards the Ice Lion. Impressive, it can dodge. Yan Bing was slightly surprised, then sneered. If that's the case, Ice Lion, use Ice Claw. Tear that mud apart. The Ice Lion's previously lazy eyes sharpened. It was about to get serious. Bang. The Ice Lion and the Black Wolf Dog collided fiercely, claws clashing. Suddenly, the massive body of the Ice Lion was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Yan Bing's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. He never expected that his pride, the Ice Lion, would lose in strength to Liu Xing's seemingly ordinary Black Wolf Dog. While Yan Bing was still puzzled, a knowing glint flashed in the eyes of Old Sun in the judges' seats. He chuckled and explained, don't be fooled by the Black Wolf Dog's low potential. Its strength is undeniable. Everyone suddenly understood. Yes, in beast battles, potential is only secondary. While there are occasional instances of overcoming higher tiers, most of the time, strength determines the outcome. Clearly, Liu Xing's Black Wolf Dog was exceptionally powerful. Liu Xing sneaked a glance at the Black Wolf Dog's attribute panel. Black Wolf Dog. Attribute. Evil. Gender. Level. Black Iron Tier 7. Potential. S. Skills. Rending Claw. Bite. Shadow Ball. No wonder, the Black Wolf Dog had not only reached Black Iron Tier 7, but also had an astonishing grade potential, far from the grade everyone assumed. In terms of both strength and potential, the Black Wolf Dog far surpassed the Ice Lion. Yin Bing gritted his teeth, seething with anger. You little brat, no matter what tricks you used, you've managed to anger me. Ice Lion, use Ice Arrow. The Ice Lion struggled to its feet, clearly injured from the earlier collision. It no longer dared to underestimate its opponent and opened its mouth to unleash a chilling ice arrow. Liu Xing remained calm. Black Wolf Dog, dodge and then go in for another rending claw. The Black Wolf Dog agilely evaded the attack and continued to charge at the Ice Lion. As the Black Wolf Dog drew closer, the Ice Lion panicked and began to retreat. It had realized it was no match and that another collision would only result in its defeat. Seeing this, Yin Bing roared in anger at the Ice Lion. Ice Lion, what are you doing? Use Ice Claw to counterattack. He had never allowed the Ice Lion to retreat before and felt utterly humiliated. The surrounding spectators also began to shout anxiously, cheering Yin Bing on. Under immense pressure, the Ice Lion had no choice but to stop, extending its frost-covered claws to confront the Black Wolf Dog's attack heat. Bang! The two beasts collided once more. The result was the same. The Ice Lion let out a pained cry as its massive body was sent flying again, sliding a long distance before coming to a halt. Looking at the severely injured and barely conscious Ice Lion, Yin Bing felt a splitting headache. Clenching his teeth, he declared, I concede. He knew full well that Liu Xing would not show mercy, and if he didn't concede, the Ice Lion might be permanently crippled. Liu Xing was taken aback by Yin Bing's concession, standing there in a daze. Yin Bing shot him a venomous glare. You little brat, this isn't over. Just you wait. With that, he recalled the Ice Lion and stormed off. Thus, Liu Xing defeated Yin Bing and won the championship. However, to his surprise, the atmosphere was not celebratory. Liu Xing didn't mind. He raised the solid gold trophy high and claimed the 1 million huaxia currency prize, instantly filling his previously empty wallet. After the award ceremony, Liu Xing returned to the rest area. Unexpectedly, instead of numerous Beast Master University mentors, he was greeted by Su Pang and another chubby individual. The unfamiliar man wore round glasses, a faint smile, and his sparse hair fluttered in the wind. Hello, Liu Xing. I'm Wu Yong, a tutor from Jiangnan Beast Master University admissions office, the man said enthusiastically. I see great potential in you. Would you like to join Jiangnan Beast Master University? Liu Xing found the name Wu Yong somewhat amusing, thinking, Wu Yong? Useless? He had expected offers from Huaxia Academy or Modu Academy, but neither had approached him. He fell into contemplation. Seeing this, Su Pang quickly put his arm around Liu Xing's shoulder. Hey, Liu Xing, what are you thinking about? Jiangnan University is just as good as Huaxia Academy and Modu Academy. Besides, I've already agreed with tutor Wu Yong to enroll in Jiangnan Beast Master University. Don't hesitate, join me. We can be best buddies. Su Pang's words were well-intentioned, but he was secretly delighted. Jiangnan Beast Master University was rumored to have the most beautiful girls, and he yearned for a sweet college romance, so he wouldn't miss this chance. After a moment of thought, Liu Xing nodded. All right. Wu Yong was ecstatic when Liu Xing agreed. He quickly pulled out an enrollment form. Great, great. Just fill this out. His eagerness was palpable, as if he feared Liu Xing might change his mind. As Liu Xing was about to fill out the form, he suddenly smiled and asked, Wait a moment. What benefits do I get if I join Jiangnan University? Liu Xing, the champion of Guang City, naturally expected some perks when he joined Jiangnan University. Wu Yong smiled and nodded, pulling a bank card out of his pocket. This card has 500,000 huaxia currency on it, which is your beast-taming fund from the school, he said, pausing to take out a crystal core that shimmered with a golden light. And this is a gold-tier magical beast crystal core, meant for your Black Wolf Dog. Liu Xing's eyes lit up, and he instinctively reached out for the crystal core. He discreetly activated his system eye, and information immediately appeared. Shadow Leopard Magical Beast Crystal Core. Using this can teach your Black Wolf Dog Shadow Claw and Shadow Ambush. Liu Xing nodded to himself. Clearly, Mentor Wu Yong had done his homework. No wonder he was the representative for Jiangnan University's admissions. How about it, Liu Xing? Satisfied? Wu Yong asked with a cheerful smile. Liu Xing nonchalantly pocketed the crystal core and took the bank card, responding casually, It's okay, I guess. With that, he quickly filled out the admission form. Wu Yong's heart raced as he looked at the completed form. He was elated. Success. Others had dismissed Liu Xing's initial beast, the Black Wolf Dog, but they didn't realize its immense potential. Despite his unassuming appearance, Wu Yong had clearly mastered his knowledge of beast taming. Liu Xing, Wu Yong couldn't help but ask, Your Black Wolf Dog's potential must be far beyond the grade, right? This question startled Liu Xing. Wu Yong was the first to see through him. Seeing Liu Xing's reaction, Wu Yong quickly waved his hand. All right, everyone has their secrets. I respect that. Just remember to report to Jiangnan University on time. I have other admissions to handle, so I'll take my leave. With that, Wu Yong turned and left. Liu Xing watched his retreating figure, feeling that this slightly balding man was far more profound than he appeared. Su Peng threw an arm around Liu Xing's shoulder. Come on, to celebrate us both getting into Jiangnan Beast-Taming University, let's go for a barbecue buffet. Your treat? Why should I? Didn't I pay for the roast chicken last time? It's your turn, Liu Xing retorted. Oh come on, you just got school benefits, Su Peng said, winking. You didn't? Of course not, Su Peng pouted. Do you think everyone gets them? Even Jiangnan Beast-Taming University can't afford to give every new student a gold-tier magical beast crystal core. All right, Liu Xing shook his head helplessly. Your stomach's already growling. Let's go. Su Peng grinned and dragged Liu Xing out of the lounge. As night fell, Liu Xing stood on the second-floor balcony of his home. The weather was clear, and a bright moon hung high in the sky, casting its gentle light over the land. The black wolf dog stood by his side, panting happily and squinting its eyes, sensing its master's gaze. Oh right. Liu Xing suddenly remembered the magical beast crystal core Wu Yong had given him earlier. I've got something good for you. He handed the crystal core to the black wolf dog, which seemed particularly interested in it, and swallowed it in one gulp. The system immediately displayed a prompt. Detected black wolf dog consuming magical beast crystal core. System assessment complete. Please choose a skill to learn. 1. Shadow Claw. Envelopes its claws with dark energy to deal dark attribute damage. 2. Shadow Ambush. Lurks in the shadows and suddenly strikes the enemy. After a moment of thought, Liu Xing chose Shadow Ambush. The system confirmed that the black wolf dog had learned the skill. Black wolf dog, let's go downstairs. Liu Xing led it to the yard and pointed at a large tree. Use Shadow Ambush on that tree. The black wolf dog understood, and with a powerful leap, it vanished. In the next instant, with a loud thud, it reappeared in front of the tree, leaving deep claw marks on the trunk. Impressive. Liu Xing marveled at the system's power. Not only could it ensure his beast learned the skills, but he also had the freedom to choose. The only limitation was that each beast could learn a maximum of 4 skills through magical beast crystal cores, a universal rule that even the system couldn't alter. Liu Xing smiled contentedly. Having the system was already a significant advantage, and with the black wolf dog's great potential and powerful bloodline, there were likely more surprises in store. Come on, black wolf dog, time to sleep. Liu Xing yawned. After a day of battles and good food, he was feeling tired. Stretching, he headed back to his room. In the dead of night, a shadow silently crept into Liu Xing's yard, stealthily making its way toward the house. Snap! Liu Xing's door was easily pried open, and a man dressed in black stealthily slipped into the room. He clearly knew the layout of Liu Xing's place, heading straight for the second-floor bedroom. As he pushed open the door and saw the lump under the quilt, a cold smile curled on his lips. Kid, don't blame me. Blame yourself for crossing the wrong people. Just as the man in black was feeling triumphant, a dark shadow lunged at him. A flash of silver, and the black wolf dog's sharp fangs severed his right arm in an instant. His piercing scream echoed through the room as he collapsed, writhing in agony. Suddenly, a golden hornet darted toward Liu Xing. He instinctively dodged and quickly turned on the room's lights. Not far away, the golden hornet buzzed angrily. Liu Xing scanned quickly. Golden hornet, insect, poison attribute, male, black iron rank 9, a grade talent, with a multi-hit skill. You think you can mess with me with that level of strength? You're asking for it. Liu Xing sneered. Black wolf dog, show it what you've got. Use Shadow Strike. The black wolf dog immediately went into stealth mode. The golden hornet scanned its surroundings warily, but was suddenly swatted into the wall by the wolf dog's sharp claws. Just as it tried to flee, Liu Xing ordered, trying to escape now? Too late. Black wolf dog, use rending claws continuously. The wolf dog pounced again, its claws slashing repeatedly, shredding the golden hornet into pieces in an instant. Liu Xing coldly eyed the remains on the floor and turned to the unconscious man in black. Black wolf dog, finish him. Before the words were fully out, the wolf dog's jaws had already ended the man's life. Liu Xing crouched down to search the body, finding only a black card. What is this black card? He recalled that the attackers last time also had the same card. Looks like I need to investigate this further. But first, I need to deal with the body. Under the cover of night, Liu Xing quickly moved the body and cleaned up the bloodstains. Once the scene was cleared, he began analyzing the mastermind. Yan Bing's personality wouldn't resort to assassination. It's probably Galbo behind this. Liu Xing changed into black clothes and donned a mask, heading straight for the hospital based on Galbo's social media location. At 2 a.m., the hospital was silent, and the night nurse was already asleep. He silently pushed open Galbo's room door. Galbo initially thought it was the hitman he hired returning with news and was about to ask when Liu Xing swiftly approached and stabbed him in the abdomen with the golden hornet stinger. Galbo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the masked man. Blood quickly soaked the sheets, his consciousness fading until he finally passed out. After leaving the hospital, Liu Xing found a secluded spot to burn his clothes. What a mess, he sighed deeply. I never wanted to kill, but they forced my hand. This world is survival of the fittest. I must become stronger. Liu Xing didn't return to his original place, but went to another safe house. He planned to lease his old place through an agent since the scene was already spotless. 2 days later, Liu Xing was jolted awake by an urgent phone call. It was Su Peng. Hey, Liu Xing, where are you now? Su Peng's voice was full of anxiety. He had gone to Liu Xing's house with a key but found no one there. I'm at Sunshine Community. Liu Xing gave his new address. All right, wait for me. I'm coming over now, Su Peng said and hung up. 10 minutes later, rapid knocking sounded at the door. Liu Xing opened it to find a panting Su Peng standing outside. What's up? Is there something wrong? Liu Xing asked. Wow, you're really something. Skipping school already? Su Peng's voice shattered the afternoon silence, leaving Liu Xing bewildered. Why go to school when exams are over? Liu Xing retorted, frowning slightly. Su Peng grinned and pulled out a package from his pocket, handing it to Liu Xing. Open it and you'll see. Liu Xing hesitated for a moment before tearing open the package. A red sheet of paper caught his eye. It was an acceptance letter from Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. Surprised? Excited? Su Peng asked eagerly. It's okay, Liu Xing replied nonchalantly, tossing the letter onto the sofa, which made Su Peng frown in disapproval. Hey, this is the third-ranked beast-taming university in Huaxia, and you're just tossing it aside? Liu Xing shot him a look. So, what do you want me to do? Worship it? Su Peng shook his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Do you know what this means? A bright future. Imagine a campus full of beautiful girls, singing birds and flowers in bloom, surrounded by beauty. All right, Liu Xing interrupted, cutting off Su Peng's increasingly wild imagination. Is there something else you wanted to say? Yes, Su Peng said seriously. My family is planning a graduation trip to camp at Tiger Head Mountain. We wanted to invite you. Liu Xing looked at him skeptically. Your family camping trip, what's it got to do with me? After much pestering from Su Peng, Liu Xing finally agreed to join them. On the Tiger Head Mountain Trail, the three of them were struggling along. Liu Xing, carrying a heavy backpack, couldn't help but ask, didn't you say it was a family trip? Why is it just the two of you? Who's that girl? That's my sister, Su Xiaoya. Su Peng introduced. Xiaoya, this is my best friend Liu Xing, this year's top scorer. Su Xiaoya looked at Liu Xing in surprise. The guy who topped the exams with a black wolf dog? Liu Xing nodded, sizing up Su Xiaoya. Her pure and lovely appearance was a stark contrast to Su Peng's chubby figure, making him curious. Before long, Su Peng was gasping for breath, sweat pouring down his face. I can't go on. Let's rest on that big rock up ahead. He quickly took out some food and shared it with everyone. Su Xiaoya declined the offered chips. I'm on a diet. As Liu Xing and Su Peng chatted, a sudden scream from Su Xiaoya rang out in the distance. They rushed over to find a giant king cobra staring menacingly at her. Black wolf dog, use claw slash. Wild ape, use explosive punch. Liu Xing and Su Peng simultaneously summoned their beasts to fight. However, the bronze-tier king cobra was far stronger than their iron-tier beasts. It easily knocked back wild ape, sending it crashing into a tree. Su Peng, suffering from the backlash of his injured beast, clutched his head in pain. Seeing the dire situation, Liu Xing shouted, Su Peng, quickly recall wild ape and take your sister away. I'll hold it off. Liu Xing, upon hearing this, gave Su Peng a swift kick on the rear. Damn it, I told you to run. Do you have any idea what kind of power a crimson crown snake possesses? It's a bronze tier 2 beast, way beyond our capability to handle. This kick seemed to awaken Su Peng's survival instincts. He snapped back to reality, his eyes flickering with guilt and concern. Liu Xing, don't you dare die on me. I was still planning on picking up girls with you. With that, he hoisted the terrified Su Xiaoya onto his shoulder and sprinted towards the base of Tiger Head Mountain, shouting as he ran, Liu Xing, hang in there. Don't die. Liu Xing paid no attention to the fleeing Su Peng. His focus was entirely on the battlefield before him. In a dense forest, his black wolf dog was deftly dodging the crimson crown snake's attacks with agile movements, employing a strategy reminiscent of the ancient tactic of circling the pillar. No, the level difference is still too great, Liu Xing thought anxiously. Although the black wolf dog had reached Iron Tier 8 over the past few days, it was still no match for a Bronze Tier 2 Crimson Crown snake. Suddenly, the Crimson Crown snake raised its head high, opening its gaping maw to reveal sharp fangs glowing with a sinister purple hue. It lunged at the black wolf dog with its venomous bite. Watch out, it's a venomous attack. Black wolf dog, be careful. Liu Xing shouted in alarm. Hearing its master's warning, the black wolf dog made a sudden leap, narrowly avoiding the snake strike. The crimson-crowned snake missed its target, its fangs embedding deeply into a nearby tree. Liu Xing's eyes lit up as he realized an opportunity had presented itself. The old adage, strike at the snake's 7 inches, flashed through his mind. With the system's assistance, he quickly pinpointed the snake's weak spot. Black wolf dog, use your rending claw on that spot. Liu Xing commanded decisively. The black wolf dog leaped towards the crimson-crowned snake. The snake retaliated by swinging its tail, but the black wolf dog's nimbleness allowed it to evade the blow. Slash. The black wolf dog's claws tore through the snake's skin, causing blood mixed with green fluid to spurt from the wound, indicating the snake's gallbladder had been ruptured. The crimson-crowned snake roared in pain, summoning a surge of strength from somewhere, and violently freed itself from the tree. Damn, we need to run. Liu Xing realized the danger and quickly called for the black wolf dog. He swiftly mounted its back. Thanks to good food and increased strength, the black wolf dog was now large enough to carry Liu Xing to safety. The black wolf dog dashed into the dense forest, with the crimson-crowned snake in hot pursuit. After what felt like an eternity of running, a loud crash heralded the snake's collapse. Finally, it's dead. Liu Xing sighed in relief. Using the system's vision, he confirmed the crimson-crowned snake was truly dead. With a sense of anticipation, Liu Xing cautiously approached the snake's corpse. After some searching, he exclaimed, "There's actually a crystal." Liu Xing knew the value of such crystals, especially from a bronze tier 2 crimson-crowned snake, which could be worth tens of thousands. He pulled out a knife to extract the crystal, only to find his ordinary blade couldn't cut through the snake's tough skin. Damn it, this is way too tough. Liu Xing cursed in frustration. Reluctantly, he turned to the black wolf dog. Black wolf dog, it's your turn. Understanding its master's request, the black wolf dog raised its paw, and with a glowing rending claw, easily sliced through the snake's skin to retrieve the crystal. So this is the crimson-crowned snake's crystal? Liu Xing marveled at the purple crystal in his hand, which sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. The system's prompt asked if he wanted to use the crystal on the black wolf dog. Liu Xing decisively chose no, knowing that although the venomous fangs were powerful, they didn't align with the black wolf dog's attributes, making it a waste. Just as Liu Xing was about to leave, the black wolf dog suddenly became alert, indicating it wanted to lead Liu Xing somewhere. Despite his curiosity, Liu Xing followed the black wolf dog to a vine-covered slope. The black wolf dog swiftly slashed through the vines, revealing a dark cave. It signaled its desire to explore inside. All right, let's go, Liu Xing said, entering the cave with the black wolf dog. Fortunately, he had a headlamp, as navigating the pitch-black cave would have been impossible otherwise. As they ventured deeper, Liu Xing noticed the cave was damp and had a peculiar smell. Soon, they reached the end of the cave, where a platform covered in dry grass held 3 eggs. Are these crimson-crowned snake eggs? Liu Xing realized. The black wolf dog nodded excitedly and happily bounded towards the eggs. With a crunch, the black wolf dog's sharp teeth easily broke through the eggshell of the king cobra. It greedily devoured the contents, its eyes gleaming with satisfaction. In no time, all 3 snake eggs were gone, and its belly swelled as if it were a pregnant female dog. Just then, a clear system notification sounded in Liu Xing's mind. Congratulations, host. Your black wolf dog has consumed the king cobra's eggs. It has acquired a new skill, Poison Fang. Liu Xing was overjoyed. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. Poison, being a formidable force, had initially made him regret not being able to use the king cobra's crystal for the black wolf dog. To his surprise, the dog had acquired the Poison Fang skill by eating the eggs. This was even better than using a crystal, which could only teach up to 4 skills, whereas self-acquired skills had no limit. After ensuring there were no treasures left behind, Liu Xing left the cave with the black wolf dog. Just as they walked a short distance, a commotion could be heard in the distance. Looking towards the noise, Liu Xing saw Su Pang and a group of people in green uniforms heading their way. Liu Xing. Su Pang immediately recognized him and ran over for a warm hug. I was so worried. I thought that King Cobra had gotten you. Su Xiaoya followed closely behind, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Liu Xing's handsome appearance, combined with his heroic rescue, had clearly made an impression on her. A stern-looking man in uniform stepped forward, interrupting their reunion. All right, you can catch up later. It's dangerous here. Let's head back now. On the way back, the square-faced leader couldn't help but ask, are you really a student? Yes, why? Liu Xing replied, puzzled. The leader shook his head, though internally he was astonished. A student with a black wolf dog at the 9th level of Black Iron rank was truly impressive. In the safe zone, Su Xiaoya warmly invited Liu Xing to her home. Brother Liu Xing, how about coming over to my place? I'll make my best sweet and sour ribs to thank you for saving us." At the mention of sweet and sour ribs, Su Peng's eyes lit up, and he started drooling. He eagerly shook Liu Xing's arm. "Liu Xing, you have to say yes." Seeing the hopeful looks from the siblings, Liu Xing agreed. The three of them soon arrived at the Su family's small estate, and its luxurious appearance left Liu Xing astonished. Once inside the living room, Su Xiaoya hurried to the kitchen. Seizing the opportunity, Su Peng whispered to Liu Xing, "Hey, you punk, it looks like my sister has a crush on you. You better treat her well. If I find out you're bullying her, I'll have to teach you a lesson." Liu Xing couldn't help but laugh, wondering where Su Peng got the nerve to say that. As they chatted, the door suddenly opened, and a middle-aged couple walked in. "Mom, Dad, you're back?" Su Peng exclaimed in surprise. Su Dad, with a stern face, said, "Why wouldn't I be? But you, young man, had the guts to take your sister to the dangerous Tiger Head Mountain." Caught off guard by his parents' quick discovery, Su Peng was at a loss for words. All right, don't be too harsh on him. They're back safe and sound, aren't they?" Su Mom intervened. "By the way, dear, you've always wanted to meet Liu Xing. I brought him here today." Upon hearing this, Su Dad's stern expression softened into a beaming smile. "Oh, you must be Liu Xing. My son Su Peng talks about you all the time. Thank you so much for saving them. I don't know what I would have done without you." Su Dad carefully observed Liu Xing, and his gaze soon fell on the black wolf dog at his feet. He gasped in disbelief. "Liu Xing, how long have you had this black wolf dog?" "Just since the school distributed the beasts recently," Liu Xing answered honestly. Su Dad's heart raced as he exclaimed, "My goodness, it's only been a short while, and your black wolf dog has already reached the 9th level of black iron rank." "What? 9th level of black iron rank?" Su Peng's eyes widened as he looked at Liu Xing with amazement, as if he were looking at a marvel. "So, you're telling me that you're now a black iron level 9 beast tamer?" Su Peng's voice was filled with surprise and excitement. He jumped up from the sofa, quickly made his way to Liu Xing, and grabbed his hand with a big smile. "Liu Xing, how did you manage to train so well? Did your parents leave you some advanced training manual or something?" Su Peng eagerly asked. As soon as he said that, Su Sun's face darkened. In this world, prying into someone else's training methods is a major taboo. He couldn't believe his son would be so careless. Liu Xing caught on to Su Peng's curiosity and chuckled. "It's nothing special, just the most basic beast tamer's manual." With that, he pulled a manual out from his pocket and handed it to Su Peng. Overjoyed, Su Peng grabbed the manual without a second thought, not minding his parents' presence. After all, their friendship ran deep, so he didn't care about such minor details. He licked his right index finger and started flipping through the pages with great interest. However, what he discovered next left him stunned. Isn't this the manual that the school hands out?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "You can't be serious. You reached black iron level 9 using this?" "Yeah," Liu Xing replied calmly. Seeing the situation, Su Sun stepped in to smooth things over. All right, Su Peng, that's enough. Return the manual to Liu Xing." At that moment, Su Xiaomei's voice came from the kitchen. "Come on over, brother Liu Xing. My sweet and sour ribs are ready. Time to eat." She came out carrying a large bowl of deliciously fragrant sweet and sour ribs, smiling. But upon seeing her parents, she instinctively tried to retreat back into the kitchen. "Stop right there. Where do you think you're going?" Su Sun said sternly. Su Xiaomei turned around awkwardly. "Father." Su Sun snorted, but held back his anger for Liu Xing's sake. "We'll talk about you sneaking off to Huda Mountain later. Now, bring the sweet and sour ribs over here." "Yes, father." Su Xiaomei lowered her head like a child caught doing something wrong and brought the sweet and sour ribs to Su Sun. The enticing aroma of the ribs made Su Sun close his eyes and take a deep breath, showing a look of bliss. He thought to himself, "Why is this girl suddenly so cooperative today? She always finds excuses when asked to make sweet and sour ribs." He quickly noticed Su Xiaomei's sneaking glances at Liu Xing and understood the reason. Though Su Sun appeared strict, he was actually quite open-minded. He sighed inwardly and decided not to interfere with their relationship. "All right, Liu Xing, since you're here, stay for dinner." After a hearty meal, Liu Xing left the Su household. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, Su Peng couldn't help but ask, "Dad, do you think Liu Xing is hiding some powerful training manual from me?" Su Sun shook his head. "I don't think so." He had always been a good judge of character, and Liu Xing didn't seem to be lying. This made Su Sun wonder just how talented Liu Xing was. After all, he had reached black iron level 9 with the most basic training manual. In this beast tamer world, anyone who wants to become a beast tamer must train using a beast taming manual. Those with connections train with their family's ancestral methods, while those without can only use the free manuals distributed by the state. It's well known that free manuals are often the least effective, making progress slow and difficult. Su Sun was astonished that Liu Xing had managed to reach black iron level 9 using a state-issued manual. His eyes gleamed with admiration. What a waste! What a waste! If this boy had been born into a family with resources, his current strength would probably be even greater, and his future prospects much higher. Unfortunately, he had no family background, and his initial beast was just a black wolf dog. Thinking of this, Su Sun couldn't help but glance at his son, Su Peng, feeling a surge of frustration. Despite having his support, training with the family's methods, and possessing a fairly talented wild ape, Su Peng still couldn't measure up. Looking at Su Peng's chubby figure, Su Sun felt his anger rising. He glared at Su Peng and turned to head back to his study. Out of sight, out of mind. Besides, he had his own matters to attend to. As Liu Xing walked away from the Su household, he pondered over the recent events. He hadn't expected Su Peng's father to be a golden level expert. Recalling the scene, he pulled out the manual he had shown to Su Peng. Looking at it, Liu Xing's face showed a hint of disdain. With the system he had, this training manual was utterly useless to him. In the beast tamer world, a beast's strength is limited by its tamer's strength. If a tamer is at bronze level 1, their beast can only be at most bronze level 1. In other words, a beast's strength is always equal to or less than its tamer's. The journey of a beast master is fraught with challenges. To grow stronger, one must first enhance their own abilities and then focus on empowering their beasts. If the beast master's strength lags behind, they might lose control of their beasts, risking rebellion or even attack. Thus, becoming a top-tier beast master is a strenuous path that requires simultaneous improvement of both oneself and one's beasts. However, Liu Xing's situation is unique. He possesses a magical system that negates the need for personal cultivation. As long as his beast grows stronger, his own power increases correspondingly. For instance, when his black wolf dog reaches Iron level 9, Liu Xing automatically becomes an Iron level 9 beast master. If the black wolf dog advances to Bronze level 1, Liu Xing also becomes a Bronze level 1 beast master. Thinking about this, Liu Xing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. His black wolf dog was already at Iron level 9, just a step away from Bronze level 1. This meant he could soon contract a second beast. Nonetheless, Liu Xing couldn't completely bypass the world's rules. His new beast couldn't exceed the level of his current beast. Despite this, Liu Xing remained confident about the future. He thought to himself, although I can't contract a beast stronger than my current one, I have the system's eye, which can help me find those with great potential. Since I've chosen to be a beast master, I might as well enjoy the process of nurturing my beasts. Liu Xing's self-talk was overheard by his black wolf dog, which rolled its eyes and thought, enjoy nurturing? You barely nurtured me. My current strength is all due to my own efforts. Just as Liu Xing was contemplating his next steps, a sharp cry pierced the sky. Looking up, he saw a giant thunder hawk soaring above the city. This sight immediately caught Liu Xing's attention, and he made a decision. My next beast will be a flying type like that thunder hawk. Liu Xing suddenly realized his strong desire for a flying beast. Flying beasts indeed have numerous advantages. They can fly high and see far, serving as scouts and pathfinders. More importantly, in dangerous situations, escaping on a flying beast is much faster than on foot. Additionally, flying beasts are formidable in combat. However, Liu Xing's current priority was not finding a thunderhawk, but helping his black wolf dog break through to Bronze level 1. Only after the black wolf dog successfully advanced would he be eligible to contract a new beast. Black wolf dog, let's go. Liu Xing called to his partner, hailing a taxi to head to the wilderness for some intensive training. In his view, practical combat was the most effective way to level up, far better than relying on potions. The taxi dropped Liu Xing off at the entrance of a secret realm. He had researched this location in advance. It was the lowest level secret realm in Guang City. Just as he was about to enter, a man in a green uniform stopped him. Stop. Please show your ID. The man in the green uniform saluted Liu Xing. ID. Liu Xing was momentarily puzzled. Seeing Liu Xing's confusion, the man explained, your Beastmaster ID. To prevent ordinary people from accidentally entering the secret realm and to stop beasts from escaping, the state has stationed guards at every entrance. He sensed Liu Xing's considerable strength, so he was very polite. Liu Xing scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I'm not quite familiar with this Beastmaster ID thing. He hadn't paid much attention in Master Mia's classes and was clueless about these regulations. The man in the green uniform patiently directed Liu Xing. See that tallest building over there? That's the Beastmaster registration office. All new Beastmasters need to register there to get their ID. You can also update your information each time you level up. Once you register as an official Beastmaster, you can receive corresponding benefits. You should go and get it sorted out as soon as possible. Alright, thanks a lot. Liu Xing expressed his gratitude. You're welcome, the man replied. Liu Xing left the secret realm entrance and headed towards the registration office. Soon, he arrived at the Majestic building, which resembled a giant cathedral. Entering the office, Liu Xing found it bustling with people. With the help of the system's eye, He could easily gauge the strength of those around him. That one is silver level 3, this one is iron level 7, and there's a bronze level 5. However, he didn't engage with anyone and went straight to a service counter. The Beast Master registration office was designed to be very user-friendly, with 20 service counters, so there was hardly any queue. Liu Xing approached one counter and spoke to the pretty clerk. "Hello, I'm here to register as a Beast Master." "All right." The clerk smiled politely. "Please place your hand on the screen beside you." Liu Xing did as instructed, and soon, the electronic screen displayed his personal information and power level. 18 years old. Iron level 9. The clerk couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The sales assistant had been busy behind the counter for years, but she had never encountered such a unique customer before. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at Liu Xing. Despite being somewhat prepared, she was still taken aback by what she saw. Liu Xing's handsome face carried a hint of youthfulness, confirming that he was indeed only 18. She marveled silently, thinking, to achieve so much at such a young age, his talent must be extraordinary. While she was still in shock, Liu Xing politely inquired, "Excuse me, is my certificate ready?" Oh, I'm sorry." The sales assistant snapped back to reality and quickly regained her professional composure. She respectfully handed over the Beast Tamer certificate to Liu Xing. "Here is your Beast Tamer certificate. Please keep it safe. With this, you can explore the secret realms and also take on tasks here." Take on tasks? Liu Xing was a bit surprised, not expecting this service to be available. The sales assistant enthusiastically explained, "Yes, you can use the self-service task machine on the right, or log into our website via your phone. Your account is your Beast Tamer certificate number, and the initial password is 6 zeros. If you need to change the password, just follow the instructions." Liu Xing nodded in thanks and walked towards the self-service task machine with his brand new certificate. Just as he was about to start, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Liu Xiaoming. "Liu Xing, it really is you. Long time no see." Liu Xiaoming greeted him with a bright smile. Liu Xing responded politely, "Long time no see. What brings you here?" "Me? I'm here to see what tasks are available," Liu Xiaoming replied, her eyes lighting up. "How about it? Want to team up with me? We can watch each other's backs while completing tasks." Liu Xing looked Liu Xiaoming over and was surprised to find that she was already a Black Iron level 8 beast tamer. He silently praised her talent and realized she likely came from an extraordinary background. After all, having inscribed 5-colored illusion butterfly as her initial beast was not something an average family could afford. Seeing Liu Xing not responding, Liu Xiaoming urged, "Well, do you agree or not? Say something." "Okay." Liu Xing agreed, thinking that having a powerful partner like the 5-colored illusion butterfly was indeed a good idea. Liu Xiaoming turned excitedly to leave, but noticed Liu Xing wasn't following. "Hey, what are you standing there for?" she called out. Liu Xing was a bit puzzled. "Shouldn't we get a task first?" Liu Xiaoming smiled and handed him an A4 sheet with a mission printed on it. "Retrieve the Goblin Priest's staff. Reward 500,000 Huaxia currency." Liu Xing pondered. Goblins usually appeared in groups in caves, and finding a group with a priest meant they would face an onslaught of hundreds of goblins. Although ordinary goblins were not very powerful, only around Black Iron level 5 or 6, a goblin priest, as an evolved branch, would at least be of bronze level strength. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Liu Xiaoming teased. "Let's go." Liu Xing didn't say much. His black wolf dog was strong enough, and even if they couldn't win, they could still escape. After purchasing supplies, they arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. Liu Xiaoming looked at the small bag Liu Xing was carrying and couldn't help but say, "You're carrying so little. If you run out of food, don't expect me to share." Liu Xing smiled inwardly. His system backpack was already filled with food and supplies. The small bag was just a cover. "Hey, you're back again, kid." The green uniformed guard greeted with a smile. "Got your Beast Tamer certificate this time?" Liu Xing handed over his certificate. The guard took one look and gasped, "My goodness, 18 years old, Black Iron level 9. He double-checked the photo, silently marveling at the young man's background. The soldier checking Liu Xiaoming's certificate also exclaimed, "Wow, 18 years old, Black Iron level 8. The soldier in front of Liu Xing shot his colleague a look. "Xiao Zhou, look at you. Getting all worked up? Boss, what level were you at 18? Xiao Zhou retorted. The boss blushed, remembering he was only a Black Iron level 3 at 18 and only reached level 9 in his 20s. To avoid further embarrassment, he quickly urged, "All right, you can go in now." Liu Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of respect for the soldier as he accepted the Beast Master certificate, then stepped into the mysterious secret realm with Liu Xiaoming. After they disappeared into the entrance, Xiao Zhou, one of the subordinates, couldn't resist asking the boss, "Boss, who exactly are those two kids? They're so young yet incredibly powerful." "Don't ask questions you shouldn't," the boss replied irritably, his jealousy burning. Liu Xing was not only young and handsome but also exceptionally skilled and accompanied by the equally formidable Liu Xiaoming. Despite years of cultivating his own abilities, the boss couldn't suppress his envy. Inside the secret realm, Liu Xiaoming tugged on Liu Xing's sleeve, curious. Hey, I heard you're already at Black Iron level 9. Is that true? Of course it's true, Liu Xing replied calmly. Couldn't you tell? Liu Xiaoming pouted, feeling frustrated. She had been training hard to surpass Liu Xing, but it seemed she was still a step behind. Her curiosity about Liu Xing's background deepened. After walking for a while, Liu Xing suddenly asked, "Do you know where the goblins are?" Liu Xiaoming was speechless. She had assumed Liu Xing had everything under control, but it seemed he was just as clueless. She pulled out a map from her pocket and said, "Let's go. I'll show you the way." Under Liu Xiaoming's guidance, they soon arrived outside a cave. Hiding in the forest, they observed 2 goblin guards with spears at the entrance, who were lazily dozing off. "Liu Xing, what do we do?" Liu Xiaoming instinctively looked to him for direction. "What else?" "We go in and take them out," Liu Xing answered decisively. "I'll handle the one on the left, you take the one on the right." "Got it," Liu Xiaoming responded. Liu Xing commanded his shadow wolf to use shadow strike, instantly killing the goblin on the left. At the same time, Liu Xiaoming directed her rainbow butterfly to unleash wind blades, swiftly taking out the guard on the right. Just as Liu Xiaoming was about to boast, she noticed Liu Xing was already at the cave entrance. Annoyed, she stomped her foot and hurried after him. Faced with the pitch-black cave, Liu Xing hesitated. Liu Xiaoming noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" "This cave is too dark. It's goblin territory inside, and rushing in could get us ambushed," Liu Xing explained. At that moment, a bloodied woman stumbled out of the cave, followed by several goblins. Liu Xing immediately ordered his shadow wolf to attack, and within seconds, the goblins were dead. Liu Xiaoming caught the injured, unconscious woman. "Liu Xing, let's go." They quickly retreated with the woman. They found another safe cave and tended to the woman's wounds. When she woke up, Liu Xing calmed her down. Liu Xiaoming handed her a cup of warm milk, which she drank eagerly. Through their questions, they learned the woman's story. She and 4 other novices had taken on a mission to exterminate goblins. Initially, things went smoothly, but their leader got overconfident and charged into the goblin cave, leading to an ambush that nearly wiped them out. Liu Xiaoming pressed further. "Did you see any unusual goblins inside? Like one that looked different?" The woman's eyes brightened. "Yes, there was an old goblin with a staff and feathers on its head. A goblin shaman," Liu Xing and Liu Xiaoming exclaimed in unison. However, the woman's next words dampened their spirits. "We should go back. It's too dangerous inside. There are at least 100 goblins." Liu Xing fell into deep thought, realizing they needed a strategy to deal with the large number of goblins. Although his shadow wolf was strong, it couldn't handle such overwhelming numbers. He lamented, "If only we had some area effect skills." Suddenly, a violent bout of coughing shattered the silence of the cave. Liu Xing whipped his head around to see Liu Xiaoming doubled over, coughing uncontrollably. "Are you okay?" Liu Xing asked with concern. Liu Xiaoming barely managed to lift her head, her eyes red from the smoke. "I'm fine, just got choked by the smoke." She pointed to the cave entrance. "A gust of cold wind blew in just now, sending the campfire smoke my way." Liu Xing's eyes lit up as if struck by a brilliant idea. He didn't say much, just looked thoughtfully at Liu Xiaoming, who was still coughing. Early the next morning, Liu Xiaoming was surprised to find a pile of firewood blocking the cave entrance. "What are you up to?" she asked curiously. Liu Xing gave a mysterious smile. "You'll see soon enough." The two of them approached the goblin cave entrance and found 2 goblins standing guard, just as they had the day before. These goblins were noticeably more vigilant, likely due to the previous day's attack. Liu Xing signaled to Liu Xiaoming. "All right, same as before. I'll take the one on the left, you take the one on the right." "Got it." Liu Xiaoming agreed without hesitation, even though she didn't fully understand Liu Xing's plan. They swiftly dealt with the goblin guards at the entrance. Liu Xing smirked as he looked at the narrow cave entrance. He quickly moved to where the firewood was stacked and piled it up at the entrance. To ensure the goblins inside couldn't escape easily, he also brought over a few large stones to block the entrance more securely. Once everything was ready, Liu Xing pulled out a lighter from his pocket and expertly lit the firewood. Flames began to rise, and black smoke started to billow. Liu Xiaoming was still confused about Liu Xing's intentions. "Xiaoming, have your rainbow butterfly fan all this smoke into the cave," Liu Xing finally explained. Liu Xiaoming's eyes lit up with understanding. She immediately grasped Liu Xing's plan to use smoke to drive the goblins out of the cave. "Rainbow butterfly, it's your turn," Liu Xiaoming commanded. The rainbow butterfly spread its enormous wings and began fanning rapidly. Under its efforts, thick black smoke quickly poured into the depths of the cave. Inside the cave, the goblins, who had been peacefully sleeping, were awakened by the choking smoke. Coughing violently, they scrambled towards the entrance, desperate for fresh air. However, when they reached the entrance, they found it blocked by large stones. The lead goblin tried to crawl through the gaps, but the thick smoke soon rendered it unconscious. Before long, the passageway was filled with goblin corpses. Deeper inside the cave, the remaining goblins were in a panic as the air grew thinner. They attempted to clear the bodies from the passage, but doing so only allowed more smoke to enter. Outside, Liu Xing sat leisurely on a rock, munching on a chicken leg and adding more firewood to the blaze. Liu Xiaoming, however, was anxious. "How can you be so calm and still eat?" she exclaimed, noticing that the passage was now blocked by corpses, preventing more smoke from entering. "Relax, let things play out a bit longer," Liu Xing said confidently. He knew that these goblins weren't smart in construction and likely had only one exit. By holding this position, the goblins inside were trapped. Once the air inside was depleted, they would suffocate. After over an hour, Liu Xing stopped adding firewood but didn't rush into the cave, waiting for the smoke to clear instead. "What now?" Liu Xiaoming asked. "What else?" "Let's head back and check on Xiaoya," Liu Xing replied, referring to the girl they had previously rescued. Just as they were about to leave, a loud explosion echoed. The stones blocking the entrance were blasted apart. "What's going on? Everyone, stay alert." Liu Xing immediately raised his guard. His black wolfhound also crouched low, ready to attack. Through the smoke, a figure emerged shakily. It was a goblin shaman holding a staff. "The main event has arrived." Liu Xing hadn't expected the goblin shaman to survive. Goblin shaman attributes: mental gender, level, bronze tier 3, quality, C, skills, fireball, inspire. "This guy's tough, but too bad it ran into me," Liu Xing sneered. The smoke had clearly disoriented the goblin shaman. "Black wolfhound, use shadow assault on the goblin shaman," Liu Xing ordered decisively. Although the shaman was bronze tier 3, the smoke had weakened it significantly. The black wolfhound lunged at the goblin shaman, its sharp claws leaving deep gashes. Green blood spurted from the wounds. The goblin shaman let out a painful howl, momentarily regaining its senses. It raised its staff, and a massive fireball formed at the tip, which it then hurled at the black wolfhound. "Black wolfhound, dodge!" Liu Xing shouted. The black wolfhound agilely leaped out of the way, avoiding the fireball. The fireball hit the ground and exploded, creating a large crater and filling the air with dust. As the dust settled, Liu Xing looked at the crater and felt relieved that he had acted first. This goblin shaman was indeed formidable. "Rainbow butterfly, use psychic power." Liu Xiaoming's voice echoed through the cave, and her beast immediately sprang into action. The rainbow butterfly spread its wings, and a beam of multicolored light shot out like a sharp sword, hitting the goblin priest precisely. An invisible force then lifted the goblin priest into the air and smashed it against the rocky wall with a resounding bang. The goblin priest collided heavily with the hard rock, clearly sustaining severe injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Xing shouted to his black wolf dog, "Now, use Shadow Ball." The black wolf dog had been ready for this moment. It opened its mouth wide, and a pitch-black energy ball quickly formed within. With a low growl, the black wolf dog swung its head, launching the massive shadow ball at the goblin priest. Boom! Another deafening explosion followed. As the smoke cleared, Liu Xing saw the goblin priest lying motionless on the ground. As a psychic-type creature, it had no defense against the dark-type shadow ball. Liu Xing was about to step forward to inspect when Liu Xiaoming grabbed his arm. "What's wrong?" he asked, puzzled. Liu Xiaoming replied cautiously, "Let's wait a bit longer." "What if it's not dead yet?" Liu Xing chuckled. "Don't worry, it's definitely dead." He had the system eye, and no creature could deceive his vision. Approaching the goblin priest, Liu Xing reached for its staff, only to find the creature gripping it tightly. With a firm pull, he finally wrenched the staff free. "The staff is ours now. Let's head back," Liu Xing said. Just then, the black wolf dog suddenly lunged forward and clawed at the goblin priest's chest, extracting a crystalline gem. Liu Xing was momentarily stunned before a smile spread across his face. "This is valuable. It could fetch a good price," he murmured to himself. A sudden thought crossed Liu Xing's mind. "Wait, there might be more treasures inside." He quickly took out a gas mask and a headlamp from his backpack, preparing to delve deeper into the cave. "Black wolf dog, let's go." "Xing," Liu Xiaoming called out in surprise, not expecting him to venture further. She glanced at the staff in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and then decided to follow him. The group soon reached the depths of the cave. Along the way, Liu Xing saw countless goblin corpses, silently thanking himself for using the fire attack strategy. A direct confrontation with so many goblins would have been a nightmare. "Xing, look at that." Liu Xiaoming suddenly pointed ahead. Following her finger, Liu Xing saw a campfire in the distance with something roasting over it. As he got a clearer view, his brow furrowed. It was human remains. Ugh. Unable to bear it any longer, Liu Xiaoming turned and ran towards the cave entrance. Liu Xing didn't follow but continued searching the cave. Soon, He found a pile of miscellaneous items in the corner, clearly trophies from the goblin's hunts. Without hesitation, he stuffed everything into his system backpack. After ensuring nothing was left behind, Liu Xing and the black wolf dog left the unsettling place. Returning to the secret realm's entrance, the soldiers there weren't surprised to see them back safely. Liu Xing's strength was well known. Surviving in the secret realm wasn't a challenge unless one sought death. Liu Xing hailed a cab for Xiaoyi. Watching her leave, he knew she might never step into this dangerous world again. "Let's go," he said to Liu Xiaoming, noticing her pale face, clearly shaken by the earlier scenes. They headed to the Beastmaster registration office to complete their task and split the reward money. "See you around," Liu Xing said as he prepared to leave, but Liu Xiaoming called him back. She ran over, grabbed his phone, and quickly entered her number. "Call me if you need anything," she said before running off. Liu Xing smiled slightly, hailed a cab, and went home. Drawing the curtains, he began to tally his gains. Besides the 250,000 reward, there was also 300,000 in cash found in the cave, left behind by beastmasters killed by the goblins. Being a beastmaster was an expensive profession, affordable only for the wealthy, so this unexpected windfall wasn't surprising. Liu Xing carefully organized his spoils, concluding this adventure on a high note. Liu Xing carefully examined the goblin priest's crystal core in his hand, pondering how to deal with this treasure. Although Fireball and Inspire were low-level skills, they weren't suitable for his Black Wolfhound. He decided to find an opportunity to sell this crystal core, along with the Cockatrice King's crystal core he had obtained earlier. As he was deep in thought, the sound of a key turning in the lock suddenly broke the silence. Liu Xing turned to see a chubby young man bursting in, arms full of food and a look of joy on his face. "Liu Xing, miss me?" Su Peng asked with a mischievous grin. Liu Xing rolled his eyes. "Where have you been these past few days? I tried calling you, but you never answered." Su Peng was momentarily stunned, and Liu Xing remembered that he had lost contact with the outside world after entering the secret realm. He casually brushed it off. "Oh, nothing much, just handling some business." "Enough talking," Su Peng interrupted excitedly. "I got us a supreme pizza. Hurry up and eat it before it gets cold." The two quickly devoured the delicious pizza. As night fell, they went up to the rooftop to admire the starry sky, which was breathtakingly beautiful. Suddenly, Liu Xing's black wolfhound leaped onto a high platform and howled at the sky. The surrounding spiritual energy instantly gathered around it, enveloping it completely. "Oh my gosh!" Su Peng exclaimed. "Your black wolfhound is about to break through." Spiritual energy surged into the black wolfhound, and its aura rapidly increased, soon breaking through to bronze tier 1. Its size doubled that of a typical black wolfhound, exuding an intimidating pressure. Su Peng's legs trembled as he stammered. "Liu Xing, honestly, is this really a black wolfhound? It feels more like a black wolfhound king." Liu Xing smiled faintly, feeling a surge of joy. The black wolfhound breaking through to bronze meant he could now contract a second beast as a bronze tier 1 beastmaster. "Black wolfhound," Liu Xing called. The pressure dissipated instantly, and the black wolfhound joyfully bounded towards Liu Xing, licking his face affectionately with its pink tongue. All right, Liu Xing patted the black wolfhound's head, already planning on how to find his second beast. Relieved, Su Peng quickly found an excuse to leave. "I need to take a shower." In truth, he had wet his pants from the shock. After his shower, Su Peng found Liu Xing sitting on the couch, waiting for him. "Su Peng, do you know where I can buy beasts?" Liu Xing asked directly. "Beasts?" Su Peng was momentarily confused, then suddenly realized, "No way. Did you break through to bronze tier 1 and plan to contract a second beast? What do you think?" Liu Xing shot him a look. "Do you know where or not?" "Of course I do," Su Peng assured, patting his chest. "I'll take you there tomorrow." Liu Xing nodded and went to his room to rest. The past few days in the secret realm had been exhausting, and he needed a good night's sleep. Watching Liu Xing's retreating figure, Su Peng was deeply shaken. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Dad was right. His judgment of people is spot on." Su Peng's father had repeatedly urged him to maintain a good relationship with Liu Xing. It seemed that being friends with Liu Xing might be the smartest decision Su Peng had ever made. The next day, Su Peng took Liu Xing to a secluded little shop. "This is it." Liu Xing skeptically eyed the shabby storefront. "Don't worry," Su Peng reassured. "This place may look run down, but I got my wild ape here." Hearing this, Liu Xing felt a bit more at ease. He knew Su Peng's wild ape had good potential, proving this place had quality goods. As they entered the shop, the owner greeted them with a welcoming smile. Recognizing Su Peng, he became even more enthusiastic. "Well, if it isn't young Master Su. What brings you here today?" "Cut the chatter, Boss Jean." Su Peng went straight to the point. "My friend here is looking to contract his second beast. Show us your best stock." "Second beast?" Boss Jean looked surprised as he studied Liu Xing's young face. "May I ask your name, young man?" Liu. Could it be? Boss Jean thought Liu Xing was the child of some notable figure, becoming even more respectful. Oh my, young Master Liu gracing my humble shop. Let me show you our finest beasts. What type are you looking for? Flying type, do you have any here? Liu Xing asked. Boss Jean paused for a moment before flashing a confident smile. Yes, of course I do. Follow me. Under Boss Jin's guidance, Liu Xing and Su Peng arrived at a basement. Liu Xing looked around and saw iron cages everywhere, each containing various winged beasts. The air was thick with an unpleasant odor, prompting Su Peng to pinch his nose and complain, "Oh man, it stinks in here." Liu Xing frowned as well. Boss Jean explained, "There's no helping it. The space here is limited. These flying beasts eat, drink, and relieve themselves in here, so the smell is inevitable." Boss Jean invited Liu Xing to take a closer look, hoping he would find a beast to his satisfaction. Liu Xing nodded and began to carefully observe each beast in the basement. To his surprise, he found that the beasts here had decent qualifications, with the lowest being grade. However, even a grade little firebird failed to impress Liu Xing. Seeing this, Boss Jean showed a hint of regret on his face. "These are my best beasts. If you're still not satisfied, I'm afraid I can't help you." Liu Xing nodded in understanding but casually asked, "Do you have anything else besides these beasts?" Boss Jean hesitated for a moment. "I do have more, but I'm afraid they won't meet your standards." Deciding to take a look anyway, Liu Xing followed Boss Jean to another, even more crowded basement. This one housed not only flying beasts, but also other types. Liu Xing activated his system's eye and began a thorough inspection. As he expected, the beasts here generally had poor qualifications, with many grade beasts. He sighed inwardly, thinking, "Looks like finding a hidden gem is out of the question." Just then, a worker shouted, "Boss, there's a little electric sparrow over there that looks like it's about to die. Should we get rid of it?" Boss Jean was startled and rushed to the electric sparrow's location. There, lying on the ground, was a barely alive little electric sparrow, emitting crackling sparks. Boss Jean immediately ordered the sick beast to be dealt with to prevent it from infecting others. However, Liu Xing's attention was drawn to the little electric sparrow. To his amazement, he discovered that this seemingly weak sparrow had S-grade qualifications. Liu Xing quickly stopped the worker and turned to Boss Jean. "Boss Jean, can you sell me this little electric sparrow?" Boss Jean looked surprised, while Su Peng couldn't help but try to dissuade Liu Xing. "Liu Xing, you can't be serious about this little electric sparrow. Look at it, it's practically on its last legs. It'll probably die any moment now." "Don't be foolish." Boss Jean, hearing their conversation, furrowed his brows and began to suspect that there might be something special about this sparrow. Liu Xing, pretending to be moved by pity, said, "Su Peng, don't you think that little electric sparrow is just too pitiful?" Observing Liu Xing's reaction, Boss Jean concluded that he was just a naive rich kid with a soft spot for weak creatures. Seizing the opportunity, he said, "Since you want it so much, I'll sell it to you for 10,000. Su Peng was shocked. "What? Boss Jean, that's daylight robbery. That's outrageous." But Liu Xing agreed without hesitation. 10,000 it is. He knew he couldn't haggle now, lest he arouse suspicion. Liu Xing decided to continue playing the role of a wealthy but naive young master to ensure he could secure the potentially invaluable little electric sparrow. Liu Xing pulled out 100,000 Huaxia yuan without hesitation and bought the sickly little electric sparrow. Boss Jean watched Liu Xing leave with the birdcage, a smug smile spreading across his face as he silently marveled at how foolish and wealthy these rich young men were. Beside him, Su Peng couldn't hold back any longer, his face red with anger. He chased after Liu Xing and scolded him. "Liu Xing, why don't you ever listen? What's so special about that little electric sparrow? You're just wasting your money." Liu Xing, however, only smiled mysteriously and offered no further explanation. He knew very well that this was an S-grade electric sparrow. If Su Peng found out, he might faint on the spot. Back at home, Liu Xing immediately retreated to his bedroom and locked the door behind him. "I'm going to tame it. Don't disturb me." His words left Su Peng stunned outside the door. Helpless, Su Peng turned away and decided to comfort his wounded heart with some food. Inside the room, Liu Xing followed the method taught by Master Miju, using spiritual power to draw a complex contract formation on the floor. As the formation was completed, a dazzling light filled the entire room. The little electric sparrow in the cage seemed to sense danger and struggled desperately, but it was too sick to resist. Soon, it was easily contracted by Liu Xing, transforming into a stream of light and entering the beast-taming space. Within the beast-taming space, abundant spiritual energy immediately surrounded the little electric sparrow. However, its injuries were more severe than anticipated, and even in the rich spiritual energy, its recovery was slow. Liu Xing frowned and muttered to himself, "Looks like I'll need to find a healer tomorrow." The next morning, Liu Xing opened the door and found Su Peng sitting at the dining table, eating heartily. When Su Peng saw Liu Xing, He snorted and continued eating. Liu Xing noticed a breakfast set at his spot as well and felt a warm sense of gratitude. After breakfast, Liu Xing asked, "Hey, Su Peng, do you know where I can find a healer?" "A healer?" Su Peng put down his chopsticks. "Why do you need a healer?" "Of course, it's for my little electric sparrow." Su Peng's eyes widened. "No way. You really contracted that little electric sparrow?" Liu Xing impatiently interrupted. "Just tell me if you know. Stop with the nonsense." "I'm a healer." Su Peng stood up. "Come on, I'll take you there now." With Su Peng leading the way, they arrived at a magnificent building. Liu Xing was amazed. "Is this where the healers are? It's so grand." Su Peng proudly explained. "Of course, healers are a rare profession. Beasts with healing skills are extremely uncommon and are snatched up by major factions as soon as they appear." As soon as they entered the hall, a smiling receptionist approached them. Su Peng got straight to the point. "Is Master Zhang here? We're here to get a beast healed." The receptionist looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, Master Zhang just stepped out. Do you know when he'll be back?" "I'm afraid I don't." Disappointment was written all over their faces as Liu Xing and Su Peng turned to leave. Outside the building, Liu Xing asked, "Su Peng, do you know any other places?" Su Peng shook his head. "Healers are too few. Most are recruited by major factions. Master Zhang is the only one I know who offers services to the public." Just as Liu Xing was at a loss, a familiar voice called out, "Liu Xing." They turned to see a woman in a red dress with fiery red hair walking towards them. Her hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight. "Phoenix sister, what are you doing here?" Liu Xing asked excitedly. Su Peng's heart raced at the name. He whispered in Liu Xing's ear, "Liu Xing, you know Phoenix?" "Yeah. Wow, you're something. Tell me, how did you meet her?" Liu Xing countered. "Why? You know her too?" Su Peng rolled his eyes. "Phoenix is the leader of the Phoenix mercenary group. Do you know what that means? It's a legendary haven for beautiful women." Liu Xing gave Su Peng a speechless look, surprised at how knowledgeable he was in this area. He turned to Phoenix, smiling. "Phoenix sister, long time no see." Liu Xing walked towards Feng Huang with a relaxed smile on his face. "I was just wandering around since it's not far from our camp. But you, where have you been lately? Haven't seen you around." Liu Xing scratched his head sheepishly. "Hee, nothing much, just want to do some training." "Training?" Feng Huang eyed Liu Xing suspiciously, then her eyes widened. "My goodness, don't tell me you've already reached bronze level 1. Liu Xing nodded in confirmation, and Feng Huang couldn't help but exclaim, "Your talent is incredible. It's only been a short while, and you're already at bronze level 1. In no time, you might even surpass me." "Sister Feng Huang, you're exaggerating," Liu Xing said humbly. "With my talent, there's no way I could compare to you." Feng Huang squinted her eyes. "Oh, a few days without seeing you, and you've become a sweet talker." She knew well that she was already at platinum level, and Liu Xing would need a long time to catch up. Sensing a hint of worry in Liu Xing's expression, Feng Huang got serious. "All right, enough chit-chat. Tell me, have you run into some trouble?" Liu Xing smiled wryly. "As expected, I can't hide anything from you, Sister Feng Huang. I did run into a problem. I just contracted a new beast yesterday, but it's seriously injured and needs treatment. Unfortunately, the healer here seems to be out." Feng Huang frowned. "You contracted another beast?" She didn't expect Liu Xing to be so eager, but instinct told her he wasn't reckless. "Let's go," Feng Huang said, turning around. "Where to?" Liu Xing asked, puzzled. "To find a healer, of course." Liu Xing's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed Feng Huang, with Su Peng trailing behind. They arrived at a large estate and entered a luxurious villa. Su Peng looked around curiously, feeling excited. "So this is the base of the Feng Huang mercenary group?" He took a deep breath, smelling the pleasant fragrance in the air. Suddenly, footsteps came from upstairs. A woman in a green dress with green hair lazily walked down, yawning. "Sister Feng Huang, who needs treatment?" Feng Huang pointed to Liu Xing. The woman in the green dress smiled. "All right, little brother, bring out your beast." Liu Xing quickly performed a spell to summon his small electric sparrow. As soon as it appeared, it started to fall, but Liu Xing caught it swiftly. Seeing this, the woman in the green dress teased. "Didn't expect your little bird to be so tiny." Liu Xing politely asked for her help. "Please, sister, help me treat it. I would be extremely grateful." Seeing Liu Xing's manners, the woman stopped teasing. "All right, for Feng Huang's sake, I'll help you this time." She summoned her own Beast, a true green fairy. "Green fairy, use heal on the little electric sparrow." The green fairy nodded, flew to the sparrow, and enveloped it in a green glow. Liu Xing watched as the sparrow's injuries healed rapidly, marveling at the power of healing beasts. He thought to himself that he should get one in the future. He discreetly checked the green fairy's stats. Green fairy. Attribute. Plant. Gender. Level. Platinum level 1. Quality. S. Skills. Heal. Vine whip. Petal impact. As expected of a member of the Fenghuang mercenary group, such strength. Liu Xing muttered to himself. After the treatment, the woman in the green dress yawned again. All right, your little sparrow is healed. Little brother, my name is Lu Luo, and you owe me a favor. I'll decide when to call it in. With that, she turned and went upstairs. The rejuvenated electric sparrow flew up, passed through the second-floor hall and corridor, and out the balcony. Su Peng exclaimed, Liu Xing, your sparrow is escaping. Liu Xing remained calm. It's fine, it just wants to fly freely for a while. It'll come back when it's tired. Su Peng was puzzled. You're so laid back. If it really flies away, you'll be the one crying. Feng Huang was also curious about Liu Xing's confidence. Whenever she contracted a new beast, she always fully tamed it in a confined space before releasing it. Let's wait and see, Feng Huang said, looking at Liu Xing and Su Peng. Since you're here, stay for lunch. Having woken up late and spent some time dealing with things, it was almost noon and nearly time for lunch. Su Peng's eyes lit up instantly, delighted to discover there was food available. As a true foodie, the opportunity to enjoy a meal at the Phoenix Mercenary Group's camp excited him immensely. Moments later, the food was served. To Su Peng's surprise, apart from Feng Huang and Luo Luo, there was only one additional person at the table, a stunning woman with purple hair and gold-rimmed glasses. Despite her striking beauty, her piercing eyes made Su Peng feel somewhat uneasy. The group sat around the table and began their lunch. While eating, Liu Xing took care of the small electric sparrow perched on his shoulder, occasionally feeding it pieces of meat. The little bird, famished after a long flight, eagerly accepted every offering. Curious, Feng Huang asked, Liu Xing, how are you so sure the little sparrow won't fly away? Liu Xing cleverly replied, maybe it's because I'm just too handsome. His answer addressed Feng Huang's question, while cleverly avoiding the mention of any system. Feng Huang was momentarily stunned, then rolled her eyes at Liu Xing. After finishing their meal, Liu Xing and Su Peng bid farewell to Feng Huang and left the base. Watching them leave, Luo Luo couldn't help but tease, Captain, it's really unusual. For someone who dislikes men as much as you do, you sure help that brat a lot. Have you changed your mind? She suddenly widened her eyes with a mischievous grin. Captain, are you planning to rob the cradle? I like this side of you. Luo Luo. The purple-haired woman finally lost her patience and glared at Luo Luo. Luo Luo shrugged it off. Zixuan, did I say something wrong? With that, she turned and left, leaving Feng Huang and Zixuan alone. Zixuan pondered, Feng Huang, don't you think there's something unusual about that Liu Xing? Feng Huang was intrigued. Oh? As the strategist of the Phoenix mercenary group, Zixuan had a sharp eye. She pointed out, even though that kid has only bonded with a small electric sparrow, its potential seems extraordinary. Feng Huang nodded in agreement. I didn't expect you to notice too. After leaving the Phoenix base, Liu Xing looked at the small electric sparrow circling around him, a satisfied smile on his face. This was an S-grade electric sparrow. He made up his mind to enhance its strength next. Early the next morning, Liu Xing got up to pack his things, ready to go out and train the sparrow. He glanced at the still sleeping Su Peng, whose thunderous snores made Liu Xing shake his head with a wry smile. Liu Xing headed alone to a primary secret realm, easily passing the guard's inspection. His target this time was the Moon Lake, a lake that resembled the moon. Once inside the secret realm, Liu Xing immediately released his black wolfhound and the small electric sparrow. The black wolfhound, ever vigilant, took on the role of a guard while the sparrow enjoyed its freedom, soaring through the air. Along the way, Liu Xing effortlessly dealt with a few minor threats and finally arrived at Moon Lake. As expected, it was a gathering place for water-type beasts. He soon spotted a red-clawed crab. Using the system's eye, the crab's attributes were clear. Red-clawed crab. Type, water. Gender. Level, black iron tier 8. Potential, D. Skills, clamp. Liu Xing smirked and commanded Sparrow, use thunder shock on the red-clawed crab. The sparrow understood and launched its attack instantly. A golden bolt of electricity hit the crab, stunning it. Although injured, the crab still had some fight left. It leapt towards Liu Xing, its large pincers snapping menacingly. Liu Xing quickly ordered, Black Wolfhound, use rend. The Black Wolfhound appeared behind the crab in an instant and tore it in half with a single move. Liu Xing was surprised by how fragile the crab was, unaware that it was due to the Wolfhound's superior strength. Let's go. Time to find our next target. Liu Xing continued his journey with his two beasts. In the world of beast taming, there are two main ways to quickly enhance a beast's power. Using potions, which is safe but less effective, or through combat, which is more effective but riskier. Liu Xing clearly chose the latter. Under a large tree, Liu Xing was thoroughly enjoying a sandwich. His two companion beasts were also engrossed in their meals. After half a month of grueling training, Liu Xing's strength had finally reached the black iron 9th tier. His gaze fell on Xiao Diank. With its increased power, the Xiao meaning small in its name no longer seemed appropriate. Once the size of a sparrow, Xiao Diank had now grown to the size of a rooster. Beside it, the black wolfhound was diligently guarding Liu Xing, while its own strength had risen to the bronze third tier. Liu Xing glanced at his watch and realized it was time to wrap up this half-month adventure. He carefully balled up the sandwich wrapper and stuffed it into his backpack. Littering was not a good habit. With Xiao Diank and the black wolfhound in tow, Liu Xing prepared to leave Moon Lake. As they navigated through the dense forest, the black wolfhound suddenly adopted an attack stance, alert to a direction. Rustling sounds came from not far away, and soon, a huge white bear burst out from the bushes. The white bear's eyes were blood-red. Upon seeing Liu Xing and his companions, it immediately stood up. Its three-meter frame loomed over Liu Xing, letting out a deafening roar. The bear pounded its chest with its massive paws, asserting its territorial dominance clearly. Liu Xing had inadvertently intruded on its domain. Liu Xing quickly assessed the white bear's strength, bronze tier 1, with a fighting attribute, male, great aptitude, and possessing the skill, slam. Xiao Diank, it's your turn. Before Liu Xing could give the order, Xiao Diank had already launched an attack. A golden lightning bolt struck the white bear instantly. With Xiao Diank's enhanced power, its electric shock was now much more formidable. Caught off guard, the white bear was hit by the sudden attack, its fur glowing golden. When the glow dissipated, its once snow-white fur was charred black, and the air was filled with the stench of burnt protein. Liu Xing felt a twinge of regret. He had intended to hunt the white bear and use its fur to make a coat, but that was now impossible. Despite its injuries, the white bear was not ready to give up and lunged at Liu Xing. The black wolfhound was about to intervene, but Liu Xing stopped it. Black wolfhound, let Xiao Diank handle this. As the white bear charged, Xiao Diank launched another attack. Another bolt of lightning struck the bear, this time killing it instantly. The massive body of the white bear crashed to the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Diank danced joyfully in midair. At that moment, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards Xiao Diank. Liu Xing knew that Xiao Diank was about to level up again. With a dazzling flash of light, a transformed Xiao Diank appeared before Liu Xing. It had grown from the size of a rooster to that of an ostrich. Liu Xing thought to himself that his dream of riding Xiao Diank into the sky was now within reach. Alright, it's time to head back. After spending time in the secret realm, Liu Xing had been surviving on dry rations and constantly staying alert for magical beast attacks. Now, he just wanted to go home, have a good meal, and sleep soundly. After leaving the secret realm, Liu Xing took a taxi back home. As soon as he walked in, he saw Su Peng sitting at the dining table, devouring food. Su Peng had bought a family bucket from the local restaurant. Liu Xing took off his shoes and walked straight to the table, grabbing a drumstick to munch on. Liu Xing, you're back? Su Peng greeted. Yeah. Liu Xing mumbled through a mouthful of food. By the way, why do you like hanging out at my place so much when your family is so well off? Su Peng sighed, looking dejected. Liu Xing didn't need an explanation. He could guess that Su Peng had probably been scolded by his parents again. Liu Xing, I've been working so hard, but why are my parents still not satisfied? Su Peng complained. Working hard. Liu Xing raised an eyebrow. In his impression, Su Peng was always eating, drinking, and having fun. He couldn't resist using his system eye to check on Su Peng, and was shocked to find that Su Peng had reached the black iron 8th tier. It seemed he had indeed been putting in a lot of effort lately. By the way, Liu Xing, where have you been these days? You've been so elusive. And what's your current strength? Su Peng asked curiously. Take a guess. Liu Xing couldn't help but tease Su Peng. You little rascal. Su Peng shook his head helplessly. Alright, I'm tired. Liu Xing grabbed another drumstick and headed to his bedroom. All he wanted now was a hot shower and a good night's sleep. When Liu Xing woke up from his nap, he was surprised to find it was already 6 p.m. He looked out the window. The sky was getting dark. His stomach growled, reminding him it was time to eat. Liu Xing decided to go out for food. He found a nearby noodle shop and quickly finished a bowl of noodles. However, as he stepped out of the shop, his brow furrowed. What's going on? Am I dressed too flashy? Liu Xing instinctively checked his attire and found nothing unusual. Then why is that guy following me? He noticed a middle-aged man had been tailing him. Liu Xing squinted, a cold smile forming on his lips as he grew more vigilant. Liu Xing deliberately walked into a narrow alley, his steps quick, and soon hid around a corner. The middle-aged man followed closely behind, his pace steady and determined. Just as the man turned the corner, Liu Xing swung a punch. Unexpectedly, the man instinctively blocked it. Despite this, Liu Xing's powerful blow still pushed the man back several steps. With a dark expression, Liu Xing demanded, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" The middle-aged man sneered, slowly taking off his sunglasses to reveal a pair of sharp eyes. "Do you know Galbo?" he countered. "Galbo?" Liu Xing frowned, scrutinizing the man before him. He hadn't expected the mention of Galbo. "Yes, I know him. He was my classmate, but I haven't seen him in a long time," Liu Xing replied. trying to sound calm. The man let out a cold laugh. You really know how to act, don't you? My son died at your hands, and he didn't die in vain. Your son? Liu Xing was taken aback, confusion flooding his mind. He hadn't expected Galbo's father to track him down. How did he find me? Liu Xing wondered silently, confident he had covered his tracks perfectly. Seeing through Liu Xing's thoughts, the man mocked, Kid, do you think you did a flawless job, that no one could find out? Maybe others would be fooled, but not me. I investigated Galbo's connections and found out you had a grudge against him. I also discovered he had hired someone to kill you, so I came to find you. I had some doubts, but seeing your reaction now, it's clear you killed my son. Liu Xing couldn't help but admire Galbo's father's capabilities, but he maintained a stoic expression. You say I killed your son, but do you have any proof? He retorted coldly. Proof? Galbo's father was momentarily stunned, then burst into an enraged laugh. Ha ha ha, do I need proof to kill an ant like you? Whether or not you are the murderer, you must die today. His eyes flashed with a ruthless determination, intent on avenging his son's death. Not even the King of Heaven can save you today. Come out, my old friends. Galbo's father quickly formed hand seals, and 3 summoned beasts appeared in front of Liu Xing. 3. Damn, I underestimated him. Liu Xing cursed himself for being careless. 3 summoned beasts indicated a silver-level strength, while he was only bronze level. The situation was dire, and Liu Xing made a swift decision to flee. He summoned his black wolfhound, mounted it, and sped away. Think you can escape? Not a chance. Galbo's father mounted a horse and gave chase. No one escapes from Gao Yi. Liu Xing bit his lip, thinking fast. The Beast Master Patrol? No, Gao Yi might have connections there. What to do? As Gao Yi drew closer, Liu Xing's anxiety grew. Just then, a loud bird's cry pierced the sky. Fire Phoenix, use flame jet. A fire phoenix, its body ablaze, suddenly appeared ahead of Liu Xing, spewing a stream of intense flames at Gao Yi. What? No, Stronghorn dodge. Gao Yi shouted, and his steed barely avoided the flames. That was close. Gao Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, glaring at the red-haired woman in the distance. Fire Phoenix, what do you think you're doing? What am I doing? None of your business, the red-haired woman sneered. But you, chasing a kid around, aren't you ashamed? Gao Yi's face darkened, puzzled by the intervention of the Phoenix mercenary group's leader. Now, you have 2 choices, the red-haired woman continued. First, leave, and I'll pretend I saw nothing. Second, fight me. You know the consequences of challenging me. Gao Yi snorted, turning his horse around. As he left, he spat out a threat. Fire Phoenix, you'll regret this. I'll remember this. Watching Gao Yi's retreating figure, Liu Xing couldn't help but ask, Phoenix sis, why did you let him go? The Fire Phoenix sighed. Well, that guy has a powerful father. Do you know who his father is? Gao Hong, a platinum-level big shot. Platinum? Phoenix sis, aren't you also platinum? Liu Xing asked curiously. The Fire Phoenix flicked Liu Xing's forehead. You brat, he's been platinum for ages, and I just recently advanced. How could I be his match? And you, always causing trouble. Now, tell me, why was Gao Yi chasing you? Liu Xing chuckled. Nothing much, I just killed his son. What? The Fire Phoenix was shocked. Liu Xing then explained the whole story. After listening, the Fire Phoenix was both indignant and worried. Darn it, I shouldn't have let that guy go. All right, you're not going anywhere now. Come with me. The Fire Phoenix decided. Where to? Liu Xing asked. The airport. And so, Liu Xing followed the Fire Phoenix to the airport. Phoenix, why are we here? Liu Xing asked, puzzled. Of course, it's to get you out of here. Phoenix replied urgently, a hint of worry in her eyes. What? Liu Xing exclaimed. What's with the what? Phoenix interrupted him. I know you got into Jiangnan beast-taming university. With the semester starting soon, you should head to Jiangnan now. The Gao family's influence is strong, but it's limited to Guangzhou. As long as you leave here, you'll be fine. All right. Liu Xing nodded in agreement. Phoenix continued. When you get there, look for someone named Yen Ruyu. She's a college friend of mine and a close confidant. This is her address, and show her this. She'll understand. With that, Phoenix pushed Liu Xing toward the airport. On the plane, Liu Xing looked out the window, watching Guangzhou, the city he had spent so much time in, slowly fade away. Although he felt a pang of reluctance, he knew this was necessary. The Gao family, huh? Liu Xing muttered to himself, determined to work hard and one day return to settle the score. As for Phoenix, Liu Xing wasn't too worried. Despite the Gao family's power, Phoenix wasn't someone to be trifled with. After all, the Phoenix mercenary group was known for its formidable female members, many of whom were from influential families. After landing in Jiangnan City, Liu Xing took out the note Phoenix had given him and hailed a cab to the address. However, upon arrival, he was stunned by what he saw. What's going on? Liu Xing was shocked to see an overgrown, abandoned building site. It was nothing like he had imagined and a far cry from the Phoenix base. Despite his doubts, Liu Xing followed the note's directions to a rusty iron door. Just as he was about to knock, a loud bang came from inside, followed by a plume of black smoke seeping through the cracks. The door suddenly opened, and a soot-covered figure emerged, coughing. "Hey there, handsome. What brings you here?" the person asked. Startled, Liu Xing stepped back, wanting to leave, but the person grabbed his shoulder with a vice-like grip. "You're Liu Xing, right?" the person said confidently. "Phoenix already told me about you. She asked me to take good care of you." Realizing this was Phoenix's friend, Liu Xing smiled wryly and greeted, "Hello, Sister Ruyu." Yin Ruyu led Liu Xing inside. The room was filled with various instruments, and the air was thick with the smell of burning. Unable to contain his curiosity, Liu Xing asked, "Sister Ruyu, what are you researching?" Excited, Yin Ruyu pulled Liu Xing to a corner and showed him a test tube filled with black liquid. "Have you heard of the evolution elixir?" She enthusiastically explained the theory of evolution in the beast-taming world and her ongoing research. After listening, Liu Xing thought for a moment, but quickly dismissed the idea of researching the evolution elixir himself. His goal was to become a top beast tamer, standing at the pinnacle of the world. "All right, enough chatter." Yin Ruyu pointed to a room. "See that room? It's yours from now on. I need to get back to my research. You'll have to handle the rest on your own." Liu Xing nodded and entered the room. To his surprise, it was clean and tidy, a stark contrast to the chaotic environment outside. He realized Yin Ruyu had prepared it especially for his arrival. With mixed emotions, Liu Xing closed the door behind him and began his new life in Jiangnan. "Ah, this feels great," Liu Xing exclaimed as he lay down on the bed. The exhaustion from the long journey hit him all at once, and the clean scent of the cotton sheets filled his nose. Before he knew it, he had fallen into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a loud crash jolted Liu Xing awake. The entire house shook violently, and he jumped out of bed. An earthquake? He wondered, but quickly realized, no, it must be Yin Ruyu's failed experiment again. Damn, will she blow herself up one day? Liu Xing muttered to himself. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Liu Xing walked out of his room and, as expected, found Yin Ruyu. Her hair was a tangled mess, her face smeared with soot, with only her eyes and mouth visible. To his amusement, she grinned at him, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. "You're awake," Yin Ruyu said cheerfully. "Sorry for waking you up." "No problem," Liu Xing began to say, but was interrupted by a loud rumble from Yin Ruyu's stomach. "I'm hungry," she admitted, a bit embarrassed. Liu Xing glanced around, realizing there was probably no food in Yin Ruyu's place. "Since you're hungry, why don't we go out to eat?" he suggested. "Great." Yin Ruyu nodded. "But give me a moment. I need to take a shower and change clothes." 10 minutes later, Yin Ruyu's door opened, and a stunning figure emerged. Liu Xing was taken aback, his mouth falling open. "Wow, that's impressive. How can it be so astonishing?" he thought to himself. "What are you talking about?" Yin Ruyu asked, puzzled. "Nothing, nothing." Liu Xing quickly covered up. "I was just wondering what we should eat tonight. Let's have some spicy hot pot. I haven't had it in ages." "All right, spicy hot pot it is." Liu Xing thought to himself. "Maybe I'll treat her to the $6 kind." The two of them headed downstairs and walked towards the market. Along the way, Liu Xing kept sneaking glances at Yin Ruyu, wondering if she had grown up on a diet of milk and papayas. Just as he was lost in thought, Yin Ruyu suddenly stopped. Liu Xing, thinking he had been caught, was about to apologize when he heard her exclaim, "Oh no, I forgot my wallet." Liu Xing sighed in relief. "No worries, I brought mine. Tonight's on me." "All right," Yin Ruyu said approvingly. "You really are as reliable as Feng Huang said." After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Yin Ruyu patted her slightly bulging stomach in satisfaction. "Ah, I'm so full," she declared. Liu Xing watched her in amazement. Such a beautiful girl, yet so carefree and unladylike in her behavior. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he might have thought Yin Ruyu was a guy. "By the way, do you have any plans for later?" Yin Ruyu suddenly asked. "Not really. Why don't you become my assistant? Here, take this first." Without waiting for a response, Yin Ruyu handed him a thick notebook. Liu Xing took the notebook, frowning slightly. He couldn't figure out where she had been hiding it while wearing a dress. Flipping through it, he saw that it was filled with dense notes. "Did you write all this, Ruyu?" Yin Ruyu shook her head. "No, it was my teacher." She looked up at the sky, her eyes full of admiration. "My teacher was the greatest person in the world. If only he had lived a few more years, this world might have changed drastically." "Who was your teacher? What's his name?" "His name was Dawa Lishur." "Dawa Lishur? What a strange name." Liu Xing closed the book, planning to study it later. He thought to himself, if Su Peng were here, he'd probably shout, Oh my god, another cult has emerged. As it turned out, Dawa Lishur had founded a sect called the Evolution Church many years ago. They aimed to accelerate the evolution of magical beasts through artificial means, hoping to help humans dominate the world of beast-taming sooner. Unfortunately, the Evolution Church took an extreme path and committed heinous acts, leading to their downfall. Of course, these extreme actions were just an excuse. The real reason was that they threatened the interests of those in power. No one wanted to see a group that endangered their own interests. Back at Yin Ruyu's house, she yawned. All right, I'm going to bed. You should get some rest too, she said before heading to her room. Liu Xing returned to his room but couldn't sleep. He took out the notebook Yin Ruyu had given him and started to read. Before he knew it, he was completely absorbed. By the time he closed the last page, the sun was already high in the sky. What a great book! Liu Xing marveled. If what's written here is true, it could really change the world. He was eager to start. The book detailed the method to evolve a small electric sparrow into a thunder eagle, an electric magic crystal, and a thunder fruit. To further evolve a thunder eagle into a thunder dragon eagle, one would need a thunder seed and a drop of dragon blood. According to the book, thunder seeds could be found in places where lightning frequently struck. As for dragon blood, just thinking about it gave Liu Xing a headache. Dragons were the pinnacle of power in this world, with most being sovereign-level beings. Let's start by finding an electric magic crystal, Liu Xing decided. He had already discussed the thunder fruit with his small electric sparrow. The little guy had once fallen ill from eating a thunder fruit, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise, giving it its current strength. One step at a time, Liu Xing told himself, deciding to first evolve the small electric sparrow into a thunder eagle. Tomorrow, I'll go to Jiangnan City to gather information. However, Liu Xing was still bothered by one thing. The book was missing a few pages. Could it be that the missing pages contain the evolution data for the black wolf dog? Liu Xing couldn't help but mutter under his breath. The beast encyclopedia he was flipping through detailed numerous beasts, yet the black wolf dog was notably absent. Initially, he thought the author might have considered the black wolf dog too ordinary, but now it seemed that perhaps the information was indeed hidden in those missing pages. Liu Xing shook his head and closed the book. His black wolf dog was different, seemingly endowed with some powerful bloodline. Given that, why bother with deliberate cultivation? Letting nature take its course was the best strategy. The next morning, sunlight bathed the streets of Jiangnan City as Liu Xing headed to the Beastmaster registration office. He had two objectives for this visit: to inquire about the whereabouts of the electric attribute magic crystal and to update his Beastmaster records. He was now a Bronze Tier 3 Beastmaster, whereas his records still showed him as Iron Tier 9. Liu Xing approached a counter and politely said to the clerk behind it, "Hello, I'm here to update my Beastmaster records." "Certainly, esteemed Beastmaster," the clerk responded with a smile. "Please hand me your Beastmaster certificate and place your right hand on the touch screen to your right." Following her instructions, Liu Xing handed over his certificate and placed his hand on the touch screen. The clerk started working on the computer, but as she reviewed Liu Xing's information, she suddenly froze. She rubbed her eyes, doubting what she saw. "No way. Is the system malfunctioning?" she muttered, her brow furrowed. At that moment, a sharply dressed man walked over. "Xiaowei, what's going on?" "Manager Wang, I think the computer system is broken," Xiaowei replied, flustered. "Really? Move aside, let me check." Manager Wang sat down and expertly navigated the computer. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow. "Xiaowei, if you have any issues with me, just say so. There's no need to beat around the bush." "Manager Wang, I didn't mean to." Xiaowei quickly defended herself. "You say that, but the system is fine. So why lie about it being broken? Are you trying to deceive me?" Tears welled up in Xiaowei's eyes as she explained. "I was just confused by the information I saw." "Confused? What's confusing about it?" Manager Wang asked, puzzled, as he glanced at the screen. Upon seeing Liu Xing's age and rank, he couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, 18 years old and already Bronze Tier 3. His outburst drew the attention of those around them. Manager Wang quickly apologized to everyone and efficiently processed Liu Xing's record update. He then respectfully handed back the Beastmaster certificate along with his business card. "Thank you," Liu Xing said as he took the certificate and card. "Not at all, it's my honor to serve you," Manager Wang replied enthusiastically. "Here's my card. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. I'll do my best to assist you." A glance at the card revealed Manager Wang's full name: Wang Bin, the director of this Beastmaster registration office. Liu Xing understood that Wang Bin's sudden enthusiasm likely stemmed from the mistaken belief that Liu Xing was from an influential family. He decided to use this to his advantage. "Director Wang, I actually do need your help with something. Of course, tell me what you need. If it's within my power, I'll make sure it gets done. I'm looking for electric attribute crystal stones. Do you know where I might find them?" Director Wang pondered for a moment before searching on his computer. Soon, he found the relevant information. The material you're looking for is quite rare. However, you're in luck. We do have information on it here. Liu Xing was overjoyed to hear this. He had come to the right place and, thanks to meeting Director Wang, had found the lead he needed on the electric crystal stone, saving himself a lot of trouble. After leaving the Beastmaster registration office, Liu Xing eagerly headed toward a secret realm known as Thunderclap Gorge. As soon as he entered, he summoned his two beasts, Little Sparky and the Black Wolf Dog. The secret realm was fraught with dangers, and no one knew what might happen next, so caution was paramount. Looking up at the sky, Liu Xing saw dark clouds rolling in, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Thunder rumbled in the distance. The air was humid, and the ground was muddy, indicating recent rainfall. "We'll have to wade through," Liu Xing said as he led Little Sparky and the Black Wolf Dog deeper into the gorge. After walking for a while, a deafening clap of thunder suddenly echoed from the sky. Soon after, strong winds picked up, rustling the leaves. "It's going to pour. We need to find shelter quickly," Liu Xing urged. The Black Wolf Dog, with its sharp eyes, soon spotted a cave. "Let's go inside." Just as they entered the cave, a torrential downpour began outside. "That was close. We almost got soaked," Liu Xing sighed in relief. Due to the strong winds, some rain was blowing into the cave entrance. Liu Xing led his beasts further inside. "Not bad at all," Liu Xing exclaimed as they ventured deeper. The cave was surprisingly dry, unlike the damp, rancid ones he had explored before. It felt like a natural refuge. Expecting wild beasts, he was pleasantly surprised to find it was just an empty natural cavern. Splash, splash. The rain outside continued to pour down relentlessly, as if it intended to flood the entire world. Liu Xing gazed at the curtain of water at the cave entrance and realized this rain wasn't stopping anytime soon. He turned to face his two companion beasts, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Come on, let's have some food together." Liu Xing took out some food from his system backpack and handed it to his Black Wolfhound and Little Electric Sparrow. The Black Wolfhound eagerly pounced on a chicken leg, tearing into it with gusto, while the Little Electric Sparrow daintily pecked at some fried rice, making contented cooing sounds. Watching his two beasts enjoy their meal, Liu Xing felt a wave of warmth in his heart, especially as he noticed how much the Little Electric Sparrow had grown. It filled him with pride. Liu Xing mentally calculated the distance. They weren't far from the address provided by Director Wang. He believed that with a bit more walking, they would reach their destination. Once he obtained the Electro Crystal, the Little Electric Sparrow could evolve into the Majestic Thunder Eagle. The thought made him excited. As night fell and the wind howled, Liu Xing took a blanket from his system backpack and decided to spend the night in the cave. He entrusted the watch duty to his loyal Black Wolfhound. The rain continued to pour as the night deepened. The Black Wolfhound's glowing green eyes vigilantly scanned the cave entrance, its ears twitching to catch any sound from the outside. Beside it, Liu Xing held the Little Electric Sparrow and drifted into a deep sleep. The Black Wolfhound glanced back at its sleeping master, a sweet smile unintentionally forming at the corners of its mouth. Having spent so much time with Liu Xing, it felt the warmth of a home for the first time. The Black Wolfhound silently vowed to grow stronger and protect Liu Xing with its life. It could afford to make mistakes, but Liu Xing absolutely could not be harmed. The next morning, Liu Xing groggily opened his eyes to find the Black Wolfhound still dutifully standing guard. He gently patted the Black Wolfhound's head, speaking softly, "You've worked hard, Black Wolfhound. It's your turn to rest now." With a wave of his hand, he returned the exhausted Black Wolfhound to its space. Seeing the Little Electric Sparrow still sound asleep, Liu Xing decided to wait a bit longer. He knew that taking a well-rested Black Wolfhound on the journey was better than pushing on with a tired one. A couple of hours later, a commotion caught the attention of Liu Xing and the now-awake Little Electric Sparrow. "Damn it! What kind of place is this? It rains all the time, and everything is muddy. My new clothes are soaked through in no time," a young man's voice complained. "Xiao Yang, keep it down," a stern voice immediately reprimanded, evidently trying to silence the complainer. Liu Xing peeked out to see a group of people in raincoats moving nearby. Using the system's eye, he quickly analyzed their strength. The weakest among them was at the bronze level, while the leader was at silver second tier. "Keep up, everyone. Once we take down that creature, we'll get everything we want," the leader encouraged the group loudly. Once the group moved away, Liu Xing and the Little Electric Sparrow emerged from the cave. Staring at the footprints on the ground, Liu Xing pondered. Should he follow them? It was risky, but opportunities often came with risks. Screw it. Fortune favors the bold. As long as we're careful, we'll be fine. Liu Xing reassured himself and decided to follow them. Carefully trailing the group, Liu Xing arrived at a deep canyon. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. "It's here. That creature has appeared. Get ready," the leader in black shouted, and everyone quickly summoned their companion beasts. A blinding bolt of lightning struck from the sky, instantly killing a long-tusked boar. The faces of the people in black turned grim. A majestic thunder tiger leapt down from the cliff. Its body was yellow, with electric currents crackling all over it, exuding an imposing aura. Liu Xing discreetly used the system's eye to check. Thunder Tiger. Attribute, electric. Gender, level, silver 3rd tier. Quality, B. Skills, Thunderstrike, Lightning Flash. This is bad. Our information was wrong. This Thunder Tiger isn't at silver 1st tier. It's much stronger, the leader said with a grim expression. The group found themselves in a dilemma. They couldn't outrun the Thunder Tiger, and fighting it seemed impossible. In this critical moment, all eyes turned to the leader. The leader gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and shouted, "Damn it, let's do this." With the command, the people in black launched a fierce attack on the Thunder Tiger. The Thunder Tiger fought back fiercely, charging through the group like a tiger among sheep. Despite their numbers, the Thunder Tiger's strength was clearly superior. The intense battle raged on for 7 to 8 minutes. When Liu Xing surveyed the battlefield again, he was shocked to see that only a single rock-burst beast was still standing against the Thunder Tiger. Despite Thunder Tiger's formidable strength, continuous battles had drained its energy. Coupled with the assaults from the other men in black, it was severely wounded. In contrast, Rock Beast had been conserving its strength, staying on the sidelines. Liu Xing glanced at the Rock Beast and quickly assessed its stats. Rock Beast. Attribute, Rock. Gender, level, silver tier 2. Quality, C. Skills, Rock Smash, Rock Throw. A sinking feeling hit Liu Xing as he realized the leader of the men in black might actually win. The Rock Beast was strong, and its rock attribute made it resistant to electric attacks. The heavily injured Thunder Tiger might not stand a chance. Rock Beast, use Rock Throw, the leader commanded. The Rock Beast grabbed at the air, conjuring a massive boulder. With a swift motion, it hurled the boulder toward Thunder Tiger. Instinctively, Thunder Tiger tried to dodge, but its injuries caused it to stumble. Boom! The boulder struck Thunder Tiger, sending it flying. The leader of the men in black laughed maniacally, paying no mind to the fact that his subordinates had been wiped out. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, a flash of white light appeared. Crash! Like a bolt of lightning, Thunder Tiger appeared before Rock Beast, its sharp claws slashing viciously at its opponent. How is this possible? The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Liu Xing, however, was silently amazed. Is this the Thunder Flash? Maybe I should teach this to Little Sparrow. He noted that although Thunder Flash caused a loud clap of thunder, its speed was incredible, often landing the attack before the opponent could react. Bang! Thunder Tiger's claws struck Rock Beast, sending it crashing into a rock wall. Despite its rock-covered body, Rock Beast struggled to its feet, clearly heavily injured. Rock Beast, use Rock Smash, the leader urgently ordered. Rock Beast raised both hands, summoning a boulder above its head before pushing it forward. Yet, another thunderclap sounded, and Thunder Tiger vanished, causing Rock Beast's attack to miss. Regret washed over the leader as he realized antagonizing Thunder Tiger was a mistake, but it was too late. Thunder Tiger reappeared at Rock Beast's left side, delivering another fierce claw strike. This time, Rock Beast slammed into the wall and collapsed, unable to rise again. Seeing the tide turn, the leader attempted to flee, but another thunderclap resounded. Before he could react, Thunder Tiger struck him down, making him pay for his rashness. Noticing Thunder Tiger was at its limit, Liu Xing quickly approached with Little Sparrow and Black Wolf. Little Sparrow, use Thunder Shock. Black Wolf, use Shadow Ball, he commanded decisively. Both beasts launched their attacks simultaneously. Caught off guard, Thunder Tiger was hit and fell, defeated. Liu Xing approached and saw black blood oozing from its wounds, indicating it had been poisoned by a bamboo viper. Nearby, a torn bamboo viper confirmed this. I know you're unwilling, but a loss is a loss. Rest in peace, Liu Xing said, giving a nod to Black Wolf, who understood and swiftly ended Thunder Tiger's life, retrieving its crystal. Little Sparrow, this is for you, Liu Xing said, handing the crystal to Little Sparrow, whose eyes lit up as it eagerly accepted. A system notification sounded. Thunder Tiger's crystal detected. Use it for Little Sparrow? Yes. Liu Xing replied without hesitation. Congratulations, host. The Thunder Tiger's crystal has been successfully used. Choose a skill from the following. 1. Thunder Shock. Releases a bolt of lightning to attack the enemy, sometimes causing paralysis. 2. Thunder Flash. Emits a thunderous sound and teleports a short distance. The distance depends on the user's strength. Liu Xing immediately chose Thunder Flash since Little Sparrow already knew Thunder Shock. Congratulations, host. Your Little Sparrow has learned Thunder Flash, the system announced. Liu Xing smiled in satisfaction, thinking how great it was to have a system with a 100 success rate. Little Sparrow, use Thunder Flash, he instructed. Boom. A thunderclap later, Little Sparrow appeared over 10 meters away. Excellent, excellent. This is indeed a great skill. Liu Xing praised, thinking how useful Thunder Flash would be for both attacking and escaping, with its range increasing as Little Sparrow's strength grew. Excited, Little Sparrow used Thunder Flash several more times, darting around. When it returned, Liu Xing noticed it was panting heavily. It seems Thunder Flash is quite exhausting, Liu Xing thought. We'll need to do some special training to boost its stamina. Liu Xing, accompanied by his two beasts, found a safe spot to rest briefly before resuming their quest for the electric crystal. After more than half an hour, they finally reached the location Wang Bin had mentioned. Liu Xing activated his system eye, quickly scanning the surroundings. Soon, he spotted a fist-sized yellow stone on a nearby mountain tip. It was the electric crystal he was searching for. In the sunlight, the crystal emitted a captivating glow, prompting Liu Xing to exclaim, "It's truly beautiful." Just then, a bolt of lightning struck the crystal out of nowhere. Liu Xing realized that obtaining the crystal would not be easy. He pondered how to safely retrieve it. Suddenly, his little electric sparrow let out a screech, catching Liu Xing's attention. "You want to get it yourself?" Liu Xing asked. The electric sparrow nodded earnestly, indicating that as an electric-type beast, it was best suited for the task. Upon closer observation, Liu Xing noticed that there was a brief recharge period after each lightning strike. He told the electric sparrow, "Now's the time. Go get that crystal." The electric sparrow spread its wings and soared toward the crystal. However, just as it was about to reach the stone, another bolt of lightning struck. "Electric sparrow, dodge!" Liu Xing shouted. A flicker of reluctance passed through the electric sparrow's eyes, but it quickly turned resolute. Instead of retreating, it lunged for the crystal. As the lightning was about to hit, the electric sparrow used its lightning flash skill, transforming into a streak of electricity to evade the strike. When the electric sparrow returned to Liu Xing with the crystal, it was filled with joy and anticipation. Liu Xing initially wanted to scold it for taking such a risk, but seeing the hopeful look in its eyes, he softened. The system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host. Your electric sparrow has obtained the electric crystal. Evolution conditions met. Proceed with evolution? Yes, no." Without hesitation, Liu Xing selected yes. Instantly, the crystal glowed with golden light, and electric energy surged into the electric sparrow. Enveloped in electricity, the electric sparrow let out a screech and shot towards the sky. As it neared the storm clouds, a formidable bolt of lightning formed and struck at it. Liu Xing's heart tightened, fearing the electric sparrow couldn't evade it. A blinding light erupted in the sky, forcing Liu Xing to shield his eyes. The system notification sounded again. "Congratulations, host. Your electric sparrow has successfully evolved into a thunder eagle." Overwhelmed with excitement, Liu Xing exclaimed, "It worked! It finally worked!" A massive thunder eagle descended from the sky, landing before Liu Xing. Its size was sufficient to carry a person, and its feathers were soft and smooth, radiating a comforting warmth. The thunder eagle affectionately nuzzled Liu Xing, expressing its love for its master. Liu Xing checked the thunder eagle's attributes. Thunder eagle. Type: electric. Gender: male. Level: bronze tier 5. Quality: SS. Skills: electric shock, lightning flash, thunder strike. Liu Xing was thrilled to discover that not only had the thunder eagle evolved, but it had also learned a new skill, thunder strike. This skill could unleash the power of lightning to deal significant damage to enemies. The thunder eagle suddenly turned its back to Liu Xing. "You want me to ride you?" Liu Xing asked. The thunder eagle nodded, inviting its master to climb onto its back, ready to embark on a new adventure. Liu Xing swiftly mounted the back of the thunder eagle and put away his black wolfhound. The thunder eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky, lifting off in an instant. Before long, Liu Xing was soaring freely at high altitude, experiencing a sensation of flight like never before. Despite having flown in airplanes in his past life, riding the thunder eagle was an incomparable experience. Suddenly, a blinding white bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, aiming straight at Liu Xing. The thunder eagle let out a sharp cry and flapped its wings forcefully, teleporting several meters away just in time to evade the deadly strike. Liu Xing's heart pounded as he silently thanked the thunder eagle for its quick reflexes. He realized that flying carelessly in Thunder Gorge was too dangerous and decided not to take any more risks. After landing, Liu Xing noticed that the black wolfhound seemed a bit downcast. Gently stroking its head, he comforted it. "Don't be discouraged. The thunder eagle's lead is only temporary. I believe in your potential. You'll surpass it soon." The black wolfhound's eyes reignited with determination, resolving to work hard to outdo the thunder eagle and solidify its position. Returning to Yin Ruyu's home, Liu Xing was surprised to find the room completely transformed, with previously cluttered instruments now neatly arranged. Just as he was wondering about the change, Yin Ruyu emerged from the bathroom, her long, wet hair cascading over her shoulders, her figure captivating. Liu Xing couldn't help but stare, his heart racing. Seeing Liu Xing, Yin Ruyu was both surprised and delighted. Liu Xing, you're back. Where have you been these days? I was worried sick. Liu Xing quickly apologized. As they spoke, the door was suddenly kicked open, and a red-haired woman burst in frantically. Yin Ruyu, where on earth has Liu Xing been? Fire Phoenix asked anxiously. Upon seeing Liu Xing standing there unharmed, she felt a mix of surprise, joy, and anger. You rascal, do you know how worried I was? Fire Phoenix soon noticed Liu Xing's significant improvement in strength and couldn't help but marvel at his monstrous growth rate. Then, her attention shifted to Yin Ruyu, and the strange tension between the two women made Liu Xing uneasy. Ruyu, it's been a long time. Let your big sister see if her little sister has grown up. Fire Phoenix said with a smile, grabbing Yin Ruyu's hand. Sensing trouble, Liu Xing quickly found an excuse to slip into his room, locking the door behind him. Listening to Yin Ruyu's cries from outside, he muttered to himself with lingering fear, that was close. I almost got myself into big trouble. Liu Xing was lying in bed, ready to rest, when his phone suddenly rang. Liu Xing, you little rascal. Where on earth have you been? Came the urgent voice of Su Peng from the other end. I'm in Jiangnan City right now, Liu Xing replied calmly. What? Jiangnan City? There's still a week before school starts. Why did you go there so early? Su Peng asked in surprise. I have some things to take care of, Liu Xing said briefly, causing a momentary silence from Su Peng. Despite his straightforward nature, Su Peng wasn't foolish and quickly realized there were some things better left unasked. All right, give me your address. I'm coming to find you, Su Peng said decisively. After a moment of thought, Liu Xing replied, no need, just take a flight here. I'll pick you up at the airport. Deal. Su Peng agreed readily. The next day, at the airport, as soon as Su Peng got off the plane, he spotted Liu Xing waiting in the distance. He hurried over and gave Liu Xing a big bear hug. Man, I've missed you. Liu Xing rolled his eyes and asked, so, where are we headed now? Su Peng gave a mysterious smile. It's a secret. You'll know when we get there. They got into a taxi and soon arrived at an upscale villa district. Liu Xing, puzzled, asked, Su Peng, why did you bring me here? To check out our dorm, of course, Su Peng said proudly. Dorm? Doesn't the school have dorms? Liu Xing asked, even more confused. Su Peng laughed and explained, are you kidding? The school dorms are shared rooms. This place is way more comfortable. No more questions. My dad bought a villa here for us. It's just ahead. They arrived at a 3-story villa, and Liu Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the sight of the luxurious house. He silently marveled at how money could indeed buy extravagance. All right, stop standing there like an idiot. Come on in, Su Peng urged. Inside, Su Peng tossed his luggage aside and flopped onto the soft sofa. Ah, lying down is the best, he sighed contentedly. Liu Xing glanced at the lump on the sofa and couldn't help but tease. No wonder you're so fat. It makes sense now, Su Peng lazily replied. All right, enough standing around. Go downstairs and pick a room. See how nice I am to you. I'll let you choose first. Whatever's left will be mine. Pick a room? Liu Xing asked, surprised. Yeah, we'll be roommates from now on, Su Peng said matter-of-factly. Liu Xing reluctantly chose the room at the east end, as it had a view of the rising sun. Su Peng happily took the west end room, as he preferred sleeping in. Suddenly, Liu Xing noticed Su Peng's increased strength. Su Peng, you've advanced to bronze tier 1. Yeah. Liu Xing, seeing how strong you are, I couldn't fall behind, Su Peng said with a hearty laugh. By the way, Liu Xing, I still haven't contracted my second beast. How about coming with me to the beast store? Su Peng suggested. Liu Xing nodded in agreement but curiously asked, why didn't you contract it in Guang City? Su Peng explained. Actually, I broke through on the flight to Jiangnan City. They immediately called a taxi and headed to the beast store. Upon entering, Liu Xing noticed it was larger and busier than the one in Guang City. A smiling saleswoman approached them. Hi there, how can I assist you today? We're here to buy a new beast, Su Peng said straightforwardly. The saleswoman led them to the basement. As soon as they entered, Su Peng couldn't help but feel nauseated. Ugh, no matter how many times I come here, it's always disgusting. Liu Xing quietly activated his system's eye as they walked, quickly scanning the various beasts. He was surprised to find that they seemed to be categorized, with lower quality beasts outside at lower prices and higher quality ones inside at higher prices. As they ventured deeper, they reached the 500,000 yuan section. 500,000 yuan? Huh? Liu Xing muttered. Looks like there's no chance for a bargain. He couldn't help but smirk, pondering how to get the best beast for the least amount of money. After all, no one wants to be a sucker. Liu Xing was astonished to find that upon entering this area, the strength and quality of the beasts had noticeably improved. Where F, E, and D grades were once common, now C and B grades were more prevalent, and even a grade beast appeared. This change left Liu Xing quietly amazed. Su Peng looked around, a displeased expression on his face. He turned to the sales assistant and said, "Are you looking down on me? How could you bring me to the 500,000 area?" The sales assistant was at a loss for words, but Su Peng didn't give her a chance to explain. He demanded, "Stop wasting time. Just take me to the 1 million area." "All right, I apologize for the inconvenience. Please follow me. I'll take you to the 1 million area right away." The sales assistant quickly regained her professional demeanor and sincerely apologized before leading Su Peng to the higher-tier section. As Liu Xing had anticipated, the beasts in the 1 million area were significantly more advanced. Almost all the beasts here had grade qualities, with many grades, and Liu Xing even spotted 2 grade Biasa wood element treant and a fire element scorpion. While Liu Xing was contemplating which beast Su Peng should choose, Su Peng nudged him out of his thoughts. "Liu Xing, what do you think of that beast?" Following Su Peng's direction, Liu Xing saw a chubby little creature devouring food ravenously in a cage not far away. It held an apple in one hand and a pear in the other, greedily munching away. Liu Xing activated his system eye to check the beast's attributes. Glutton King. Attribute: Normal. Gender: Level: Black Iron Tier 5. Quality: SS. Skills: Bash. Seeing the double grade quality, Liu Xing was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Su Peng to have such a keen eye. However, he couldn't help but ask, "Su Peng, why did you choose this guy as your beast?" Su Peng chuckled. "I just like the look of this guy." Liu Xing suddenly understood. It was likely because both Glutton King and Su Peng were food enthusiasts. However, he still cautiously confirmed, "Are you sure you want to choose it? Its appetite is huge. It might eat you out of house and home." "Yes, it's the one," Su Peng decided, turning to the sales assistant to ask for the price. The sales assistant's eyes lit up, not expecting Su Peng to choose this nuisance beast. She excitedly quoted the lowest price, 770,000. 70,000? Deal. They'll pay by card. Su Peng cheerfully pulled out his bank card. Even after the transaction was completed, the sales assistant was still in a daze. She recalled her boss' daily complaints about the Glutton King's enormous appetite and shuddered with relief that they had finally sold the glutton. Following the assistant's arrangements, Liu Xing and Su Peng were led to a private room. Shortly after, a staff member wheeled in the iron cage containing Glutton King. The sales assistant explained that they could safely form the contract here, then discreetly exited and closed the door. "Now what, Liu Xing?" Su Peng asked, a bit bewildered. Liu Xing rolled his eyes. "What else?" "You need to form the contract." Only then did Su Peng realize. Despite his poor academic performance, he had seriously studied the process of contracting a beast. He began to channel his spiritual power and draw the contract formation. To Liu Xing's surprise, Su Peng completed the contract quickly. That was fast. Liu Xing thought to himself, "It seems Su Peng is quite lucky. Maybe this is what they mean by fools have their fortune." With the contract complete, Su Peng happily patted Liu Xing on the shoulder. "Liu Xing, let's go grab a good meal to celebrate." Liu Xing nodded in agreement. After a hearty meal, he told Su Peng, "I need to go back and pack my things, then he'll come find you." "All right, they'll be at home waiting." "You've got my key anyway," Su Peng replied cheerfully. Liu Xing bid farewell to Su Peng and returned to Yin Ruya's house. Upon entering, he found Yin Ruyu sitting on the sofa, her face flushed, massaging a certain part of her body. "Sister Ruyu, where's Sister Fenghuang?" Liu Xing asked. "The Phoenix mercenaries had an emergency, and she rushed back," Yin Ruyu replied weakly. "Oh, by the way, Sister Ruyu, my friend is here. I plan to stay at his place for a few days," Liu Xing said. "Mem," Yin Ruyu responded absent-mindedly, barely registering Liu Xing's words. Without saying more, Liu Xing packed his things and left Yin Ruya's house, leaving her to recover from the injuries inflicted by the fire phoenix. "Is this really Jiangnan Beast-Taming University?" Liu Xing asked as he adjusted the straps of his backpack, carefully observing the grand school buildings before him. The imposing school gate stood tall, exuding an aura of solemnity. "Yes, it is. Our grand journey begins here," Su Peng said cheerfully, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Jiangnan Beast-Taming University ladies, here we come." Su Peng pushed Liu Xing forward, and the two hurried into the campus. As soon as they stepped through the gate, a sweet-looking girl in a floral dress stopped them. "Hello, are you new students today?" she asked with a smile. Liu Xing instinctively used his system's eye to gauge her strength. Bronze Tier 7. Not bad, he thought to himself. "Yes, we are," Su Peng responded, his voice softening at the sight of the sweet girl. "Hi, I'm Ru Meng, your senior. The school has assigned us to guide you through the registration process." Ru Meng introduced herself warmly. "Thank you, Senior Ru Meng," Su Peng replied, smiling broadly. "You're welcome. Please follow me." With Ru Meng's guidance, Liu Xing and Su Peng completed their registration smoothly. "Now, let me show you the dormitory area," Ru Meng suggested. "The dormitory area?" That's not necessary, senior. Su Peng quickly interjected. I don't think it's needed. How about we go grab a meal instead? Don't worry, senior. It's on me. Ru Ming frowned slightly at Su Peng's suggestion, but turned to Liu Xing. For some reason, Liu Xing gave Ru Ming a sense of maturity that seemed beyond his years. Senior, is there something special about the dormitories here? Liu Xing asked, noticing the surprise on Ru Ming's face. Yes, Ru Ming nodded. Our dormitories have a spirit-gathering array that concentrates the surrounding spiritual energy. Living there will steadily enhance your strength, even without active cultivation. Liu Xing was impressed. I didn't expect Jiangnan Beast-Taming University to be so generous. Is there a difference in living in those dorms? He asked. Ru Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, but you'll find out this afternoon, she said mysteriously. All right then, Su Peng. Didn't you say you were going to treat me to a meal? Let's go. Ru Ming turned to Su Peng with a smile. Sure, sure. Su Peng eagerly agreed, transforming into a sycophant in an attempt to please Ru Ming. Fortunately, Ru Ming found him rather endearing instead of annoying. After their meal and a short rest, Liu Xing and Su Peng headed to the university's sports field, which was already crowded with people. Liu Xing, how about we stand at the back? Su Peng suggested, uncomfortable in the heat generated by the crowd. Okay. Liu Xing nodded, and they moved to the back. After a while, a stern-faced man in a suit appeared on the stage. Hello, students. I am Liu Xing, the principal of Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. He began his speech. Liu Xing glanced at Liu Xing and immediately recognized his strength Diamond Tier 2. He was surprised that someone at Diamond Tier 2 could be the principal of a prestigious university. Unbeknownst to him, stronger individuals were often deployed to defend the borders against powerful beasts and demons. As Liu Xing pondered this, someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned to see Wu Yong. Liu Xing, long time no see. Wu Yong greeted him with a smile. Long time no see, Mentor Wu Yong, Liu Xing replied. Wu Yong pointed to a villa on a nearby hillside. Liu Xing, do you see that house over there? Yes, I see it. Why? Liu Xing asked. When it's time to grab dorms, you must secure that villa for me, Wu Yong said seriously. What? Liu Xing was taken aback by Wu Yong's request. Su Peng, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but interject. Teacher, are you serious? That house is so high up. We'd be exhausted going to and from classes every day. You don't understand a thing. Wu Yong snapped, glaring at Su Peng. Remember, you must get that villa. Then he walked away. Watching Wu Yong leave, Liu Xing was deep in thought. He guessed that the villa was a highly spiritual place, a prime location. All right, we'll go there, Liu Xing resolved, trusting that Wu Yong wouldn't deceive him. On stage, Principal Liu Xing finally finished his lengthy speech. Now, we come to the moment you've all been waiting for, the dormitory scramble. Remember, you only have 1 hour. If you can't secure a dorm within that time, you'll be sleeping on the streets. The scramble starts now. With the principal's command, the crowd surged towards the dormitories. On the way, many students even summoned their beasts and began fierce battles right on the street. Liu Xing, what should we do? Su Peng asked, his brows furrowed. He hadn't expected so many new students, all seemingly desperate to reach the top of the hill where the best dorms were likely located. Come out, Thunder Eagle. Seeing the crowd blocking their path, Liu Xing decisively summoned his Thunder Eagle and leapt onto its back. Whoa, Liu Xing, when did you get such an awesome beast? Su Peng exclaimed. But he quickly realized that the Thunder Eagle's back could only carry 1 person. Normally, it could accommodate 2, but Su Peng's weight made that impossible. With Liu Xing on board, there was no room for him. Thunder Eagle, grab that guy. Chirp, Liu Xing commanded. With a sharp screech, Thunder Eagle flapped its wings forcefully and soared into the air. Its massive body circled above, its keen eyes locking onto Su Peng on the ground. Thunder Eagle dived down, its enormous talons precisely grabbing Su Peng's shoulders and lifting him effortlessly. Liu Xing leapt onto Thunder Eagle's back, and the trio, along with the bird, flew towards a villa halfway up the mountain. In the distance, a group of students gasped in amazement. Look over there. It's Thunder Eagle. Oh my god, someone is actually using Thunder Eagle as their beast. That's so cool. Liu Xing's high-profile behavior not only caught the attention of his classmates, but also drew the notice of the higher-ups at Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. Principal Liu Xing turned to Wu Yong beside him and said approvingly, Xiao Wu, that's the student you recruited, right? I heard he was the champion of this year's Guang City competition. Well done. Wu Yong, unable to hide his excitement, stood tall for the first time in front of everyone. In the past, the students he recruited were always at the bottom, but now he could finally hold his head high. Thunder Eagle landed steadily in front of the villa. Liu Xing jumped off its back and looked at the trembling Su Peng beside him, saying helplessly, Stop shaking. Release your beast. They're almost here. As he spoke, he summoned his black wolf dog. 10 minutes later, a group of students arrived in a grand manner. Leading them was a young man with yellow hair, who was initially stunned to see someone had arrived first. He then walked forward with displeasure. "Stop right there," Liu Xing ordered coldly, sizing up the scruffy-looking yellow-haired youth with disdain. The yellow-haired youth retorted defiantly, "What do you want? Don't you know a villa can accommodate 4 people?" Liu Xing squinted, his tone challenging. "I got here first. I don't want to live with you." The youth's face darkened, ready to teach Liu Xing a lesson, but he realized he was not only facing Liu Xing but also his imposing black wolf dog and the menacing thunder eagle. Both beasts glared, ready to pounce at any moment. "You wait," the youth cursed before leaving reluctantly. Over the next hour, others came by, but without exception, they all left in frustration upon seeing Liu Xing's beasts. Throughout the ordeal, Liu Xing's side remained unusually calm, standing in stark contrast to the intense battles happening elsewhere. Su Peng watched everything unfold and couldn't help but admire Liu Xing's strength. Meanwhile, the school's higher-ups closely monitored the situation. A man with a fierce expression spoke up, "Principal Liu, isn't that kid going too far?" Wu Yong immediately defended Liu Xing. "Too far? I don't think so. Besides, Principal Liu just said, the villa is for the capable. But this place has the richest spiritual energy. It should be shared by 4 people. Isn't it a waste for just 2 to occupy it? Why don't we arrange for 2 more to join them?" Han Mingming, the fierce-looking man, schemed. Wu Yong saw through his intentions at once. "Han Mingming, don't think I don't know what you're up to." Seeing the two about to argue, Principal Liu impatiently interrupted. "Enough. Let the students handle their own affairs. What are you two bickering about?" As time ticked by, Su Peng sat on the steps, bored, playing with a blade of grass, complaining, "So boring. Why doesn't anyone come to challenge us?" Liu Xing rolled his eyes at him, thinking this guy really has it easy and still complains. Finally, an hour passed, and Liu Xing and Su Peng successfully defended the villa. This meant they would spend the next 4 years of university life in this villa. Entering the villa, Su Peng threw himself onto a soft sofa, sighing contentedly, "Ah, the villa at Jiangnan Beast-Taming University is really something." Liu Xing, closing his eyes, took a deep breath. Immediately, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body like a tide. The cool, refreshing sensation invigorated him, bringing a satisfied smile to his face. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Liu Xing opened it to find 4 smiling girls standing there. "Hello, we're your neighbors. Just came to say hi," the girls said warmly. "Hello." Hearing the girls, Su Peng sprang up from the sofa and rushed to the door. Unfortunately, the girls' eyes were all on Liu Xing. It turned out these girls had fought several fierce battles to defend their villa, while Liu Xing's side had it easy, mainly due to the overwhelming presence of Thunder Eagle. Just a glance from it could make their opponent's beasts bow in submission. No choice. Liu Xing's Thunder Eagle is just too powerful. It's a doubles grade, bronze 5 level Thunder Eagle. In front of students whose average strength is only around bronze 1 or 2, Liu Xing is like a big fish in a small pond. Not only is Liu Xing strong, but he also has striking looks. His presence naturally drew everyone's attention, as if he had gained some sort of college mating privilege. However, despite the decent appearances of the students in front of him, after seeing stunning beauties like Fire Phoenix and Yin Ruyu, Liu Xing's standards had risen. In comparison, these 4 girls instantly seemed less impressive. After politely exchanging a few words with the 4 girls, Liu Xing declined their invitations. Watching the girls walk away, Su Peng showed a reluctant expression, clearly wanting to interact further. "Don't be upset," Liu Xing consoled. "I'll treat you to dinner tonight." "You said it." Su Peng perked up immediately. After resting in the villa for a while, it was soon 4:30 p.m. Urged by Su Peng, Liu Xing had no choice but to take him out to find some food. As they headed down the mountain, a familiar voice called out, "Liu Xing." Turning to look, Liu Xing was surprised to see Liu Xiaoming. "Xiaoming, what are you doing here? I thought you'd go to the capital or Shanghai." Upon seeing Liu Xiaoming, Su Peng's face turned sour, clearly recalling the time he was thoroughly beaten by her. "Hey, the chubby one's here too." Liu Xiaoming glanced at Su Peng. "What, scared of me after last time? Can't even speak now?" "Oomph, don't be so smug. I'll get my revenge," Su Peng retorted defiantly. Seeing the tension rise, Liu Xing quickly played the peacemaker. "All right, enough arguing. Xiaoming, you probably haven't eaten yet either, right? Join us." "Sure." Liu Xiaoming agreed happily. The 3 of them walked off campus together. On the way, Su Peng suddenly brightened up and ran towards a silhouette. Soon, he came back with a girl. It was Rumu. "Liu Xing, congratulations on moving into the villa area," Rumu said with a smile. "Everyone at school is talking about how you're like a superhero, able to disarm opponents with just a look." Liu Xing nodded slightly, not saying much. With Rumu joining them, the originally harmonious atmosphere became a bit awkward. Su Peng gleefully glanced at Liu Xiaoming, only to receive a fierce glare in return. Led by Rumu, they arrived at a restaurant. The food here is really good, and it's cheap and affordable, perfect for us students, Rumu enthusiastically introduced. After a hearty meal, everyone returned to their dorms. Back at the villa, Su Peng couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Liu Xing, who do you think is better, Rumu or Liu Xiaoming?" "They're both great," Liu Xing replied vaguely. As they chatted, a loud shout came from outside the villa. "Liu Xing, get out here." Frowning, Liu Xing walked out to see a burly man standing at the door, with the previously chased-off Zhao Weimio beside him. "Big brother. He's the one who bullied me." Zhao Weimio pointed accusingly at Liu Xing. The burly man crossed his arms and said coldly, "Kid, you're the one who bullied my brother? If you know what's good for you, you'll hand over the villa. Otherwise..." "Otherwise what?" Liu Xing interrupted, knowing the man wouldn't dare make a move in the freshman's area. The burly man pulled something from his pocket and threw it at Liu Xing, instinctively catching it. Liu Xing saw it was a white glove. "Good, since you accepted my challenge. Tomorrow at 8, in the school's fighting arena, we'll settle this. Don't be late," the burly man said before leaving with Zhao Weimio. "Looks like I've been set up," Liu Xing sighed inwardly, recalling the school's rules. Although private fights were expressly forbidden, challenges were allowed. When conflicts couldn't be resolved, students would settle their differences in the combat arena under the supervision of teachers. It was a way to both resolve disputes and encourage everyone to improve their skills. "Liu Xing, what are we going to do? That guy looks really strong," Su Peng asked worriedly. Liu Xing shook his head lightly. "He's just so-so." With his system-enhanced vision, Liu Xing could see right through the big guy's strength. The guy was a year older, but only at bronze level 4. Liu Xing couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking this guy had practically wasted his years at school, barely reaching bronze level 4. News of the challenge spread through the campus like wildfire. Liu Xing was already a well-known figure, and now everyone knew about it. In the girls' dormitory, excited chatter filled the air. "Wow, did you hear? Liu Xing accepted a challenge from that sophomore Chinchong. Really? Is it true?" "Of course it's true. They're meeting tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the school combat arena." "Great. Let's go cheer for Liu Xing tomorrow." Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the boys' dormitory was entirely different. Many of them heard about Liu Xing being challenged and had schadenfreude written all over their faces. Serves him right. I can't wait to see him make a fool of himself tomorrow. Imagine him getting beaten up. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Little did Liu Xing know, he had already become the dream guy for all the girls and the #1 enemy for all the boys. The next day, Liu Xing arrived at the combat arena as promised, leisurely eating soy milk and fried dough sticks. Su Peng was even more exaggerated, holding not only soy milk but also 3 large meat buns. "So, you finally showed up. Chinchong had been waiting for a long time. I thought you wouldn't dare come." Liu Xing glanced at the clock on the wall and calmly replied, "What's the rush? It's not time yet." It was 7:55 a.m., 5 minutes before the scheduled time. He found a place to sit and continued enjoying his breakfast. Chun Chang's face turned red with anger, resembling a monkey's butt. 5 minutes later, Liu Xing finally finished his breakfast. "All right, let's make this quick. I have a class later," Liu Xing said, standing up and brushing crumbs off his hands. University classes started at 8:30 a.m., and he didn't want to be late on the first day. "Fine, I'll take you down in 3 moves." Chun Chang gritted his teeth. "Come out, little stone monster, armadillo." He summoned his 2 beasts. Little stone monster. Attribute, rock. Gender, level, bronze tier 4. Grade, C. Skills, rock throw. Armadillo. Attribute, rock. Gender, level, bronze tier 3. Grade, C. Skills, sharp claw. 2 crade rock-type beasts, one at bronze tier 3 and the other at bronze tier 4. A hint of disdain flashed across Liu Xing's face. "Come out, black wolf dog, thunder eagle." Liu Xing also summoned his beasts. The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Oh my god, his beasts are so strong." Both the black wolf dog and thunder eagle exuded an intimidating aura. "Look at that black wolf dog. Is that even a black wolf dog? Why is it so huge?" "Hey, Xiao Shun, don't you have a black wolf dog too? Let it out for comparison," called out. Xiao Shun's face turned red. Liu Xing's black wolf dog was 3 to 4 times larger than his. He didn't want to embarrass himself. "All right, can you focus on the battle?" Xiao Shun cleverly changed the subject. "Haha, black wolf dog, thunder eagle. Your strength is nothing special." Chinchong couldn't help but mock. In everyone's eyes, the black wolf dog was a low-tier beast, rarely chosen for a contract. And while the thunder eagle was formidable, Chunchong's rock-type beasts could resist electric attacks. Nothing special? Liu Xing narrowed his eyes. "Black wolf dog, thunder eagle. It seems he looks down on you." At these words, the black wolf dog and thunder eagle became enraged and simultaneously attacked Chunchong's beasts. The black wolf dog pounced on the little stone monster, its sharp claws slashing down and sending it flying. The thunder eagle soared into the sky, flapping its wings, and with a thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning struck the armadillo. As the dust settled, Chun Chang's beasts were in a miserable state. The little stone monster was embedded in the wall, its fate unknown. The armadillo was charred black, emitting the nauseating smell of burnt protein, evidently cooked by the Thunder Eagle's attack. Chun Chang, impacted by the grievous injuries of his beasts, fainted on the spot. Liu Xing glanced disdainfully at the fallen Chen Chang and turned to the stunned referee. Teacher, may I leave now? The teacher, responsible for refereeing, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Why wise you may. He was deeply shocked. A one-hit KO. A freshman had just one-hit KO'd a sophomore using rock-type beasts. Rock-type beasts were known for their defense, but in front of Liu Xing, defense was meaningless. Liu Xing believed in one principle: brute force conquers all. All schemes and tricks were useless against absolute power. Amidst the astonished gazes, Liu Xing and Su Peng walked away gracefully. The previously silent combat arena erupted into chatter. Wow, he's so cool. Oh no, I'm in love. Can someone tell me if Liu Xing has a girlfriend? Even if he does, I still want to be with him. Liu Xing didn't know that this battle not only showcased his strength, but also earned him a legion of fangirls. And this was just the beginning of his legendary story. That guy. The boys instinctively clenched their fists, feeling both frustrated and helpless. Liu Xing's strength was overwhelming. Even Chun Chang, a sophomore, was no match for him, let alone them. The news of Liu Xing's swift defeat of Chun Chang spread quickly throughout the school. At lunchtime in the cafeteria, Liu Xing and his friend Su Peng were eating in a corner. Liu Xing noticed Su Peng seemed distracted and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Peng replied with a bitter smile, "With so many eyes on us, how can I have any appetite?" He couldn't help but wonder whether befriending Liu Xing was a blessing or a curse. Liu Xing was like a bright star in the night sky, too dazzling to ignore. At that moment, Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming walked over and sat on either side of Liu Xing. Seeing this, Su Peng quickly lowered his head and focused on his meal, silently chanting, "Eating is the essence of life." Lu Xiaoming teased, "Liu Xing, you were quite impressive today. Not only did you beat a sophomore, but you also gained a lot of admirers." Liu Xing just shrugged without responding, creating an awkward silence. Ru Ming quickly stepped in to ease the tension. "Liu Xing, you need to be careful from now on. Beating Chen Chang, even if he's not that strong, is still an affront to the sophomores. It won't be long before someone else comes looking for you." "Looking for me?" Liu Xing was slightly taken aback. "Let them come." He had already decided not to participate in any more duels, considering them a waste of time. He preferred to focus on training his beast. As a freshman, Liu Xing had the right to refuse challenges from upperclassmen. Sure enough, as soon as Liu Xing left the cafeteria, he saw a silver-haired boy waiting for him. The boy held a rose and had a delicate appearance that gave off an effeminate vibe. "Hey kid, you must be Liu Xing," the silver-haired boy called out. "I am. What do you want?" Liu Xing responded calmly. "I wouldn't call it advice, just a friendly sparring match." Liu Xing glanced at the boy and noticed his impressive strength, reaching bronze rank 7, far surpassing Chun Chang's feeble skills. The appearance of the silver-haired boy caused a stir among the students. They started whispering, "Oh my god, isn't that Bai Xiao?" "Yeah, it looks like him. Wow, he's so handsome. Look at the guy next to him. He's really handsome too. Wait, he might be even more handsome than Bai Xiao. That's Liu Xing, our freshman champion and the heartthrob of all the new girls. No wonder he's so good-looking. But why is Bai Xiao looking for Liu Xing? Is it a challenge?" Hearing the gossip, students who were about to eat gathered to watch the spectacle. Bai Feng spoke again. "Kid, are you accepting the challenge or not?" "Why should I?" Liu Xing replied indifferently. He knew that refusing the challenge wouldn't result in any punishment, while accepting might bring trouble. "What will it take for you to agree?" Bai Feng pressed. Liu Xing glanced at Bai Feng. "Depends on what you're offering." He planned to seize the opportunity to benefit. "Fine. If you beat me, I'll give you 100,000 Huaxia currency. How's that for a prize?" Bai Feng offered. "What? 100,000? Su Peng couldn't help but interject. "Are you kidding? You think 100,000 is enough to challenge my big brother? No less than 500,000, or forget it." "All right, 500,000 it is." Bai Feng agreed, confident he wouldn't lose to Liu Xing. "Deal." Everyone heard that, right? Bai Feng is putting up 500,000 Huaxia currency to duel my big brother, Liu Xing. Su Peng quickly announced to the crowd, ensuring Bai Feng couldn't back out. Bai Feng's face turned sour. He didn't expect Su Peng to do that, leaving him no choice. "What about you? If I'm putting up 500,000, what are you wagering?" Bai Feng asked. Liu Xing shrugged. "You're the one challenging me, not the other way around. If you're not willing, then forget it." He started to walk away with Su Peng. "Wait." Bai Feng stopped him. "I agree to your terms." "All right, let's set a time. How about next Monday? Liu Xing suggested. Fine. Next Monday, at the school's duel arena, 8 a.m. sharp. Don't be late. Agreed. As Liu Xing and Su Peng left, Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming followed close behind. On the way, Ru Ming looked worried. Ru Ming, are you okay? Are you feeling sick? Liu Xing asked with concern. Ru Ming shook her head. Liu Xing, you're being too reckless. Bai Feng is very strong. Even I can't beat him. This duel on Monday could be dangerous for you. Liu Xing nonchalantly patted Ru Ming on the shoulder. Don't worry, Ru Ming. That guy might be strong, but my beast is no pushover either. Ru Ming nodded, somehow feeling she could trust Liu Xing unconditionally. Bronze rank 7? Huh? Liu Xing muttered to himself. Bai Feng's strength was impressive, and he knew he had to take it seriously. His Thunder Eagle was at the peak of bronze rank 5, close to breaking through. If it could advance over the weekend, he might stand a chance against Bai Feng. The next morning, the doorbell of Liu Xing's villa suddenly rang. He opened the door to find Lu Xiaoming and Rumming standing outside. What brings you here? Liu Xing asked curiously, since it was the weekend. Normally, everyone would still be sleeping in, just like the thunderous snoring coming from upstairs that was Su Peng, sound asleep. What's that noise? Lu Xiaoming couldn't help but ask. Liu Xing awkwardly explained. That's Su Peng snoring. He's still asleep. Oh, Lu Xiaoming said, understanding. She then got straight to the point. By the way, you're set to fight Bai Feng next Monday. Are you confident? Liu Xing nonchalantly replied. I think I can handle it. Beating him shouldn't be a problem. Rumming, seeing his confidence, furrowed her brows and warned, don't underestimate him. Bai Feng is one of the top fighters in our grade. Even I can't beat him. Liu Xing nodded and invited them inside. But the two girls declined, stating they were there to help him with special training. Special training? Liu Xing looked at them, puzzled. Yeah, let's have a warm-up match. Lu Xiaoming suggested. Liu Xing glanced at the two girls, thinking they weren't really his match, and politely declined. I'd rather not. What, are we not good enough to be your opponents? The girls asked, unwilling to back down. Liu Xing quickly explained. It's not that. I've already set up a special training regimen for my beasts. Oh, the girls said in unison. We'd like to see how you train them. Liu Xing led them to the rooftop of the villa. There, they saw his black wolf dog fiercely attacking a large stone, its claws clashing with the rock, sending sparks flying. In the sky, his thunderhawk, wearing a heavy black weighted vest, was flying tirelessly. This is how you train your beasts? The girls asked, speechless. Liu Xing shrugged. How else? Lu Xiaoming and Rumming were surprised, not expecting Liu Xing to be so hands-off. They were used to personally accompanying their beasts during training, preparing medicine, and offering encouragement. Seeing the diligent black wolf dog and thunderhawk, a look of envy flashed in their eyes. After a while, Liu Xing suggested they go downstairs to rest. Suddenly, two loud explosions came from the rooftop, shaking the entire house. Ah, an earthquake. Su Peng, wearing only boxers, rushed downstairs and bumped into Liu Xing and the group. Liu Xing quickly ran to the rooftop, where smoke was billowing. A dark figure emerged from the smoky. It was the black wolf dog. Black wolf dog, you've broken through? Liu Xing exclaimed in delight. The black wolf dog nodded excitedly. Then, a bird's cry sounded, and a gust of wind dispersed the smoke, revealing the massive Thunderhawk landing in front of Liu Xing. Thunderhawk, you've broken through too. Liu Xing was overjoyed. Both beasts had leveled up, boosting Liu Xing's confidence for the upcoming battle. Come on, let me make something nice to reward you all, Liu Xing said with a smile. In the villa's courtyard, the black wolf dog, Thunderhawk, and Su Peng were feasting. Lu Xiaoming and Rumming, however, hadn't touched their food, deep in thought as they watched Liu Xing's beasts. What's wrong? Don't you like the food? Liu Xing asked. The girls shook their heads, finally understanding why Liu Xing was so strong. They couldn't help but envy his disciplined beasts. Liu Xing, what level are your black wolf dog and Thunderhawk now? Lu Xiaoming asked curiously. Liu Xing gave a mysterious smile. That's a secret. You'll find out on Monday. On Sunday, Liu Xing let his beasts rest. Monday arrived, and he headed to the school's battle arena. As soon as he entered, he was hit by a wave of heat. The arena was packed with people, noisier than a chicken farm. What's going on? Don't these people have classes? Liu Xing wondered. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and classes at Jiangnan Beast University started at 8:30. By rights, everyone should be waiting in their classrooms. He's here. He's here. A woman couldn't contain her excitement upon seeing Liu Xing. Her voice drew the attention of those around her, and another woman immediately looked around eagerly, asking, the new champion? Where? Where is he? The first woman pointed to a tall figure in the crowd. Over there. Following her finger, everyone saw a handsome guy over 6 feet tall. He had striking eyebrows and bright eyes, with a head of silky black hair gently swaying in the breeze. His whole presence exuded an indescribable charm. Wow, he's so handsome, exclaimed one woman, unable to hide her infatuation upon seeing Liu Xing's appearance. She exaggeratedly declared, I can't take it, I can't take it. Mom, I'm in love. She clutched her chest, as if she were truly struggling to breathe. Liu Xing, however, paid no attention to the commotion around him. His gaze was fixed on the duel stage. On the stage, a man in a gray suit was leisurely sniffing a pink rose his opponent, Bai Feng. Noticing Liu Xing's arrival, Bai Feng taunted, So you finally showed up, kid. I thought you'd be too scared to come. Ignoring the provocation, Liu Xing swiftly leaped onto the stage with a graceful flip. He said calmly, Enough talk. Let's get started. I've got a class to attend later. Bai Feng was momentarily taken aback, then his face darkened. Fine, very fine. You really are as arrogant as they say. Let's see if you have the skills to back it up. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, and two magic circles appeared on the ground. Come forth, my sweethearts. From the circles emerged two summoned beasts, a flower fairy and a white wind wolf. Liu Xing quickly assessed their strengths. Flower fairy, plant attribute, bronze tier 7, a great aptitude, skills, flower dance, bind. White wind wolf, wind attribute, bronze tier 6, a great aptitude, skills, wind blade, claw. Liu Xing was secretly impressed. This seemingly delicate Bai Feng had considerable power. All right, kid. Your turn. Bai Feng urged, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Liu Xing nodded. All right, come forth, Black Wolfhound, Thunderhawk. At his command, two imposing summoned beasts appeared on the stage. Surprisingly, Bai Feng's Flower Fairy and White Wind Wolf instinctively took a step back. Bai Feng frowned, thinking it must be a trick of the mind. But the audience keenly noticed this detail and began whispering among themselves. Hey, did you see that? Bai Feng's beasts actually backed off. Does that mean Liu Xing's beasts are stronger? No way. Bai Feng is one of our top sophomores. In a corner of the audience, three people were closely watching the match. One of them praised, Xiao Wu, you've brought us a real talent this time. 18 years old, bronze tier 6. That Thunderhawk is especially impressive. The person called Xiao Wu humbly replied, Principal Liu, you're too kind. Beside him, Han Mingming's face darkened, clearly displeased with Wu Yong's sudden rise. All right, let's focus on the match. Principal Liu interrupted their silent rivalry. On the duel stage, Bai Feng commanded, Flower Fairy, use Flower Dance on the Thunder Hawk. White Wind Wolf, use Wind Blade on the Black Wolfhound. The Flower Fairy spun around, creating a small tornado filled with countless pink petals aimed at the Thunder Hawk. The audience was mesmerized by the beautiful scene, but a bespectacled nerd reminded them, don't be fooled by the appearance. Those petals are sharp enough to cut through flesh easily. Liu Xing remained calm. Thunderhawk, use Lightning Flash. Then counterattack with Electric Shock. With a clap of thunder, the Thunderhawk turned into a silver flash, effortlessly dodging the petal attack. It then unleashed a swift electric shock straight at the Flower Fairy. Flower Fairy, dodge it! Bai Feng shouted anxiously, but it was too late. With a crack, the Flower Fairy was struck by the electric shock, letting out a shrill cry before collapsing, unable to continue fighting. A one-hit knockout? The audience gasped. Just how strong is that Thunderhawk? Meanwhile, the Black Wolfhound also demonstrated its prowess. After dodging several wind blade attacks from the White Wind Wolf, it suddenly lunged at its opponent, only to mysteriously vanish midair. What happened? Where did the Black Wolfhound go? The audience was in an uproar. Han Mingming furrowed his brows, then suddenly realized and turned to Wu Yong in surprise. Wow, did you give him the Shadow Leopard's magic core? Wu Yong nodded proudly. That's right. The Black Wolfhound just used a skill it learned from the Shadow Leopard's magic core. He felt both proud and astonished, not expecting Liu Xing's Black Wolfhound to master the Shadow Leopard's most powerful skill, Shadow Strike. Watching the intense battle on stage, Wu Yong became even more convinced that recruiting Liu Xing was a wise decision. He couldn't help but imagine the reactions of the other two old rivals upon seeing Liu Xing's current performance. Bang! The Black Wolf Dog appeared like a phantom in front of the White Wind Wolf, striking out with a paw as swift and powerful as a thunderbolt. The White Wind Wolf, caught off guard, was sent flying, leaving a long trail on the ground. Seeing this, the Black Wolf Dog opened its mouth, forming a dark energy ball shadow ball. The energy ball shot out, heading straight for the unsteady White Wind Wolf. Sensing the danger, Bai Feng shouted urgently, White Wind Wolf, dodge! But it was too late. The heavily injured White Wind Wolf couldn't evade, and the shadow ball hit it squarely, blasting it away once more. Bai Feng let out a pained scream, clutching his head, his face turning pale before he fainted. It was only then that the referee reacted, quickly instructing the students, what are you standing around for? Get him to the infirmary now. The students snapped out of their daze and hurried to the dueling platform to carry the unconscious Baifeng away. Shock rippled through the audience. Baifeng, a prominent figure at Jiangnan beast-taming university, had been defeated by a freshman, Liu Xing. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. Liu Xing calmly turned to the referee. "Teacher, may I leave now?" "Yes, you may." The referee swallowed hard, realizing that Liu Xing's strength was not to be underestimated. As Liu Xing walked away, the dueling arena erupted. The girls excitedly discussed his looks and prowess, while the boys sighed in despair, their dreams of surpassing him seeming ever more distant. On the way back to the classroom, Liu Xiaoming followed closely behind Liu Xing, her eyes filled with admiration. Su Peng leisurely munched on a bag of chips, unfazed by the excitement. After class, Liu Xing stretched and prepared to head to the cafeteria with Su Peng. Liu Xiaoming quickly gathered her books and followed. As the trio reached the staircase, they were met by a pale-faced Baifeng. Suppressing his discomfort, Baifeng pulled a card from his pocket. "Here, it's the promised 500,000. The password is 6 6s. Liu Xing paused for a moment before taking the card. "Thanks." He then left with Su Peng and Liu Xiaoming. Baifeng called after him, "I'll be back for a rematch." Liu Xing waved the card without looking back. "Sure, I'll be waiting, but make sure you have a good prize ready." Hearing this, Baifeng stumbled, nearly falling down the stairs. Outside the teaching building, Su Peng excitedly asked, "Liu Xing, where are we going now?" "To the cafeteria," Liu Xing replied calmly. Su Peng protested. "You just got a huge sum of money, and you don't want to treat us to something nice?" "Right, Xiaoming." Liu Xiaoming chimed in. "I think the cafeteria is great, clean, hygienic, and affordable." Liu Xing cut off their argument. "Enough talk, let's go to the cafeteria. We can have a feast tonight. We still have classes this afternoon." Hearing about the feast, Su Peng immediately urged everyone to hurry. Life flowed peacefully. Liu Xing attended classes daily, occasionally strolling around the campus with Liu Xiaoming or Ru Ming, enjoying a comfortable and leisurely life. However, this tranquility was shattered. One day, as Liu Xing was on a date with Ru Ming in the school's back garden, they saw several injured students stumbling towards them. The air was tinged with a faint scent of blood, and Liu Xing frowned. Ru Ming quickly went to support one of the injured girls. "What happened to you? Who attacked you?" A student, gasping for breath, replied, "We don't know. We were playing in the back when some beasts suddenly appeared and attacked us. We barely escaped with our lives." Liu Xing made a quick decision. "Let's go. I'll take you to the infirmary." The news of the attack spread like wildfire across the campus. Students were on edge, afraid to go out alone, even at night, preferring to travel in groups. In the following days, similar incidents occurred repeatedly. Worse still, a few students went missing. Fear hung over the campus like a dark cloud, and everyone was left wondering, what on earth is happening? Principal Liu Xing stared at the report in his hand, his face dark with anger. His voice trembled slightly with fury as he demanded, "What is going on? Can someone explain this to me?" Jiangnan University of Beast Taming had never encountered such a thorny issue in its long history. Liu Xing was incredulous that someone dared to attack his students. The surrounding teachers looked equally grim, clearly feeling disgraced by the incident. Without hesitation, Liu Xing issued a series of orders. "Investigate this immediately. Also, strictly prohibit our students from leaving the campus." He then instructed the security personnel to lock down the entire campus, forbidding any student from stepping outside. As the lockdown took effect, the atmosphere in the school grew increasingly oppressive. Complaints from students started to rise. "This is ridiculous. It's been days, and they still haven't caught the culprit. The teachers here are useless, and so are the Alliance people. Now we can't even go out and have some fun." "Yeah, seriously. I'm going stir-crazy. It's just class and dorm all day. If this keeps up, I don't know what my future will hold." The incident severely affected the students' college life, leading to widespread discontent. Even Liu Xing was bombarded with complaints from his roommate, Su Peng. In Liu Xing's villa, Su Peng lay sprawled on the couch, dejectedly stuffing chips into his mouth. Between bites, he grumbled, "Liu Xing, when will this end? I'm going nuts. If this keeps up, I'll die of boredom before anything else." Su Peng's mind was filled with images of fried chicken, roast duck, and skewers. Liu Xing rolled his eyes at him, about to speak when there was a knock at the door. Liu Xing opened the door to find Ruming standing there, looking anxious. "Ruming, what's wrong?" Liu Xing asked, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. "It's Xiaoming, she's gone," Ruming said urgently, out of breath. "What do you mean, gone? What happened?" Liu Xing asked, his tension rising. "She ignored my warnings and snuck out. We don't have time to explain, just come with me," Ruming replied hastily. Guided by Ruming, Liu Xing and Su Peng hurried to the garden at the back of the hill. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoming had already found a hidden cave in the garden. This was the secret passageway students whispered about. Frustrated by the prolonged lockdown, The students had come up with a clever plan. They enlisted a classmate who had a pangolin to dig a tunnel leading out of the campus. As Liu Xiaoming walked through the tunnel, she marveled at the surroundings. Who knew these guys, who aren't great at studying, could be so good at digging tunnels? She thought. To her surprise, the tunnel was equipped with lights and had air fresheners, far from the dark and damp place she had imagined. Suddenly, Liu Xiaoming blushed, glancing at her pants. What again? She muttered. She hadn't wanted to go out, but sometimes a girl has no choice. The products sold on campus didn't suit her, so she had to venture out to get better ones. Emerging from the tunnel, Liu Xiaoming took a deep breath. Ah, the taste of freedom. This feels so good, she exclaimed, quickly leaving the area. Unbeknownst to her, a man in black with a black wolf dog passed by shortly after. The wolf dog, sensitive to the scent of blood, immediately became aggressive, baring its teeth. Xiaohei, did you find a new target? The man in black guessed, seeing his wolf dog's reaction. The dog pulled him in the direction Liu Xiaoming had gone. Perfect, if we catch this one, we'll meet the quota the high priest demanded. I wonder how he'll reward me, the man in black said, following the wolf dog at a brisk pace. Meanwhile, Liu Xing, Su Peng, and Rumming had also made their way out of the tunnel. Finally, we're out. I was suffocating in there. Su Peng stretched and suggested to Liu Xing and Rumming. Once we find Xiaoming, let's grab a bite before heading back. Liu Xing nodded slightly and then turned to his black wolf dog. Black wolf dog, have you picked up Xiaoming's scent? The wolf dog sniffed the ground intently, then barked and ran a few steps forward before stopping and looking back, signaling them to follow. Understanding the cue, Liu Xing and the others followed the wolf dog. They soon found themselves leaving the city and entering the outskirts. Gazing at the dark forest ahead, Su Peng couldn't help but voice his doubt. Liu Xing, are you sure your wolf dog's nose is working? Why would Xiaoming come to a place like this? Your nose is the one that's broken, Liu Xing retorted, rolling his eyes. He had full confidence in his wolf dog. If it said Xiaoming was in this direction, then she must be. All right, everyone be quiet, Rumming, ever the cautious one, sensed that the situation might be more complicated than they thought. If Liu Xing said Xiaoming came this way, and it led to the dense forest, something was definitely off. They had to stay on high alert. Liu Xing and his group followed the black wolf dog's lead and soon arrived at the entrance of a cave. Two men dressed in black stood guard, engaged in a hushed conversation. Do you think we'll succeed this time? One of them asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. It's not up to us, the other replied. We can only hope. If we succeed, the high priest will become invincible, and we'll live the good life along with him. While the guards were lost in their hopeful fantasies, a chilling scene was unfolding deep within the cave. A massive blood-red magic circle was drawn on the ground, and at its center, a girl in a pink dress was struggling against her bindings. Not far from the magic circle, on a high platform, stood many black-clad figures. The high priest turned to his subordinate. Shaoli, you've done well this time. You'll be rewarded once I succeed. Shaoli nodded and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, high priest. The high priest waved him away, and another lackey stepped forward. High priest, is she the final key? The high priest nodded. The lackey sighed in relief, recalling the heavy toll they had paid to capture beast tamers and collect their blood. Those battle-hardened tamers had cost them dearly, forcing them to target students from Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. Even then, they'd faced fierce resistance from the school's mentors. The high priest approached the massive magic circle and pulled out a dagger. He slashed his palm, letting his blood spill onto the circle. Instantly, the circle glowed red, activated by his spiritual power. Meanwhile, Liu Xing, Su Peng, and Ru Meng cautiously infiltrated the cave. They easily took down the guards at the entrance, but Liu Xing's frown deepened. Strange, where is everyone? He wondered, noticing that apart from the two guards, they encountered no one else. Suddenly, Liu Xing saw a burst of red light ahead and quickly hid. After confirming they hadn't been noticed, he continued forward carefully. Soon, they discovered Liu Xiaoming tied up in the magic circle. It's Xiaoming. Ru Meng couldn't help but gasp. Liu Xing quickly covered her mouth. You two handle those two black-clad men. I'll take care of the old man, Liu Xing whispered. Once they nodded in agreement, Liu Xing sprang into action. The black wolf dog shot forward like an arrow, appearing behind the high priest in an instant, its sharp claws aimed at his back. Clang! The wolf dog's attack struck the high priest, but only sparked harmlessly. Who's there? The high priest turned around warily and saw Liu Xing's group standing not far away. By this time, Su Peng and Ru Meng had already engaged the two black-clad men. Something fell from the high priest's back. It was a rock crab. Liu Xing realized that the high priest had been using it as a shield. You brat, you're from Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. The high priest saw Liu Xing's red uniform and relaxed, laughing arrogantly. How amusing. Those guys couldn't find me, but you, a mere student, did. Enough talk. Prepare to die. Liu Xing knew the danger of letting the villain monologue and immediately commanded, Black Wolf Dog, use rending claw on the rock crab. The wolf dog lunged, and the high priest sneered, Rock crab, use rock throw. A huge boulder hurtled toward the wolf dog, which deftly dodged and closed in on the rock crab, slashing with its claws. Bang! The wolf dog's powerful strike sent the rock crab flying over 10 meters. To Liu Xing's surprise, even after 2 direct hits, the rock crab was only lightly injured. This thing's defense is incredible, Liu Xing thought in frustration. I should have captured a plant-type or water-type beast. At that moment, Liu Xing, a bronze level 9 beast tamer about to advance to silver, realized his next course of action. Once he advanced, he could contract a third beast. This encounter had solidified his decision. The black wolfhound lunged at the rock crab, and the 2 beasts clashed fiercely. Just then, Liu Xing felt a sudden chill run down his spine, instinctively diving into a roll to narrowly avoid a sharp sting. Turning around, Liu Xing spotted the attacker, a venomous-tailed scorpion. The system's eye quickly analyzed it, revealing it to be a male venomous-tailed scorpion, bronze rank 7, with a great aptitude and the poison strike skill. The high priest's face darkened, clearly not expecting Liu Xing to evade the lethal attack. In the world of beast tamers, tamers could not only strengthen their beasts but also enhance their own abilities through the beast's feedback. Eventually, some humans might even be able to fight magical beasts barehanded, provided they had sufficiently powerful beasts. You're quite the schemer. Come forth, Thunder Eagle. Liu Xing didn't dare to be careless and swiftly performed the hand seals to summon his Thunder Eagle. With a sharp cry, the Thunder Eagle appeared in the cave. The high priest's face turned pale at the sight. He never expected a freshman from Jiangnan Beast Tamer University to possess such an impressive Thunder Eagle. The high priest felt a sense of doom. His strength was tied to the venomous-tailed scorpion, and if not for the favor of a certain superior, he wouldn't have achieved his current status. The rock crab was a gift from that superior. Not content with staying behind, he had been waiting for the right opportunity since advancing to a silver beast tamer, without rushing to contract a third beast. He had finally obtained a blood sacrifice summoning array from a loyal subordinate, intending to summon a powerful hell beast for a rapid rise. But Liu Xing had disrupted his plans. To the death, the high priest roared, venomous-tailed scorpion, hold off the Thunder Eagle. Use poison strike. The scorpion's tail glowed purple, venom gathering as it leaped and aimed its stinger at the Thunder Eagle. Thunder Eagle, use Thunder Flash. Liu Xing ordered quickly. In a flash of lightning, the Thunder Eagle deftly dodged. Now, Thunder Eagle, use Thunderbolt. Electric currents surged around the Thunder Eagle, and a bolt of lightning shot out, striking the venomous-tailed scorpion midair. The scorpion's body crackled with golden sparks, its functions severely damaged. The venomous-tailed scorpion crashed to the ground, lifeless. The high priest, suffering backlash, clutched his head and staggered, nearly collapsing. At this moment, Su Peng, who was battling a black-clad figure, noticed a sudden rise in temperature and instinctively looked aside. He saw a crack forming in the array, with a flaming hand emerging. Not good. Liu Xing, look over there. Su Peng shouted in alarm. Liu Xing noticed the anomaly within the array, seeing the flaming hand reaching for Liu Xiaoming. Thunder Eagle, save Liu Xiaoming. With a screech, the Thunder Eagle flapped its wings and swiftly swooped down, snatching Liu Xiaoming away just before the flaming hand could grab her. The creature, enraged by the loss of its sacrifice, let out an earth-shaking roar, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. The high priest spat blood again, teetering on the brink of collapse. Black Wolfhound, it's up to you. Finish off the rock crab. Liu Xing commanded. The rock crab's hard shell was riddled with cracks from the black wolfhound's relentless attacks. With ease, the wolfhound's claws pierced into the rock crab, ending its life. No. The high priest let out a cry of despair and fell to the ground. He had planned meticulously for this day, even enduring subservience to his superior, yet it all ended in failure. His frustration was beyond words. Meanwhile, the crack in the array began to close as it lost its magical support. Liu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. The system's eye then analyzed the entity that had almost been summoned. Flame Demon. Attribute, Fire. Gender, Level, Master Rank 1. Aptitude, SS. Skills, Flame Slash, Fire Devour, Ignite, Fire Ring of Repulsion. Damn, that was a master-level flame demon. If it had been summoned, the entire Jiangnan city would have been in danger. Liu Xing wiped the sweat from his forehead, unsure whether it was from tension or the heat from the flame demon. Suddenly, the black wolfhound beside Liu Xing darted forward. The black wolf dog suddenly darted to the center of the magic circle and pulled out a pitch-black object. Liu Xing was stunned to realize that it was the arm of a flame demon. When the summoning ritual was interrupted, the rift in space-time closed unexpectedly, severing the flame demon's arm. Before Liu Xing could recover from his shock, the black wolf dog had already begun gnawing on the arm. Hey, you troublemaker, stop eating random things. Liu Xing shouted in exasperation, silently blaming Su Peng for spoiling his pet. However, as soon as the black wolf dog swallowed the arm, its satisfied expression turned into one of agony. It collapsed to the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching howl. Liu Xing was about to approach, but was forced back by a sudden burst of red light. The blinding radiance caused the surrounding temperature to soar. Su Peng, get Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming out of here now, Liu Xing commanded decisively. Although Su Peng was worried, he knew staying would only cause more trouble. He quickly led the two girls out of the cave. Outside, the three waited anxiously. Ru Ming was deeply worried. Lu Xiaoming felt a pang of guilt, and Su Peng tried to maintain a facade of calm, reassuring everyone with the saying, "Bad things never die easily." Just then, a black shadow shot out of the cave like lightning. Is that Liu Xing? Ru Ming exclaimed. Liu Xing was riding a massive two-headed wolf, standing 5 meters tall. My goodness, is that your black wolf dog? Su Peng was dumbfounded, dropping the chicken drumstick from his hand. Liu Xing nodded, overjoyed. His black wolf dog had evolved into a hellhound, with its power soaring to the silver tier and learning 2 formidable skills from the flame demon, Fire Devour and Blazing Slash. Just as Liu Xing was reveling in his happiness, Su Peng excitedly rushed forward to pet the hellhound. However, the hellhound let out a low growl, startling Su Peng into freezing. Hey, you ungrateful beast! Su Peng shouted indignantly, don't forget how I treated you before, always sharing my food with you. Liu Xing couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. He knew that despite its changed appearance, this was still the same gluttonous black wolf dog. Only now, it possessed greater strength and had become a true battle companion. The hellhound, upon hearing this, rolled its eyes at Su Peng and turned its head away haughtily. Seeing this, Liu Xing gently patted his beast and persuaded, come on, let him pet you. After all, Su Peng was a good friend, and Liu Xing wasn't stingy. Only then did the hellhound smile, sticking out its long tongue and enthusiastically licking Su Peng. Haha, stop licking, it tickles. Su Peng dodged while pulling a chicken leg out of his pocket. Here, be good and you get a treat. The hellhound's eyes lit up, and with a flick of its tongue, it snatched the chicken leg. Unfortunately, for such a massive creature, the chicken leg was too small, barely enough to fill a tooth gap. Liu Xing ignored their antics and walked over to Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming, asking with concern, are you okay? He looked Lu Xiaoming up and down. I'm fine, Lu Xiaoming replied, blushing and with a racing heart. This experience had deepened her affection for Liu Xing. Just as Liu Xing was about to continue the conversation, a rush of hurried footsteps came from the distance. Liu Xing looked up to see Liu Gongsheng, Wu Yong, and several other instructors approaching. Upon seeing the hellhound, everyone immediately summoned their own beasts, and the atmosphere grew tense. Wu Yong shouted, Liu Xing, come over here. Relax, teacher. It's my beast, Liu Xing explained. What? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Han Mingming couldn't help but mock, kid, there's a limit to bragging. I'm not bragging, Liu Xing said calmly. Hellhound, lie down. The giant beast obediently lay down. Wag your tail. The hellhound wagged its tail, both heads sticking out their tongues with friendly expressions. Now do you believe me? Liu Xing asked. Han Mingming was left speechless. Principal Liu Gongxing made a decisive call. All right, let's talk later. It's not safe here. Let's move. Back in the conference room of Jiangyan Beast-Taming University, Liu Xing recounted the events in detail, tactfully omitting some secrets. All right, you can go rest now, the principal said, and Liu Xing left. Watching Liu Xing's departing figure, Liu Gongxing sighed. I never thought a black wolf dog could evolve into a hellhound. Neither did I, Wu Yong agreed. One instructor had a sudden thought. Should I go catch a black wolf dog too? A colleague rolled his eyes. Forget it. Do you think you can get an inferno demon's arm? Those things live in magma zones. Upon hearing this, the instructor immediately abandoned the idea. Principal Liu Gongxing, holding a black robe, mused, the Salvation Sect? Huh? I didn't expect this evil organization to resurface. He recalled how, in the early days of the spiritual awakening, this group, which claimed to save the world but actually committed atrocities, was eradicated by national heroes. This needs to be reported. Riding the hellhound, Liu Xing majestically traversed the campus. Onlookers exclaimed, wow, what is that? So cool. That's the Rookie King, Liu Xing. He's so handsome. On the 4th floor of a nearby teaching building, several people watched the scene. The red-haired Jiang Yin sneered. Bai Feng, you lost to this guy? How lame. Bai Feng retorted unhappily. Jiang Yin, why don't you challenge him? You might be even worse than me. Really? Then I'll go try right now. Jiang Yin said, turning to leave. The green-haired guy asked the blue-haired guy, Lan Tian, do you think Jiang Yin can win? Doubtful. That kid is pretty strong. Zhang Yin might be in trouble, Lan Tian replied. Bai Feng secretly hoped, Liu Xing, you better give Zhang Yin a good beating. Just as Liu Xing was about to head back to his dorm, a red-haired man blocked his path. Stop right there. Zhang Yin shouted. What's up? Liu Xing frowned, his sharp eyes scanning the uninvited guest blocking his path. Zhang Yin stood with his hands on his hips, a smug look on his face, as if challenging Liu Xing was something to brag about. Kid, if you have the guts, meet me at the school's duel arena, Zhang Yin taunted. Liu Xing sighed wearily. Sorry, I'm not interested. All he wanted was to go home and get some sleep. After everything he had been through, coupled with the recent interrogation by Liu Gengxing and his crew, he was utterly exhausted. Huh. Liu Xing let out a big yawn, looking uninterested. Seeing this, Zhang Yin became somewhat irritated. You brat, what will it take for you to accept my challenge, just like you did with Bai Feng? Bai Feng. Liu Xing's eyes lit up at the mention of the name. Bai Feng, to him, was like a walking treasure trove. Realizing that this guy knew Bai Feng, a cold smile crept across Liu Xing's lips. A sheep willingly walking into a butcher's shop was too good to pass up. If you know Bai Feng, then you must be aware of the rules for challenging me, Liu Xing said meaningfully. Rules? Zhang Yin was momentarily confused before it dawned on him. Oh, you mean the 500,000 bet? Don't worry, that's pocket change for me. Liu Xing was secretly delighted. This sheep was even fatter than he had imagined. All right, I accept your challenge. He thought about his hellhound, which had evolved into a hellhound with 2 heads and would surely have a bigger appetite now. This windfall would solve his food supply problem. Let's go then. See you at the school's duel arena. Liu Xing spurred his hellhound and dashed towards the duel arena. The news spread like wildfire, and soon, a crowd of students gathered, packing the duel arena to the brim. On the stage, Liu Xing and Zhang Yin stood facing each other. How about we make this a onion-own fight? Liu Xing proposed, wanting to end this quickly. Agreed. Zhang Yin nodded, not wanting to be accused of bullying as a second-year student. Zhang Yin quickly formed a seal. Come forth, my flame lion. A red magic circle appeared on the ground, and a huge lion emerged, roaring thunderously. Liu Xing silently used his system's eye to scan the flame lion's attributes. Fire type, male, silver rank 1, a great potential, skills include blaze and claw. He snorted disdainfully. Is that all? Flame lion, use blaze. Zhang Yin commanded. The flame lion opened its mouth and spewed a blazing fire straight at the hellhound. Liu Xing didn't dodge, allowing the flames to hit the hellhound. As the smoke cleared, Zhang Yin was stunned to see the hellhound unharmed. How is that possible? Zhang Yin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Liu Xing mocked. Maybe your flame lion is just like you. All show and no substance. Grinding his teeth, Zhang Yin snapped. I refuse to believe it. Flame lion, use blaze again. But this time, keep it going longer. The flame lion unleashed another torrent of flames, continuously bombarding the hellhound. The audience buzzed with speculation about why the hellhound was immune to fire attacks. Liu Xing yawned again, feeling pleased. The Devour Flame skill was indeed powerful, a nemesis to fire-type beasts. But he kept this secret to himself and said nonchalantly, this is getting boring. Let's end it. Hellhound, use Flame Slash. The hellhound swung its right claw, sending a massive flaming blade that cut through the flame lion's blaze, striking it heavily. The flame lion was sent flying and collapsed, barely conscious. Zhang Yin rushed to his precious flame lion. Liu Xing coldly remarked, all right, hand over the money. It seems you're in no condition to continue. Zhang Yin pulled out a card and tossed it to Liu Xing. Take it. There's 600,000 on it. The password is 123456. Consider the extra 100,000 a gift. Liu Xing took the card without hesitation and turned to leave. As he walked away, the crowd erupted into chatter, speculating about Liu Xing's identity and strength. Liu Xing, now with the prize money in hand, headed back to his villa. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Su Pang and Ru Ming sitting there. Liu Xing, did the principal and the others say anything? Xiao Ming asked with a worried look, her eyes reflecting her guilt. After all, it was her fault that caused all this, and she was feeling anxious. Liu Xing shrugged his shoulders and smiled lightly. What could they say? Don't worry, it's all settled. Hearing this, Xiao Ming let out a long breath and finally relaxed her tense shoulders. Oh, by the way, Liu Xing, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, where did you go during that time? Don't tell me the principal and the others were interrogating you the whole time. A sly look flashed in Liu Xing's eyes. No, I took the opportunity to make a quick buck. A quick buck? Supong was momentarily stunned, but then his face lit up with excitement. You sly dog, you made a windfall again. That's great. Let's go, let's go. It's your treat at the 3rd floor of the school cafeteria this time. Liu Xing glanced at his friends and noticed the lingering exhaustion on their faces. He nodded. All right. The group headed to the third floor of the school cafeteria and feasted to their heart's content. Afterward, Supong patted his round belly with satisfaction. Ah, that was great. Food is life's greatest pleasure. For him, the top priority in life was to eat well. However, as Supong looked around, he keenly sensed a change in the atmosphere. There seemed to be some subtle tension between Liu Xing and the two girls. Liu Xing, I'm heading out, Supong said tactfully, not wanting to be a third wheel. He quickly left, leaving Liu Xing alone with the two girls. Liu Xing looked at the two girls and realized it wasn't the time for a chat. He said to them, it's getting late. You should head back and rest too. Hey, Supong, wait up. With that, he chased after Supong. That guy. Xiaoming stomped her foot in frustration as she watched Liu Xing's retreating figure. She had wanted to properly thank him, but he slipped away. Seeing this, Ruming could only cover her mouth and chuckle. In the following days, Principal Liu Gongxing led the teachers in continuing to clear out the remnants of the Salvation sect outside the school. Once everything was cleaned up, the lockdown at Jiangnan Beast-Taming University was finally lifted. The students, like birds freed from a cage, rushed out eagerly. At Liu Xing's villa, Supong was shaking Liu Xing's arm, pleading, Liu Xing, come on, let's go out for some good food. Liu Xing, feeling goosebumps from Supong's actions, replied, if you want to go, go ahead. I have important things to do. Important things? What's more important than eating? I'm thinking about what my next beast should be. Supong's eyes widened in shock. No way, Liu Xing. You can't be telling me you're already a silver-level beast tamer. Liu Xing nodded, yes. Oh my god, you're a monster. This is so unfair. I'm so handsome and hardworking, yet I can barely keep up with you. Liu Xing glanced at Supong, surprised. Despite his carefree appearance, Supong's strength had reached bronze rank 5. His talent was indeed remarkable, but compared to Liu Xing, who had a golden finger, it seemed insignificant. So, have you decided on your next beast? Supong asked curiously. Liu Xing nodded, picked up a nearby beast encyclopedia, and opened a page to show Supong. This one. The healing jellyfish. Supong exclaimed. Liu Xing explained that the healing jellyfish had extraordinary healing abilities. He had noticed that beasts could influence their tamers' physiques, just like the hellhound's fire resistance made him immune to flames. He had even tested it with a lighter and found that flames could no longer harm him. So, he wanted to contract the healing jellyfish to gain rapid recovery abilities. Moreover, the healing jellyfish was water type, which matched his desire for a water-type beast. Supong grew serious. Since you've made up your mind, I won't say much more. The healing jellyfish is in Jellyfish Lake, a mid-level secret realm. Although you're now silver level, you still need to be careful in that place. Got it. It's rare to see you so serious, Liu Xing laughed. The next day, Liu Xing packed his bags and set off. Supong watched from the second floor, silently vowing to work even harder. Liu Xing arrived at the entrance of Jellyfish Lake's secret realm and handed his beast-taming ID to the guards. After inspecting it, they waved him in. 18 years old, a silver-level beast tamer. Looks like Jiangnan Beast-Taming University has found another gem, one of the guards thought to himself. Having been stationed there for years, they had developed a keen eye and could tell Liu Xing's potential at a glance. Following the map he had purchased, Liu Xing successfully reached Jellyfish Lake. Along the way, he encountered many powerful beasts. The weaker ones he dealt with, and the stronger ones he avoided thanks to his hellhound's keen sense of smell. So, this is the legendary Jellyfish Lake? Liu Xing stood by the lake, taking in the view. As the sun set, the sky was painted with a fiery red glow, reflecting off the lake surface. It's beautiful, he couldn't help but exclaim. Liu Xing began his search along the shores of Jellyfish Lake, muttering, healing jellyfish under his breath. His sharp eyes constantly scanned the lake's surface, looking for his target. As a newly promoted silver-level beast tamer, Liu Xing chose to capture beasts in the wild, rather than buy them in the city. This was because silver-level beast tamers could contract beasts of the same level, and these powerful creatures were nearly impossible to capture or confine in cages. While some people preferred the safer route of purchasing beasts, the downside was that the acquired beasts were generally weaker and required long-term nurturing. In contrast, wild-caught beasts could immediately become combat-ready, significantly saving training time. After circling half of the lake, Liu Xing felt a bit anxious. Although there were many healing jellyfish in the lake, their potential was generally poor. With his system's eye, Liu Xing could easily discern their quality, most of which were EF grade, with the best only being a grade. Should I settle for the A grade one? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Liu Xing shook his head decisively. With his unique advantage, he couldn't afford to settle. In a grade? Not even worth a dog's attention in his eyes. Of course, ordinary people would likely scold him for being ungrateful if they knew he dismissed an A grade beast, as obtaining one was a lifetime goal for many. As dusk fell and the moon quietly rose, Liu Xing shivered and exhaled a breath of white mist. Just as he was about to leave, the lake's surface rippled, accompanied by the sound of splashing water. He focused his gaze and saw a rainbow glow emanating from the water not far away. A rainbow jellyfish, Liu Xing exclaimed. The jellyfish's attributes instantly appeared before him. Water and poison attributes, female, silver rank 1, grade potential, with skills including super healing, poison whip, poison spray, and flexibility. Liu Xing immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to capture the rainbow jellyfish. He had learned from the Book of Evolution that the rainbow jellyfish was an evolved form of the healing jellyfish, with very stringent evolution conditions. With a rainbow jellyfish right in front of him, there was no need to look further. Just as Liu Xing summoned his Thunderhawk and prepared to act, the lake's surface erupted violently. With a loud crash, a massive water column shot into the sky. Fortunately, his hellhound quickly dodged, saving him from a drenching. Riding on the back of his hellhound, Liu Xing squinted at the lake. A gigantic creature emerged, opening its gaping maw to bite the rainbow jellyfish. The jellyfish cried out in pain and retaliated with its tentacles, making a sharp cracking sound. Watching the intense battle between the two beasts, Liu Xing did not intervene but observed with great interest. He soon identified the big guy's attributes. Spirit water turtle, water attribute, male, silver rank 1, S-grade potential, with skills including super healing, spiked shell, and furious bite. Looks like Lady Luck is on my side today. Liu Xing's eyes lit up as he decided to change his target and capture the spirit water turtle. The battle soon reached its climax, with the spirit water turtle's hard shell helping it defeat the rainbow jellyfish and start feasting. As the turtle was about to finish its meal, Liu Xing knew his moment had come. Thunderhawk, use thunder on the spirit water turtle. At Liu Xing's command, the Thunderhawk, which had been waiting in the wings, let out a screech, and a thick bolt of lightning struck the feasting turtle. Seeing the lightning strike coming his way, the spirit water turtle couldn't react in time. It tried to dodge, but the lightning was already upon it. Bang! The Thunder Eagle's attack hit the spirit water turtle directly, causing a burst of golden light. The spirit water turtle cried out in pain as its flesh and blood were electrified. As a water attribute beast, the spirit water turtle was highly vulnerable to lightning, and this strike caused significant damage. Liu Xing knew that the spirit water turtle had tough skin and thick flesh, and one hit might not be enough to defeat it. To prevent it from escaping, he immediately commanded, Thunder Eagle, another electric strike. He didn't dare let the Thunder Eagle use its ultimate lightning move again, fearing it might kill the turtle instantly, which would be a disaster for him. Crash! Another electric strike hit the spirit water turtle. It cried out again, its entire body numb, and it passed out. Looking at the charred spirit water turtle before him, Liu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the Thunder Eagle hadn't gone too far. Thunder Eagle, Liu Xing called out. The Thunder Eagle understood and flew over. Liu Xing mounted it and flew to hover above the spirit water turtle. He began to cast a spell, forming hand signs to control his spiritual energy and draw a contract array. Soon, a white array appeared around the spirit water turtle, and after a flash of light, it turned into a stream of light that entered Liu Xing's mind. He felt a connection form with the spirit water turtle. The contract was successful. Return. Spirit water turtle. Liu Xing used a beast control technique to bring the spirit water turtle into his beast space. Through his spiritual sense, he was amazed to find the spirit water turtle's injuries healing rapidly. Is this the power of the super healing skill? Liu Xing marveled. In just 10 minutes, the spirit water turtle, which had been on the brink of death, was fully restored. Liu Xing was astonished and also discovered that the spirit water turtle had a terrifying skill-spiked shell, which could reflect 100 of physical damage back to the attacker. Awesome! Isn't this like the fantasy version of a reflective armor? Liu Xing thought excitedly. Combined with super healing, it's practically a divine skill. Any beast relying on physical attacks would be hitting itself when it goes up against my spirit water turtle. When the spirit water turtle emerged from the beast space, it showed no fear. Instead, it crawled toward the remaining rainbow jellyfish. What happened next made Liu Xing laugh and cry. The spirit water turtle devoured the remaining rainbow jellyfish in no time, like a starving ghost. Have I been infected by Su Pang, making my beast a foodie too? Liu Xing wondered. I'm so hungry. The spirit water turtle suddenly complained before diving into the jellyfish lake to start hunting the healing jellyfish. The poor healing jellyfish were no match for it, and were quickly wiped out. Watching the spirit water turtle, now satisfied in full, Liu Xing realized two things. First, the spirit water turtle probably gained its super healing skill from eating the healing jellyfish. Second, the extreme hunger was likely a side effect of the super healing skill, as healing consumed a lot of nutrients. Spirit water turtle, Liu Xing called. The spirit water turtle turned to look at Liu Xing with an innocent face, clearly not understanding his intent. Never mind. Liu Xing smiled wryly. Unlike the hellhound and the thunder eagle, this spirit water turtle seemed rather simple-minded and cute. Liu Xing thought. Maybe Su Peng should take this one. Of course, it was just a joke. An S-grade, powerful spirit water turtle was too rare to give up. Through spiritual communication, Liu Xing learned that this big guy usually hid at the bottom of the jellyfish lake to sleep and wouldn't have surfaced if not for the appearance of the rainbow jellyfish. Return. Spirit water turtle. Liu Xing recalled the spirit water turtle. With his goal achieved, he decided to rest for the night before leaving the perilous intermediate realm. The next morning, Liu Xing got up early to leave. However, someone didn't want him to go. Swish. An arrow flew toward Liu Xing. Fortunately, he was quick and dodged the attack. Well, I didn't expect you to dodge my spiked porcupine's attack. Not bad. A man with a scar on his right cheek and a towel wrapped around his head approached, accompanied by a spiked porcupine. Liu Xing quickly assessed. Spiked porcupine. Rock attribute. Male. Silver tier 2. Crade. Skill. Spiked shot. This must be his strongest beast, Liu Xing thought. The scarred man clearly underestimated Liu Xing, likely because he looked too young. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over everything valuable you have, he demanded. Faced with the scar-faced man's robbery attempt, Liu Xing couldn't help but let a mocking smile creep onto his lips. This guy clearly didn't understand the situation, daring to think he could take him on. Seeing this, the scar-faced man's eyes flashed with a sinister light. He threatened, "Since you won't give it to me willingly, I'll take it myself. Of course, if I have to take it, it'll be from your corpse." His lips curled into a smirk, showing his familiarity with such extortion tactics. "Kid, I advise you to hand it over quietly to avoid unnecessary pain," the scar-faced man continued, hoping to avoid further trouble and only seeking wealth. Liu Xing, unimpressed, quickly formed a hand seal. "You want my stuff? Come and get it. Come forth, spirit water turtle." With a flash of light, a gigantic spirit water turtle appeared in front of Liu Xing. The scar-faced man was momentarily stunned, but soon regained his composure. He eyed the young Liu Xing, thinking that this turtle couldn't be very powerful. It was just a big tortoise. "Watch how I take it down. This is land, and turtles move slowly here. Against my spiky porcupine, it's a sitting duck," the scar-faced man said confidently, then ordered, "Spiky porcupine, use spike shot." The spiky porcupine responded immediately, leaning forward and launching 3 sharp spikes toward the spirit water turtle. "Spirit water turtle, retreat into your shell," Liu Xing commanded calmly. The spirit water turtle swiftly retracted its head and limbs into its hard shell. The spikes hit the shell with a series of clang sounds, creating sparks but causing no damage. On the contrary, the spiky porcupine showed signs of pain. The scar-faced man looked puzzled. "Spiky porcupine, what's wrong?" Liu Xing chuckled. "That spiked shell is really handy." It turned out that the spirit water turtle's spiked shell had a physical rebound ability, which countered the spiky porcupine's physical attacks. Infuriated, the scar-faced man cursed, "Damn it, spiky porcupine, don't attack the turtle. Aim at that brat and shoot him hard." Liu Xing was taken aback by the man's lack of honor, abandoning the fight between beasts to target the beast master directly. He reacted quickly. "Spirit water turtle, block those spikes." The spirit water turtle emerged from its shell and rushed to Liu Xing, using its massive body to shield him from all the attacks. The continuous strikes on the shell produced a series of metallic sounds, and eventually, the spiky porcupine collapsed from the rebound damage. The spirit water turtle, only slightly injured, quickly healed with its super healing ability. The scar-faced man was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at his fallen spiky porcupine. He had thought he could make a fortune today, but instead, he hit a brick wall. "Kid, just you wait. I'll be back," the scar-faced man said, turning to flee. Liu Xing sneered. "Did I say you could leave?" He snapped his fingers, and a shadow darted out from the nearby woods. It was a hellhound that had been waiting in ambush. The hellhound pounced on the scar-faced man like an arrow. A blood-curdling scream echoed, and then there was silence. "Pathetic," Liu Xing scoffed. He walked over to the scar-faced man, took all the valuable items, then mounted the hellhound and quickly left the scene. Outside the secret realm, a few guards watched Liu Xing's departing figure and began to whisper among themselves. "How many days has that guy been in there?" 3 days. Only 3 days? What was he doing in there? No idea. Maybe just sightseeing or something. The guards were used to seeing adventurers stay in the secret realm for 10 days or more, so they were surprised that Liu Xing had come out in just 3 days. The guard captain noticed Liu Xing and squinted his eyes. "It's that kid. Interesting. It looks like he's contracted a new beast. I wonder what kind of beast he chose." He recalled that when Liu Xing first arrived, he had just broken through to silver rank 1, but his aura was still unstable. Now, after contracting his 3rd beast, Liu Xing's strength had clearly solidified. "I hope I get to see that kid again," the guard captain muttered as he turned back to his tent. Liu Xing, exhausted, returned to his villa. He took a hot shower and then collapsed onto the sofa, sighing with relief. Ah, so comfortable. During his days in the middle-level secret realm, Liu Xing's living conditions had been far from ideal. Now back in the comfort of his home, he finally had a chance to rest. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier until he fell asleep. At Jiangnan Beast-Taming University, the dormitory environment was safe, and with 3 beasts guarding him, Liu Xing could sleep soundly. If anyone dared to approach him with ill intent, his beasts would tear them to shreds. Liu Xing didn't know how long he had slept when he was awakened by a tickling sensation in his nose. Achoo! He sneezed and opened his eyes to find Liu Xiaoming standing nearby, giggling. The mischievous girl teased, "Hey, where have you been lately? Skipping classes and not telling us anything. We were worried sick." Liu Xing frowned. "Huh, I told Su Pang. Didn't he tell you?" Su Pang's whereabouts had become a mystery. Liu Xing frowned and thought, how could his usually inseparable companion suddenly vanish without a trace? Just as he was deep in contemplation, Liu Xiaoming's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Liu Xing, look at this." She pulled an envelope from the fruit basket on the table and handed it to him. Liu Xing took the envelope and quickly opened it. As his eyes scanned the contents, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. It turned out Su Pang had gone for special training outside the school. This discovery brought Liu Xing a sense of relief, at least proving that Su Pang was safe. At that moment, Liu Xing's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was Fire Phoenix, and her voice sounded particularly urgent. "Liu Xing, you need to be careful these next few days. Try not to leave the school if you can." "Why?" "Because Gao Yi is looking for you." The name Gao Yi made Liu Xing pause. He quickly remembered that Gao Yi was the father of his old classmate, Gao Bo. It seemed this man hadn't given up on seeking revenge. "Don't worry, Phoenix. He can't do anything to me now," Liu Xing said confidently. Fire Phoenix seemed to sense something. "Don't tell me you've already become a silver beast master." "Heh, just got lucky," Liu Xing admitted with a chuckle. This news left Fire Phoenix in a long silence. She hadn't expected Liu Xing to reach the silver level in such a short time. Even though you've reached the silver level, Gao Yi is still a seasoned silver beast master. "So, don't get careless," Fire Phoenix warned finally. After hanging up the phone, Liu Xing didn't mention Gao Yi to Liu Xiaoming. He simply suggested they go out for a nice meal. After a hearty dinner, Liu Xing felt something was off and quickly flagged down a taxi, instructing Liu Xiaoming to head back first. Once Liu Xiaoming was gone, Liu Xing walked to a secluded area and suddenly turned to face a large tree, shouting, "Gao Yi, come out. I spotted you a long time ago. Stop hiding." Gao Yi stepped out from behind the tree, surprised. "How did you notice me?" Liu Xing sneered. "Your tricks are too obvious for me." He noticed Gao Yi's head full of white hair, a sign that Gao Bo's death had hit him hard. Gao Yi grinned wickedly. "Kid, today I will take your life. I'll use your blood to comfort my son's spirit. Fire Phoenix has been sent to explore a new secret realm. She can't come to save you now." Liu Xing maintained his calm smile. "Are you so confident you can defeat me?" Gao Yi scoffed. "Why wouldn't I be? At most, you're a bronze-level beastmaster, while I'm silver. Dealing with you is a piece of cake." With that, he released 3 beasts, a robust horned horse, a twin-bladed mantis, and a giant clawed crab. Liu Xing quickly assessed their strength. The robust horned horse was silver tier 4, with a combat attribute. The twin-bladed mantis was silver tier 3, with an insect attribute, and the giant clawed crab was silver tier 1, with a water attribute. Gao Yi boasted, "Kid, this time you can't escape. You must have a death wish, coming to this secluded place and sending your helper away." Amid Gao Yi's arrogant laughter, Liu Xing calmly retorted, "Why do you think I did all this?" Gao Yi was momentarily speechless, staring at Liu Xing in confusion. He noticed a change in Liu Xing's eyes. They were no longer calm but filled with a teasing glint, like a cat eyeing a mouse. This sudden shift set off alarm bells in Gao Yi's mind. "You little brat, don't tell me you've become a silver-level beast master?" Gao Yi suddenly realized, shouting in disbelief. That was the only explanation for Liu Xing's newfound confidence. Liu Xing shrugged and replied calmly, "If you don't believe me, I'll show you." With that, he expertly formed a hand seal. In an instant, 3 imposing beasts materialized in front of Gao Yi. Gao Yi's eyes widened in shock as he took in the scene. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and fear surged through him. In such a short time, Liu Xing's power had skyrocketed to silver level on extraordinary and terrifying talent. A strong sense of impending danger swept over Gao Yi. He clenched his fists, a sinister expression crossing his face. He realized he had to eliminate Liu Xing before he fully matured, or else he would become a significant threat in the future. "Majestic horned horse, attack that guy. Kill him," Gao Yi ordered harshly. The majestic horned horse, upon hearing the command, dug its hind hooves into the ground and charged towards Liu Xing like an arrow released from a bow. As it neared Liu Xing, it lowered its head, its sharp horn aimed directly at its target. "Hellhound, it's your turn. Use flame slash." Liu Xing responded calmly. The hellhound swung its right front paw, sending a blazing arc of fire slicing through the air towards the majestic horned horse. Watch out! Majestic horned horse, dodge! Gaoyi shouted in alarm. The majestic horned horse narrowly avoided the attack, the flame slash grazing its body. Gaoyi breathed a sigh of relief, but Liu Xing's cold laughter soon followed. Aren't you celebrating a bit too early? Hellhound! Use rending claw on the majestic horned horse. The hellhound accelerated instantly, its sharp claws slicing through the majestic horned horse's flesh like tofu, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds. The majestic horned horse neighed in agony, its ferocity intensifying as it turned to gore the hellhound with its horns. The battle grew fiercer with each exchange. Liu Xing commanded again. Hellhound, shadow strike. The hellhound vanished suddenly, leaving the majestic horned horse bewildered. In the next moment, it was struck heavily and sent crashing into a tree behind it. Leaves rustled loudly as the majestic horned horse fell to the ground, gravely injured. Gaoyi watched in despair, powerless to stop the hellhound's lethal assault. Its purple fangs sank into the majestic horned horse's neck, draining its life force rapidly. With the horse's death, Gaoyi suffered a backlash, howling in pain. The battle continued. The spirit turtle and the twin-bladed mantis were locked in combat. The twin-bladed mantis darted nimbly, searching for an opening. However, most of its attacks bounced off the spirit turtle's hard shell, injuring itself instead. Seizing the moment, Liu Xing commanded, Spirit turtle, now, use furious bite. The spirit turtle extended its limbs from its shell and charged at the exhausted, twin-bladed mantis. Oh no, the twin-blade mantis. Get out of the way. Gaoyi's voice echoed across the battlefield, but it was too late. The spirit water turtle was already inches away from the twin-blade mantis, making any escape impossible. The twin-blade mantis could only watch helplessly as the spirit water turtle's gaping maw came at it. With a crunch, the turtle clamped down on the mantis's body. A howl of pain erupted from the mantis as it tried to lift its twin blades and launch a desperate counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing filled the air, each strike sparking fire. Yet, the spirit water turtle's shell was impenetrable, and the mantis's attacks left only faint white scratches. The turtle's grip tightened, and the mantis's resistance weakened. Finally, its blades drooped, its head tilted, and life slipped away. Twin-blade mantis. Gaoyi cried out in anguish, then felt a sharp pain shoot through his head. On the other side of the battlefield, Liu Xing turned his gaze to the thunder eagle in the sky. Thunder eagle, stop playing around and finish it, he commanded. At his words, the thunder eagle ceased toying with the giant claw crab and let out a deafening screech. Golden light surged from its body, and a blinding bolt of lightning shot out, striking the crab. The poor giant claw crab naively raised its massive claw in defense, unaware that lightning was beyond its ability to block. With a thunderous boom, the lightning struck the crab, electric currents coursing through its body, destroying its functions. With a crackle, the crab fell to the ground, charred all over. A cold wind blew, dispersing the black smoke from the crab's body, leaving the air thick with the scent of burnt protein. With the last beast fallen, Gaoyi's head felt like it was splitting open, and he collapsed with a scream. Liu Xing looked at his fallen opponent with an expression devoid of pity. Hellhound, he commanded. The hellhound understood immediately, slashing its claws to send two fiery blades speeding toward the unconscious Gaoyi. Boom! The fiery blades hit their mark, exploding on impact, and Gaoyi's body disintegrated into dust. Liu Xing tolerated no threats to his safety. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. Quick, they're just ahead, called the patrol team from the city, arriving just in time. Liu Xing smirked derisively. To him, these so-called official forces were merely there to clean up the aftermath. Hellhound, let's go. Liu Xing recalled the thunder eagle and spirit water turtle, mounted the hellhound, and quickly vanished into the night. The patrol team arrived at the scene, stunned into silence by what they saw. The captain surveyed the area, concluding that it was the aftermath of a battle between two silver-level beast tamers. He ordered his team to clean up and prepare an accurate report. Riding the hellhound down a quiet path, Liu Xing suddenly realized it looked familiar. Isn't this the road to Sister Ruyu's place? The towering figure of Yin Ruyu flashed in his mind. Hellhound, head that way, he directed, pointing to an unfinished building in the distance. Arriving at Yin Ruyu's doorstep, Liu Xing expertly pulled out a key and unlocked the door. The house was pitch dark, and just as he was about to turn on the light, a sharp dagger pressed against his throat. Sister Ruyu, it's me, Liu Xing, he quickly shouted. The dagger immediately withdrew, and Liu Xing breathed a sigh of relief before turning on the light. You rascal, how did you know it was me? Yin Ruyu asked curiously. Liu Xing looked at Yin Ruyu before him, involuntarily swallowing as he was once again struck by her formidable presence. Sister Ruyu, it was the scent. I recognized you by your scent, He made up an excuse on the spot. Oh really? Yin Ruyu sneered. I never thought you'd learn to identify women by their scent after a few days apart, she said as she slumped onto the couch. Liu Xing glanced around and was surprised to find that all of Yin Ruyu's experimental equipment was gone, replaced by ordinary furniture. This new decor gave the place a cozy, homely feel. Sister Ruyu, where's all your stuff? Liu Xing asked. I moved it elsewhere, Yin Ruyu said, shivering at the memory of Fire Phoenix's terrifying expression. Fire Phoenix had ordered her to relocate the lab, insisting that a home should look like a home and that experiments should be conducted in a specialized place. Yin Ruyu wouldn't dare disobey the bossy Fire Phoenix. Liu Xing returned to Yin Ruyu's house and was immediately teased as soon as he walked in. Don't talk about me. It's you who have no conscience. It's been so long since you last came to see me, Yin Ruyu said half-jokingly. Liu Xing scratched his head in embarrassment. Hee, sorry about that, Sister Ruyu. I've been busy with my studies. Yin Ruyu glanced at Liu Xing and suddenly widened her eyes. Busy with studies? Wow, kid. What have you been taking? You've actually reached silver rank. Liu Xing quickly explained. Just lucky, really? I didn't put in that much effort. Maybe I just got lucky. Hearing Liu Xing's explanation, Yin Ruyu was speechless. She recalled reaching the silver rank herself at 19, but Liu Xing was even more exceptional. Yin Ruyu thoughtfully picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, lit one, and took a deep drag. Liu Xing frowned at the sight. Sister Ruyu, when did you start smoking? I've known how for a long time, but I quit before. Lately, the stress has been getting to me, so I started again, Yin Ruyu said, offering the cigarette to Liu Xing. Want one? Liu Xing waved his hand quickly. No thanks. He had seen the lungs of smokers, and he wanted to live a long life. Yin Ruyu exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled. You're still just a kid, huh? She glanced at the darkening sky outside. All right, it's getting late. You should rest. Liu Xing nodded and turned to leave. Just as he was about to enter his room, Yin Ruyu called out to him. Liu Xing, you have talent, but you should keep a low profile. Remember, only those who grow up are true geniuses. Got it, Liu Xing replied, quickly closing the door behind him. In his room, Liu Xing's heart raced. Yin Ruyu, in her purple robe, lounging lazily on the sofa, stirred something within him. He shook his head with a bitter smile, reminding himself to focus on improving his skills. The next day, Liu Xing found a note in the living room. Yin Ruyu had gone out for a few days and told him to make himself at home but not to mess up the place. Liu Xing glanced at Yin Ruyu's room, feeling a bit disappointed. He had wanted to discuss the evolution handbook with her, but that would have to wait. Back at Jianan Beast-Taming University, Liu Xing decided to take a few days off to relax after the intense field training. He enjoyed a leisurely college life, occasionally going on dates with Ru Ming or Lu Xiaoming. One day, while watching TV with Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming in the villa, the door suddenly burst open. A dark figure rushed and it was Su Peng. Whoa, Su Peng. Did someone trick you into working in a coal mine? How did you get so dark? Liu Xing teased. Su Peng ignored the joke and rushed to the table to gulp down some water. After drinking, he began to complain. Oh man, Liu Xing, you have no idea what I've been through these past days. It was horrible. The food was bad, the sleep was worse. I think I've lost a few pounds. Liu Xing awkwardly looked Su Peng up and down. Apart from getting darker, he didn't seem to have lost any weight. Lu Xiaoming covered her nose. All right, go take a shower. You smell terrible. Ru Ming also took a few steps back, frowning. After his shower, Su Peng came downstairs in a bathrobe. Liu Xing reminded him to be mindful of his appearance, but Su Peng didn't care and even made a few jokes about Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming. So, what were you guys talking about? Su Peng asked. Liu Xing handed him a notice. What else? Our school is organizing a wilderness survival activity. It's to strengthen our skills and improve our survival techniques. Su Peng was shocked. What? Can I not go? Liu Xing rolled his eyes. If you don't want to graduate, then sure, you can skip it. Su Peng had no choice but to agree reluctantly. All right, fine. I'll go. Seeing Su Peng's dejected face, Liu Xing couldn't help but offer some comfort. Hey, don't look so down. Reaching bronze rank 8 is no small feat during this wilderness survival activity. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't intervene. It's all on you. When you show off your skills, the girls at school will be head over heels for you. Su Peng's eyes lit up at the thought, already envisioning himself being admired by a crowd of girls. But he quickly caught on and looked at Liu Xing suspiciously. Wait a minute, how did you know I reached bronze rank 8? He had planned to surprise Liu Xing by showing off his skills during the survival activity, but it seemed his secret had already been uncovered. Liu Xing casually replied, because I'm stronger than you. Inwardly, he was relieved he hadn't revealed his ability to see others' information. Su Peng waved his hand dismissively and yawned. Forget it. I'm too tired to talk. I need a good sleep. With that, he headed downstairs. Liu Xing watched Su Peng's retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. Soon, the wilderness survival activity at Jiangnan Beast Master University began as scheduled. Under the guidance of their teachers, the students boarded a bus, which quickly became lively. I wonder which secret realm we're going to this time. I have no idea, but I'm excited. I just reached bronze rank 4. This time, I'll show you what I can do. A blond boy boasted proudly. His surrounding followers immediately looked at him with admiration. Huh. Su Peng, sitting next to Liu Xing, couldn't help but sneer. Showing off at bronze rank 4? I'm at bronze rank 8 and you don't see me bragging. He stuffed a handful of chips into his mouth as he spoke. Liu Xing glanced at Su Peng but didn't respond, continuing to gaze out the window. The bus sped along and soon arrived at their destination. Su Peng curiously looked around and noticed the unusual environment. The sky was a reddish-brown, and the air was thick with dust, creating an oppressive atmosphere. This is a volcanic region, a familiar voice said. Liu Xing and Su Peng turned to see their instructor, Wu Yong. Hello, teacher, Liu Xing greeted. Wu Yong smiled and nodded. Long time no see, Liu Xing. This half-month wilderness survival training is your chance to shine. I will, teacher, Liu Xing replied. Just then, they noticed a figure standing on a large rock in the distant seat was Principal Liu Gongsheng. Clearing his throat, Principal Liu began explaining the rules. Students, welcome to this wilderness survival training. You will be surviving in this volcanic secret realm for half a month. We will grade your performance, and those who excel will receive rewards. Remember, the deeper you go, the more dangerous it gets, but the higher your score will be. I am your chief examiner and responsible for your safety. I hope I won't need to intervene because that would mean you failed the test. Now, the assessment begins. You are free to move. With the principal's announcement, the students scattered like birds, eagerly heading deeper into the volcanic region, seemingly ignoring Liu Gongsheng's warnings. Principal, what do you think of this batch of students? Wu Yong asked, standing beside Liu Gongsheng. Liu Gongsheng glanced around and nodded. Not bad, much better than our time. I see a few promising ones. As long as they don't do anything foolish, they should perform well. Meanwhile, Liu Xing, Su Peng, and Liu Xiaoming formed a group and set off together. They hadn't gone far when Su Peng started panting heavily. Wait up, you guys. Su Peng called out to the two ahead of him. Liu Xing looked back at the large backpack on Su Peng and sighed. We're here for survival training, not a vacation. Why did you bring such a big bag? Su Peng defensively replied. I'm just worried about the harsh environment. I brought extra food. Look around, this place is desolate. Where would we find anything to eat? Liu Xing glanced around and had to admit Su Peng had a point. The area was barren, with red soil and not a single tree in sight, making the place feel unsettling. He couldn't help but wonder why the principal had chosen such a location for survival training. Unbeknownst to them, the principal and other instructors were closely monitoring their every move through electronic screens. This chubby kid brought so much food. Principal, isn't that against the rules? Should we disqualify him? Han Mingming squinted, his eyes filled with disdain for Liu Xing and his group. As Wu Yong's rival, he naturally had no goodwill towards Wu Yong's students. Liu Gongsheng waved his hand dismissively. No need. With his appetite, he won't last long with that supply. Sure enough, 3 days later, Su Peng had exhausted all his food supplies. We're doomed. Liu Xing, we're out of food. Su Peng exclaimed in horror, finding only one last bag of chips in his backpack. Liu Xing rolled his eyes and spread his hands helplessly. What else can we do? We'll have to improvise. He was at his wits' end with this guy who hadn't stopped eating since they arrived. Su Peng wasn't angry upon hearing this. Instead, he laughed, his crafty eyes fixed on Liu Xing's backpack. Liu Xing, you're so kind. Surely you won't let me go hungry, right? Liu Xing instinctively tightened his grip on his backpack, thinking that while sharing food wasn't out of the question, this guy was too shameless and needed to be kept in check. Stop talking. Liu Xiaoming suddenly tensed up. Liu Xing, did you hear that? Liu Xing scanned the surroundings warily. In the distance, a cloud of dust was rapidly approaching. When he saw what it was, he couldn't help but shout, oh no, it's an ant swarm. As the ants drew closer, Liu Xing made a quick decision. Come out, Thunder Eagle. He mounted the Thunder Eagle and extended his hand to Liu Xiaoming. After a brief moment of hesitation, she grabbed his hand and was lifted onto the Thunder Eagle's back. With a screech, the Thunder Eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Poor Su Peng was left on the ground, shouting, Liu Xing, you're ditching your friends for a girl. Do you want me to be ant food? Liu Xing sighed. Thunder Eagle, go pick him up. Reluctantly, the Thunder Eagle flew over Su Peng, grabbing him like a chick with its sharp claws. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Wu Yong asked worriedly, Principal, should we terminate this wilderness survival training? Han Mingming watched the screen, secretly pleased to see Liu Xing and the others in such a mess. He hoped the Thunder Eagle would buckle under the weight and fall. Principal Liu Xing pondered for a moment before deciding. No, let it continue. He thought to himself that the front lines were becoming more critical, and if these students couldn't grow, the future would be bleak. He had to be tough, but he was increasingly satisfied with Liu Xing, silently praising this promising silver-level beast master. The Thunder Eagle carried Liu Xing and his group to a high ridge. Su Pang was unceremoniously dropped to the ground, landing face first and furiously wanting to confront the Thunder Eagle. Liu Xing stopped him, observing the fire ants with a serious expression. Through the system eye, Liu Xing saw that although these fire ants were individually weak, their numbers were overwhelming. He was fortunate to have a flying beast, allowing him to escape. However, other students weren't so lucky. Many were swarmed by the ants and had to be rescued by the principal's team, resulting in their unfortunate disqualification. Han Mingming, seeing his nephew also struggling with the fire ants, urgently pleaded with the principal to cancel the test. Wu Yong retorted, "Didn't someone just say this was real training, where anything could happen?" Han Mingming was left speechless, his face burning with embarrassment. Liu Xing and his group continued for another half hour. Just as they were about to rest, the ground began to shake. In the distance, a massive creature was crawling towards them. Liu Xiaoming's eyes widened in fear. "Liu Xing, what is that?" she stammered, pointing shakily into the distance. A massive four-clawed beast was slowly approaching them, each step making the ground thud ominously. Its body was covered in thick red scales, and a long pink tongue flicked in and out of its mouth. Liu Xing quickly activated the system eye and analyzed the beast's attributes. It's a red fire anteater. Fire attribute, male, silver tier 3, a grade potential. Its skills include flame armor, tongue whip, and sharp claws. Everyone, be careful, it's very strong. No wonder those red fire ants were fleeing, Liu Xing explained. The red fire anteater is their natural enemy. Its scales are the strongest defense. The ants can't even scratch it, Su Peng exclaimed. So it's this guy causing all the trouble. The red fire anteater seemed disappointed that its prey had escaped but soon noticed Liu Xing's group. Its eyes lit up, and it charged towards them. Damn! Su Peng cursed. Is it treating us as prey now? You're an anteater. Shouldn't you be catching ants? Why are you targeting us? Liu Xing, we need to run. But Liu Xing remained calm. Why run? We can handle it. Come forth, Hellhound. With a flash of light, a two-headed giant dog appeared before them. The mentors watching on the electronic screen gasped, and even Principal Liu Xing showed a look of surprise. Hellhound, charge and use rending claw. Liu Xing commanded decisively. The Hellhound shot towards the red fire anteater like an arrow. Wu Yong frowned at the screen. Why isn't he using ranged attacks? The red fire anteater's defense is famously strong. Han Mingming smirked coldly. That brat is in for some trouble this time. The Hellhound leaped high, its sharp claws glinting as it slashed at the red fire anteater. Sensing danger, the anteater instantly activated its flame armor, enveloping itself in fire. Clang! The Hellhound's claws struck the anteater's scales, leaving only shallow marks. Liu Xing was secretly astonished. Such thick armor. To everyone's surprise, the Hellhound was unscathed, unaffected by the flames. A flicker of surprise crossed Liu Xing's eyes, while Han Mingming's expression turned sour. Liu Xing felt a surge of joy. The fire-devouring ability is indeed powerful. He quickly changed tactics. Hellhound, use Shadow Ball. Both heads of the Hellhound rose, each forming a giant black energy ball. The two Shadow Balls shot out, hitting the red fire anteater dead on, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. So strong. Su Peng watched in awe. He suddenly realized the growing gap between himself and Liu Xing. Recalling his father's words to befriend Liu Xing clenching his fists, he resolved to work even harder, or he wouldn't even be able to follow in Liu Xing's footsteps. The Hellhound, give it the final blow. Use Flame Slash. Liu Xing commanded decisively. The Hellhound understood immediately, its sharp claws slashing out as a massive blade of fire shot towards the fiery anteater. The fiery anteater, still struggling to get up after being hit by two Shadow Balls, had no time to react before the Flame Slash struck. Boom! The fiery blade slammed into the fiery anteater, killing it on the spot. The poor creature fell to the ground with an expression of defiance. We won. That kid actually won. Han Mingming's mouth twitched with shock. The surprise was shared by all the mentors. Even the sophomore students couldn't have managed such a feat. Amazing. Liu Xing, you're incredible. Su Peng couldn't help but flatter him. Just average, third in the world. Liu Xing responded coolly. Nearby, Liu Xiaoming's gaze towards Liu Xing grew increasingly admiring, her eyes sparkling with admiration and a hint of pride. This was the man she had chosen. The stronger Liu Xing became, the more she felt validated. The Hellhound quickly ran over to the fiery anteater, extending its sharp claws to tear into the weaker underbelly, easily ripping through the white scales. From within, it pulled out a large red crystal. It's a beast crystal, Han Mingming exclaimed from the control room, astonished that the fiery anteater had such a valuable item. The hellhound carried the fist-sized beast crystal to Liu Xing. After a moment's thought, Liu Xing decided to let the hellhound use it to compensate for its lack of defensive abilities. Here, hellhound, eat it, Liu Xing said, tossing the crystal to the hellhound, which swallowed it in one gulp. A system notification sounded, prompting Liu Xing to choose a new skill for the hellhound. Without hesitation, Liu Xing selected Flame Armor. The hellhound's entire body began to glow red, soon becoming enveloped in flames. It's flame armor. Han Mingming stood frozen, feeling a wave of dizziness. This kid's luck was incredible. Not only did he get a beast crystal, but he also taught the hellhound the fiery anteater's most prized skill. Wu Yong's face was full of excitement and pride. He could finally hold his head high in front of the other mentors. Liu Xing, Su Peng swallowed hard. Are you the illegitimate child of Lady Luck? With luck like this, why don't you go buy a lottery ticket? Liu Xing rolled his eyes at Su Peng, thinking to himself that he did want to retire and relax, but reality didn't allow it. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen, and he needed to grow stronger quickly to protect those around him. Let's go, Liu Xing said. Where to? Didn't you say you were hungry? Yeah. Then I'll treat you to some barbecue. Su Peng was puzzled at first, but quickly caught on to Liu Xing's meaning. Liu Xing pulled out skewers, a knife, and a seasoning bottle from his backpack and started slicing meat from the fiery anteater. Liu Xing, we don't have a fire. Su Peng suddenly realized the problem. I love eating, but I don't eat raw food. Who said anything about eating raw? Liu Xing rolled his eyes again. Hellhound, use flame armor. Seeing the flames burning on the hellhound, Su Peng immediately understood, exclaiming excitedly, Liu Xing, you've been working hard. Let me handle the grilling. Don't worry, I'll make sure it's perfect. Fine, but be serious about it. Liu Xing warned, if it burns, that piece is yours. No problem. As a foodie, Su Peng was quite adept at cooking. Liu Xing felt confident leaving the grilling to him. He started chatting casually with Liu Xiaoming on the side. This scene was clearly observed by the teachers, who couldn't help but twitch their mouths in disbelief. What a waste, they thought to themselves. Using the flame armor, such a divine skill, for barbecuing was beyond any of their expectations. What was even more surprising was that Liu Xing's hellhound seemed to have an extraordinary control over the flames, able to adjust the intensity of the flame armor at will. Good job, hellhound, Su Peng said with a smile while diligently turning the skewers. I'll roast a big one for you later as a reward. Han Mingming couldn't stand it any longer and, with a face full of exasperation, said to the principal, Principal, let's go check on the other students. The principal, also at a loss for words regarding Liu Xing's behavior, nodded in agreement. Before long, Su Peng hummed a tune as he handed over several fragrant skewers of meat to Liu Xing and Liu Xiaoming. Liu Xiaoming smiled sweetly. Thank you. No problem. Take your time eating. I'll go roast some more. When it came to food, Su Peng was always full of energy and never tired of it. After replenishing their energy, the trio continued on their way and soon reached a volcanic area. The intense heat made Su Peng and Liu Xiaoming sweat profusely, soaking their clothes. However, when they looked at Liu Xing, they were surprised to see he was unaffected. What's wrong with you guys? Liu Xing noticed their gazes. Su Peng couldn't help but remark, Liu Xing, if I didn't know you for so many years, I'd really think you're some kind of walking humanoid beast. Liu Xing rolled his eyes. You're the humanoid beast. Then how do you explain not sweating at all in this heat? It's not natural. Su Peng pressed on. Liu Xing paused for a moment, quickly realizing the reason. It seems the hellhound's fire-absorbing skill is also affecting me, he thought, understanding that the bond between a beast master and their beast was mutually reinforcing. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. What's going on? Su Peng looked around in panic. Liu Xing quickly spotted the anomaly and pointed to a nearby lava area. There, the red-hot lava churned, producing large bubbles and spewing black smoke. Is this volcano about to erupt? Liu Xing became alert. We need to get out of here. Just as he was about to lead Su Peng and Liu Xiaoming away, a dazzling light flashed in the lava. Upon closer inspection, they saw a small flame flickering quietly. What is that? Su Peng exclaimed. It's the heart of the earth flame. Han Mingming suddenly shouted from the monitoring room. He never expected to see such a rare fire spirit here. His eyes instantly lit up with excitement. As a beast master stuck at the 9th rank of gold for years, his strongest beast was a flame lion. If he could obtain the heart of the earth flame and let his flame lion consume it, he was confident he could break through to platinum rank. With this thought, Han Mingming glanced at Wu Yong, who was not far away, and snorted. The two had been evenly matched for years. Now that Han Mingming saw an opportunity for a breakthrough, he couldn't let it slip away. While the other teachers were focused on the screen, he quietly left the monitoring room, unaware that someone was following him. Back to Liu Xing, he said to Liu Xiaoming and Su Peng. The volcano is about to erupt. You two need to leave quickly. What about you? Liu Xiaoming asked worriedly. Don't worry about me. I need to get that thing. Liu Xing pointed to the heart of the earth flame. It's a rare treasure, and it's my destiny to obtain it. I have my Thunder Eagle, so even if the volcano erupts, I'll be able to escape in time. He didn't mention that the Hellhound's fire-absorbing skill could make him immune to fire attacks. All right, be careful. Liu Xiaoming and Su Peng ran towards the foot of the mountain. Hellhound, let's go. Liu Xing leaped onto the Hellhound's back and sped towards the heart of the earth flame. The Hellhound moved with incredible speed, quickly reaching the vicinity of the heart of the earth flame. This fire-absorbing talent is truly remarkable. Liu Xing marveled as he saw the Hellhound walking on the lava as if it were solid ground. Hellhound, go ahead and consume that heart of the earth flame. Just as Liu Xing gave the order, a massive creature emerged from the other side of the lava. Roar! The creature opened its enormous mouth and roared at Liu Xing. It's the Flame King Serpent. Liu Xing recognized the massive creature instantly with his system's help. Flame King Serpent, a male fire attribute magical beast of Silver Tier 3, possesses the skills of Flame Breath, Fire Serpent Summoning, and Death Coil. Despite being the strongest creature in this low-level secret realm, it was no match for Liu Xing's Hellhound. After days of training and battles, Liu Xing's Hellhound had advanced to Silver Tier 2. Although its level was slightly lower than the Flame King Serpent, its fire-devouring talent made it the nemesis of all fire attribute beasts. Liu Xing quickly summoned his Thunder Eagle and leaped onto its back with graceful ease. Hellhound, take care of that guy, he commanded confidently, leaving the Hellhound to fully engage in the battle. Ensuring Liu Xing's safety, the Hellhound immediately launched a fierce attack on the Flame King Serpent. Enraged, the serpent felt its dignity as a king being challenged. It opened its massive jaws and spewed a stream of scorching flames. With a thunderous roar, the flames struck the Hellhound but had no effect, instead invigorating it. The Flame King Serpent was stunned, and before it could recover, the Hellhound closed in. Its sharp claws gleamed coldly as it unleashed a devastating slash on the serpent. With a loud crash, the Flame King Serpent was sent flying over 10 meters. Despite its strength, the serpent quickly regained its composure and charged at the Hellhound. Think I'm scared? Hellhound, use Shadow Strike. Liu Xing commanded decisively. The Hellhound vanished in a flash, leaving the Flame King Serpent bewildered and searching for its foe. In that instant, the Hellhound reappeared behind it, delivering another powerful blow. With another crash, the Flame King Serpent was sent flying again. This time, it struggled to rise, covered in wounds and in great pain. Liu Xing sighed inwardly, wishing his Hellhound had water-based attacks, but he knew that was impossible. Suddenly, Liu Xing remembered his Aqua Turtle, a water attribute beast. However, he quickly dismissed the thought this place was filled with lava, and even with its super healing skills, the Aqua Turtle could end up roasted. Moreover, it didn't know any water tribute moves. This battle made Liu Xing realize his shortcomings. He resolved to find a water attribute magical beast core for his Aqua Turtle to learn powerful water skills. As Liu Xing pondered, the battle took a sudden turn. The Flame King Serpent had wrapped itself around the Hellhound, attempting to strangle it with Death Coil. However, it chose the wrong target. The Hellhound stomped its foot, igniting its entire body in flames hotter than lava flame armor. Despite its resistance to fire, the serpent was scorched by the intense heat, forcing it to release its grip. Seizing the opportunity, the Hellhound bared its fangs glowing with a purple hue and bit down hard on the Flame King Serpent. With a crunch, its fangs pierced through the serpent's body like tofu. The serpent let out a harrowing scream, struggling violently but only worsening its agony. Soon, it lost its life and collapsed to the ground. The Hellhound released its grip, lifting its head high in a victorious stance. Liu Xing called out, "All right, Hellhound, stop showing off. Go eat the lava core heart." The Hellhound nodded and was about to devour the lava core heart when a shout echoed. "Stop right there, kid." Not wanting any delays, Liu Xing immediately ordered, "Hellhound, ignore him and swallow the lava core heart." Without hesitation, the Hellhound gulped down the lava core heart. "You're courting death," the newcomer roared, his face twisted with rage, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Liu Xing turned to see a burly man with a face full of scars, riding a flying beast not far away. "Oh, isn't that Teacher Han?" he taunted. Han Mingming gritted his teeth, his scarred face twitching with fury, unable to speak. That was the lava core heart, his chance to advance, now ruined by Liu Xing. "Kid, I'm going to kill you." Han Mingming roared in fury, completely forgetting his role as a mentor. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Liu Xing, ready to take action himself. In Huaxia, it was a serious crime for a mentor to attack a student, but Han Mingming was blinded by rage. "Mighty Eagle, use Windblade. Kill this brat." Han Mingming commanded harshly. The mighty eagle flapped its wings fiercely, sending two razor-sharp wind blades hurtling towards Liu Xing. Thunderhawk, dodge quickly, Liu Xing shouted urgently. With a deafening clap of thunder, the Thunderhawk appeared to the right, narrowly avoiding the mighty eagle's attack. Liu Xing exhaled in relief, a hint of gratitude flashing across his face. If it weren't for the mighty eagle's lack of strength, he might not have survived today. Liu Xing's mind raced as he recalled the attributes of the mighty eagle. Mighty eagle. Attributes: wind, fighting, gender, male, level, gold tier 2, quality, A, skills, wind blade, talon strike, peck. A gold tier 2 mighty eagle? Liu Xing pondered. It seems this is just Han Mingming's mode of transport. He hasn't really trained it. With his system I, Liu Xing already knew that Han Mingming was a gold tier 9 beast master. Normally, his beast should be at gold tier 9, but the mighty eagle's mere gold tier 2 level indicated negligence in training. Training a beast was an incredibly meticulous task. Beasts had emotions too. Besides consuming rare herbs and treasures, they required frequent unknown training. This process was extremely exhausting, and any slack could lead to the beast slacking off, resulting in slow progress. This was why Liu Xiaoming and others envied Liu Xing's beasts were exceptionally disciplined. Not only could they complete training independently, but they sometimes even requested extra practice. Of course, Liu Xing was also generous in his training, always purchasing top-quality beast food. Didn't expect you to dodge that. Han Mingming's face showed a hint of surprise, then twisted into a cruel smile. Let's see if you can dodge this. Mighty Eagle, use Talon Strike. Responding to the command, the mighty eagle flapped its wings and shot towards Liu Xing like a streak of light. This isn't good. Thunderhawk, flee. Liu Xing knew he was no match for Han Mingming. His Thunderhawk was only silver tier 2, and facing even the weakest of Han Mingming's beasts was beyond him. A heart-pounding chase ensued between Liu Xing and Han Mingming. Liu Xing fled desperately while Han Mingming pursued relentlessly. Despite the Thunderhawk's speed, the gold tier 2 mighty eagle was faster. Just as Han Mingming was about to catch up, Firebird, use Flame Jet. A searing jet of flame suddenly shot towards Han Mingming. Watch out, mighty eagle, dodge. Han Mingming barely managed to avoid the sudden fire attack on the mighty eagle. He glared angrily at the assailant, spotting a chubby man with small glasses and a kindly smile, his sparse hair fluttering in the wind. It's Mentor Wu Yong. Liu Xing recognized his timely savior. He quickly scanned Wu Yong's Firebird attributes. Firebird. Attributes: fire, wind, gender, male, level, gold tier 5. Quality, A. Skills, Flame Jet, Cloud Flash, Peck. Clearly, Wu Yong's Firebird was much stronger than Han Mingming's mighty eagle. Wu Yong, it's you again. Why do you always ruin my plans? Han Mingming snarled through gritted teeth. Because I want you to find your way back and stop making mistakes, Wu Yong replied calmly. Mistakes? What mistakes have I made? Han Mingming still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. Han Mingming, don't you know that attacking your own student without cause is a serious crime for a mentor at Jiangnan Beast Master University? Wu Yong's words struck Han Mingming like a wake-up call, sending a chill down his spine. Han Mingming looked at Wu Yong, who was smiling, but the smile made Han Mingming uneasy. Little did he know, Wu Yong was overjoyed inside. After years of rivalry, Han Mingming had committed many misdeeds, but always covered his tracks well. Even if Wu Yong knew it was him, he couldn't do anything. But this time was different. Han Mingming had attacked Liu Xing in broad daylight, making it nearly impossible to deny. Realizing this, Han Mingming's expression turned resolute. Damn it, I'll kill you all and leave Jiangnan City. He thought, Liu Gongxing is strong, but as the headmaster, he's got many duties. He won't chase me just for Wu Yong and them. Besides, I've had contact with a certain organization before. If I join them, even if Liu Gongxing hunts me down, I can hide under their protection. With this in mind, Han Mingming quickly formed a hand seal. Come out, my old friend. A massive flame lion appeared out of thin air. Oh, you want to fight? Then I'll play along. Wu Yong also formed a hand seal. Come out, Deepwater Anaconda. A gigantic snake emerged from the magic circle. Roar. Hiss. The flame lion and Deepwater Anaconda roared deafeningly, the sound waves stirring up a wild wind and sending dust flying everywhere. Seeing the two colossal beasts before him, Liu Xing, though mentally prepared, was still startled. So this is the power of gold tier 9 beasts? They're incredibly strong. Even from a distance, Liu Xing could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from them. Han Mingming, are you sure you want to fight? Wu Yong's face turned serious as he put away his smile. If I were you, I'd surrender. If you sincerely repent and admit your mistake, saying you were momentarily misguided, the school might be lenient. At most, you'll face some punishment. Han Mingming snorted coldly. Fatty, enough talk, let's fight. The smile vanished from Wu Yong's face, replaced by a look of seriousness. He knew Han Mingming's strength was formidable and dared not underestimate him. Deepwater Python, use water jet, Wu Yong commanded. The python opened its massive jaws, unleashing a powerful stream of water towards the fire lion. Bring it on. Han Mingming shouted, Fire lion, use scorching flame pillar. The fire lion stomped the ground, causing a pillar of intense flames to rise. The two attacks collided, neutralizing each other instantly, filling the battlefield with steam. Suddenly, the fire lion burst through the mist, charging at the deepwater python to engage in close combat. Deepwater python, use deadly whip. Wu Yong quickly countered. The python's tail swept across, meeting the fire lion's sharp claws in a fierce clash. Boom! After the loud impact, the python's tail recoiled, while the fire lion was sent flying by the powerful backlash, carving a deep trench in the ground. Didn't expect you to still be this strong, Han Mingming said grudgingly. He prided himself on being more diligent than Wu Yong, unaware that Wu Yong also worked hard in silence. Han Mingming, are you sure you want to continue? Wu Yong squinted, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Han Mingming caught the implication. Liu Xing had noticed the commotion and was approaching with reinforcements. Any further delay would spell trouble for him. Wu Yong, you brat, just you wait. I'll be back. Han Mingming growled, then quickly mounted his powerful eagle and fled. You're not getting away. Liu Xing prepared to chase on his thunder eagle, but Wu Yong stopped him. Teacher. Liu Xing was puzzled, thinking it unwise to let the enemy escape. Wu Yong smirked. He had a plan. Letting Han Mingming go was a bait to lure out the remnants of the Salvation sect and capture them all at once. Wu Yong, a familiar, authoritative voice filled with anger called out. Wu Yong turned to see Liu Xing arriving on his crimson fire dragon, the scarlet flame dragon. Liu Xing eyed the majestic creature, dual fire and dragon attributes, diamond tier 2nd rank, a grade potential, and capable of wielding numerous powerful skills. Unfortunately, its potential wasn't top tier, or it would be even stronger. Wu Yong, where's Han Mingming? Liu Xing's face was dark with anger. As the principal, he felt humiliated. He escaped. What? He escaped? Liu Xing was shocked. Wu Yong, you better have a good explanation. Wu Yong's lips curled into a cold smile. Principal, I have important information. Please follow me. As the two conversed privately, Liu Xing tactfully left, riding his thunder eagle towards the hellhound's location. He had a feeling that his contracted beast had grown stronger. Arriving at his destination, Liu Xing looked down at the magma below and saw a massive beast standing still within it. Sensing its master's presence, the beast opened its eyes. Is this really my hellhound? Liu Xing was astonished to see that his once pitch-black beast now had a red-black pattern and was engulfed in searing flames, with one head turning dark red. Boom! The red head suddenly spewed a fiery blast, hitting a distant rock and causing a violent explosion. Debris flew, and smoke filled the air. The hellhound leapt onto a nearby high platform. Liu Xing commanded the thunder eagle to land and approached his beloved beast. Hellhound, you seem much stronger now. Liu Xing was delighted to discover that after consuming the magma heart fire, the hellhound's strength had significantly increased, and its control over fire had reached a new level. Now, its dark and fire attributes were perfectly balanced, complementing each other. Liu Xing, Liu Xing. Two voices pierced the silence, catching Liu Xing's attention. He turned to see Su Pang and Liu Xiaoming waving enthusiastically from a distance. Liu Xing put away his thunder eagle and effortlessly leaped onto the back of his hellhound. As his strength grew, the beast seemed to have become even more robust. With a few powerful bounds, the hellhound brought Liu Xing to Su Pang and Liu Xiaoming. Liu Xiaoming beamed with genuine admiration. Congratulations, Liu Xing. Your hellhound looks even more formidable. Thank you. Liu Xing nodded with a smile. Just as the two were about to continue their small talk, Su Pang sensed the subtle atmosphere and quickly interrupted. All right, that's enough. He certainly didn't want to be a third wheel, and besides, the wilderness wasn't the best place for a long chat. Before they could say more, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Looking up, they saw it was Wu Yong and Principal Liu Xing. Principal Liu announced, Liu Xing, you performed exceptionally well this time. Now, I declare the trial over. Come with me. It turned out that other students had been nearly wiped out by a swarm of fire ants, and coupled with Han Mingming's betrayal, Liu Xing decided to end the trial early. He also had a more urgent task, teaming up with Wu Yong to assist the Jiangnan city law enforcement in eliminating a local cult branch. Back at the villa, Su Pang collapsed onto the sofa, complaining loudly, I'm exhausted. The trial had left him utterly drained, and all he wanted now was to lie there motionless. Liu Xing, used to his antics, merely glanced at him silently. Just then, the doorbell rang. Liu Xiaoming guessed, maybe it's Sister Rumming. Liu Xing nodded and walked to the door. Standing outside was a woman Liu Xing immediately recognized as his mentor, Xie Yuding. Despite being his mentor, they had almost no interaction and had never spoken even during classes. Miss Xie, what brings you here? Liu Xing asked politely. Xie Yuding's tone was icy, showing no change in attitude despite Liu Xing's outstanding performance. The principal asked me to take you to collect your reward. Liu Xing didn't mind her coldness. He understood that everyone had their own way of dealing with things, just like the old saying. You can only change yourself, not others. Xie Yuding led Liu Xing to the treasure pavilion of Jiangnan Beast University. She respectfully handed a token to the elderly guard at the entrance. The old man took the token indifferently, glanced at Liu Xing, and said coolly, "You may enter the first 3 levels and choose one item you like. Remember, only one." Liu Xing nodded in agreement and stepped into the treasure pavilion. Activating his system eye, he instantly saw detailed information about the surrounding items. The pavilion was filled with various herbs, magic crystal cores, and beast equipment. After quickly browsing the first floor, Liu Xing sighed. The real world wasn't like the novels where the protagonist always found treasures on the first level. Nonetheless, he honestly proceeded to the second floor, which also held nothing remarkable. On the third floor, Liu Xing finally found some valuable items. After careful consideration, he held 2 golden-grade magic crystal cores. One was a water elemental core, containing the wave impact skill, and the other was a blue dolphin core, with the water stream impact skill. After much thought, Liu Xing chose the water elemental core. He placed the blue dolphin core back and went downstairs to register his chosen item. The old man watched Liu Xing leave and murmured, "A water elemental core, huh?" He frowned and thought, perhaps he's aiming for the wave impact skill. But the learning probability is quite low. Shaking his head, the old man sighed. Back at the villa, Liu Xing exhaled deeply. The strength of the old man guarding the treasure pavilion had left him in awe. The sheer pressure was overwhelming. So this was the aura of a master-level expert? Liu Xing had thought Principal Liu Gongxing was the strongest at the school, but it seemed the treasure pavilion held even greater secrets. Could he be the legendary hidden master? Liu Xing pondered, but the system shows he's severely injured. What could have happened? After a brief contemplation, Liu Xing decided not to dwell on it. With his current strength, he couldn't afford to provoke such beings. With the system's help, as long as he didn't act foolishly, he would one day become a true powerhouse. Liu Xing, what treasure did you get? Su Pang asked curiously, munching on a roasted pork knuckle. Nothing special. I'm going into seclusion for a while. Make sure no one disturbs me, Liu Xing replied briefly. Don't worry, with me here, not even a fly will get in, Su Pang assured, patting his chest confidently. Liu Xing stepped into the secluded retreat room in the basement of the villa, immediately enveloped by a dense aura of spiritual energy. Jiangnan University of Beast Mastery had set up a small spirit gathering array here, highlighting the privileges of villa residents. He summoned his spirit water turtle, watching it curiously explore its surroundings. Here, spirit water turtle, eat this, Liu Xing said, offering a freshly obtained water element crystal core. The turtle sniffed it cautiously before swallowing it. Once it confirmed it was safe, a system notification sounded, indicating that the spirit water turtle could learn 3 skills: wave impact, water ball, and wave riding. Liu Xing chose the area effect skill wave impact without hesitation, dismissing the low-level water ball and the impractical wave riding. Having an edge really feels great. Liu Xing thought to himself, pleased with his ability to choose skills accurately, unlike others who relied on luck. He decided to take the spirit water turtle to the training grounds to practice and improve its skill proficiency. Upon arriving at the school's training grounds, Liu Xing was looking for a target when the surrounding students scattered as if they'd seen a ghost. Confused, he heard a familiar voice. Of course, they ran because of you, Bai Feng said, approaching. Liu Xing invited Bai Feng for another match, but Bai Feng declined. At that moment, a square-faced man with thick glasses appeared. How about I spar with you? The man suggested. Yin Guoli, Bai Feng exclaimed. Liu Xing readily accepted, and the two agreed on a wager of 1 million. Under the supervision of a mentor, the duel began. Liu Xing summoned his spirit water turtle, while Yin Guoli brought forth a surprising golden armored mantis. The audience buzzed with excitement, marveling at the rarity and power of the golden armored mantis. Yin Guoli was inwardly pleased, eager to teach Liu Xing a lesson. From the stands, Bai Feng analyzed the situation. The golden armored mantis is fast and powerful, while the spirit water turtle has high defense. It's a classic clash of spear versus shield, truly hard to call a winner. As Bai Feng pondered, the battle between Liu Xing and Yin Guoli began. Golden mantis, use slash, Yin Guoli commanded. At his words, the golden mantis revealed its sharp scythes. Its wings flapped fiercely, and in an instant, it vanished from its spot. The next moment, it appeared in front of the spirit water turtle, its scythes gleaming coldly. Spirit water turtle, retreat into your shell, Liu Xing quickly shouted. The spirit water turtle immediately retracted its limbs and head into its thick shell. The golden mantis's scythes clashed against the shell, producing a harsh metallic sound and sparks. It struck several more times before stopping. Liu Xing observed closely and noticed a few white lines appearing on the turtle's shell. The audience erupted in exclamations. What incredible attack power! No wonder it has a metal attribute. It's so fast. Did it just slash 7 or 8 times? Looks like that arrogant guy is in trouble. Serves him right. Someone needed to teach him a lesson. The chatter was constant, with some expressing discontent towards Liu Xing, clearly out of jealousy. However, in the audience, Bai Feng noticed something unusual. His brows furrowed in surprise as he realized the golden mantis seemed more injured. The smug smile on Yingguoli's face disappeared, replaced by concern. Golden mantis, what's wrong? He turned to Liu Xing, demanding, Kid, what trick are you playing? Liu Xing shrugged dismissively. I don't need tricks to deal with you. Besides, with so many people here, did anyone see me do anything? The crowd erupted in confused murmurs. It's counter damage. A cold voice suddenly called out. The crowd turned to see a blue-haired man standing in the corner. It's Lantian. Someone recognized him. Wow, what's going on today? 3 of the big 4 from sophomore year are at the training ground. Lantian Sr., I love you. A few starstruck girls couldn't help but wave. Yin Guili quickly realized, a look of envy flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect to encounter the legendary counter damage skill. Kid, you're really lucky to have contracted a spirit water turtle with counter damage. He adjusted his glasses and continued, even with counter damage, I don't believe my golden mantis can't beat your spirit water turtle. If it keeps attacking, your turtle will definitely be the first to fall. Golden mantis, use continuous slash. Yin Guili ordered. The golden mantis swung its scythes again, launching a fierce assault on the spirit water turtle. However, as the number of attacks increased, its speed slowed down. By the time the final strike was about to land, the golden mantis nearly collapsed. Yin Guili's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. Meanwhile, Liu Xing's spirit water turtle remained unscathed and even started to recover from previous damage. This is super healing. Yin Guili realized, you used a healing jellyfish's core to teach your spirit water turtle the super healing skill. Liu Xing didn't respond, only smiling slightly. Yin Guili couldn't help but marvel. You really are lucky. The healing jellyfish's core is extremely rare, and getting a beast to learn the super healing skill is even harder. He continued to explain, the healing jellyfish also has another troublesome skill: softness. It's not much for soft-bodied creatures, but for other beasts it's a nightmare. Who would want their beast to be a pile of sludge? This question has sparked heated debates among beast masters. It's well known that a person can form a contract with a maximum of 9 beasts in their lifetime, making each one incredibly precious. If one of these beasts learns the soft skill, it's practically useless. Many people yearn for top-tier skills like super healing but are wary of the soft skill carried by the healing jellyfish. This dilemma presents a significant challenge for beast masters balancing opportunity and risk. To gain powerful skills, one must be willing to take risks. However, Liu Xing's situation is different. With a system at his disposal, he can acquire powerful skills without taking risks. Even more enviable is his spirit water turtle, which has independently learned the super healing skill. This means Liu Xing can still use 4 magical beast cores on it. One has already been used for the wave impact skill, leaving 3 chances. Spirit water turtle, use furious bite. Liu Xing commanded. The spirit water turtle immediately opened its massive jaws and lunged at the golden armored mantis. Golden armored mantis, dodge quickly, Yin Guili shouted urgently. With a swish, the golden armored mantis vanished from its spot, narrowly avoiding the spirit water turtle's bite. Phew, that was close. Yin Guili wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He hadn't experienced such an intense battle in years, and Liu Xing was putting immense pressure on him. Golden armored mantis, start running. Look for an opportunity to attack. Yin Guili ordered. The golden armored mantis spread its wings and began to circle around the spirit water turtle, buzzing like a giant fly. The spirit water turtle's eyes followed the mantis, almost getting dizzy from the motion. Spirit water turtle, retreat into your shell. Don't watch the golden armored mantis, Liu Xing directed calmly. Yin Guili was speechless at Liu Xing's tactics. He hadn't expected Liu Xing to resort to such a trick. What? Am I breaking any rules? Liu Xing retorted with a hint of smugness. Yin Guili was furious at Liu Xing's shameless behavior but felt helpless. He knew he couldn't stoop to Liu Xing's level. In that case, go for the final blow. Golden armored mantis, use fallen strike. Yin Guili decided to go all out. He knew that if the battle dragged on and the spirit water turtle's injuries healed, he would ultimately lose. The golden armored mantis vanished and reappeared midair, brandishing its sharp scythes. With a powerful flap of its wings, it descended rapidly, aiming to strike the spirit water turtle. Thud! The scythe struck the spirit water turtle's shell, producing a cracking sound as a fissure appeared. Ouch! The spirit water turtle cried out in pain, extending its limbs from the shell. Yinggueli was momentarily elated, but what happened next left him stunned. The spirit water turtle opened its jaws again, lunging at the golden armored mantis. Golden armored mantis, dodge! Yinggueli shouted urgently. The golden armored mantis quickly retreated, trying to distance itself from the spirit water turtle. Think you can escape? No way. Spirit water turtle, use wave impact. Liu Xing ordered immediately. The spirit water turtle raised its head, conjuring a massive wave over 10 meters high that surged toward the golden armored mantis. Golden armored mantis, dodge quickly! Yinggueli yelled in desperation. But it was too late. The golden armored mantis was too close to the spirit water turtle, and the enormous wave crashed down on it with tremendous force. When the wave receded, the golden armored mantis lay several meters away, drenched and barely moving, its scythes trembling slightly. Golden armored mantis. Yinggueli rushed to his beast, quickly pulling out a healing potion. We lost. Yinggueli actually lost. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Yinggueli was one of the big four of the sophomore class, yet he lost to Liu Xing. With this victory, Liu Xing had already challenged 3 of the big four. Only Lantian, standing in the corner, remained. The crowd turned their hopeful eyes to Lantian, hoping he would teach the arrogant Liu Xing a lesson. However, Lantian seemed uninterested. He merely glanced at Liu Xing, their eyes meeting. Kid, I hope you get stronger, Lantian said indifferently. He had noticed that Liu Xing's spirit water turtle was only at silver tier 2, while he was already at silver tier 5. Such an opponent didn't interest him. Win or lose, it didn't matter to him. With that, Lantian chose to leave. Liu Xing didn't dwell on Lantian's behavior and walked straight to the referee. Sir, can I have that now? Liu Xing asked excitedly. The referee, still in shock from the battle, handed Liu Xing 2 bank cards, one his own and the other Yinggueli's wager. Leaving the training ground, Liu Xing looked at the extra bank card in his hand, a smile forming on his lips. Nice. If only more people like him showed up, he thought. This trip had been worthwhile, not only testing his spirit water turtle's new skill but also gaining a bank card worth millions. This was valuable funding for his beasts. Liu Xing mused that if he ever ran out of money, he might challenge these people again. Unbeknownst to Liu Xing, his words sent chills down everyone's spines. They all reached a consensus. Never provoke Liu Xing. He was not someone they could afford to mess with. In the training ground, by Feng felt bored. Let's go, he sighed. He had hoped to see Liu Xing defeated by Yinggueli, but it was Yinggueli who suffered a crushing loss. Another person who chose to leave was a man in a black hoodie. His appearance was unremarkable, but his eyes were filled with gloom. Liu Xing returned to his villa, still replaying the recent battle in his mind. Standing in the middle of the living room with a slight frown, he muttered, Yinggueli's golden armored mantis is indeed formidable. It actually broke through my spirit water turtle's defense. He recalled the mantis's final move, Heaven's Fall Strike. The technique involved leaping high into the air, channeling all its power into its arms, and using the acceleration of the fall to deliver a devastating blow. Liu Xing realized that to counter such an attack, he needed to level up his spirit water turtle. However, another concern plagued him. If an opponent bypassed the spirit water turtle and attacked him directly, the turtle would be useless. Looks like I need to teach the spirit water turtle some control skills, Liu Xing thought to himself. With this in mind, he quickly walked over to the sofa and reached for the magical beast encyclopedia on the coffee table. But as he touched the book, a greasy sensation made him frown. That glutton Su Pang, Liu Xing grumbled under his breath. Eating is one thing, but getting grease on my book is another. Despite his annoyance, the urgency of the situation forced Liu Xing to flip through the greasy pages. He scanned the content quickly and soon found his target, the taunting monkey. The book described the taunting monkey's unique skill, taunt. This skill could provoke opponents with specific actions, enraging them to attack but restricting them to physical attacks during the taunt. Liu Xing's eyes lit up. Interesting. To him, this skill, which others might consider trash, held limitless potential. He quickly envisioned a powerful skill set. Taunt combined with spiked shell and super healing, creating a synergistic trio. With his decision made, Liu Xing sprang into action. He glanced around the empty villa, noting that Su Pang and the others weren't around to say goodbye. He shouldered the backpack on another sofa, mere decoy, since the real supplies were stored in his system inventory. Following the book's directions, Liu Xing arrived at the entrance to the taunting monkey's habitat, an exotic rainforest dungeon. After showing his credentials, he stepped into the instance. As soon as he entered the rainforest, a wave of humid heat hit him. Suddenly, a voice complained from behind. So hot. Liu Xing turned alertly and saw a man in a black hoodie eyeing him suspiciously. Who are you? Why are you following me? Liu Xing demanded. The man in the black hoodie was momentarily taken aback, but then laughed. Haha, as expected of the freshman king. Your vigilance is impressive. Liu Xing felt no pleasure from this strange praise. Instead, it grated on him. Cut the crap. State your purpose clearly, he snapped, eager to find the taunting monkey. All right, I'll get straight to the point. The man in the black hoodie dropped his smile and spoke seriously. Liu Xing, I think you're quite impressive. How about joining our salvation sect? Seeing Liu Xing's displeased expression, he quickly added, don't be so quick to refuse. I've looked into your background. You're an orphan. Your parents died when you were young. You have no backing, and your current strength is entirely due to your talent. But do you know? No matter how talented you are, without strong support, you won't get far. The man continued confidently, don't be fooled by your current silver level strength. The further you go, the slower your progress will be. Why? Because raising magical beasts requires more and more resources. Without sufficient resources, your progress will slow to a crawl. Liu Xing internally scoffed at the man's confident smile. Without the system, he might have considered joining the salvation sect for resources. But now, as long as he didn't court death, his growth was only a matter of time. Are you done? Liu Xing asked coldly. The man in the black hoodie frowned but didn't have time to respond before Liu Xing continued. If you're done, then it's time for you to go. Liu Xing was secretly alarmed at hadn't expected the salvation sect to have infiltrated Jiangnan Beastmaster University. This organization was indeed pervasive. Unfortunately for them, he had already chosen to oppose the salvation sect. Come forth, Hellhound. Liu Xing quickly formed seals and summoned the Hellhound. Seeing the ferocious Hellhound before him, the man in the black hoodie felt a chill down his spine. As a low-ranking member of the salvation sect, he had never encountered such a fearsome beast. I don't believe you'd actually kill me. The man tried to maintain his composure. Even in a world of survival of the fittest, killing is still illegal. Why wouldn't I? Liu Xing sneered. Hellhound, use Flame Slash. The Hellhound swung its claw, sending a scorching blade of fire shooting out. No. The man in the black hoodie was filled with shock. He had never expected Liu Xing to actually kill him. His plan to recruit Liu Xing for the Salvation Sect's higher-ups was now in ruins, and he was about to meet his end. Boom. The Flame Slash struck the man, reducing him to ashes. As the blackened remains scattered, Liu Xing coldly remarked, in your next life, try being a good person. Even if you choose to be bad, know whom you can mess with and whom you can't. Especially, don't mess with me. He spat on the ground. Salvation sect? What a load of crap. Liu Xing strolled through the tropical rainforest, riding his massive hellhound. The formidable beast easily navigated the rugged jungle paths, aiding Liu Xing in his search. However, after over an hour of exploration, he still hadn't found his elusive target, the taunting monkey. The scorching sun and swarming mosquitoes made Liu Xing's situation increasingly dire. With a loud slap, he killed a blood-sucking mosquito and looked down at the welts on his arm in frustration. Damn it, I should have brought some insect repellent, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, a swarm of mosquitoes descended on Liu Xing like a pack of ravenous wolves. Even the Hellhound's fiery slashes couldn't fend off the sheer number of tiny enemies. In a moment of inspiration, Liu Xing remembered something. Of course, fire. He commanded, Hellhound, use flame armor. The Hellhound, though puzzled, obeyed. In an instant, searing flames enveloped its entire body. Liu Xing tentatively touched the Hellhound and was astonished to find that the flames had no effect on him. Could it be that I've inherited its fire resistance? Without hesitation, he climbed onto the Hellhound's back. The mosquito swarm followed, but turned to ash the moment they touched the flames, falling to the ground. Liu Xing breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. To maintain the flame armor, he took a spirit-replenishing pill worth 10,000 yuan from his system backpack and fed it to the Hellhound. Just as Liu Xing was celebrating his escape from the mosquitoes, a beastly roar caught his attention. He immediately directed his mount toward the source of the sound. Before long, Liu Xing spotted the Sauersea forest tiger. This silver-tier, cranked magical beast was formidable, but hardly a threat in Liu Xing's eyes. However, the tiger's red eyes and frenzied clawing at a massive tree piqued his curiosity. Following the tiger's gaze, Liu Xing finally spotted the taunting monkey perched in the tree. The little monkey was making faces and occasionally throwing branches to provoke the tiger. The forest tiger, the king of the jungle, was clearly infuriated by this humiliation but was helpless because it couldn't climb trees. Unable to watch any longer, Liu Xing decided to intervene. He summoned his Thunder Eagle and commanded, Thunder Eagle, use Thunder Strike on that monkey. A golden bolt of lightning struck the taunting monkey. With a pained scream, the monkey fell like a broken kite. The forest tiger seized the opportunity, leaping up to catch the monkey in its jaws before turning to leave. Not so fast. Liu Xing wasn't about to let his prey get away. He immediately chased after the tiger on his hellhound. In the midst of the chase, Liu Xing heard a rustling noise. Alert, he quickly hid with his hellhound. Sure enough, a large group of taunting monkeys led by a massive monkey king charged past, heading toward the forest tiger. Seeing the monkey king, Liu Xing couldn't help but feel excited. He knew that a king-level magical beast would have a valuable beast core. Once the monkey horde had passed, Liu Xing resumed his pursuit. Eventually, in a canyon area, Liu Xing found the taunting monkey horde. The forest tiger was cornered, issuing warning growls in an attempt to scare off its attackers. But faced with the enraged monkeys avenging their fallen comrade, the tiger's threats were useless. The monkey's eyes glowed red, ready to launch an attack at any moment. At this moment, the forest tiger was filled with regret, lamenting its decision to provoke the mocking monkeys, known for their strong group consciousness. It realized that attacking any member of the mocking monkey tribe would result in collective retaliation. A flicker of grievance crossed the tiger's mind after all. It was Liu Xing who had actually killed the mocking monkey. However, there was no turning back now. The only option was to fight for its life. The forest tiger let out a deafening roar, asserting its dominance as the king of the jungle. The mocking monkeys instinctively took a few steps back, except for their leader, who boldly stepped forward. The mocking monkey king emerged from the group, stood before the forest tiger, and provocatively beckoned with its index finger, signaling an unknown duel. The forest tiger roared again, its legs pushing off the ground with explosive force, launching itself like an arrow towards the mocking monkey king. In the blink of an eye, the tiger was upon the monkey king. However, the prepared mocking monkey king remained unfazed, stepping forward with its left foot and swinging its right hand back before delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding bang, the monkey king's fist landed squarely on the forest tiger's mouth. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the tiger's sharp teeth shattered instantly. The tiger's body was sent flying, but the mocking monkey king did not stop there. It followed closely, arriving in front of the tiger, and lifted its right foot high before stomping down forcefully. With a thud, the mocking monkey king crushed the forest tiger. The tiger's internal organs spilled out from its mouth and rear, creating a gruesome scene. Liu Xing witnessed the entire event, silently marveling at the mocking monkey king's prowess, having subdued the forest tiger in just 2 moves. His eyes lit up as he saw the attributes of the mocking monkey king. Mocking monkey king. Attribute: combat. Gender: level, silver tier 6. Quality: A. Skills: explosive punch, low kick, cross slash, taunt. As Liu Xing was pondering, a sudden whooshing sound broke his thoughts. He instinctively dodged, and a figure landed where he had just been standing. It turned out to be a mocking monkey, likely a scout responsible for reconnaissance and alerting the group. The hellhound immediately sprang into action, opening its massive jaws and swallowing the mocking monkey whole. The mocking monkey king let out an enraged roar, having noticed Liu Xing and witnessed the hellhound devour its comrade. Burning with fury, the monkey king now sought to tear Liu Xing and his companions to pieces, making them understand that some beings were not to be trifled with. The monkey king pushed off the ground with its right foot, creating a small crater, and leaped towards the hellhound with its right hand drawn back, preparing to deliver a punch. Explosive punch. The monkey king's fist moved so fast it produced a sonic boom. Hellhound, use flame slash. Liu Xing commanded decisively. The hellhound responded, swiping its claws forward, sending a blazing blade of fire towards the mocking monkey king. The airborne monkey king panicked slightly, not expecting the hellhound to have such a technique. Unable to dodge, it had no choice but to take the hit heeding. With a loud boom, the flame slash struck the mocking monkey king, sending it flying 7 or 8 meters back. The monkey king crashed through several trees before coming to a halt. It struggled to rise from the scattered leaves, blood gushing from its wounds. Having consumed the heart of magma, the hellhound's flame slash was more powerful than ever, leaving a deep, bone-exposing wound on the mocking monkey king. Breathing heavily, its eyes bloodshot, the monkey king had not faced such a formidable opponent in a long time. Enraged by the hellhound's calm demeanor, it charged again. Fool! Liu Xing couldn't help but mutter. Without any long-range attack capabilities, the mocking monkey king could only rely on close combat to defeat the hellhound. Hellhound, use flame slash again. Liu Xing ordered. The hellhound swiped its front paw once more, sending another fiery blade towards the monkey king. This time, the prepared mocking monkey king quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. With a loud bang, the flame slash struck a tree behind, causing a violent explosion. The mocking monkey king sighed in relief, only to sense a chill from behind. It instinctively turned, its pupils contracting. The hellhound had somehow circled around. Before the monkey king could react, the hellhound's razor-sharp claws, gleaming menacingly in the sunlight, slashed towards it. With another bang, the mocking monkey king was sent flying again, this time over 10 meters. The hellhound swung its claws, sending two blazing slashes skimming across the ground toward the taunting Monkey King not far away. With a thunderous crash, the heavily injured Monkey King couldn't withstand the powerful attack and was blown to pieces. Instinctively, Liu Xing dashed toward the spot where the Monkey King had fallen, his heart racing. When he saw the intact, gleaming beast core on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief. He bent down, picked up the core, and carefully wiped it clean, a slight smile forming on his lips. Mission accomplished. Suddenly, chattering sounds filled the air. Liu Xing cautiously scanned the surroundings, only to see the remaining mocking monkeys fleeing into the depths of the forest rather than seeking vengeance. He silently admired their wisdom, choosing to retreat in the face of a formidable enemy, a strategy that had surely ensured their survival until now. After confirming there were no further threats, Liu Xing called forth his spirit water turtle and handed it the Monkey King's core. The turtle expertly swallowed it whole. A system notification chimed, indicating that the spirit water turtle could learn a new skill. Without hesitation, Liu Xing chose Taunt, adding a useful ability to his companion's repertoire. Excited, Liu Xing mounted the hellhound and, along with the spirit water turtle, ventured deeper into the forest in search of new prey. Before long, they came across a massive black bear, sound asleep, its body entirely covered in dark fur, snoring thunderously. Liu Xing quickly assessed the situation. Although the spirit water turtle was 2 tiers lower than the black bear, its attributes and skills gave it an advantage. He decisively commanded, "Spirit water turtle, use furious bite." The spirit water turtle charged forward with a ground-shaking stride. The black bear awoke, its eyes bloodshot, and stood up to its full 3-meter height, roaring as it faced the spirit water turtle. The two clashed fiercely, locked in a stalemate. The black bear's powerful swipes left only shallow marks on the turtle's hard shell. Meanwhile, the spirit water turtle opened its massive jaws and bit down hard on the black bear. The battle raged on, with the black bear striking the turtle, but injuring itself on the shell's spikes. Realizing its disadvantage and seeing the hellhound watching intently from a distance, the black bear decided to retreat. It struggled desperately, even severing the flesh caught in the turtle's bite. Just as it was about to escape, Liu Xing let out a cold snort. Trying to run? Spirit water turtle, use Taunt. The black bear, having just escaped a few steps, suddenly felt an inexplicable rage welling up inside. Instinctively, it turned around and saw the spirit turtle staring at it with glowing red eyes. For some reason, the thought of running away vanished from the black bear's mind, replaced by a strong urge to thrash the spirit turtle. Roar! The black bear let out a thunderous roar and charged at the spirit turtle. It raised its right paw high and, using the momentum from its run, slammed it down hard on the spirit turtle. Thud! The heavy paw struck the spirit turtle, forcing it back several steps from the powerful impact. The black bear roared again, but this time, it was not a battle cry, but the final wail of its life. It turned out that Liu Xing's spirit turtle possessed a spiked shell ability. The harder the black bear attacked, the greater the rebound damage. Already on the brink of death, the black bear succumbed to the spiked shell's counterattack, collapsing to the ground with an expression of unwillingness. As the 3-meter turtle mountain fell, the ground trembled. Well done, very well done. Liu Xing was extremely pleased with the spirit turtle's performance. Spirit turtle, to reward your excellent performance, I'll treat you to some roasted bear meat. Before long, Liu Xing and his 3 spirit beasts were gathered around a campfire. The flames sizzled as they cooked the black bear's meat, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. The 3 spirit beasts couldn't help but swallow their saliva, eyes fixed on the roasting meat. Liu Xing stood up and began distributing the roasted meat to the spirit beasts. Soon, each of their plates was piled high with delicious bear meat. They eagerly dug in. Watching his 3 spirit beasts enjoy their meal, a happy smile spread across Liu Xing's face. After the meal, Liu Xing left the secret realm with his 3 spirit beasts. He got into a taxi heading back to Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. Gazing out the window, he fell into deep thought, pondering the path he should take in the future. Suddenly, Liu Xing's eyes lit up as he realized the car had arrived at an unexpected place. He immediately said to the driver, "Sir, could you stop by that unfinished building up ahead?" The taxi driver frowned at first, intending to ask Liu Xing why he changed his destination. But when he noticed the silver beast tamer badge on Liu Xing's chest, he wisely kept quiet. As an experienced driver, he had never seen a higher-level badge, but he recognized the significance of a silver one. Who would have thought this young man is already a silver-level beast tamer? It's true. Each generation brings forth new talent. The stronger they are, the safer we are, the driver thought to himself. The car stopped near the unfinished building. As Liu Xing got out and was about to pay, the driver waved his hand and said, "Forget it, this one's on me." Liu Xing paused for a moment, then tossed the money into the car and walked away. He knew that if he insisted on paying, the driver might argue with him, and he didn't want to waste time on such a trivial matter. Watching Liu Xing's departing figure, the driver was about to say something but realized Liu Xing had already disappeared. He sighed, originally intending to give Liu Xing some change. Liu Xing walked straight into the unfinished building and arrived at Yin Ruyu's door. As he pushed it open, he immediately sensed something was wrong. A few steps in, he saw Yin Ruyu lying on the sofa with a pale face, the floor covered in vomit. Ugh! Yin Ruyu vomited again. Ruyu, what's wrong? Liu Xing quickly approached and supported her. I'm fine, Yin Ruyu said weakly, trying to hold on. Don't say you're fine, look at you. Liu Xing frowned. Using his system eye, he discovered that Yin Ruyu had been poisoned by a red chain snake. Ruyu, where did you go? How did you get poisoned by a red chain snake? Liu Xing was puzzled, but knew this wasn't the time for questions. He picked her up, intending to take her to the hospital. Liu Xing, don't. Yin Ruyu weakly struggled. Why can't we go to the hospital? Liu Xing was still confused when suddenly, the door was kicked open with a bang. A red figure rushed in, pulling another woman along. Liu Xing turned to see it was Fire Phoenix and Green Lotus. Liu Xing, what are you doing here? And why are you holding Yin Ruyu? Fire Phoenix asked. Green Lotus teased. Oh, it's the little brother. What's going on? Oh, I get it. You want to take advantage of Yin Ruyu while she's weak, right? I understand. Don't worry. I'll stand guard outside and make sure no one disturbs you. Liu Xing rolled his eyes at Green Lotus. Fire Phoenix's face turned dark. Green Lotus, it's one thing to joke around usually, but now isn't the time. All right, no more jokes. Little brother, put her down, Green Lotus said. Liu Xing gently placed Yin Ruyu back on the sofa. Green Lotus immediately went forward to check on her, frowning after a moment. Green Lotus, how is she? Can she be saved? Fire Phoenix asked urgently. Yes, but it's difficult. The red chain snake's venom has spread throughout her body. What should we do then? The only option is to stabilize her condition first. Come out, Green Spirit. Green Lotus summoned Green Spirit. Green Spirit, use healing on her. Green Spirit's body glowed green, and then a beam of green light shot towards Yin Ruyu. After a round of treatment, the green elf's face turned pale, clearly exhausted. It stood unsteadily, and Luoluo immediately reached out to support it. Oh dear, you've worked so hard, Luoluo said, her face full of concern. After all, the green elf was her first beast companion and her lifeline. The Fire Phoenix patted Luoluo's shoulder earnestly. Thank you, Luoluo. Luoluo gave a wry smile. Oh Phoenix, you're being too polite. How many times have I told you? You saved my life. I'll do anything you ask, even marry this brat if you want. The Fire Phoenix frowned at Luoluo's words, the sentimental atmosphere immediately broken. She turned her attention to Yin Ruyu, unconscious on the couch. By the way, Luoluo, is she okay now? For now, but... Luoluo hesitated. What's with you lately, always speaking hesitantly? The Fire Phoenix grew impatient. Luoluo explained. My green elf can only temporarily suppress the toxins in her body. To completely cure her, we need to find high-quality detox fruits. The Fire Phoenix fell into thought, then decisively said, All right, I'll go look for them now. She glanced at Liu Xing and instructed, You stay here and help Luoluo take care of Ruyu for the next couple of days. Got it. Liu Xing nodded in agreement. As the Fire Phoenix hurried away, Liu Xing watched her departing figure and shook his head with a wry smile. She comes and goes so quickly, that's just her personality. At this moment, Luoluo flashed a seductive smile. Hey, little brother, want to play with big sister? I'll show you something nice. She instinctively reached for her collar. No. Liu Xing immediately waved his hands. Luoluo, spare me. He quickly turned and walked to the bathroom, returning shortly with a mop. Seeing this, Luoluo's eyes lit up. Watching Liu Xing clean the floor, she couldn't help but tease, little brother. I meant what I said to Phoenix. It still stands, you know? Liu Xing felt a wave of frustration and silently cursed, You vixen. If I could beat you, I'd have made you surrender already. He glanced at Luoluo's power level diamond tier 2 and set it as his new life goal. After cleaning, Liu Xing sprayed air freshener. Just then, Luoluo came out of Yin Ruyu's room, stretching. Phew, I'm exhausted. She looked at Liu Xing and started teasing again. Little brother, how about sleeping with big sister tonight? Liu Xing quickly declined with a smile. Luoluo, stop teasing me. Oh, I just remembered I have some schoolwork to handle. I'll leave things here to you. With that, he hurried out the door. Stepping out of the rundown building, Liu Xing looked up at the sky, noticing that night had fallen and stars filled the sky. He yawned and decided to head back to school. On the main road, an empty taxi happened to drive by. Liu Xing flagged it down and got in the front seat, casually saying, Driver, to Jiangnan Beast University. The driver glanced at him and smiled. Hey, young man, it's you again. Liu Xing realized it was the same driver from earlier in the day and couldn't help but smile wryly. Yeah, we sure have a lot of fate. As the car started moving, the driver noticed the troubled look on Liu Xing's face and asked with concern, "You seem to have something on your mind, young man?" "It's nothing, just a small issue," Liu Xing replied dismissively. "A small issue? Care to share?" "Maybe I can help," the driver pressed kindly. Liu Xing shook his head with a bitter smile. "No offense, but you're just an ordinary person. I'm looking for detox fruits. How could you possibly help me with that?" "Detox fruits?" The driver pondered for a moment, then smiled. "I might not have much, but I do have some connections for that." "Really?" Liu Xing perked up. "Do you have detox fruits? If you do, name your price and I'll buy them." The driver chuckled. "I don't have any myself, but I do have some information." Liu Xing looked skeptical. "Really?" "Yes, really," the driver explained. "Just 2 days ago, I had 2 passengers who mentioned detox fruits. They were heading to Green Shade Forest to find some because their friend had been bitten by a venomous snake." Liu Xing nodded silently. In this world of beast companions, being bitten by venomous creatures was quite common. Green Shade Forest, huh? Liu Xing muttered to himself. "I just hope the detox fruits they mentioned are high quality. But it's my best shot right now." He turned to the driver and said, "Driver, thank you so much. Please take me to Green Shade Forest." The taxi driver flashed a knowing smile as he watched Liu Xing walk away, calculating in his mind. This young man had great talent and a good nature, promising a bright future. Seizing the chance to form a good relationship now might pay off later. After all, investing in a potential powerhouse is always worthwhile. The driver turned the steering wheel and drove Liu Xing to the entrance of the Green Shade Forest secret realm. Liu Xing got out, paid the fare, and sincerely said, "Thank you so much, sir. If you ever need my help in the future, just ask. I'll do everything I can to assist you." The taxi driver drove away with a satisfied smile. In this era, a promise from a future strongman was worth its weight in gold. Liu Xing didn't think much of it and stepped into the Green Shade Forest secret realm. Under the shroud of night, the forest seemed particularly eerie. Tall trees with thick foliage blocked out the moonlight. Liu Xing rode slowly on the back of his hellhound, navigating through the dark woods. A cold wind blew, making Liu Xing pull his clothes tighter. Although he wasn't afraid of heat, the cold still made him uncomfortable. As he moved forward, he muttered to himself, "I was too hasty this time." The Green Shade Forest is so vast. Finding the antidote fruit is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would be great to have a beast that can locate treasures. Just as Liu Xing was pondering his next beast choice, a desperate cry for help echoed from afar. "Help! Please, Ahau, don't do this, please." Frowning, Liu Xing immediately urged the hellhound to dash toward the source of the sound. They soon arrived outside a campsite. Liu Xing quickly scanned the area. A pimple-faced man was sitting by the bonfire, gnawing on roasted meat. Shadows flickered inside a tent, accompanied by a woman's sobs. "Ahau, hurry up. When you're done, it's my turn," the pimple-faced man urged impatiently. "Don't worry, it'll be quick," Ahau shamelessly replied. The woman cursed in despair. "You'll all die horribly." Just as Ahau was about to succeed, Liu Xing decisively ordered, "Hellhound, use flame slash." The hellhound's sharp claws slashed out a fiery blade, instantly obliterating the unsuspecting pimple-faced man. The explosion startled Ahau inside the tent, and he rushed out, hastily pulling up his pants, only to run straight into Liu Xing. The hellhound's claws flashed like lightning, slicing Ahau's throat open. Blood spurted out, and Ahau collapsed, eyes wide with unwillingness. Liu Xing dismounted the hellhound and entered the tent. A fist swung at him, but he quickly blocked it and subdued the attacker with a swift move. "Don't scream. I'm not interested in you. The two who bullied you are dead. Answer a few questions, and I'll let you go. Understand?" Liu Xing said calmly. The woman nodded frantically. Liu Xing released her but warned, "Don't try anything, or you'll end up like those two outside." The heavy killing intent made the woman shiver. "What are you doing here?" Liu Xing began his questioning. "We're here to find the antidote fruit," the woman answered honestly. Liu Xing's eyes lit up. "Why are you looking for the antidote fruit?" "We took on a bounty mission. The reward is 50,000. We found an antidote fruit here before, but a terrifying green-scaled python guards it." "Green-scaled python?" Liu Xing quickly recalled information about the creature. The woman continued, "Yes, the green-scaled python. It's too strong. Just seeing it from a distance made my legs go weak. And you still dared to come?" Liu Xing was a bit speechless. "The bounty is too tempting," the woman mumbled. Liu Xing understood. These people were risking their lives for money. He asked again, "Do you have a plan to deal with the green-scaled python?" The woman shook her head. "Not yet. They just wanted to check the situation first." Liu Xing was even more speechless. He took a tissue from his pocket and handed it to the still crying woman, saying, "Stop crying. Tomorrow, You'll take me to the antidote fruit and then you can leave. The woman responded with a barely audible whisper. Liu Xing said, then you should rest here. I'm going out. He turned and left the tent, secretly relieved that he didn't have to share the space with this stranger. Liu Xing walked over to the campfire and sat down next to the hellhound. The firelight cast shadows on his weary face. He closed his eyes and soon drifted into sleep. Inside the tent, the woman quietly lifted the flap and peered out at Liu Xing through the flickering flames. She couldn't help but think, he's so handsome. Just as she entertained the thought of escaping, she met the hellhound's blood-red eyes. The threat in those eyes made her abandon the idea and retreat back into the tent. She muttered to herself, I hope he really lets me go tomorrow. The next morning, as the mist cleared and the sun began to rise, Liu Xing and the woman stood on a high hill, looking down at the valley below. See that red fruit over there? That's the detoxifying fruit. Liu Xing pointed into the distance. The woman followed his finger and suddenly shivered, as if she had seen something terrifying. Liu Xing activated his system eye to inspect the detoxifying fruit. His eyes lit up. It turned out to be a high-quality detoxifying fruit, enough to cure Yin Ruyu's severe poisoning. However, a giant python was coiled beneath the tree. It was entirely green and as thick as an adult's body, resting with its eyes closed. That must be the green-scaled python, Liu Xing murmured, and then checked its attributes. Green-scaled python. Attribute, toxic. Gender. Level, gold tier 1. Quality, B. Skills, poison bite, tail whip, constrict, toxic mist. Hiss. Liu Xing drew in a sharp breath. This gold-tier green-scaled python was far beyond his current capabilities. He recalled the 2 people he killed last night and the woman who had just left, marveling at their audacity. Liu Xing found himself in a dilemma. Yin Ruyu's life was hanging by a thread, and she urgently needed the detoxifying fruit. But the green-scaled python was formidable. Although the fire phoenix was also searching for the fruit, there was no guarantee it would succeed. Thinking of Yin Ruyu's suffering, Liu Xing felt a pang in his heart. He made a firm decision. Damn it, I'll risk it. Come out, Thunder Eagle. Liu Xing summoned the Thunder Eagle. This time, the Thunder Eagle remained unusually silent, seemingly sensing the danger. Just as Liu Xing was about to send the Thunder Eagle to pick the detoxifying fruit, a large bird-like beast flew in from the distance. It was a silver tier 8 long-billed finch, attracted by the fruit, heading straight for the tree. This guy really has no fear. Liu Xing thought to himself. Unexpectedly, as the long-billed finch neared the fruit, it let out an excited cry, caw. The cry woke the green-scaled python. It snapped its eyes open and lunged like an arrow, its massive jaws closing around the unsuspecting long-billed finch, swallowing it whole. After devouring its prey, the green-scaled python warily scanned its surroundings, then settled back down. Liu Xing knew things had turned for the worse. The python was now on guard. After some thought, he decided to take a desperate gamble. He called upon the Hellhound and the Thunder Eagle, and they began to strategize. Soon, Liu Xing was ready to act. Hellhound, use Flame Slash. The Hellhound's claws slashed through the air, sending a searing flame straight at the green-scaled python. Boom! The flame slash hit the python, charring its scales black. Roar! The python bellowed in pain, furiously searching for its attacker. Hellhound, let's go! Liu Xing mounted the Hellhound and swiftly fled. The green-scaled python, enraged by the provocation, roared and slithered after them, its massive body crushing everything in its path. Liu Xing's plan had worked, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. Riding the agile Hellhound, he dodged skillfully while the green-scaled python rampaged behind, obliterating trees and rocks. Thus began a heart-pounding chase. Using this strategy, the green-scaled python successfully cornered Liu Xing at the edge of a cliff. The cliff towered into the clouds, and looking down, the bottom was nowhere in sight. Falling would surely mean certain death. The green-scaled python approached Liu Xing with a cold smile, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust, determined to make this reckless boy pay with his life. Just at that critical moment, a clear bird call pierced the sky. Liu Xing's eyes lit up at the sound, and without hesitation, he leaped off the cliff while quickly recalling the Hellhound. The green-scaled python was stunned, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. It hesitated for a moment before rushing to the edge of the cliff to see if Liu Xing had indeed fallen. Thunderhawk, use lightning. Liu Xing's voice suddenly rang out from the sky. It turned out he had safely landed on the back of the Thunderhawk. The Thunderhawk's body crackled with dazzling electricity, and a thick bolt of lightning struck a nearby boulder. With a thunderous crash, the rock shattered into pieces. The green-scaled python at the cliff's edge sensed danger, but it was too late. Its massive weight became a fatal weakness as the Thunderhawk's attack caused the already fragile cliff edge to crumble. The green-scaled python's enormous body plummeted uncontrollably into the abyss. As it fell past Liu Xing, it opened its gaping maw in a desperate attempt to strike. but the distance was too great. A resounding crash echoed through the canyon, marking the end of the green-scaled python. Liu Xing descended to the canyon floor on the Thunderhawk, only to find the python's body mangled and scattered. A faint smile appeared on Liu Xing's lips. "Come out, Hellhound." Liu Xing summoned his other beast. "Go check if that thing has a magic beast core." Given that the green-scaled python was the gold-tier overlord of the area, it was highly likely to possess a magic beast core. Moments later, the Hellhound returned with the python's magic beast core in its mouth. Liu Xing secured the core and retrieved the true objective of his Missiona detoxifying fruit. Initially, he planned to distract the python and let the Thunderhawk fetch the fruit. He thought the python would return halfway out of concern for the fruit, but it had pursued him relentlessly to the cliff. Fortunately, the Thunderhawk arrived just in time, averting a disaster. Gratefully, Liu Xing stroked the Thunderhawk's feathers. "Thunderhawk, I owe you one." The Thunderhawk closed its eyes and affectionately nuzzled Liu Xing. Looking at the docile Thunderhawk, Liu Xing was glad he had chosen to tame this flying beast. Otherwise, he might not have escaped today. "Thunderhawk, let's go." Liu Xing mounted the Thunderhawk, recalled the Hellhound, and swiftly flew toward the secret realm's entrance. As he exited, he encountered the helpful taxi driver who had just dropped off 2 passengers. Liu Xing waved to the driver and then boarded his taxi for the return trip. On the way, the taxi driver smiled and asked, "Young man, did you find what you were looking for?" Liu Xing nodded. "Yes." "Well, congratulations," the driver said sincerely. "Thank you," Liu Xing replied earnestly. "I really appreciate your help. Without you, I wouldn't have found the detoxifying fruit so quickly." The taxi driver waved it off. It was nothing, just a small gesture. Liu Xing chose to take the taxi back to Yen Ruya's house instead of riding the Thunderhawk to keep a low profile. He understood well the proverb, "The tallest tree in the forest gets the wind." Upon entering the house, Liu Xing saw Fire Phoenix and Green Luo looking worried. Fire Phoenix was fuming. "Damn it, that bastard Gung Jiang is ruthless. He bought up all the detoxifying fruits in Jiangnan City." Green Luo was equally concerned. "Yes, I didn't expect Gung Jiang to be so thorough. But what about Ruyu?" As it turned out, Gung Jiang was Fire Phoenix's nemesis. Earlier, while exploring a new secret realm, Fire Phoenix had encountered Gung Jiang's group. Just as Fire Phoenix was about to be overwhelmed, Yen Ruyu rescued her but was poisoned in the process. Gung Jiang, leveraging his influence, had bought all the detoxifying fruits in Jiangnan City, leaving Fire Phoenix with none to buy. Fire Phoenix gritted her teeth. "If anything happens to Ruyu, I swear I'll make Gung Jiang pay." At that moment, she noticed Liu Xing had returned and snapped. "Didn't I tell you to stay here and help take care of Yen Ruyu? Why are you running around like this?" Understanding Fire Phoenix's frustration, Liu Xing didn't get angry. He took out the red detoxifying fruit from his pocket and handed it to Green Luo. "Sister Green Luo, will this help Yen Ruyu?" Green Luo's frown immediately turned to joy upon seeing the fruit. She rushed to Liu Xing, snatched the fruit, and kissed him on the cheek. "Little brother, this is your reward." She then hurried to Yen Ruyu's room to begin the treatment. Liu Xing suddenly pulled out an antidote fruit, leaving Hua Fenghuang stunned. She had originally thought Liu Xing was just messing around, but she didn't expect him to actually go and find the antidote fruit. Realizing her mistake, Hua Fenghuang quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Liu Xing. I wrongly accused you." Liu Xing responded gently, "It's okay, Sister Fenghuang. I know you were worried. As long as we can cure Sister Ruyu, that's all that matters." Tears welled up in Hua Fenghuang's eyes. Seeing this, Liu Xing took a packet of tissues from his pocket and handed it to her. This small gesture warmed Hua Fenghuang's heart, making her feel a special emotion for the first time. Liu Xing's image in her mind quietly changed, becoming more grand and admirable. Under LV Luo's treatment, Yen Ruyu finally detoxified and regained her vitality. Weakly, she thanked Liu Xing. "Liu Xing, thank you so much this time. I owe you my life." Although the poison was gone, her lips were still pale, indicating that the poisoning had taken a toll on her body and she needed time to recuperate. LV Luo detailed Liu Xing's efforts to Yen Ruyu. After a brief stay at Yen Ruyu's house, Liu Xing took his leave, entrusting the follow-up care to LV Luo. Returning to Jiangnan Beast-Taming University, Liu Xing was heading back to his dorm when he heard a familiar voice behind him. "Liu Xing." He turned around to see Teacher Wu Yong. "Teacher Wu Yong, long time no see." Liu Xing noticed Wu Yong's fatigued face and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, have you finished your work?" Wu Yong nodded. "Almost. We caught a few big ones, but some managed to escape." He warned Liu Xing seriously. "One of them was Han Mingmen's your enemy. It's best if you don't leave the school for a while." Liu Xing understood and suggested that Teacher Wu Yong get some rest. Watching Liu Xing walk away, Wu Yong smiled with pride, feeling fortunate to have such a talented and loyal student. Back at the dorm, Liu Xing found Liu Xiaoming and Ru Meng glaring at him with reproachful eyes. They complained that he always disappeared for days without a word. Liu Xing quickly apologized and promised to inform them next time. Blushing, Ruming revealed the real reason for her visit. Actually, I have something to ask. I've broken through to silver rank and want to contract a third beast, but I don't know which one to choose, so I came to ask you. She took out a white, hexagonal, transparent crystal, the sacred crystal, as a reward. Liu Xing was surprised that Ruming had such a precious item, but didn't question it further. He agreed to help and asked about her current two beasts. Ruming summoned her beasts, a black, green-eyed clawed cat, and a rare fairy-type beast, Xiao Taoyao. Liu Xing suggested that she consider contracting a flying beast to add diversity and mobility to her team. Ruming's eyes lit up as she thought of Liu Xing's majestic thunderhawk. The three of them sat down and began seriously discussing Ruming's third beast choice. As they flipped through Liu Xing's worn-out beast encyclopedia, Liu Xiaoming couldn't help but complain. Liu Xing, this book is falling apart. Why don't you get a new one? Liu Xing instinctively glanced at Su Peng, who sheepishly scratched his head, his face turning red for once. Ruming didn't notice the expressions of the others. She was completely absorbed in the bestiary that Liu Xing was holding. Her eyes lingered on a particular page for a long time before she sighed softly and said to Liu Xing, I want this little skylark. Liu Xing frowned upon hearing this, clearly surprised by Ruming's choice of such an ordinary beast. He flatly refused. No way. The skylark is too weak and has no value for cultivation. Ruming felt a bit disappointed but still asked, if not the skylark, then what should I choose? Liu Xing turned to another page and pointed at a majestic beast. How about this one? It's the windbreaker eagle. Liu Xiaoming exclaimed, then warned Liu Xing. Are you crazy? The windbreaker eagle is exceptionally powerful and would at least be gold ranked when fully grown. There's no way we can handle it. Liu Xing, however, was undeterred. How would we know if we don't try? Besides, who said we need to capture an adult? We can look for a fledgling. Hearing this, Ruming worriedly said, Liu Xing, maybe we should just forget it. I think the skylark is fine. Liu Xing took Ruming's hand and reassured her. Don't worry, I won't take unnecessary risks. He understood her thoughtfulness and knew she didn't want to cause trouble for others. All right, let's prepare tonight and set off to find the windbreaker eagle tomorrow, Liu Xing decided. Su Peng couldn't help but ask, are we all going? Why, you don't want to? Liu Xing retorted. No, of course I want to, Su Peng quickly responded. Liu Xing felt a growing sense of urgency and hoped his friends would mature quickly, at least enough to protect themselves. With the plan set, Ruming and Liu Xiaoming said their goodbyes and left. On the way, Ruming curiously asked, Xiaoming, how did you know Liu Xing would accept that crystal? Women's intuition, I guess, Liu Xiaoming laughed. When I saw that crystal, I felt it had some unique energy. Ruming nodded. She had found the crystal in the hills behind her house and thought it was pretty. On Liu Xiaoming's suggestion, she gave it to Liu Xing as a gift, not expecting he'd like it so much. The next day, the four of them set off with large backpacks. They hired two cars. Liu Xing, Liu Xiaoming, and Ruming shared one, while Su Peng, carrying a lot of food, took the other. Upon entering the secret realm of Hurricane Gorge, the breathtaking scenery amazed everyone. Under the blue sky and white clouds, towering peaks flanked the gorge, and flying beasts occasionally soared overhead. This is Hurricane Gorge? It's so beautiful. Ruming closed her eyes in delight. Liu Xing summoned his Thunderhawk and Hellhound, one to scout ahead and the other to ensure safety. The others also called forth their beasts. Su Peng had his wild ape and glutton, while Liu Xiaoming had her rainbow butterfly and thunder horse. Seeing Liu Xiaoming's second beast, the thunder horse, for the first time, Liu Xing couldn't help but become more curious about her background. Beasts with strength potential were rare, and although they all had such beasts, it was due to their extraordinary luck. Let's move out. Liu Xing mounted his hellhound. Liu Xiaoming climbed onto her thunder horse, and Su Peng awkwardly perched on Glutton's shoulder. Only Ruming stood there, looking a bit embarrassed. Liu Xing extended his hand. Come on. Relieved, Ruming placed her small hand in his, and he pulled her up onto the hellhound's back. The group set off into the distance. Windbreaker eagles like to nest on cliffs, which made Liu Xing's search easier. They just had to wait for the Thunderhawk to bring back news. The Thunderhawk circled the cliffs, its sharp eyes scanning the area. Finally, it spotted a nest and immediately returned to report. Liu Xing rode the Thunderhawk to the nest and found the parent windbreaker eagles were out. He saw 3 fledglings chirping in the nest. However, using his system's eye, he was disappointed to find that all 3 fledglings had only rank potential, not even in a rank among them. It seems the parent windbreaker eagles aren't that great either, Liu Xing muttered. It's true, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and mice beget hole diggers. Suddenly, a cry echoed from afar. The parent windbreaker eagles were returning. Liu Xing immediately told the Thunderhawk, let's go, and quickly flew away from the nest. Over the next few days, Liu Xing rode his Thunderhawk through the canyon cliffs, tirelessly searching for high-quality windbreaker hawks. However, despite his efforts, he only managed to find one A-grade windbreaker hawk and not a single grade one. Just as he was feeling perplexed, a deafening bird cry echoed through the canyon. Looking up, Liu Xing saw a massive windbreaker hawk soaring not far away, gripping a black wild boar in its talons, a clear sign of a successful hunt. His eyes lit up, and he quickly checked the attributes of the windbreaker hawk. Windbreaker hawk attributes: gender, female, level, gold tier 3, grade S, skills, windblade, tailwind, wind tornado. Realizing it was an S-grade windbreaker hawk, Liu Xing felt a surge of joy. This meant it could potentially produce great offspring. He immediately commanded, Thunderhawk, follow it. Riding on the Thunderhawk, Liu Xing carefully tailed the windbreaker hawk. They soon arrived at a cliffside where the hawk flew into a cave. Liu Xing landed on a platform outside the cave. Surveying his surroundings warily, Liu Xing was surprised to find the platform exceptionally hidden, shrouded in thick mist. Without following the windbreaker hawk, he would never have found this place. Realizing that entering the cave recklessly would be suicidal, Liu Xing decided to wait patiently. Over half an hour later, the windbreaker hawk finally left its nest. However, Liu Xing didn't act immediately. As expected, the hawk soon returned to inspect its surroundings before leaving for Real. Liu Xing emerged from behind a large rock, dusted himself off, and cautiously approached the cave entrance. He muttered to himself, "This creature is really cautious. Good thing I waited a bit longer." Entering the cave, Liu Xing quickly discovered a large nest made of dried grass. A windbreaker hawk chick was sleeping soundly beside the half-eaten carcass of a black wild boar. Ignoring the chick's full belly, Liu Xing swiftly pulled out a rope from his system backpack and tied up the sleeping chick. The chick woke up and struggled violently, crying out in distress to call its mother. Liu Xing acted quickly, stuffing a piece of drugged bread into the chick's mouth. The chick swallowed the bread and soon felt dizzy, falling into a deep sleep. Watching the unconscious chick, Liu Xing felt relieved. I didn't expect Su Peng's bread to be so effective, he thought. He ordered the Thunderhawk to grab the unconscious chick, and they swiftly left the cave. Not long after they departed, the mother windbreaker hawk returned with prey, only to find her chick missing. She let out a heart-wrenching cry that echoed through the canyon, causing smaller animals to flee in terror. Despite hearing the mother hawk's cry, Liu Xing wasn't worried. He believed that in the vast canyon, coupled with the thick mist, the mother hawk would have little chance of finding them. Back at the camp, Liu Xing saw Su Peng snoring in the tent while Liu Xiaoming and Ru Meng sat under a large tree, chatting intimately, most likely about Liu Xing. Seeing Liu Xing return, Liu Xiaoming excitedly said to Ru Meng, "Look, Ru Meng, he really brought back a windbreaker hawk." Ru Meng looked up at Liu Xing in the sky, her eyes filled with admiration. The Thunder Hawk gently placed the chick on the ground, and Liu Xing dismounted. He said to Ru Meng, quickly form the contract. Ru Meng nodded and approached the chick. She swiftly formed hand seals, channeling her spiritual energy to draw a contract array on the ground. Sensing the attempt to contract it, the chick woke up and struggled fiercely. As it resisted, Ru Meng's face grew paler, clearly affected by the backlash. Liu Xiaoming cheered Ru Meng on from the side. Seeing Ru Meng's pale face, Liu Xing felt a pang of sympathy and suddenly had an idea. He summoned his hellhound and commanded, "Give it some pressure." The hellhound, far stronger than the chick, released an invisible pressure towards the windbreaker hawk chick on Liu Xing's command. Feeling the terrifying pressure of the hellhound, the young windbreaker eagle collapsed to the ground. A flash of despair crossed its eyes, and it lost all will to resist. Ru Meng seized this moment and quickly completed the contract ceremony. As a flash of spiritual light shot out from the young windbreaker eagle and entered Ru Meng's mind, the contract was finally sealed. Ru Meng felt the faint connection established with the young windbreaker eagle and couldn't help but smile with joy. However, the ceremony had drained her significantly. Her body suddenly weakened, and she was about to collapse. Liu Xing, quick on his feet, rushed forward and caught her. "Are you okay?" Liu Xing asked with concern, noticing that Ru Meng was drenched in sweat. "I'm fine," Ru Meng replied, gasping for breath and trying to stay strong. Liu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Ru Meng was merely exhausted from the contract. Ru Meng weakly thanked him, but Liu Xing waved it off, saying, "There's no need for thanks between us. Come on, let's rest over there." He helped Ru Meng to a large tree. Ru Meng lay on the ground, using Liu Xing's leg as a pillow, and soon fell asleep. When she awoke again, the sun was setting, and the sky was painted with a red glow. "You're awake," Liu Xing said softly, having maintained the same position to let Ru Meng sleep peacefully. Ru Meng's cheeks flushed, and she quickly sat up. Just then, Liu Xiaoming approached with a bowl of steaming pork porridge. "Ru Meng, you're awake. Here, I made some porridge for you. Drink it while it's hot." Ru Meng took the bowl and sipped the porridge. "It's delicious," she said with a sweet smile, her eyes forming crescent moons. Once Ru Ming regained her strength, Liu Xing suggested, Ru Ming, let's see your new contracted windbreaker eagle. Ru Ming nodded and stepped into the open space. Come out, windbreaker eagle. At her call, a massive brown windbreaker eagle appeared before them. Wow, a windbreaker eagle. Su Peng, who was drinking porridge, stopped in surprise. I didn't expect it to be so majestic. He turned to Liu Xing, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I've decided, my next beast companion will be a windbreaker eagle too. Liu Xing waved his hand dismissively. Go catch one yourself. Don't bother me. You have no idea how much effort it took to find this one. He examined the young windbreaker eagle closely, marveling at its strength. Bronze level 6. No wonder the contract drained Ru Ming so much. Liu Xing turned to Ru Ming. All right, try commanding it. Okay. Windbreaker eagle, use wind blade on that tree, Ru Ming ordered. However, the windbreaker eagle arrogantly turned its head away, ignoring her command. Ru Ming stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Liu Xing squinted and threatened. Oh, a bit haughty, aren't we? I've heard that roasted windbreaker eagle tastes pretty good. I wonder if that's true? Sensing the genuine menace from Liu Xing, the windbreaker eagle trembled. It let out a sharp cry, suddenly took to the air, and unleashed two fierce wind blades from its wings, striking the distant tree with precision. With a loud crash, the tree was cut in half and fell. Impressive. Truly powerful. Liu Xing praised, satisfied with the windbreaker eagle's strength. With this beast, Ru Ming's ability to protect herself had significantly improved. All right, Ru Ming, let's head back. Call the windbreaker eagle back, Liu Xing reminded. Ru Ming nodded. Come back, windbreaker eagle. The windbreaker eagle, hearing her call, reluctantly glanced at the distant cliff its home. It had once thought of escaping, but sensing the might of the thunder eagle, it obediently returned to the beast space. As they were about to leave the secret realm, a massive figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Oh no, it's the windbreaker eagle's mother. Liu Xing recognized the enormous creature. Everyone, run. He pushed Liu Xiaoming and the others, quickly exiting the secret realm and returning to the real world. Liu Xing let out a long breath, knowing that with powerful beast tamers guarding the entrance, the golden level 3 windbreaker eagle mother posed no threat. Let's go back, Liu Xing said, leading Su Peng and the two girls to a taxi heading to Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. Despite the dangers, they had returned safely. Back at school, Ru Ming bid farewell to everyone, eager to bond with her windbreaker eagle. Liu Xiaoming also left, seemingly inspired by Ru Ming, determined to work hard. As for Su Peng, he kept complaining about being tired and just wanted to go back to the dorm to sleep. In the following days, Liu Xing resumed his happy college life. One day, he and Ru Ming stood in the center of the school's dueling arena, surrounded by a crowd of curious onlookers. Ru Ming, her eyes sparkling with excitement, said eagerly, I want to test the strength of my new Gale Eagle and challenge you. Liu Xing smiled slightly. Let's begin then. At the signal, Ru Ming summoned her Gale Eagle, while Liu Xing called forth his Thunder Eagle. With just a glance at the Gale Eagle, Liu Xing remarked casually, it's already at Bronze Tier 8. Ru Ming pouted upon hearing this. That's no fun. She had hoped to surprise Liu Xing by revealing the full power of her Gale Eagle during the battle, but her trump card had been seen through so quickly. Gale Eagle, use Wind Blade, Ru Ming commanded. The Gale Eagle let out a sharp cry, flapped its wings forcefully, and sent a fierce wind blade slicing through the air towards the Thunder Eagle. The wind blade moved so fast that it created a sonic boom. Thunder Eagle, use Thunder Strike. Liu Xing responded calmly. In an instant, a golden bolt of lightning shot out from the Thunder Eagle, colliding head-on with the wind blade. The powerful electric current shattered the wind blade instantly. Unwilling to give up, Ru Ming shouted, Gale Eagle, use Tornado. The Gale Eagle flapped its wings rapidly, creating a violent airflow. A massive tornado formed out of thin air, swirling towards the Thunder Eagle. Thunder Eagle, use Lightning. Liu Xing's voice remained steady. Just before the tornado could reach the Thunder Eagle, a thunderous crash echoed as a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky, as if tearing through the void, and struck the tornado with precision. With a deafening explosion, the lightning and tornado collided, bursting into a dazzling light. When the light faded, the tornado had been completely obliterated. Ru Ming stood there in disbelief, staring at the scene. She had thought the tornado would at least trouble the Thunder Eagle, but it had been effortlessly countered. The battle drew even more attention from the students. Whispers spread through the crowd. Hey, look over there. Doesn't that person seem familiar? Isn't that our new champion? Wow, he's as handsome as ever. A starstruck girl couldn't help but exclaim. Although Liu Xing had barely appeared on campus recently, his charm remained unforgettable. Who was his opponent? Someone asked curiously. At this moment, a girl named Jiang Qin eagerly raised her hand. I know. She waved her hand vigorously, as if afraid someone else might answer first. Then tell us. The people around her urged impatiently. Jiang Qin proudly lifted her head. She's a sophomore and my good roommate, named Ru Ming. She then began to embellish stories about Ru Ming, giving the onlookers a glimpse into the life of this delicate girl. On the dueling platform, Ru Ming, feeling dejected, said, I'm done. I don't want to fight anymore. She felt like she was punching cotton, gaining no sense of accomplishment. By now, the Gale Eagle was panting heavily, while the Thunder Eagle remained spirited, clearly showcasing the difference in their strengths. All right, let's go, Liu Xing said as he recalled his Thunder Eagle and walked towards Ru Ming. Watching their departing figures, the onlookers couldn't help but show envy. They really are a perfect match. However, jealousy surged in Jiang Qin's heart. She and Ru Ming looked quite similar. So why did Liu Xing favor Ru Ming? Especially after learning that the Gale Eagle was a gift from Liu Xing, Jiang Qin's jealousy intensified. No way, I have to win him over, she thought, clenching her fists and already plotting how to attract Liu Xing's attention. After leaving the dueling arena, Ru Ming curiously asked, Liu Xing, what is your current strength? Liu Xing thought for a moment. My Hellhound is at Silver Tier 8, and both my Thunder Eagle and Spirit Water Turtle are at Silver Tier 7. During this time, he had his beasts train against each other in pairs, and with the school's abundant spiritual energy and various elixirs, they had reached their current strength. However, he was surprised to find his funds running low. Raising beasts sure is expensive. Looks like I need to take on some tasks from the Beastmaster Association soon, or I'll be broke. Suddenly, Liu Xing remembered. It's been a while since I last saw Baifeng and the others. I wonder how they're doing. At that moment, several kilometers away, Baifeng and his friends suddenly shivered. What's wrong with you guys? Lan Tian asked, puzzled, as he looked at the three who had suddenly stopped moving. They were drinking in a KTV room. Nothing. Nothing. Baifeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking, damn, it must be Liu Xing again. Getting fleeced by him once wasn't enough. Is he coming for us again? After escorting Ru Ming back to her dormitory, Liu Xing started descending the mountain, heading towards the Beastmaster Association to receive a new task. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, isn't that Liu Xing, the junior? Liu Xing turned around to see a woman dressed provocatively, a crop top paired with short denim skirt, revealing her alluring figure. He frowned, trying to recall who she was, but couldn't place her. Seeing his confusion, the woman giggled and said, oh, Liu Xing, you really have a poor memory. It's me, Jiang Qin, Ru Ming's roommate and best friend. As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand. Liu Xing shook her hand politely but quickly let go. Jiang Qin was momentarily stunned, questioning her own charm. In the past, seducing junior students was a piece of cake for her, with many eagerly showering her with gifts just to win her favor. But Liu Xing's indifference was unexpected. Interesting, Jiang Qin thought to herself, feeling a sudden urge to conquer him. Liu Xing, where are you headed? She asked casually. To the Beastmaster Association, Liu Xing replied curtly. Oh, I'm heading in that direction too. How about we go together? A glint of interest flashed in Jiang Qin's eyes. Out of consideration for Ru Ming, Liu Xing reluctantly agreed. However, the journey quickly became a headache. Jiang Qin was like a chatterbox, talking non-stop, making the trip unbearable. Upon arriving at the Beastmaster Association, Liu Xing wasted no time heading to the service hall to update his silver level 8 Beastmaster credentials. As he exited the window, Jiang Qin's sharp eyes caught sight of his silver badge, and she gasped in disbelief. Silver level 8? She quickly calculated. Liu Xing, being so young yet so powerful, was definitely a rising star. If she didn't make her move soon, she would regret it later. Unaware of Jiang Qin's thoughts, Liu Xing walked straight to the task board. After some searching, he found his target, retrieving the heart of the willow sprite, with a reward of 2.5 million. Slightly surprised, Liu Xing pulled out his phone to look up information on the willow sprite. Learning that these creatures resided in willow forests and were as powerful as silver-level entities, he decided to scout the area first. After accepting the task, Liu Xing turned to leave, only to find Jiang Qin still following him. He frowned and asked, Jiang Qin, what are you doing? Jiang Qin quickly explained, Liu Xing, I saw you took the willow sprite task. I happen to be free, so how about I give you a hand? Liu Xing, not being naive, guessed Jiang Qin's intentions but had no interest in her. More importantly, he sensed a hint of malevolence in her demeanor, indicating she wasn't trustworthy. Ignoring Jiang Qin, Liu Xing hailed a taxi and headed straight to the willow sprite forest. Stubborn fool, Jiang Qin muttered, stomping her foot in frustration. Dejected, she started walking back towards Jiangnan Beastmaster University. Halfway there, a mysterious figure in a black robe blocked her path and asked, excuse me, do you know Liu Xing? The one they call the newcomer king? Jiang Qin frowned but replied, of course I know him. Why do you ask? Before she could finish her sentence, the figure grabbed her throat, dragging her into a nearby alley. "Tell me where Liu Xing is, or I'll kill you," the figure threatened, lifting her off the ground. Jiang Qin, gasping for air, clung desperately to the figure's hand, struggling to breathe. Just as she was about to pass out, the figure released her. She fell to the ground, coughing violently. A strong smell of urine filled the air. The figure looked down and saw her denim skirt was soaked. I know where Liu Xing went," Jiang Qin stammered, desperate to save her life. "Just please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." Unbeknownst to Jiang Qin, revealing Liu Xing's whereabouts would render her useless. And for the useless, the figure had only one solution: elimination. He approached Jiang Qin, grabbed her head with both hands, and snapped her neck. The unfortunate Jiang Qin died instantly. The figure glanced at her student ID, which read, Jiangnan Beastmaster University Jiang Qin. "Pathetic," he spat. "A student of Jiangnan Beastmaster University, and a sophomore at that. So weak, a disgrace to the school. I've always said we need to clean up the trash in this school, but Liu Xing wouldn't listen. Damn it, if this continues, the school is doomed." The figure removed his hood, revealing a horrifyingly burnt facet was Han Mingming. He had once joined the Salvation Church, but it didn't last long. The church was soon targeted by Liu Xing, who led a joint operation with the Chinese inspection team to annihilate them. Han Mingming had sensed the danger and escaped just in time, avoiding the fate of his comrades who perished in the raid on the Salvation Church's branch. The Forest of Willows, huh? Han Mingming let out a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. It was clear he had made up his mind to trouble Liu Xing. Meanwhile, Liu Xing took a taxi to the entrance of the Forest of Willows' secret realm. Stepping into this mysterious place, he found the scene before him was nothing like he had imagined. There were no willow branches swaying in the sunlight, no gentle breezes by the riverside. Instead, he was met with a dense, dark forest. Heavy fog blanketed the sky, and the surroundings were so dim and unsettling that it felt like being in a ghostly domain. Taking a deep breath, Liu Xing decisively summoned his hellhound. He nimbly mounted the beast and headed deeper into the forest. The hellhound ran swiftly, its two heads vigilantly scanning the surroundings, while Liu Xing kept a sharp lookout for any sign of the willow demon. More than half an hour passed with no success. Just as Liu Xing began to doubt the existence of the willow demon, distant flickering lights caught his attention. In the dim forest, a small wooden hut stood alone by a tiny lake, its faint light swaying in the wind, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Gathering his courage, Liu Xing approached the hut. Suddenly, an old man with disheveled hair and a flushed face stumbled out of the house. In the dim light, Liu Xing noticed the old man's exaggeratedly large nose, making him look like a clown. Seeing Liu Xing, the old man paused, then grinned widely. "Haha, it's been a while since I've seen an outsider, especially a young one. Hey kid, want to have a drink with an old man?" Liu Xing nodded in agreement. The old man immediately untied a gourd from his waist and tossed it to him. Liu Xing caught the gourd and cautiously took a sip. "Good," the old man exclaimed in admiration. "It's rare to see such a straightforward young man." Suddenly, he flashed a sinister smile. "Kid, aren't you afraid I might have poisoned the drink?" Liu Xing smiled calmly. "You wouldn't." Thanks to his system he had already determined the drink was safe. The old man burst into laughter. "Remarkable. It's been ages since I met someone with such a pure heart." He whistled, and a giant elk appeared out of thin air. "Kid, I'm out of booze. I need to get more. Until we meet again." With that, the old man mounted the elk and disappeared into the forest. Liu Xing pondered silently. This old man was no ordinary person, at least a master-level figure. He recalled the elk's attributes: golden horn deer, gold attribute, male, master level, scrayed potential, with skills including horn charge, double kick, golden shield, and metal cannon. After drinking the old man's liquor, Liu Xing felt a warm current flowing through his body, dispelling the forest's chill. He continued deeper into the forest, thinking to himself that if he ever met the old man again, he would express his gratitude properly. Just then, a sudden whooshing sound broke the silence. A thick vine whip lashed towards Liu Xing. With quick reflexes, he ducked to avoid it. Looking up, he saw a colossal figure standing in the nearby bushes. The creature was entirely dark green, with countless willow branches hanging from its head like hair, and its blood-red eyes shone menacingly in the dim light. Liu Xing immediately recognized it as a willow demon. Evil, plant attribute, male, gold level, grade potential, with skills including vine whip, evil breath, slam, and heavy hammer. "Come out, Thunder Eagle." Liu Xing quickly formed a seal and summoned his Thunder Eagle. He chose not to use his spirit water turtle, as the willow demon's plant attribute would counteract the water type. "Thunder Eagle, use Thunderbolt." At Liu Xing's command, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the willow demon directly. The demon, unable to dodge, was engulfed in a blaze of golden light and electric currents. Roar! The willow demon let out a piercing scream and turned to flee. Coward! Liu Xing thought disdainfully, surprised that a gold-level willow demon was so timid. Hellhound, chase it! He spurred his hellhound and gave chase. Due to its large size and short legs, the willow demon wasn't fast. Liu Xing quickly caught up to the fleeing creature. The willow demon's roar reverberated throughout the forest. Realizing it couldn't escape, it decided to fight back. With a swift turn, it lashed out with a vine as thick as a giant python, aiming directly at Liu Xing. Hellhound, back off! Liu Xing shouted. The hellhound leapt back nimbly, barely dodging the deadly strike. The vine whipped past its nose, leaving a deep trench in the ground. Use flame slash! Liu Xing commanded, unwilling to stay on the defensive now that the willow demon had attacked. The hellhound slashed its claws forward, sending a searing blade of fire hurtling toward the willow demon. Seeing the oncoming flame slash, fear flashed across the willow demon's face. As a plant-based creature, fire was its greatest nemesis. Just as the willow demon tried to dodge, a bolt of lightning struck it squarely. It was the Thunderhawk's doing. Though the lightning didn't do much damage, it temporarily paralyzed the willow demon. In that split second, the hellhound's flame slash struck the willow demon hard. Arg! The willow demon let out a blood-curdling scream. Liu Xing saw the impact had created a deep, bone-revealing gash, with embers still smoldering around the edges. Roar! The willow demon bellowed, ignoring its injuries and charging at Liu Xing. Its right hand morphed into a massive wooden mallet, which it swung down toward Liu Xing's head. Hellhound, dodge! Liu Xing yelled. The hellhound sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. Boom! The wooden mallet smashed into the ground, leaving a large crater. Liu Xing's heart pounded, realizing he had narrowly avoided being crushed. Seeing its attack miss, the willow demon rose slowly, preparing for another strike. But Liu Xing wasn't about to give it a second chance. Hellhound! Another flame slash. The hellhound's claws slashed again, sending another fierce blade of fire toward the willow demon. Boom! The flame slash hit its mark, shattering the willow demon's last defenses. It staggered, filled with unwillingness and despair, before collapsing heavily to the ground. Liu Xing sighed in relief, thinking, the willow demon, though powerful, is slow and vulnerable to fire. Against the faster hellhound, it was doomed to be on the losing end. Hellhound, let's go! Liu Xing ordered. The hellhound leapt onto the willow demon's corpse. Its sharp claws easily tore through the tough bark. With a crunch, it extracted the willow demon's heart. So this is the willow demon heart, Liu Xing muttered, placing the dark green heart into his system backpack. Just as Liu Xing was about to leave, a round of applause broke the silence. Clap, clap, clap. Liu Xing turned towards the sound, alert. Not far to his right stood a figure in a black robe. Without the system eye, Liu Xing might not have noticed him at all. Who are you? Liu Xing asked curiously, though he was already on guard. Brat, have you forgotten my voice? The black-robed figure pulled off his hood. Han Mingming! Liu Xing exclaimed. Despite the burn scars covering half his face, Liu Xing recognized him immediately. I can't believe you're still alive. Han Mingming sneered, his eyes filled with malice. Brat, old grudges and new. I'll settle them with you today. Liu Xing smirked. Old grudges? You brought it upon yourself. You were jealous, and that earth core flame was my chance. You deserve nothing but dirt. You. Han Mingming was momentarily speechless with rage. You haven't changed a bit, still as sharp-tongued as ever. Let's see if you can keep that up. Come out, my old friends. Han Mingming quickly formed hand seals, and 3 beasts appeared before Liu Xing. A sturdy golden eagle of the 2nd rank, a golden 3rd rank maple demon, and a golden 6th rank giant clawed crab. Liu Xing's sharp eyes noticed something amiss. Where's your flame lion? Han Mingming's face briefly showed pain, indicating his flame lion had met a grim fate. Despite this, he was still a formidable opponent for Liu Xing. Run. Just run, was Liu Xing's only thought. He spurred the hellhound, racing in the opposite direction through the willow forest. Think you can escape? No way. Han Mingming leapt onto the sturdy golden eagle, giving chase. However, the intertwined willow branches created obstacles for the pursuers. Liu Xing on the ground was less affected, but Han Mingming had to weave around the branches, slowing him down. Damn it, that brat is like a rat. Han Mingming cursed. If only my flame lion were here. He missed his flame lion, knowing it could have easily caught Liu Xing. Now, he had to rely on the sturdy golden eagle, as neither the giant clawed crab nor the maple demon could keep up with Liu Xing's speed. Liu Xing rode on the back of the hellhound, his brow furrowed as his mind raced. Although he didn't know how Han Mingming had discovered his whereabouts, he guessed it was the noise from the recent battle that had drawn his attention. Glancing at Han Mingming relentlessly pursuing him, Liu Xing felt a headache forming. Without any cough syrup, Han Mingming was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, refusing to give up. Liu Xing quickly scanned his surroundings, and suddenly his eyes lit up as if he had found a way out. He urged the hellhound to dash toward the distant willow forest. Here, willow spirits were everywhere, their vine whips lashing like rain. "Hellhound, dodge quickly!" Liu Xing shouted. The hellhound agilely leaped, narrowly avoiding a thick vine whip's attack. Liu Xing deliberately maneuvered around the willow spirit's territory, soon finding not just Han Mingming but also a large group of angry willow spirits on his tail. Han Mingming, riding on the back of his mighty eagle, initially paid no heed to the willow spirits. However, when the willow spirits turned their attention to him, the situation took a sharp turn. One of the willow spirits attacked first, its vine whip lashing fiercely at Han Mingming. "You're asking for it," Han Mingming coldly shouted. "Mighty eagle, use golden flash." The mighty eagle's body glowed with a golden light, and with a sharp sweep of its wings, it severed the attacking willow spirit in half. However, this action didn't scare off the other willow spirits. Instead, it enraged them. A horde of willow spirits roared and charged at Han Mingming. Han Mingming's face darkened as the situation spiraled out of his control. Seeing Liu Xing getting farther away, he was forced to abandon the chase and deal with the immediate threat. "If you want to die for that guy, I'll grant your wish." Han Mingming gritted his teeth, deciding to vent his anger on the willow spirits. "Mighty eagle, it's up to you. Use golden flash." The mighty eagle let out a screech and tore through the willow spirits. After killing several of them, the remaining willow spirits, sensing the danger, fled in all directions. Han Mingming breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had narrowly avoided defeat. He looked up at the sky, a wary expression on his face. Earlier, he had intended to fly over the willow spirits and continue his chase from above, but in that moment, he had sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence. That force made his soul tremble, far surpassing any platinum-level beast he had ever known. Han Mingming understood it was a warning and wisely chose to leave. He cast one last glance in the direction where Liu Xing had disappeared, then turned and left. Liu Xing rode the hellhound through the willow forest and arrived at a high slope. Looking back, he saw the willow forest shrouded in darkness, the dangerous aura now gone. This innate danger sense had saved Liu Xing countless times. "Hellhound, there's a big rock up ahead. Let's rest there for a bit," Liu Xing said. The hellhound nodded in agreement, feeling tired from the continuous running. They reached the large rock, and a cool evening breeze brought a hint of chill. Liu Xing closed his eyes to enjoy the momentary refreshment. When he opened them, he noticed a bright moon had risen, casting its light across the land, making the willow forest glisten under the moonlight. "Young man, we meet again," a familiar voice called out. Liu Xing was surprised to see the old man he had met in the small cabin lying on the large rock. "How do you find the scenery here?" the old man asked. "It's beautiful," Liu Xing replied softly, expressing his genuine feelings with just 2 words. "Yes, it is," the old man agreed, though his eyes showed a hint of sadness. Liu Xing sensed the old man might be hiding here due to some emotional pain, but wisely chose not to ask further. "Come up here, young man, and have a drink with me tonight," the old man invited. "All right," Liu Xing nodded. He understood that staying with this old man, who possessed at least master-level strength, was the safest choice. Compared to such a powerful figure, Han Mingming's mere gold-tier strength was insignificant. "Hey, young man, come have a drink," the elderly man invited, and Liu Xing gladly accepted. They sat on a large rock, bottles in hand, and began to chat. As the alcohol took effect, their conversation flowed more freely. Liu Xing was surprised to find he had a knack for being a confidant. The old man, perhaps loosened by the alcohol or burdened by long-held feelings, began to pour out his heart. He told a tragic love story, his voice filled with regret and bitterness. After listening, Liu Xing sighed. Since ancient times, even heroes can't resist the charms of a beauty. He looked the old man in the eye and spoke earnestly. "If you truly love her, you should go find her. Let go of everything for her. If you can't put aside your pride, then it means you don't love her enough." These words seemed to strike a chord with the old man, whose eyes suddenly brightened. "You're right," he realized, laughing heartily. He praised Liu Xing's insight, his expression turning serious. "Young man, I owe you one," he said, pulling out a business card. "This is my private number. If you ever run into trouble, you can call me. Just don't ask me to do anything immoral." Liu Xing rolled his eyes. "Do I look like that kind of person to you?" No, you don't." The old man laughed again. They continued drinking, and before long, Liu Xing fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. He found himself still lying on the large rock, his head resting on a hellhound. A pounding headache from the hangover hit him, and he rubbed his temples. Looking around, he saw that the old man was nowhere to be found. Liu Xing smiled, guessing that the old man might have gone to find the woman he longed for. As he stood up, a book fell from his body. Picking it up, He saw the cover read, "How to Feed Your Beasts Better." Flipping through it, Liu Xing was surprised to discover it was a cookbook specifically for beast tamers. I'll have to make a copy for Su Pang, he thought, putting the book into his system backpack. Liu Xing thanked the Hellhound for its company and rode it out of the secret realm. However, the exit was deserted. Han Mingming was not waiting as expected. Back in the real world, Liu Xing took a taxi to the Beast Tamer Association to submit his task. He temporarily put Han Mingming out of his mind, reasoning that in broad daylight, she wouldn't dare make any rash moves. At the association's task hall, Liu Xing handed over the task items to the receptionist. Moments later, he received a bank notification showing a deposit of 2.5 million. Just as Liu Xing was about to leave, an elderly man in a casual suit hurriedly approached, inquiring about the heart of the Willow Demon. The receptionist's glance directed the elderly man to Liu Xing. "How did you get the heart of the Willow Demon?" the elderly man asked urgently. Liu Xing replied nonchalantly, "I went to the Willow Demon forest and hunted a Willow Demon. Do you think treasures just fall from the sky?" The elderly man gasped. "Do you know how dangerous that place is? No one has ever come back alive." Liu Xing's face darkened as he realized he might have been set up. "No wonder you set the price at 2.5 million for something as trivial as a Willow Demon's heart." The old man looked embarrassed upon hearing this. "All right, I've submitted the task item. We're even now. Can I leave?" Liu Xing asked calmly, staring directly at the old man. "Why wise?" The old man stammered. Despite his wealth, he was weak and dared not obstruct Liu Xing. He sensed that Liu Xing was not as simple as he appeared. As Liu Xing turned to leave, the old man hastily added, "By the way, the forest where the Willow Demon resides is filled with miasma. Anyone who enters will be affected. The miasma can make you bedridden for months, or even cost you your life." Liu Xing chuckled inwardly. Little did the old man know, he had resisted the miasma thanks to a special liquor given to him by an old man. Leaving the Beast Tamer Association, Liu Xing headed straight to Yin Ruyu's house. As he opened the door, he was surprised by the unusual silence. What's going on? Did they leave again? He wondered, stepping inside. To his astonishment, he found Yin Ruyu leisurely eating grapes on the living room sofa. She was momentarily startled upon seeing him, but then flashed a sweet smile, leaving Liu Xing a bit dazed. "Liu Xing, thank you so much for what you did earlier," Yin Ryu said sincerely. Liu Xing waved his hand dismissively, trying to appear nonchalant. "Oh, it was nothing. Just a small favor." Despite his words, Yin Ryu remembered his help deeply. "From now on, if you need anything, just let me know. If it's within my power, I'll help you," Yin Ryu promised earnestly. "Really?" Liu Xing's eyes lit up, a playful expression crossing his face as his gaze lingered on a particular part of Yin Ruyu's body. It wasn't that he was being inappropriate. Yin Ruyu's charm was simply overwhelming. Yes, really. Far from being offended by his gaze, Yin Ryu seemed pleased. "All right, stop standing there like a fool. Come, have a seat." "Okay." Liu Xing nodded and sat down, starting a conversation with her. "Ryu, how did you get poisoned in the first place?" Yin Ryu recounted her story. She had been invited by the Fire Phoenix to explore a new secret realm with other members. There, they encountered their old enemies, the White Wolf Gang. The enmity between the two groups had a long history, stemming from an incident where a White Wolf member tried to bully someone from the Phoenix group, only to be killed by the Fire Phoenix herself. Ever since, they clashed whenever they met in the wild. White Wolf Gang. Gengjiang. Liu Xing muttered under his breath, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. These names were now on his hit list. One day, when he was strong enough, he vowed to eradicate them. "Ryu, how are you feeling now?" Liu Xing asked with concern. "Much better," Yin Ryu replied, looking at him. "By the way, I have something for you." "For me?" Liu Xing was taken aback, not expecting a gift from her. Yin Ryu stood up, went into another room, and returned with a small box. "Here you go," she said, handing it to him. Liu Xing opened the box and was stunned by what he saw. "Is this a Thunder Drake's beast core?" Yin Ryu nodded, a hint of surprise in her eyes that Liu Xing recognized it. However, she didn't ask further, just gave a gentle hum. Carefully, Liu Xing took out the core, his heart racing as he looked at the golden treasure in his hand. According to his system, this was the core of a Thunder Drake, a beast of Diamond Tier, Level 2. "Ryu, was this core part of your group spoils?" Liu Xing couldn't help but ask. Yin Ryu confirmed with a nod. No, this is too valuable. I can't accept it," Liu Xing said, trying to return the box. The Thunder Drake was a formidable beast, and the Fire Phoenix group must have paid a high price to obtain this core. But Yin Ryu shook her head, refusing to take it back. "I said it's yours, so it's yours." Her expression darkened, clearly displeased with his refusal. All right. Seeing her upset, Liu Xing reluctantly accepted the precious core. "Stop fussing. Let's go." Yin Ryu suddenly stood up. "Where to?" Liu Xing asked, puzzled. To let your Thunder Eagle absorb the Thunder Drake's core, Yin Ryu explained. Knowing he couldn't win against her, Liu Xing followed her to a secluded clearing. All right, you can start now. Don't worry, this place is remote, and even if someone comes, I'll protect you, Yin Ryu said confidently. Come out, Thunder Eagle. Since Yin Ryu insisted, Liu Xing accepted the generous gift. He summoned his Thunder Eagle and handed it the Thunder Drake's core. The Thunder Eagle's eyes gleamed at the sight of the core. It opened its beak and swallowed the core in one gulp. Suddenly, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Your Thunder Eagle has consumed a Thunder Drake's beast core. It will learn the following skills. Please choose. 1. Thunder Strike. Summon a bolt of lightning to strike your opponent, dealing massive electric damage. 2. Arc Lightning. Release a small arc of electricity, which may paralyze the opponent. 3. Lightning Bolt. Summon lightning to attack the opponent. 4. Wrath of the Thunder God. Summon thunderclouds to attack enemies within a 100-meter radius. The attack range increases with the user's level. Which one should I choose? Liu Xing found himself in a dilemma. Every skill before him was top-notch, each one making his mouth water. Unfortunately, reality is often harsh. He could only pick one. After an intense internal struggle, Liu Xing finally settled on Thunder God's Wrath. The name itself exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance, and more importantly, it was an area effect attack skill. In contrast, the other skills, though equally powerful, were limited to single-target attacks. Considering his Thunderhawk had already mastered the single-target skill Lightning, Thunder God's Wrath was undoubtedly the best choice to avoid redundancy. At the moment of Liu Xing's decision, the Thunderhawk let out a sharp screech. It was as if an invisible force had surged into its mind, instantly imparting the knowledge of how to use Thunder God's Wrath. The Thunderhawk flapped its wings and soared into the sky. As the Thunderhawk ascended, the once clear sky suddenly darkened. Clouds gathered at a visible speed, quickly covering the entire sky. Lightning and thunder followed in quick succession, plunging the world into darkness. The clouds roiled and rumbled like boiling water, emitting deafening booms. Liu Xing, make your Thunderhawk stop, Yin Ryu shouted anxiously, thinking the Thunderhawk was about to unleash an attack. Liu Xing immediately called out, Thunderhawk, come back. The Thunderhawk descended at his command, landing beside Liu Xing. As it departed, the clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, restoring calm. Yin Ryu watched this scene, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. She couldn't help but think, could this guy really be the illegitimate child of Lady Luck? Such a precious skill as Thunder God's Wrath, and he learned it so effortlessly? Her mind drifted back to their previous battle with the Thunder Dragon Whelp. That young dragon had made them scramble with just this one move. Had it been a mature dragon at full strength, they might have been utterly defeated. Liu Xing, Yin Ryu said seriously, although your Thunderhawk has learned Thunder God's Wrath, it doesn't yet have the power to fully harness its potential. Until you grow stronger, don't use this skill in front of others. Liu Xing nodded solemnly. I understand, Sister Ryu. He knew all too well the danger of standing out. This Thunder God's Wrath was a skill coveted even by the most powerful, and displaying it carelessly would only invite disaster. Yin Ryu added, Beast Tamer's beasts also have magic cores. If someone covets your Thunderhawk's Thunder God's Wrath skill, they might try to kill it and use its core for their own beast. Hearing this, Liu Xing couldn't help but shiver. He understood the peril of possessing something valuable all too well. All right, Yin Ryu said, since your Thunderhawk has absorbed the Thunder Dragon Whelp's magic core, I have nothing more to give you. You can go back now. Go back? Liu Xing was taken aback. Aren't we going to have a meal together? No. All right then. Liu Xing reluctantly headed back to Jiangnan Beast Tamer University. Watching Liu Xing's receding figure, a hint of envy flashed across Yin Ryu's face. Although she bore no ill will, it was only human to feel a twinge of jealousy seeing someone else get such a fantastic skill. That guy really is lucky. Yin Ryu muttered to herself with a wry smile. The allure of Thunder God's Wrath was too great. Even she found it hard to resist. Liu Xing arrived at the roadside, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to Jiangnan Beast Tamer University. Back at the dorm, he found Su Peng lounging with his legs crossed, munching on chips and watching TV. Liu Xing shook his head helplessly and walked into his room. A moment later, Liu Xing emerged with a freshly bound book in hand. Su Peng, this is for you, he said, handing the book to Su Peng. What's this? Su Peng asked, puzzled. A recipe book for beasts. I got it from a powerful figure. Do you want it? A powerful figure. Su Peng was so astonished that he dropped his chips. He trusted Liu Xing's judgment implicitly. If Liu Xing said it was from a powerful figure, it had to be true. But why is it a copy? Su Peng asked, feeling the still-warm recipe book. Of course it's a copy. Do you think I'd give you the original? Liu Xing glanced at the beast encyclopedia on the table, covered in sunflower seed shells. And look at that beast encyclopedia. Su Peng blushed. Liu Xing thought, a beast encyclopedia can be replaced, but this recipe book is one of a kind. If it ever got used as toilet paper, there'd be no end to his regret. Hee. Su Peng grinned from ear to ear, clutching the recipe book. As a foodie, he couldn't wait to showcase his culinary skills. Liu Xing, don't go anywhere. I'm about to show you just how good my cooking is, Su Peng said, hurriedly putting on his shoes and rushing down the mountain. At that moment, Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming walked in, brushing past Su Peng. Where's the fatty going? Lu Xiaoming asked curiously. Not sure. He looked like he was in a hurry, Ru Ming replied. Yeah. The two girls entered the villa and their eyes lit up when they saw Liu Xing. He often came and went unpredictably, making them miss him dearly. Every meeting was precious. Have a seat, Liu Xing said, sitting on the sofa. Liu Xing, where's Su Peng off to? Lu Xiaoming asked curiously. Him? He's off to gather ingredients. Gather ingredients? Lu Xiaoming frowned, puzzled by Liu Xing and Su Peng's antics. Su Peng moved swiftly, and before long, he returned with bags full of groceries. Panting heavily, he wiped the sweat off his forehead with his chubby little hand and complained, Gosh, I'm exhausted. Can't any of you lend a hand when you see me carrying so much? Lu Xiaoming rolled her eyes at him and retorted bluntly, We didn't help you for your own good. Look at yourself. You've eaten so much you're round as a ball. You need to lose some weight. Unbothered, Su Peng puffed out his round belly and struck a flamboyant pose. Lose weight? Why would I do that? This is called being well-rounded, and it's just perfect. Lu Xiaoming was disgusted by Su Peng's antics and made an exaggerated gagging gesture. Ru Ming, noticing the situation, quickly got up and offered to help Su Peng. His face lit up with a big smile, and he couldn't resist taunting Lu Xiaoming. See? Ru Ming is considerate. Unlike some people who just laze around, this comment infuriated Lu Xiaoming, and she snapped back like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Su Peng, what did you just say? Say it again if you dare. Just as the argument was about to escalate, Liu Xing stepped in to mediate. Su Peng made a face at Lu Xiaoming and then hurried into the kitchen with the bags. Soon, the kitchen was bustling with activity, and the aroma of delicious food filled the air. Ru Ming assisted with the ingredients while Su Peng showcased his cooking skills. The enticing smell eventually drew Lu Xiaoming into the kitchen. She couldn't resist reaching for the beautifully plated dishes on the stove, but Su Peng slapped her hand away. These are specially made for the beasts, with added herbs, Su Peng explained. You can eat them if you want, but don't blame me if something happens. Lu Xiaoming's interest immediately waned. Su Peng then urged Liu Xing to release the beasts. Though initially hesitant, Liu Xing used the system's eye to confirm the food was safe and summoned 3 beasts. The beasts devoured the food in no time, licking their mouths in satisfaction. Seeing this, Liu Xing chuckled. Su Peng, looks like we'll need your help again. Lu Xiaoming and Ru Ming chimed in agreement. Though Su Peng feigned reluctance, he eventually agreed. From then on, Su Peng became the dedicated caretaker for their beasts, ensuring their meals and well-being. Of course, Liu Xing provided a generous beast-rearing fund as compensation. Life went on peacefully. One day, Liu Xing checked on his hellhound and found it had reached silver tier 9, just a step away from gold tier 1. However, the meticulous feeding had also caused it to gain some weight. Determined to train it, Liu Xing headed to the Beastmaster Association to take on a mission. He found a suitable task on the mission board: eliminate a group of bandits who had robbed the city bank, with the strongest among them being gold tier 1. The reward was 2 million. Just as Liu Xing accepted the mission, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Bai Feng, who he hadn't seen in a long time. Bai Feng greeted him with a smile. Hey, Liu Xing, long time no see. Are you heading out on a mission? Liu Xing nodded. Bai Feng's eyes lit up, and he shamelessly asked, Can I join you? Liu Xing sized him up and noticed that Bai Feng's strength had already reached silver tier 4. He thought to himself, rich people really do progress faster. As soon as Liu Xing finished speaking, Bai Feng immediately understood. Being a shrewd person, he quickly pulled out a bank card from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Liu Xing. Brother Liu Xing, this is a little token of my respect. There's 1 million in it, and the password is 6 ones, Bai Feng said, his tone full of flattery. Liu Xing nodded slightly, took the bank card, and put it away. Let's go. You can follow me on this mission, but you must listen to me on the way. If anything goes wrong, I'm not responsible. Of course, no problem. Bai Feng nodded repeatedly, like a pecking chicken. The two of them set off and took a taxi to the outskirts of the silent forest. At Liu Xing's command, he summoned a hellhound. The appearance of this massive and fierce beast made Bai Feng's eyes widen. Wow, boss Liu Xing, when did you get such a powerful beast? Bai Feng's eyes sparkled with admiration. Liu Xing simply replied, It's just so-so, and then mounted the hellhound. Seeing this, Bai Feng hurriedly summoned his white-winged wolf. However, As soon as the white-winged wolf appeared, it was so intimidated by the hellhound's presence that it wanted to flee. Luckily, Baifeng managed to restrain it in time. Looking at his trembling beast, Baifeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He realized the vast gap between himself and Liu Xing. Along the way, the hellhound's aura made wild magical beasts scatter, and any that didn't were instantly obliterated. Baifeng followed behind, feeling more and more that he and Liu Xing were no longer on the same level. They searched several campsites in the silent forest but couldn't find their target. Baifeng finally couldn't help but complain, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from the hellhound. At that moment, Liu Xing suddenly made a gesture for silence. They had discovered a campsite where people were gathered around a bonfire, feasting. The conversation from the campsite drifted into Liu Xing and Baifeng's ears. Those people were discussing how to squander their stolen money, unaware of the impending danger. Their leader, known as Wolf Brother, seemed troubled. "We've messed with the wrong people this time," Wolf Brother said in a low voice, his brow furrowed. Despite his subordinates' attempts to reassure him, Wolf Brother remained uneasy. As a top-tier gold-level expert, he should have been fearless, but he couldn't shake his inner anxiety. Liu Xing shot a wary glance at Baifeng beside him and then whispered, "When the fight starts, leave the others to you. The boss is mine." Baifeng was about to speak, but Liu Xing cut him off decisively. "It's settled. Come out, everyone." Liu Xing decisively released his three beasts, a sharp glint in his eyes. Knowing well the strategy of capturing the leader first, he aimed directly for Lang Ge. "Hellhound, use flame slash on that guy." At Liu Xing's command, the hellhound sprang into action. Its sharp claws sliced through the air, sending a blazing blade of fire hurtling towards Lang Ge. Just as the flame slash was about to hit its target, a dark shadow suddenly appeared, blocking Lang Ge. With a loud bang, the flame slash struck the shadow, forcing it back several steps with great impact. Liu Xing focused and saw that it was a rock monster of the first rank in the gold tier. He quickly analyzed. Rock monster. Attribute, rock. Gender, level, gold tier 1. Aptitude, B. Skills, rock throw, rollout, heavy slam, rock slide. So this rock monster is his main force, Liu Xing thought. The rock attribute had some resistance to fire, and even the hellhound's flame slash only caused minor injuries. Lang Ge sprang up from the ground, his face dark with anger. He laughed bitterly. "You want my life? Huh, just the two of you? Who gave you the guts to try?" Lang Ge quickly formed seals, and 3 magic circles appeared on the ground. He summoned his remaining 3 beasts, a Kraid, Silver Tier 7 Spiked Porcupine, a Kraid, Silver Tier 8 Sunflower Monster, and a Grade, Silver Tier 5 Water Capybara. Liu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Lang Ge must be a newly promoted Gold Tier Beastmaster. He noted that many Beastmasters had beasts of varying strengths due to the high cost of nurturing them, forcing compromises in resource allocation. "Thunderhawk, use Thunderbolt on that Water Capybara," Liu Xing commanded decisively. The Thunderhawk let out a cry, its body glowing with golden light, surrounded by electric currents. With a loud crash, a bolt of lightning struck the Water Capybara. Lang Ge shouted, "No, Water Capybara, dodge." But it was too late. The lightning hit the Water Capybara squarely, and the powerful electric current coursed through its body. Being water attributed, the Water Capybara was naturally weak against electricity, and it was instantly defeated. Lang Ge gritted his teeth, glaring at the charred Water Capybara. He hadn't expected to lose a beast right at the start. "You brat, you're dead." "Rock monster, use rock slide." The rock monster immediately acted, gathering a large rock above Liu Xing's head, which grew larger and larger before crashing down. Liu Xing remained calm. "Hellhound, use rending claw." The hellhound leaped into the air, its sharp claws slashing at the descending boulder. With a loud crack, the boulder shattered. Lang Ge stared in disbelief. "How is this possible? Brat, what is your real strength?" Liu Xing gave him a withering look. "Can't you tell?" As a gold-tier beastmaster, Lang Ge should have been able to see through a lower-tier master's strength. He muttered in disbelief, "No, this can't be. How can you be only Silver Tier 9? Lang Ge gritted his teeth. "Whether you're truly Silver Tier 9 or not, you're going to die here." "Rock monster, use rollout." "Spike porcupine, use spike shot." "Sunflower monster, use leaf blade." Facing Lang Ge's all-out attack, Liu Xing quickly responded. "Aqua turtle, block the spiked porcupine's attack." "Thunderhawk, handle the sunflower monster." "Hellhound, use shadow ball on the rock monster." The beasts clashed instantly. The spiked porcupine shook its body, launching a rain of spikes at the aqua turtle. The air was filled with the sound of whistling projectiles. However, the aqua turtle stood firm like a mountain, shielding Liu Xing. The spikes clattered against its thick shell, producing a series of metallic clangs. Howl! 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 The spiked porcupine launched a fierce attack on Liu Xing's spirit water turtle, but its efforts were in vain. The turtle's hard, spiked shell not only completely blocked the attack, but also reflected all the damage back to the porcupine. The porcupine yelped in pain, rolling on the ground. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Liu Xing's eyes, and he shouted, "Spirit water turtle, use wave impact." The spirit water turtle responded quickly, extending its limbs from its shell. Its right front foot stomped the ground forcefully, and in an instant, a massive wave appeared out of nowhere, roaring towards the spiked porcupine. "Watch out, spiked porcupine, dodge it," Langu shouted anxiously. But it was too late. The porcupine, already maddened by the reflected damage, charged straight into the wave. Boom! The impact of the wave far exceeded the porcupine's limits. It was thrown high into the air and slammed against a large tree. The sound of bones breaking was clear, and the porcupine's massive body fell heavily to the ground, motionless. "Spiked porcupine," Langu exclaimed, pressing his right hand to his temple. Due to the soul contract with the porcupine, its death inevitably caused a backlash to Langu. Fortunately, Langu was strong enough to withstand the impact. With the porcupine's demise, Langu was left with only two beasts. His face turned ashen, and his lips trembled. A flood of negative emotions surged through him. Discomfort, oppression, frustration. He regretted provoking Liu Xing, and even regretted robbing the Jiangnan City Bank. But there was no turning back now. He was in too deep. Grinding his teeth, Langu knew that begging for mercy wouldn't save him. If that was the case, he decided to go all out. "Sunflower monster, use solar beam on that thunder eagle," he commanded harshly. Liu Xing snorted coldly. As a loyal reader of the Magical Beast Encyclopedia, he was well aware of the power and weakness of solar beam. Despite its immense power, it required a lengthy charging time. The sunflower monster tilted its head up at a 45 angle, quickly gathering solar energy on its face. Seeing the energy build up, Liu Xing made a decisive call. "Thunder Eagle, interrupt it. Use Thunderbolt." Boom! A thick bolt of lightning struck the sunflower monster accurately. Being a plant-type beast, it had some resistance to electric attacks and only suffered minor injuries. However, the electric shock successfully paralyzed it. The sunflower monster's body trembled violently, and the solar beam it had been charging shot uncontrollably into the sky at a 45 angle, toppling trees in its path. Liu Xing sighed in relief, knowing the devastating consequences if the beam had hit the Thunder Eagle. "Thunder Eagle, another thunderbolt," Liu Xing commanded decisively. After several rounds of attacks, the sunflower monster was already severely injured. Another hit would surely be fatal. Langu panicked, shouting, "No, sunflower monster, dodge the lightning." But it was too late. The sunflower monster was still paralyzed and couldn't move. Boom! Another thick bolt of lightning struck, this time with the Thunder Eagle's full force. Despite its resistance to electric attacks, the sunflower monster fell, defeated. Langu screamed in agony. With the sunflower monster's death, he suffered another soul backlash, feeling as if his head was being pierced by countless needles. Now, Langu was left with his main beast, the rock monster. The rock monster curled into a ball, rolling around and trying to crush the hellhound with its massive body. But the hellhound was agile, dodging each attack effortlessly. After several failed attempts, the rock monster had toppled many trees but caused no harm to its target. Looking at the devastated battlefield, Liu Xing couldn't help but marvel. This was the power of beast masters? Such destruction was nearly impossible for humans without tools. "Rock monster, stop!" Langu shouted, realizing the attacks were futile. The rock monster stopped, covered in a thick layer of mud. Langu took a deep breath and issued a new command. "Rock monster, use rock throw." The rock monster extended its arms quickly. In the blink of an eye, a giant rock formed in front of it. With a swift motion, the rock monster hurled the stone, which sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. "Not good." Liu Xing's expression changed. "Spirit water turtle, help the hellhound and block that rock." The spirit water turtle leaped in front of the hellhound. Being a water-type beast, it had strong defense and resistance to rock-type attacks. Bang! The rock smashed into the turtle's shell, exploding on impact and enveloping the battlefield in a cloud of smoke. "Ha ha ha!" Langu suddenly burst into laughter. "You fool! You actually sent your spirit water turtle to block my rock monster's rock throw. Are you really that stupid?" In Lang Ji's mind, Liu Xing's spirit water turtle must have been pierced by his rock monster's attack. Wolf stared wide-eyed into the smoke before him, eager to see Liu Xing's spirit water turtle pierced by the rocks. However, as the smoke cleared, disbelief was etched across Wolf's face. This can't be possible." Wolf's voice trembled. He couldn't understand how his rock monster's attack had only lightly injured Liu Xing's spirit water turtle. "No, I refuse to believe it," Wolf growled through clenched teeth. "Hellhound, use shadow assault on that rock monster." Liu Xing didn't hold back any longer and launched an attack. Seeing Liu Xing's hellhound charging at his rock monster, Wolf's gloom vanished, replaced by a menacing grin. Bring it on. Rock monster, use power strike on that hellhound. Make sure to smash both of its heads, Wolf commanded. The rock monster charged at the hellhound. Just as the two beasts were about to collide, the hellhound suddenly disappeared. The rock monster's punch hit nothing but air, causing it to stumble forward. Boom! A loud noise echoed as the hellhound appeared behind the rock monster, its claws wrapped in dark energy slashing at the rock monster's back. Despite its strong defense, the rock monster couldn't withstand the hellhound's sharp claws, which left deep gashes on its back. Howl! The rock monster let out a painful cry. The hellhound seized the opportunity, opening its two mouths to conjure massive black energy balls. Shadow Ball. The two shadow balls hurtled towards the rock monster. Boom! Boom! The powerful impact pushed the rock monster back over 10 meters. After taking two shadow balls, the rock monster staggered, barely able to stand. Seeing this, Liu Xing immediately ordered, Spirit Water Turtle, use wave impact on the rock monster. The Spirit Water Turtle took advantage of the situation, stomping its right foot hard. Instantly, a 10-meter-high wave materialized and crashed towards the rock monster. Although the Spirit Water Turtle wasn't as strong as the rock monster, the water-based attack was the rock monster's undoing. With the rock monster's fall, all of Wolf's beasts were defeated. He felt dizzy and staggered before collapsing to the ground. Thud. Unlucky Wolf hit his head on a rock, blood pouring from his caved-in skull, clearly beyond saving. Just as Liu Xing finished dealing with Wolf, Baifeng urgently called out, Boss Liu Xing, help! If you don't come now, I'm done for. It turned out that Wolf's lackeys were quite strong, with silver tier levels of 2 or 3. Even Baifeng, who was at silver tier 4, struggled against their onslaught. Liu Xing saw Baifeng's serious expression, sweat dripping from his forehead, and his beasts panting heavily under the pressure. Hellhound, go help him, Liu Xing commanded. The hellhound charged into the enemy ranks like a tiger among sheep, slaughtering left and right. In no time, all the enemy beasts lay dead under the hellhound's claws. Seeing the carnage, Baifeng couldn't help but swallow hard, a chill running down his spine. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. He had once thought of getting stronger to challenge Liu Xing, but that idea was now completely extinguished. No, I must stick with him, Baifeng thought, looking at Liu Xing with a strange glow in his eyes, like a wolf eyeing a lamb. What are you staring at? Liu Xing suddenly asked. Nothing. Nothing. Baifeng snapped back to reality, startled. Hellhound, let's clean up the battlefield, Liu Xing instructed. The hellhound began collecting valuable parts from the fallen beasts. Watching Liu Xing pack up, especially one bag containing Wolf's head, Baifeng felt a wave of nausea. All right, let's head back, Liu Xing said. Yes. Baifeng, now Liu Xing's most loyal follower, was eager to do anything Liu Xing asked. His principle was to always side with the winner. Liu Xing and Baifeng arrived at the Beast Masters Association's task hall to submit their mission. When Liu Xing threw Wolf's head onto the counter, the receptionist turned pale and screamed, jumping back. The scene caught everyone's attention, and they gathered around to see Wolf's bloody, but recognizable, head on the counter. Wow, isn't that? Yeah, it's that guy called Wolf. Didn't he rob our bank a few days ago? I can't believe someone killed him. My God, wasn't the mission description saying Wolf was at gold tier 1? Hearing this, the crowd scrutinized Liu Xing. This kid can't be that old. How did Wolf die at his hands? They exchanged puzzled looks. I bet someone else injured Wolf, and this kid just finished him off. Exactly, that must be it. Otherwise, no way this kid could take down someone at gold tier 1. Listening to the chatter, Liu Xing stayed silent, but Baifeng couldn't hold back. He angrily said, You guys are seriously underestimating us. My boss Liu Xing took down Wolf fair and square. Fair and square? Someone in the crowd chuckled. How old are you guys, anyway? Barely in your 20s, I'd guess. And your boss here looks about 18. Liu Xing's youthful face prompted the remark. So what will it take for you to believe me? Liu Xing suddenly asked, a hint of provocation in his eyes. The heckler in front of him scoffed disdainfully. No matter how you explain it, a lie is still a lie. If you really have the skill to kill Wolf brother, I'll livestream myself eating shit, and I'll do it while I'm taking a dump. Liu Xing's mouth curled into a slight smile, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Calmly, he pulled a silver badge out of his pocket and said, Excuse me, I'd like to submit a mission. And I'd also like to update my Beastmaster registration information. The crowd around him widened their eyes in astonishment upon seeing the silver badge. Someone exclaimed, Oh my God, it's a silver badge and a silver tier 9 at that. A guy who couldn't believe his eyes rubbed them vigorously, only to find the badge still gleaming with a silvery shine. I can't believe it. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Where's the doctor? Someone get me a doctor, the man shouted dramatically. Ignoring the commotion, Liu Xing calmly submitted the mission, collected his reward, and updated his Beastmaster information. Just then, the badge in his hand began to change, turning from silver to a dazzling gold. It turned out that on his way back, Liu Xing's hellhound had broken through from silver tier 9 to gold tier 1. Seeing this, the heckler who had been taunting him earlier couldn't help but swallow hard and quietly tried to slip away. "Hey, everyone, stop him!" Bai Feng, quick to react, shouted. The crowd immediately surrounded the heckler. With a cold smile, Bai Feng walked up to him. "Didn't you say if my big brother really killed Wolf Brother, you'd live stream eating shit while taking a dump?" The heckler turned pale, stammering, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Be the bigger person and let me off the hook, will you?" "No way." Bai Feng refused outright. "Guys, grab him and come with me." Watching them leave, Liu Xing shrugged helplessly. He had completed his mission and advanced to gold tier 1. Now, it was time to relax, consolidate his strength, and prepare to contract his 4th beast. Liu Xing returned to his villa and had barely sat down on the living room sofa when the doorbell rang. He frowned slightly, got up to open the door, and found Bai Feng standing there with a sheepish grin. "Hey, Liu Xing, boss," Bai Feng greeted awkwardly. "Bai Feng, what's up?" Liu Xing asked. Bai Feng nodded. "I do have something to ask of you." "What is it?" "Just say it." Bai Feng explained. "Liu Xing, boss, do you know about the school league? It's a competition held by the top Beastmaster academies in China. Every year, each academy sends 5 students to participate." Liu Xing pondered for a moment. "Why are you coming to me about this?" Bai Feng looked embarrassed. "Last year, our school sent a few seniors, and they did okay against other schools. But when they faced students from the Imperial Beastmaster University or the Shanghai Beastmaster University, they couldn't compete." Liu Xing understood what Bai Feng was getting at and asked directly, "What's the reward for winning this time?" Bai Feng's eyes lit up. "This time, the reward is a diamond beast core." Liu Xing nodded. "What about the strength of the opponents?" Bai Feng explained. "Most are at the silver level, with only 1 or 2 exceptional ones at the gold level." He quickly added, "Liu Xing, boss, no offense?" Liu Xing understood. "All right, you can go now. I'll think about it." Bai Feng didn't push. "Liu Xing, boss, once you've made up your mind, whether you want to participate or not, just let me know." "Sure," Liu Xing said, pulling out his phone. "By the way, I haven't added you on Feishin yet." Bai Feng quickly took out his phone, scanned Liu Xing's QR code, and added him as a friend. After adding Liu Xingfei as a friend, Bai Feng left with an excited look on his face. Shortly after, he arrived on the 3rd floor of a teaching building and pushed open the door to the music classroom. This classroom was rarely used, but at this moment, 3 people were sitting inside: Jiang Yin, Yingguoli, and Lan Tian. Together with Bai Feng, who had just arrived, they were known as the F4 of Jiangnan Beastmasters University, handsome, privileged, and exceptionally talented individuals. As soon as Bai Feng entered, he felt the heavy atmosphere in the room. The 3 others had grim expressions, clearly facing some difficult issue. "Bai Feng, have you heard?" Yingguoli asked, handing a document to Bai Feng. Bai Feng took the document and quickly skimmed through it. To Yingguoli's surprise, Bai Feng's expression remained unusually calm, not as dramatic as usual. "Bai Feng, what's wrong with you? Isn't this news shocking enough?" Yingguoli couldn't help but ask. Bai Feng shrugged and calmly replied, "What's so shocking about it? It's just that someone from the Imperial Capital Beastmasters University reached the gold level." Yingguoli glanced at Bai Feng and couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. "Bai Feng, it seems your skills haven't improved much, but your knack for acting cool sure has." Bai Feng rolled his eyes, thinking that if he hadn't met Liu Xing, who was truly extraordinary, he might have been surprised. But now, this kind of news didn't shock him anymore. Lan Tian broke the silence and asked, "For this year's national competition, our school needs to send 5 students. Besides the 4 of us, are there any other candidates?" Lan Tian shook his head. Although Jiangnan Beastmasters University was decent, it still lagged behind the universities in the Imperial Capital or Magic Capital. Their goal was merely not to lose too badly. At this moment, Jiang Yin suddenly suggested, "Why not let Li Hua from our class join?" "Li Hua? That bookworm?" Yingguoli immediately objected. "No way. His strength is only at silver level 2. Sending him would just embarrass the school." Bai Feng had remained silent, just quietly laughing to himself, which drew the attention of the others. Yingguoli couldn't help but criticize. "Bai Feng, you usually act so nonchalant, but now, facing this situation, shouldn't you help us come up with a solution?" Bai Feng glared at Yingguoli and said, "Who says I haven't? I've already found a suitable candidate." "What? Who?" Yingguoli asked excitedly. Bai Feng kept them in suspense before finally revealing, "I've actually found Liu Xing." Hearing this name, Yingguoli and Jiang Yin shivered slightly, clearly still wary of Liu Xing. "Liu Xing?" Yingguoli muttered. "Can he do it? And isn't he a freshman?" Bai Feng explained, "The rules only state that students from the school can participate. They don't specify that freshmen can't. Besides, I've already told Liu Xing that the reward for winning is a diamond-level beast core. He'll definitely come. The three others nodded in agreement. Although they had little hope of winning the championship, they didn't argue about the ownership of the beast core. Seeing the atmosphere lighten, Bai Feng suggested, all right, let's stop worrying. The problem is solved. How about we go to the bar to celebrate? This time, it's on me. Yin Guoli and the others exchanged looks. Yin Guoli couldn't help but ask, Bai Feng, can you tell me what Liu Xing's current strength is? Guess. Bai Feng teased. Yin Guoli gritted his teeth, pretending to punch Bai Feng. Bai Feng quickly said, all right, I'll tell you. He's at gold level 1 now. What? Gold level 1? Yin Guoli's eyes widened in disbelief. Lan Tian shivered slightly and muttered, that guy reached gold? His mind wandered to the image of Liu Xing, lost in thought. Lan Tian prided himself on his talent and hard work, believing he was among the best. However, upon hearing about Liu Xing's prowess, he couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. Despite having his family's support, Lan Tian had barely reached the 9th tier of the silver rank through sheer effort. In contrast, Liu Xing, a complete orphan with nothing but a few properties that Lan Tian deemed insignificant, had achieved so much more. This stark difference left Lan Tian feeling a mix of emotions. Surprised, aren't you? Bai Feng beamed with a smug smile, boasting to Lan Tian and the others like a child seeking praise. The helper I found for you guys isn't bad, right? Yin Guoli forced out a strained smile and said, not too shabby. Inwardly, he was lamenting his situation, feeling like he was suffering for the sake of pride. Jiang Yin suddenly spoke up, his tone tinged with hope. Maybe we really have a chance to win the championship this time. Lan Tian, usually quiet, merely responded with a simple, Yin Guoli couldn't help but complain. What on earth did that guy eat to grow up so freakishly strong? Bai Feng, half joking, replied, I have no idea. But if I knew, I'd definitely buy 10 pounds of it and eat it as snacks. The other three couldn't help but smile wryly at his words. While Bai Feng and the others were discussing, Liu Xing was deep in thought about the National League. Although he had just advanced to the 1st tier of the gold rank, he had yet to contract a new beast, and the increase in strength from his advancement hadn't fully translated into combat power. Half a month? Liu Xing muttered to himself. That should be enough. But I need to carefully consider what my 4th beast should be. With that, he picked up the compendium of magical beasts from the table and quickly flipped through it. Soon, his eyes locked onto a page. This one, the Green Spirit. Liu Xing analyzed his current lineup. He had the Hellhound for the warrior position, the Thunder Eagle for special attacks, and the Spirit Water Turtle as a strong tank. What was missing? A healer. Even though his beasts were powerful and could recover quickly after being injured, recovery still took time. If he had a healer, they could provide instant treatment, maintaining peak combat effectiveness. But this Green Spirit, Liu Xing murmured. I guess I'll have to ask Green Luo how she caught hers. That day, Liu Xing bought a plane ticket and flew back to Guang City, heading straight for the Phoenix Guild base. Familiar with the place, he entered the hall but found it empty. Frowning slightly, Liu Xing decided to check upstairs. Just as he reached the stairs, he was startled by an unexpected sight. A woman wrapped in a towel stood there, her face covered in a green substance. Green Luo? Liu Xing asked tentatively. Liu Xing? Green Luo was equally surprised. What are you doing here? She quickly removed the green substance from her face. What is that? Liu Xing asked curiously. Oh, this? Green Luo explained. It's slime essence. It helps remove dead skin and blackheads, and has beautifying effects. Liu Xing was taken aback and then smiled wryly. Who would have thought that the seemingly weak slime had such a use? Green Luo also smiled but then quickly became serious. So, what brings you here suddenly? Are you in some kind of trouble? No trouble, Liu Xing quickly explained. I recently advanced to the gold rank and want to contract my 4th beast. I'm aiming for a green spirit, so I wanted to ask where you caught yours. What? You advanced to the 1st tier of the gold rank? Green Luo looked Liu Xing up and down in amazement. My goodness, Liu Xing, be honest. Did you take some kind of drug? Advancing so quickly could harm you in the long run. Seeing Green Luo's earnest concern, Liu Xing couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, come on, Green Luo. Besides my good looks, my only other advantage is my talent. So advancing to the gold rank was just a matter of time. You're so full of yourself. I can't believe how narcissistic you are, Green Luo said, her tone lightening. And I can tell if you've taken any illegal drugs. Green Luo nodded, her expression serious. As a more powerful healer than Liu Xing, she could easily assess his condition. Liu Xing's vital energy was strong and pure, indicating a solid foundation. All right, you said you wanted to contract a green spirit? Green Luo said. Wait here for a moment while I change my clothes. Then I'll take you to the place. With that, she walked into her room. Whether intentionally or accidentally, Green Luo's door didn't close properly and swung open a bit. Liu Xing caught a glimpse of an inappropriate scene through the gap. He quickly turned his head away, thinking, "Don't look." Unbeknownst to him, Green Luo noticed his respectful gesture. Her smile softened, and her affection for Liu Xing grew a little more. The moment Lu Luo stepped out of the room, Liu Xing couldn't help but be mesmerized. She was still wearing her long green dress, looking like a forest fairy, breathtakingly beautiful. "Hey, Liu Xing, what are you staring at?" Lu Luo's voice snapped Liu Xing out of his daze. "Nothing, nothing," Liu Xing replied awkwardly, but the enchanting image lingered in his mind, leaving him a bit uneasy. "Let's go." Lu Luo led the way, guiding Liu Xing to their destination, the Forest of Elves. As soon as they entered the Forest of Elves, Lu Luo lifted her skirt and started running joyfully. She spun and leapt among the trees, as if she were one of the forest's own spirits. "It's been so long since I last came here," she said, looking around with familiarity and fondness. Watching Lu Luo's delighted expression, Liu Xing couldn't help but smile. He took a deep breath, the fresh air filling his lungs and making him feel invigorated. "This feels amazing," he exclaimed, thinking that the Forest of Elves was like a natural oxygen bar, a place where one could surely live longer and healthier. "Liu Xing, hurry up." After playing for a while, Lu Luo continued to lead the way. She then summoned her Biasa green-horned goat and a green sprite. Liu Xing examined the green-horned goat with surprise. Green-horned goat, plant attribute, male, diamond tier 2, a great potential. Skills include wild charge, horn attack, long horn, and leaf dance. He realized that Lu Luo was far more powerful than he had thought, a diamond tier master rather than the platinum tier he had assumed. "Hey, Liu Xing, what are you staring at? If you don't hurry, the sun will set," Lu Luo urged. Liu Xing quickly summoned his hellhound, but was stopped by Lu Luo. "If I were you, I wouldn't ride that hellhound. It has a dark attribute, representing darkness. This is the Forest of Elves, where the inhabitants cherish peace and light. Riding a hellhound here would only cause trouble." Liu Xing thought for a moment and agreed, retracting his hellhound. But this left him in a dilemma, as his other two beasts, Thunder Eagle and Spirit Turtle, were also unsuitable for riding here. Seeing Liu Xing's predicament, Lu Luo sighed and said, "Hop on." Liu Xing's eyes lit up, and he quickly climbed onto the green-horned goat, sitting behind Lu Luo. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her waist to avoid falling off. "I didn't expect her waist to be so slender," he thought to himself, surprised. Lu Luo was startled by Liu Xing's sudden move, but allowed it since he didn't take further liberties. The two of them rode the green-horned goat, led by the green sprite, deeper into the forest. The Forest of Elves was stunning, surrounded by lush greenery with sunlight filtering through the leaves. Liu Xing, lightly holding Lu Luo's waist and inhaling her subtle fragrance, found himself somewhat enchanted. "We're here." Lu Luo's voice interrupted Liu Xing's reverie. They had passed through the dense forest and arrived at a secluded gorge. The gorge was teeming with life, with magical creatures frolicking freely, surrounded by vibrant flora, resembling a paradise. A crystal-clear blue pond added a picturesque touch, reflecting the sky. "I didn't expect such a beautiful place here," Liu Xing marveled. "All right, enough with the chatter." Lu Luo pointed to a spot not far away. "See those green sprites over there? Go pick one, defeat it, and capture it." Following Lu Luo's direction, Liu Xing saw 3 adorable green sprites playing by the pond, completely unaware of the approaching visitors. "Boss, is the green sprite you mentioned here?" A dark-skinned man with a fierce look asked in a low voice. His voice caught the attention of Luo Luo and Liu Xing nearby. Luo Luo instinctively turned her head towards the speaker. When she recognized him, her face changed dramatically. "It's Geng Jiang," she exclaimed, immediately grabbing Liu Xing's hand and running deeper into the canyon. "Sister Luo Luo, what's going on?" Liu Xing asked, puzzled, as he followed her quickly. "That man is Geng Jiang. He's the one who poisoned Ruyu," Luo Luo explained as they ran. Liu Xing's eyes widened in realization. He glanced back at Geng Jiang, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Geng Jiang was on his hit list, and he hadn't expected to encounter him here. But seeing Geng Jiang's strength, Liu Xing temporarily abandoned his revenge. Revenge is a dish best served cold, he thought to himself. Geng Jiang was riding a massive, purple venomous wolf. The wolf exuded an aura of dominance, and its attributes immediately appeared in Liu Xing's mind. Venomous wolf attributes: poison, gender, level, diamond rank 4, grade S. Skills: venomous fangs, poison claws, toxic spray, deadly poison. Who would have thought Geng Jiang is a diamond rank 4 beast tamer? Liu Xing muttered. He realized the significant gap in their strength. Even though Luo Luo was a diamond rank 2 expert, she probably wouldn't stand a chance. Worse yet, Geng Jiang's venomous wolf had a natural advantage over Luo Luo's plant-type greenhorn goat. Luo Luo dragged Liu Xing as they ran, finally stopping at the end of the canyon. "Damn it!" she cursed. her face paling as she saw the towering cliffs surrounding them. They were trapped. Meanwhile, outside the canyon, Geng Jiang frowned in thought. He sensed a hint of killing intent, certain it came from within the canyon. Deciding to strike first, he rode his venomous wolf deeper into the canyon at a leisurely pace. When Geng Jiang reached the canyon's depths, he found no one. "What's going on?" he muttered, looking around in confusion, unaware that Liu Xing and Luo had escaped to a platform on the cliff using Liu Xing's Thunder Eagle. Luo sighed in relief, gratefully looking at Liu Xing's Thunder Eagle. "Thank goodness you have this beast, or we'd be done for." Liu Xing smiled at his Thunder Eagle, feeling their bond growing stronger. He was glad he had chosen a flying beast. "By the way, I didn't expect there to be a cave here," Liu Xing said, changing the subject and pointing to an entrance on the platform. The two of them entered the cave, finding it spacious and bright. Glowing multicolored stalactites adorned the walls and ceiling. At the end of the cave was a small altar, surrounded by greenery and fed by a spring. On the altar lay a pink egg with white floral patterns. Liu Xing immediately used his system's eye to inspect it. Six-winged angel unhatched. Attributes: psychic, fairy. Gender: level, none. Grade: SSS. Skills: judgment, divine healing. A six-winged angel egg? Liu Xing murmured in astonishment, his heart racing. It was his first time encountering an SS-grade beast. "I must tame this little one, no matter the cost," he thought determinedly, walking towards the egg. Liu Xing stood in front of the egg, forming a spell with his hands, ready to forge a contract with the mysterious egg. Just then, Luo suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Luo, what's wrong?" Liu Xing asked, puzzled. Luo frowned, worry evident on her face. "Liu Xing, are you sure you want a contract with this egg? Do you understand the potential consequences?" Liu Xing furrowed his brow in response. "Is there a reason not to contract with an egg?" "It's not that," Luo shook her head. "I'm just concerned about how this might affect your future. First, it's just an egg, you can't determine the quality of the creature inside. Second, you don't know when it will hatch. The higher the creature's potential, the longer it might take to hatch. Some powerful beings can take centuries to emerge." After listening to Luo's analysis, Liu Xing answered firmly, "I'm sure." A surge of frustration welled up inside Luo. She hadn't expected her earnest advice to be met with such stubbornness. Seeing Liu Xing start the spell again, her face darkened, and she turned to leave the cave. "Fine, do whatever you want." Liu Xing ignored Luo's departure, focusing entirely on the contract ritual. To him, this was an SS-grade six-winged angel's egg, with a potential to evolve into the legendary 12-winged angel. He remembered reading a book in school about how a 12-winged angel had helped humans defeat a demon king. In this world of beast tamers, that wasn't just a fairy tale, it was a real possibility. As the contract array formed, a brilliant light burst forth. The system prompt sounded, contracting, detecting that the host is contracting with a six-winged angel. Loading contract. A sudden pressure struck, and Liu Xing felt excruciating pain as if his mental energy was being drained by the egg. Holding his head with his right hand and bracing himself against the wall with his left, he struggled to stay upright. Contract backlash. Liu Xing gritted his teeth. "This little guy is resisting me. Damn it, I won't let you win." After 5 grueling minutes, the light faded. The system prompt sounded again. "Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting a six-winged angel." Liu Xing smiled bitterly, drenched in sweat, his face as pale as a sheet. Exhaustion washed over him, his body aching and his eyelids heavy. Finally, he collapsed and passed out. When Liu Xing eventually woke up, he realized he was resting on something soft. Instinctively, he squeezed it, initially feeling nothing. Then he applied more pressure. Ah! A sharp scream echoed through the cave, followed by a crisp slap. At that moment, Liu Xing and Luo were walking back. Liu Xing kept rubbing the prominent handprint on his right cheek, feeling very wronged, while Luo's face was stormy with anger, barely restraining herself from pummeling him. Trying to break the awkward silence, Luo asked, "Liu Xing, what kind of egg did you contract with?" "That was a six-winged angel's egg," Liu Xing mumbled. Luo repeated the words to herself, then suddenly realized, her eyes widening in disbelief. Six-winged angel? What? How? Kid, you really are lucky," Luo said slowly, her voice filled with jealousy. "Well, I guess. But I couldn't have done it without your help, Luo. I'll treat you to a meal when we get back," Liu Xing said. Hearing this, a warm feeling rose in Luo's heart. "At least you have some sense of gratitude." Liu Xing couldn't contain his excitement. A six-winged angel was on par with dragons. More importantly, he already had a sacred crystal. Once he upgraded the six-winged angel to the diamond tier, it could evolve into an eight-winged angel. Liu Xing began to imagine the scene of an eight-winged angel dominating the battlefield. Liu Xing and Lu Luo left the Forest of Elves and took a taxi to a grand hotel. As Liu Xing looked at the luxurious building in front of him, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. He thought, this has to be intentional. With a faint smile, Lu Luo urged, "Hey, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow me." Gritting his teeth, Liu Xing followed her. He thought to himself, who would have guessed that Lu Luo could be so cunning? Her gentle smile masked whatever schemes she had in mind. As they entered the hotel lobby, Liu Xing realized this was the most prestigious 7-star hotel in Guang City, heaven on earth. He knew that dining here would cost at least 300,000 to 400,000, as all the ingredients and wines were of the highest quality. Seeing Liu Xing's flustered expression, Lu Luo couldn't resist teasing, "Oh my, little brother Liu Xing, what's wrong? Feeling the pinch? It's okay. If you can't bear it, we can switch to somewhere else. How about that Shaxian Delicacies restaurant across the street?" Liu Xing glanced in the direction Lu Luo pointed, and indeed saw a small Shaxian Delicacies restaurant at the foot of a residential building across the road. He smiled wryly to himself. No way he could take Lu Luo there for a meal. Serving her simple noodles and wontons would be too embarrassing. "Fine, let's just go here," Liu Xing said, bracing himself. Lu Luo's face was full of satisfaction, clearly pleased with Liu Xing's reaction. In the private dining room, watching Lu Luo savoring red wine, Liu Xing pondered whether he should get her drunk. After all, there were rooms available upstairs, but he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing he lacked the courage. It seemed Lu Luo saw through Liu Xing's thoughts, as a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. She walked towards Liu Xing with her wine glass, smiling slyly. "Come on, little brother Liu Xing, let's have a drink. If you can get me drunk, you can do whatever you want tonight. I promise." Liu Xing hastily declined. "No, no. What? Not giving me face?" Lu Luo pressed. "No, it's not that." Liu Xing stammered, realizing he had completely lost control of the situation. He secretly vowed to himself, "Once I surpass you in strength, you'll see who the real big brother is." And so, they started drinking. Liu Xing wasn't sure how much time had passed when he woke up to find himself lying on a large bed, with Lu Luo nowhere in sight. He sat up and saw a note left on the blanket. The note read, "Little brother Liu Xing, your drinking skills need improvement. How else will you charm the ladies? I've paid the bill. When you wake up, just take a cab back. Don't come looking for me. I have tasks to complete." Liu Xing shook his head with a bitter smile, thinking Lu Luo was quite the enchantress. But he wasn't discouraged. He resolved to work even harder. With his beast master system and powerful beasts, he would one day surpass Lu Luo. After freshening up, Liu Xing opened the glass door to the balcony and found himself on the top floor of heaven on earth. Roughly estimating, he realized last night's dinner and this top-tier suite costing 50,000 per night had set him back nearly 3 million. Who knew Sister Lu Luo was a hidden tycoon? Liu Xing muttered to himself. Looking down at Guang City from the 100th floor, Liu Xing marveled at the whims of the wealthy. But he quickly refocused and started trying to connect with the six-winged angel. To Liu Xing's surprise, the egg of the six-winged angel was about to hatch. It was frantically absorbing spiritual energy within the beast space, forming a massive vortex around it. Goodness, this thing is terrifying. Liu Xing was thankful for the support of the beast master system. Otherwise, he might have been drained dry. Estimating that the six-winged angel needed a few more days to fully hatch, Liu Xing withdrew his consciousness, tidied up, and left the hotel. Despite the opulence of heaven on earth, it wasn't his ultimate goal. Liu Xing's aim was much higher, beyond the allure of transient luxury. Following his plan, Liu Xing didn't seek out Lu Luo. Instead, he decided to leave Guang City and head to Jiangnan City to continue his adventurous journey. Liu Xing took a car to the airport and flew back to Jiangnan City. As soon as he walked into his dorm, he found it packed with people. Besides familiar faces like Su Pang, there were also Bai Feng, Lan Tian, Zhang Yan, and Yin Guoli. "Liu Xing, where have you been these past few days?" "We've been worried sick," Bai Feng asked anxiously. "I had some business to take care of," Liu Xing replied calmly. He glanced around and asked, "What's going on here?" "Oh, we're here to discuss the upcoming National League next week," Bai Feng said enthusiastically. Liu Xing frowned slightly at this. "The National League? Is there really anything to discuss?" Bai Feng was momentarily speechless. He had intended to talk tactics with Liu Xing, but Liu Xing's response caught him off guard. Liu Xing continued, "Why bother with all these fancy tactics? If we're going to lose, no strategy is going to change that." These words made the others blush with embarrassment. Lan Tian suddenly stood up and walked over to Liu Xing. "You're right. We've been wrong. We need to rely on our own strength to win this match." With that, he walked out. Zhang Yan and Yin Guoli followed suit. Bai Feng looked at Liu Xing, hesitant to speak. "Go on," Liu Xing said to Bai Feng. Bai Feng thanked him and hurried after the others. "Finally, they're gone." Su Peng sighed in relief. "Those guys from F4 think they're so superior. They don't respect any of us except you." "Liu Xing, Where have you been these past few days? Liu Xiaoming asked. Liu Xing felt sore all over, probably from drinking too much the previous day. Nowhere special. I need some rest, he said, heading upstairs, leaving Liu Xiaoming and Ruming puzzled. Liu Xing lay down in his room and quickly fell asleep. He didn't know how long he had been out when he heard someone calling him master. Master. He slowly opened his eyes and was surprised to see a tiny creature flying in front of him, six-winged angel glowing with white light. Liu Xing excitedly checked its attributes. Spirit and fairy type, gender, gold tier 1 level, SSS grade, with judgment and holy healing skills. I can't believe my six-winged angel has finally hatched, Liu Xing thought excitedly. He noticed that the angel's strength seemed to be suppressed by his own beast-taming level, but his instincts told him that this little one had immense potential. All right, little one. Let's go meet some new friends, Liu Xing said as he got up and headed downstairs, the six-winged angel following closely, cautiously observing everything around. Downstairs, Liu Xiaoming and Ruming were watching TV, and Su Pang was busy in the kitchen. Ever since he got that cookbook, Su Pang had become their unofficial chef, experimenting with new dishes for everyone's beast to enjoy. Liu Xiaoming, half asleep, glanced at Liu Xing and suddenly widened her eyes. Oh my gosh, Liu Xing, where did you kidnap such a cute child from? Her words caught Ruming and Su Pang's attention. By now, the six-winged angel had retracted its wings and transformed into an adorable little girl, perched on Liu Xing's head. Seeing the others, she immediately flew to Liu Xing's shoulder, clinging tightly to his neck. Liu Xiaoming was charmed by the scene and reached out to hug the six-winged angel. Master. The angel called out in a babyish voice, seeking Liu Xing's help. Xiaoming. Liu Xing sidestepped. What are you doing, Liu Xing? Liu Xiaoming pouted, clearly annoyed. Hey there, little one. Don't cry. Don't cry. Liu Xing gently comforted the six-winged angel. You're so unfair. This is so unfair. Liu Xiaoming felt hurt that Liu Xing would comfort the little one first, but she couldn't understand why she felt jealous of the tiny creature. Under Liu Xing's soothing words, the six-winged angel finally calmed down. In the living room, Liu Xiaoming, Su Pang, and Ruming surrounded Liu Xing, their eyes fixed on the six-winged angel by his side. The tiny angel, resembling a little girl, walked cautiously on the armrest of a chair, her delicate pink feet bare as she played by herself. The jealousy in Liu Xiaoming's eyes was instantly replaced by envy. She couldn't help but ask, Liu Xing, tell me honestly, where did you get this little one? She was already planning to contract a similar adorable creature as her next pet. Liu Xing shook his head and said, even if I told you, it wouldn't help. This one is unique. He explained that the egg of the six-winged angel was discovered deep within the Forest of Elves, purely by chance. So far, no one has found the habitat of the six-winged angels. Some speculate they live in the sky, but it's just a theory. Even Long Zhan, the strongest beast tamer in Huagua, hasn't encountered one. Liu Xiaoming was in disbelief, but Ruming interjected, Xiaoming, Liu Xing is right. As a well-read scholar, Ruming's words made Liu Xiaoming abandon her thoughts. Why can't my beast be like that? Liu Xiaoming muttered to herself, growing more fond of the little angel. To her, appearance was everything, other attributes didn't matter as much. Curious, Ruming asked, Liu Xing, what are your six-winged angel's attributes and strength? Liu Xing replied honestly, it has psychic and fairy attributes and is currently at gold rank 1. It might get stronger as I improve. Gold rank 1. The three of them exchanged glances, gasping in surprise. They were still at bronze rank 9, just a step away from silver rank 1, but Liu Xing was already far ahead. Are we really that far behind? Liu Xiaoming murmured, a hint of disappointment in her voice. But soon, her eyes rekindled with determination. In the following days, Liu Xing noticed that the three seemed to have vanished, clearly motivated to train harder. One day, while resting in a pavilion at school, Liu Xing saw Liu Xiaoming skipping towards him, her face beaming with an uncontrollable smile. What's up? Found a treasure, or won the lottery? Liu Xing teased. No, I've broken through. Liu Xiaoming exclaimed excitedly. Liu Xing silently activated his system's eye and confirmed that Liu Xiaoming had advanced from bronze rank 9 to silver rank 1. Liu Xing, do you remember what you promised me before? Liu Xiaoming asked, blinking her eyes. What did I promise you? Liu Xing pretended to be clueless, a mischievous grin on his face. Come on, you know it. You're supposed to help me capture a beast, Liu Xiaoming said. Do you have any in mind? Yes. Liu Xiaoming quickly pulled out a heavy book titled Encyclopedia of Magical Beasts from her bag, opened it, and pointed to a page. How about this one? Liu Xing looked closely and nodded approvingly. A winged tiger? You've got good taste. Really? Don't you think it's hard to get? Liu Xiaoming asked softly. Liu Xing smiled. No matter how hard it is, as long as you like it, I'll get it for you. Hearing this, Liu Xiaoming blushed and impulsively kissed Liu Xing on the cheek. That's your advance reward. If you really help me get it, there's more. She handed him a bank card. There's 2 million huaxia yuan on this. Consider it a deposit. Liu Xiaoming continued. If you capture the winged tiger for me, there will be more rewards. If you don't want money, just tell me what you want, as long as it's within my power. Really? Liu Xing's smile turned playful, his gaze sweeping over Liu Xiaoming. Feeling a bit flustered under his gaze, Liu Xiaoming crossed her arms defensively and said, Liu Xing, what are you thinking? Hee, I was just joking with you. But you took it seriously. Liu Xing laughed. Oomph. I'll let it slide this time, but don't do it again. Liu Xiaoming lowered her arms. All right, let's head out now before it gets dark. Okay. Liu Xing and Liu Xiaoming left Jiangnan Beast-Taming University, hailed a taxi, and set off for their destination, the Wind Canyon. In the hidden realm of the Wind Canyon, Liu Xing and Liu Xiaoming rode their respective beasts slowly forward. Liu Xing was astride a massive hellhound, with a 6-winged angel perched on his shoulder. Liu Xiaoming followed closely behind on her majestic lightning horse. The hellhound, with its formidable gold-tier strength, commanded significant respect in this region. Wild beasts along the way retreated in fear, not daring to provoke it. This made Liu Xiaoming feel a bit bored, and her gaze involuntarily fell on the 6-winged angel on Liu Xing's shoulder. The little creature was licking a lollipop with great relish, seemingly out of nowhere. Liu Xiaoming frowned slightly and couldn't help but comment, Liu Xing, your 6-winged angel is a noble beast. Giving it so many lollipops doesn't seem quite right, does it? Liu Xing turned his head and smiled. Don't worry, this is specially made by Su Peng. Not only does it not harm its body, but it also has benefits. Liu Xiaoming nodded, and the two continued their journey. Soon, they reached the central area of the Wind Canyon. The air was thick with tension, and their expressions grew serious. Along the way, Liu Xing had already noticed several beasts stronger than Gold Tier. If he hadn't avoided them in time, conflicts would have surely erupted. Suddenly, Liu Xiaoming asked, Liu Xing, do you think we'll see a winged tiger here? Liu Xing furrowed his brows, weighing his response. A winged tiger could indeed appear, but it would most likely be an adult, with strength possibly surpassing the silver deer. Considering Liu Xiaoming was only at silver deer 1, according to the rules, she couldn't contract a beast stronger than herself without suffering a backlash. To avoid disappointing Liu Xiaoming, Liu Xing nodded. Yes, it's possible. Though Liu Xiaoming sensed the concern in his voice, she chose not to press further. At that moment, a tiger's roar pierced the sky. Liu Xing looked towards the source and saw a majestic yellow tiger with white wings standing proudly on a cliff platform not far away. Liu Xing quickly assessed the winged tiger's attributes. Winged tiger. Element. Wind. Gender. Female. Level. Gold Tier 2. Quality. A. Skills. Wind blade. Wind tornado. Gale steps. Rending claws. And a grade. Gold Tier 2 winged tiger. This one's pretty strong. Liu Xing thought to himself. Liu Xiaoming bit her lip at the sight. Her lightning horse began to back away uneasily, clearly feeling the overwhelming pressure. Liu Xing, what should we do? Liu Xiaoming asked, realizing she couldn't possibly contract such a powerful beast. Of course, we follow it. Liu Xing replied with a mysterious smile. Why? Liu Xiaoming asked, puzzled. You'll see, Liu Xing said, keeping her in suspense. They quietly followed the winged tiger, which seemed accustomed to ruling the canyon and paid them no mind, striding boldly back to its lair. Looking at the cliffside nest, Liu Xing whispered, now we know where its nest is. I wonder if there are any cubs inside. It turned out Liu Xing was aiming for the cubs. He explained to Liu Xiaoming that winged tiger is female, and like all animals, the female takes care of the young. Wait here. I'll go check. Liu Xiaoming, still uneasy, said, isn't this a bit risky? She couldn't shake off the fear from the earlier roar. It's fine. Liu Xing reassured her, patting her hand. No risk, no reward. Besides, although the winged tiger is Gold Tier 2, I have more than one beast at my disposal. Liu Xiaoming nodded, knowing Liu Xing wouldn't take unnecessary risks, feeling slightly more at ease. Liu Xing rode the hellhound, leaping up the cliff with ease, and soon reached the winged tiger's lair. To prevent any surprises, he released all his beasts. Thunder Eagle, Spirit Turtle, you guard the entrance. Don't let it escape. Hellhound, come with me, Liu Xing ordered. Thanks to the bond from the beast system, his beasts obeyed him completely. Liu Xing, with a flashlight in hand, carefully entered the dark cave on the hellhound. They soon reached the depths of the cave. The winged tiger was sleeping in its nest and woke up with a start at the noise, causing a small cub to tumble off its back. Looks like my luck is pretty good, Liu Xing murmured, spotting the cub. The mother winged tiger, seeing the intruder, flew into a rage. It bared its teeth and growled menacingly at Liu Xing, furious that someone dared to invade its territory. The mother winged tiger suddenly leaned back, a glint of ferocity flashing in her eyes. Liu Xing instantly sensed the danger and shouted, watch out! Before he could finish, the massive winged tiger lunged at him, its claws gleaming menacingly. Cerberus, let's go! Liu Xing flipped onto the back of his hellhound and charged out of the cave. The confined space limited his movements, forcing him to face two enemies at once. But if he could just get outside, the odds would shift to 4 against 1. Even with the winged tiger's formidable strength, it would struggle against the combined might of Liu Xing's 4 beasts. Seeing Liu Xing flee, the winged tiger's eyes flashed with disdain. It hadn't expected this audacious intruder to run, but since he had dared to trespass, he would have to pay the price. The winged tiger pushed off the ground and soared into the air, hot on his trail. It's coming. Get ready, everyone, Liu Xing commanded. His beasts immediately prepared themselves, each one poised for action. Just as the winged tiger burst out of the cave, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting it directly. Caught off guard, the winged tiger was struck by the lightning eagle's attack. The powerful currents surged through its body, causing it to howl in pain. As a wind element creature, it was particularly vulnerable to electrical attacks. The winged tiger, its body tingling and numb, struggled to lift its head and saw Liu Xing's 4 beasts. One glance was enough to realize it was outmatched. Run was its first instinct. But thinking of the cubs in the cave, the winged tiger hesitated. Ultimately, maternal instincts overpowered fear, and it turned to head back to the cave. Leaving so soon? Have you asked my water turtle? Liu Xing sneered. As he spoke, the water turtle's eyes glowed red, activating its taunt skill. The winged tiger, originally about to flee, was suddenly consumed by rage. Its mind fixated on killing the bothersome water turtle. As the winged tiger prepared to attack, Liu Xing's other beasts struck simultaneously. The hellhound slashed out a flaming blade, the lightning eagle summoned another bolt of lightning, and the 6-winged angel swung its light sword, releasing a massive blade of light. You dare threaten my master? I'll destroy you, the 6-winged angel squeaked, its light sword shining brilliantly. The 3 attacks hit the winged tiger almost simultaneously. Already injured, it couldn't withstand the onslaught and collapsed to the ground, barely alive. Even as it lay dying, the winged tiger's eyes remained fixed on the cave, worrying about its cubs. Liu Xing considered delivering the final blow but hesitated, moved by the display of maternal love. At that moment, frantic cries came from the cave. The cubs, sensing danger, emerged from their nest. One small winged tiger cub searched desperately for its mother but received no response. Lightning Eagle, grab that cub, Liu Xing ordered. Though he spared the mother, he hadn't forgotten his mission. The Lightning Eagle took flight and quickly closed in on the panicked cub. Despite its efforts to flee back into the cave, it stood no chance against the Lightning Eagle's speed. In a flash, the cub was lifted into the air. Seeing her cub captured, the mother winged tiger let out a final, anguished cry. Liu Xing reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of your child. It will achieve great things in the future." With that, he mounted the hellhound and left with his beasts. Liu Xing didn't kill the mother winged tiger, partly because the cub was meant to be Liu Xiaoming's beast, and he didn't want to bear that burden. The mother winged tiger let out a low, helpless growl, understanding that she had no choice against such overwhelming power. When Liu Xing returned to Liu Xiaoming, he looked somber. Concerned, Liu Xiaoming asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you find it? Or did something happen?" "Nothing," Liu Xing waved her off. "I've brought back the winged tiger cub. Go ahead and form the contract." Liu Xiaoming's eyes lit up as she looked at the Lightning Eagle, seeing the struggling cub in its claws. "Lightning Eagle, put it down." The Lightning Eagle obeyed, releasing the cub onto the ground. But as soon as it landed, the cub tried to run back home. Liu Xing was prepared and immediately commanded, "Lightning Eagle, use Thunder Shock." The Lightning Eagle released a thin current of electricity. With its precise control, it ensured the shock was not lethal but strong enough to incapacitate the cub. As expected, the little winged tiger collapsed to the ground after being hit by an electric shock. Liu Xing turned to Liu Xiaoming and signaled that she could start the contract. Liu Xiaoming nodded in agreement and quickly ran towards the fallen beast. She crouched down, her entire body radiating spiritual energy, and swiftly drew a complex contract formation on the ground with her hands. With the little winged tiger incapacitated, the contract process went unusually smoothly. Before long, a faint light flashed, signaling the completion of the contract. Liu Xiaoming carefully picked up the small beast, only to find it struggling incessantly, clearly resistant to its new owner. "Liu Xing, can you ask your 6-winged angel to heal it?" Liu Xiaoming asked, her face filled with concern. Liu Xing shook his head. "You should do it yourself. This will help strengthen your bond," he explained. "I have a beast master system to assist me, but you don't. To increase intimacy, you have to rely on daily care." Liu Xiaoming nodded thoughtfully and didn't insist further. "It's time to head back," Liu Xing said, starting to walk in the direction they came from. Before leaving, he glanced back at the direction of the winged tiger's mother and murmured to himself, "This is my first act of mercy, and it will be my last." He knew all too well that in this world of survival of the fittest, mercy often meant cruelty to oneself. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the Jiangnan City Sports Arena was electric. The stands were packed, and the crowd was buzzing with excitement. However, in the competitors' lounge, Bai Feng and the others wore grim expressions. Bai Feng, where on earth is Liu Xing? He's not answering his phone, and he promised to be here. Yin Guoli asked through gritted teeth, his jaw muscles twitching with anger. Just as their anxiety peaked, a staff member pushed the door open. Bai Feng, are you all ready? It's almost time to go on. Facing the questioning looks from his teammates, Lan Tian stood up. What else can we do? The four of us will go first. With that, he walked towards the arena. Bai Feng opened his mouth to say something but swallowed his words, sighing as he followed his teammates. As they entered, the crowd erupted in cheers, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The commentator enthusiastically introduced them. Now entering the arena is the team from Jiangnan Beast Master University. They look confident and ready to impress. However, the commentator quickly noticed something amiss. Wait a minute, why are there only 4 members in the Jiangnan Beast Master University team? Could it be that someone chickened out? This immediately sparked discussions among the audience. In the VIP room, Liu Xing, who had been chatting and laughing with representatives from other schools, was furious upon hearing this. He recognized the commentator, Han Wei, as his high school classmate who had always held a grudge against him. Han Wei seemed to sense Liu Xing's gaze and shot a provocative smirk towards the VIP room, continuing to stir the pot. It seems Jiangnan Beast Master University has truly fallen. Last year, they only managed to get 3rd place, and this year they can't even field a full team. Maybe it's time for a change in leadership. These words completely enraged Liu Xing. He stormed out of the VIP room and into the stands, shouting at Han Wei, shut your mouth. Say another word, and I'll tear you apart. Liu Xing clenched his fists, veins bulging, his entire body trembling with anger. Liu Xing's eyes blazed with fury, like an enraged lion, while Han Wei's lips curved into a cold smile. His provocation had worked. A few words were all it took to bait this fool. Han Wei felt a sense of smug satisfaction, already plotting how to completely crush Liu Xing. Liu Xing, am I wrong? Han Wei extended his right pinky finger. I admit your beast-taming skills are impressive, but when it comes to managing students, in my eyes, you're just this. Liu Xing was too angry to speak, and Han Wei pressed his advantage. The National League is so important, yet as a principal, you can't even recognize talent. Look at your team, there's even a deserter among them. He pulled out the list of participants and quickly identified his target with his photographic memory. It's this freshman, Liu Xing. Has Jiangnan Beast University run out of people that you have to send a freshman to make up the numbers? Liu Xing clenched his fists, ready to strike, when a figure suddenly appeared in the gymnasium. Who's making all this racket so early? Liu Xing, riding a hellhound, yawned sleepily. Where's the staff? Get this barking dog out of here. Bai Feng and the others were thrilled to see Liu Xing. He pointed to the large clock on the wall and explained, sorry everyone, my alarm broke, but I'm not late. The time showed 8:59, 1 minute before the official start at 9 o'clock. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Some marveled at Liu Xing's audacity, while many more were intimidated by the terrifying aura of the beast beneath him. Liu Xing felt vindicated. Han Wei, did you hear that? My student told you to shut up. You're spewing nonsense about things that haven't even happened yet, such bad manners. With that, he turned and left, secretly calculating. If Liu Xing doesn't win the championship this time, I'll deal with him myself. Liu Xing instantly recognized that Liu Xing had reached the gold level, sending his emotions on a roller coaster from despair to elation. Not only had he silenced Han Wei, but Liu Xing also felt a renewed sense of hope. He had been worried about other schools' gold-level competitors, but now he felt completely at ease. Liu Xing was already planning to promote Wu Yong to head of admissions, rewarding him for discovering the genius that was Liu Xing. Liu Xing joined Bai Feng and the others, casually brushing off the reason for his lateness. He had no intention of explaining that he was late because he had helped Liu Xiaoming capture a winged tiger. Suddenly, Liu Xing felt a wave of malice. He turned to see a familiar figure in the distance, his former defeated rival, Yin Bing, now wearing the uniform of the Magic Capital Academy. Liu Xing. Yin Bing growled through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with unyielding determination. He had devoted an entire year to reach this day, sacrificing all entertainment and social activities, focusing solely on beast training, except for basic necessities like eating and sleeping. Liu Xing glanced at Yin Bing and effortlessly assessed his strength. Silver rank ate nothing more than an ant in his eyes. Such an opponent didn't even pique his interest. With Liu Xing's arrival, the national tournament officially began. After an impassioned opening speech by the chairman of the tournament committee, the rules were announced. Each top university from various provinces and cities would send 5 contestants for unknown battles. Each contestant could use 3 beasts, sending out one at a time until one side's beasts were all defeated. The matches were intense, and soon the top 16 contestants were determined. Liu Xing and his team were fortunate. Everyone except Bai Feng advanced. In the rest area, Bai Feng's face was gloomy. Being the first to be eliminated left him feeling bitter. Yin Guoli tried to console him. Bai Feng, don't be upset. Your opponent was that Yin Bing guy, an 8th rank beastmaster. Losing to him is nothing to be ashamed of. Yin Guoli turned to Jiang Yin and said, Jiang Yin, why don't you comfort Bai Feng too? Jiang Yin, munching on a drumstick with his legs crossed, smirked. He deserved it. I always told him to stop fooling around and train seriously, but he never listened. Now he's paying the price. Yin Guoli was momentarily speechless, not expecting Jiang Yin to be so blunt. Bai Feng, already downcast from his loss, felt even worse after Jiang Yan's harsh words. Jiang Yin continued, that Yin Bing is just a freshman too. Damn, losing to someone in the same grade is embarrassing. Yin Guoli mused, yeah, I wonder which high school he graduated from to be this strong. Jiang Yin interjected, I know. He went to the same school as Liu Xing. What? The same school as Liu Xing? Yin Guoli looked at Liu Xing in surprise. Is that true? Liu Xing nodded and walked over to Bai Feng, patting his shoulder. Bai Feng, don't worry. Even though you lost to Yin Bing, I'll get revenge for you. He's my next opponent. Bai Feng's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Please, Liu Xing, teach that guy a lesson. He recalled Yin Bing's arrogant demeanor after winning, and anger surged within him. The match between Liu Xing and Yin Bing arrived quickly. Standing on the battlefield, Yin Bing crossed his arms, looking down at Liu Xing. Liu Xing, I was careless last time. This time, I'll definitely defeat you and reclaim my honor. Liu Xing responded nonchalantly. Is that so? Yin Bing quickly formed seals and summoned his ice lion. How about it? My ice lion is pretty impressive now, huh? Liu Xing glanced at the ice lion, noting its significantly larger size. He then examined its attributes. Ice lion. Attribute. Ice. Gender. Level. Silver rank 8. Quality. A. Skills. Ice arrow. Ice claw. Ice spike. Blizzard. Not bad. Liu Xing commented indifferently. Yin Bing was instantly enraged. What do you mean, not bad? Summon your black wolf dog. My ice lion will tear it apart. You want to face my black wolf dog? Sure. Liu Xing chuckled. Come out, hellhound. The moment the hellhound appeared, Yin Bing was stunned. It took him a moment to regain his composure. I wanted to challenge your black wolf dog, not a hellhound. This is my black wolf dog. It just evolved, Liu Xing explained. Evolved? Yin Bing frowned. I've heard that black wolf dogs have a chance to evolve into black wolf kings, but never into hellhounds. What happened next left Yin Bing utterly stunned. His ice lion, upon encountering Liu Xing's hellhound, instinctively retreated several meters. The ice lion raised its body high and lowered its front, adopting an attack stance, but its face was filled with fear. It let out a low growl and trembled like a leaf, looking more like a frightened kitten than the mighty creature it was. If Yin Bing weren't standing behind it, the ice lion would have likely fled the scene. The audience erupted in murmurs. Some wondered if the ice lion was ill or even about to have a bout of diarrhea. But those with keen eyes saw it for what it was: pure, unadulterated fear. The crowd was astounded by the hellhound's power, which could instill such terror in the usually formidable ice lion. In the VIP room, Principal Liu Xing couldn't hide his satisfaction. He glanced at the teachers around him, feeling a surge of pride. For years, their school had always been on the losing end, but today they were finally making a comeback. Liu Xing cast a quick look at Granny Yang beside him, feeling grateful for having recruited a powerhouse like Liu Xing. Granny Yang, meanwhile, was glaring at Yin Bing, cursing him a useless fool in her mind. She regretted accepting gifts from Yin Bing's family, recalling the obsequious scene of his parents presenting their offerings. Granny Yang was already planning how to expel Yin Bing after the match to cleanse herself of this disgrace. On the battle stage, Yin Bing clenched his teeth and forced the ice lion to attack. The ice lion opened its mouth and shot a sky-blue ice arrow, piercing through the air. However, the hellhound merely swiped it away with a casual paw, shattering it into pieces. Panic seized Yin Bing. He knew the ice arrow was the ice lion's most powerful move, yet it had been effortlessly neutralized. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. All his meticulous preparations seemed to be in vain, and he was on the brink of defeat. In the stands, Bai Feng cheered enthusiastically for Liu Xing, while the other F4 members distanced themselves, unwilling to associate with him. On the battle stage, seeing Yin Bing frozen in inaction, Liu Xing yawned and decided to take the initiative. He commanded, Hellhound, use shadow assault. The two-headed hellhound started running swiftly and suddenly vanished into thin air. The audience gasped in shock, looking around frantically to find the massive beast. Over there, someone shouted. Everyone turned to look and saw the hellhound reappear like a ghost behind the ice lion. Its sharp claws were raised high, ready to strike its unsuspecting opponent. Bang! The ice lion was caught off guard by the sudden attack, its massive body flying like a blue cannonball straight towards the edge of the arena. With a thunderous crash, the ice lion collided heavily with the wall, embedding itself into the structure. Debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. As the dust settled, the people in the nearby stands retreated in fear, realizing for the first time that watching a beast battle could be life-threatening. On the battlefield, Yin Bing clutched his head in agony, his body trembling as he crouched down. The backlash from his defeated beast left him pale. He struggled to stand but completely broke down when he met Liu Xing's gaze. Liu Xing's face still bore a smile, but to Yin Bing, it looked like a devilish grin. Memories of past failures flooded his mind, and he could no longer bear the pressure. "No, I don't want to fight anymore," he suddenly cried out. "Mom, Dad, I want to go home." With that, Yin Bing, eyes red, dashed out of the stadium like a madman. Watching this, Granny Yang's eyes flashed with coldness. She had already intended to expel Yin Bing, and now his performance had disappointed her even more. She shot Liu Xing a cold glance, her eyes filled with murderous intent. At that moment, Old Man's son appeared beside her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. "Granny Yang, you need to have some dignity. Leave the young people's matters to the young." Granny Yang deflated like a punctured balloon at his words. She knew very well that although she could handle Liu Xing, she couldn't bear the consequences of such actions. In the face of life and death, pride meant nothing. On the battle stage, Liu Xing turned to the referee and politely asked, "Excuse me." He ran away. "What happens now?" The referee snapped back to reality and immediately announced, "Since Yin Bing has fled halfway through the battle and is unable to continue, he is considered to have forfeited. Therefore, I declare the winner of this match to be Liu Xing." Yeah, yeah. "Liu Xing, you're amazing." Bai Feng yelled excitedly from the stands. "Liu Xing, I'll have your babies." In the corridor, the other three members of F4 were embarrassed by Bai Feng's outburst. Zhang Yin couldn't help but shout, "Bai Feng, can you be quiet?" Bai Feng, undeterred, taunted, "What's wrong? I'm happy. I lost first, but Zhang Yin, I bet if you lose later, you won't be so smug." "Lose? Me? Never." Zhang Yin scoffed. "Bai Feng, just watch. I'll show you what a true master is. You're just a good for nothing." Bai Feng wasn't angered. He just smiled and said, "All right, I'll be watching." Zhang Yan's match started soon after, but ended in just 11 or 12 minutes. In the resting room, Bai Feng couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Zhang Yin, who looked utterly defeated. "Ha ha. Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. I've had professional training not to laugh, but I can't help it." Zhang Yin, humiliated, retorted, "It's all because you jinxed me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost." "Lose? It's because you're not strong enough." Bai Feng shot back. Zhang Yin angrily explained, "Not strong enough? It was just bad luck. All my beasts are fire type, and my opponent had a rock giant that took out all three of them." Seeing this, Bai Feng consoled, "All right, don't be upset. I just checked, and that guy's next opponent is our boss." "Really?" Zhang Yan's eyes lit up with hope as he looked expectantly at Liu Xing. Don't let Zhang Yan's carefree appearance fool you. Deep down, he's incredibly thin-skinned and cares a lot about his image. He pursed his lips and his eyes flickered, clearly unwilling to ask Liu Xing for help in getting revenge. Despite this, Zhang Yin secretly hoped Liu Xing would step in and teach the guy from earlier a lesson. Recalling how Liu Xing dealt with Yin Bing, and seeing Bai Feng's wild behavior, Zhang Yan's eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Liu Xing. Liu Xing seemed to sense Zhang Yan's thoughts and softly said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." A moment later, it was finally Liu Xing's turn. Knowing Zhang Yan's personality well, he left him with a parting remark, "Don't be upset. I'll give him a good beating for you." With that, Liu Xing turned and walked away. Watching Liu Xing's retreating figure, Zhang Yin felt a warm surge in his heart. He instinctively touched his eyes and found them wet. Someone nearby teased, "Haha, Zhang Yin, are you crying?" Zhang Yin snapped back, "Mind your own business." Everyone present was a top talent in their own right. It was natural to feel upset after being defeated. Led by the staff, Liu Xing walked straight to the battle stage. Waiting there was a burly, dark-skinned man with a shaved head. He stood about 1.9 meters tall, with a face full of fierce lines, clearly a seasoned fighter. "Kid, you must be Liu Xing," the bald man said. "You know Yin Bing, right? The one you defeated earlier." "He's my junior, but I didn't expect him to be so useless, losing to someone like you." Liu Xing responded calmly. "Oh, don't worry, you'll lose just like he did." "Me lose? Ridiculous." The muscular man became agitated. "I, Shirley, have never lost so far. Enough talk, let's get started. Show me what you've got. Come out, rock giant." With Shirley's summon, a colossal rock giant appeared before everyone. The audience gasped in awe. "Wow, that's huge. Is that a rock giant?" It looks so powerful. Powerful? Of course it is, someone replied. Do you remember the last fight? That guy Jiang Yan's flame lion was strong, but it couldn't stand a chance against this rock giant. Just as someone was about to continue commenting, his friend stopped him and pointed to the conspicuous red-haired Jiang Yan in the crowd. Realizing his mistake, the person quickly apologized. Sorry. My friend didn't sleep well last night and started talking nonsense. Jiang Yan snorted and turned his attention back to the match. Liu Xing carefully assessed Lei's rock giant, evaluating silently. Rock giant, rock attribute, female, silver tier 8, a great potential, with skills like rock throw, rock slide, mega punch, and earthquake. This opponent is indeed strong. No wonder Jiang Yan lost. Kid, what do you think of my beast? Lei boasted. Just so-so, Liu Xing replied calmly. So-so? Then show me your beast. Alright, since you insist. Come out, spirit water turtle. Liu Xing made a hand sign, and a blue magic circle appeared on the ground. With a thunderous roar, a giant spirit water turtle emerged, its cry like a sonic wave, causing the audience to cover their ears. In the VIP room, the previously smiling Granny Yang's face changed drastically at the sight. How could this be? Isn't his beast supposed to be the hellhound? How did it become a spirit water turtle? She hadn't expected Liu Xing to have such a trump card. Beside her, Lu Gongxing couldn't help but chuckle at Granny Yang's surprise. Although Jiang Yan's loss saddened him, he could see Jiang Yan had given his all. Now, he just hoped Liu Xing would teach Lei a lesson, showing him that students from Jiangnan Beast-Taming University were not to be trifled with. Spirit water turtle? Lei's face darkened. Water attributes counter rock attributes. This match would be tough for him. Liu Xing smiled lightly and evaluated his spirit water turtle. Water attribute, male, silver tier 9, S-grade potential, with skills like super healing, spiked shell, rage bite, wave crash, and taunt. After days of training, the spirit water turtle had reached the peak of silver tier 9, just a step away from gold tier 1. It's just a turtle. Damn it, I'll smash your shell to pieces. Lei, enraged, ordered his rock giant. Use rock throw. The rock giant grabbed a massive boulder from thin air and hurled it forcefully at Liu Xing's spirit water turtle. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the rock giant's attack landed on the sturdy shell of the spirit water turtle. To everyone's astonishment, the massive rock shattered instantly, like an egg hitting a stone. Lei's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. His pride, the stone-throwing skill that had once given Jiang Yan a hard time, was now utterly ineffective against Liu Xing. What Lei didn't know was that the spirit water turtle not only had incredibly strong physical defense, but, as a water-type beast, it naturally countered rock-type skills. This attack left the spirit water turtle virtually unscathed. Unwilling to give up, Lei commanded again, Rock Giant, use rock slide. With a wave of the rock giant's hand, countless boulders gathered above the spirit water turtle and rained down like a storm. The continuous sound of crashing rocks filled the air, and a cloud of dust enveloped the spirit water turtle. The audience was abuzz with speculation. Some wondered why Liu Xing wasn't ordering the spirit water turtle to counterattack, while others suspected he was too scared to react. However, the F4 from Jiangnan Beast Academy exchanged knowing smiles. They were aware that Liu Xing's spirit water turtle had a hidden trump card spiked shell. Suddenly, the rock giant staggered, painfully supporting itself with one hand to avoid collapsing. Lei's face changed dramatically as he angrily questioned Liu Xing about any underhanded tactics. Liu Xing simply shrugged, indicating he had never ordered the spirit water turtle to attack. At that moment, the spirit water turtle emerged from the rubble, shaking off the dust. As the smoke cleared, the crowd was stunned to see the spirit water turtle completely unharmed, its shell as pristine as ever. Yin Guoli, one of the F4, silently marveled at the spirit water turtle's improved strength. He doubted even his golden armored mantis could leave a mark on its shell now. Jiang Yan burst into laughter, finally understanding Bai Feng's earlier sentiments. He felt honored to be on Liu Xing's side. Liu Xing's eyes sharpened as he commanded, Spirit water turtle, use wave surge. The spirit water turtle stomped its foot, conjuring a massive wave over 10 meters high. Lei's face turned pale as he frantically ordered the rock giant to flee, but it was too late. The wave roared forward, sweeping the heavily injured rock giant away. It crashed to the ground, struggling briefly before losing consciousness. Reluctantly, Lei recalled the rock giant and released his second Beasta Willow spirit. Liu Xing was a bit surprised. He had thought Lei, like Jiang Yan, only contracted beasts of a single attribute. It turned out Lei had other types of beasts as well. Liu Xing's eyes locked onto Lei's Willow Sprite. This powerful beast, a female plant-type creature of Silver Tier 8 and level aptitude, wielded skills like Willow Whip, Vine Entangle, and Spring Revival. Narrowing his eyes, Liu Xing commanded decisively, Willow Sprite, use Willow Whip to take out that damn turtle. The willow sprite responded immediately, its branches lashing out like tentacles towards the aqua turtle. But just as the attack was about to land, Liu Xing suddenly shouted, "Return, aqua turtle!" Before the words even finished, the aqua turtle was recalled. Shirley stood there, stunned and unsure of what to do next. "What's wrong?" Liu Xing asked. "Did I break any rules or do something wrong?" The spectators began to murmur among themselves, some questioning the validity of Liu Xing's move, while others thought it might be permissible. Amid the confusion, Liu Xing turned to the referee and asked directly, "Referee, is there any rule against recalling one's own beast?" The referee shook his head. "No, there isn't." "Then that's settled," Liu Xing said confidently. "If the rules don't prohibit it, why not do it?" He then formed a seal with his hands. "Come forth, Hellhound." As the Hellhound appeared, Shirley's face turned pale. He knew full well the power of this beast. Without hesitation, Liu Xing ordered, "Hellhound, use flame slash on the willow sprite." The Hellhound's sharp claws slashed through the air, sending a fiery blade straight at the willow sprite. Shirley frantically shouted, "Willow sprite, dodge!" The sprite barely avoided a critical hit, but many of its branches were severed by the flames. Losing its cherished branches, the willow sprite roared in fury and charged at the Hellhound, attempting to ensnare it with vine and tangle. But Liu Xing was ready. "Hellhound, another flame slash. Cut all its branches." The fiery blade sliced through the willow sprite's branches as if they were butter, leaving only a smoking stump. The willow sprite howled in pain, and Liu Xing seized the moment. "Hellhound, shadow strike. Finish it off." The Hellhound lunged forward, its sharp claws aiming for the willow sprite. Shirley screamed, "No." But it was too late. The willow sprite was sent flying and crashed to the ground, unable to continue. Seeing this, Shirley unexpectedly conceded. "I give up." Liu Xing was taken aback, expecting a tougher battle but finding his opponent surrendering instead. As Shirley left, he threw a parting threat. "Kid, your name is Liu Xing, right? Just you wait. I'll be back." Liu Xing silently scoffed. "This isn't a cartoon. Why the dramatic lines?" The match over, Liu Xing returned to the rest area. Not long after, Bai Feng and Jiang Yin walked in, arms around each other, looking pleased. However, Yin Guoli appeared dejected. "Yin Guoli, what's wrong?" Liu Xing asked. "Don't tell me you lost too?" Yin Guoli hesitated. Bai Feng tried to console him. "Losing isn't a big deal. We lost too, didn't we?" Jiang Yin chimed in. "Yeah. Tell Liu Xing who beat you, and let him help you get even." Just then, a voice came from outside the door. It was me. Bai Feng's face changed, and he exclaimed, "Boss Lan Tian." Only then did he realize, in his focus on Liu Xing, he had overlooked that Yin Guoli's opponent was Lan Tian. Bai Feng pulled Yin Guoli aside and whispered in his ear, "This doesn't make sense. Sure, Lan Tian is a bit stronger than you, but you shouldn't have lost so quickly." Yin Guoli, with a helpless expression, smiled bitterly and explained, "It's not that I didn't try hard enough. Lan Tian is just a monster. Did you know? Our Lan Tian has broken through." "What? He broke through?" Bai Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly rushed to Lan Tian's side and asked eagerly, "Lan Tian, Yin Guoli said you've broken through. Is it true?" "It's true," Lan Tian replied calmly. "Oh my god!" Bai Feng exclaimed. "Lan Tian, you're incredible. You're so young and already a gold-level beast master. I knew I made the right choice following you." Realizing his slip of the tongue, Bai Feng quickly turned to Liu Xing and apologized with a smile. "Liu Xing, I feel following you is also a wise decision." Yin Guoli and Jiang Yin rolled their eyes at Bai Feng's sycophantic behavior. But Bai Feng didn't care, thinking to himself, "Face? What's face worth? This is called knowing the times. Only people like me can survive and thrive in this world." Liu Xing ignored Bai Feng and turned his gaze to Lan Tian. The two locked eyes, and an invisible tension filled the room. The silence was deafening, and Bai Feng and the others swallowed nervously. At that moment, Liu Gongxing appeared at the door, breaking the tension. "Hey, you guys. Today's match is over. You can go back now. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow is the finals. Give it your all, especially you, Liu Xing and Lan Tian." Hearing this, Liu Xing stood up silently and left the room. Watching Liu Xing's departing figure, Lan Tian clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. He had always longed to battle Liu Xing, and tomorrow's national semifinals were his dream opportunity. Returning to school, Liu Xing entered the villa and saw Su Pang and the others eating pig trotters. Su Pang excitedly stood up, greasy hands reaching out to hug Liu Xing. "Wow, Liu Xing, you were amazing today." Liu Xing swiftly dodged, and Su Pang missed, grumbling, "Hey, Liu Xing, you jerk. All right, enough. I've had a long day and need some rest. There's a match tomorrow." "Excuse me," Liu Xing said to Liu Xiaoming and Rumming on the sofa. The two girls nodded obediently. "Okay." Watching Liu Xing go upstairs, the three felt a surge of pride. He was Liu Xing, their good friend, a man who had easily made it to the national semifinals. Barring any surprises, he would be the champion tomorrow. Su Peng suddenly felt guilty. Oh, if only I had gotten the tickets. Then I could cheer for Liu Xing in person. Lu Xiaoming and Rumming exchanged a glance, a hint of sadness in their eyes. They hadn't gotten tickets either. The National League was a grand event, with almost the entire country watching, making tickets extremely hard to come by. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. In the rest area of Jiangnan University of Beast Mastery, Liu Xing and Lan Tian exchanged a glance. Liu Xing, good luck today. Lan Tian rarely said such words. You too. Liu Xing smiled faintly. I hope to see you in the finals. Me too. With that, they headed to their respective competition areas. If they both won today, they would face each other in the finals in the afternoon. At this moment, the principal of Jiangnan University of Beast Mastery, Liu Xing, was particularly excited. The top 4. My students made it to the top 4. From today on, let's see who dares to say I can't train students. He finally felt vindicated. In previous years, Jiangnan University of Beast Mastery students never made it past the top 8, with the final battles always dominated by Imperial Capital Huaxia Academy and Magic City Academy. Liu Xing arrived at the arena and discovered his opponent was a woman. Oh my, I didn't expect my opponent to be such a handsome young man. And quite good-looking too, the woman in a cheapao said, lifting her hem to reveal her fair thighs. So, handsome, do you have a girlfriend? How about letting me win this match, and I'll be your girlfriend? Her actions elicited a chorus of gasps from the audience. So beautiful. Wow, she's a stunner. My God, I'd give 10 years of my life to spend a night with her. Me too. I want that. Feeling the invasive stares, the woman snorted and lowered her dress, realizing her usually foolproof tactic had failed on Liu Xing. Hey, are you impotent, or something? Not even a little moved by this, she snapped, her demeanor suddenly changing. Liu Xing calmly replied, moved? Why should I be moved? Humph. The woman sneered disdainfully upon hearing Liu Xing's words. Her eyes swept over him with contempt, as if he were a pitiful insect. I've seen plenty of men like you. Every impotent man says the same thing. Her tone was dripping with sarcasm. I suggest you go to a proper hospital if you're really impotent. Don't trust those old herbalists advertised on utility poles. Liu Xing's face darkened instantly, his brows furrowing. Are you done yet? He asked through gritted teeth. Seeing Liu Xing's frustrated expression, the woman felt a surge of satisfaction. She raised her head proudly, like a victorious rooster. Liu Xing sighed in resignation as he watched her smug demeanor. He knew it was time to play his trump card. Sigh. It's not that I'm impotent, Liu Xing began slowly, with a hint of pity in his voice. It's just that I'm not interested in used goods. The remark hit the woman like a hammer, her previously triumphant expression freezing instantly and her face turning pale. What? She's used goods? The crowd began to murmur. In the audience, Baifeng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. His laughter echoed through the silent venue, drawing angry glares from the crowd. They had idolized the woman, only to be shocked by her true nature. Baifeng's laughter was like a slap in their faces. In the VIP section, Liu Xing awkwardly explained to Granny Yang, I apologize, my students lack discipline. I'll make sure to teach them about respect when we return. Even if someone has used goods, you shouldn't expose them in public. Granny Yang was somewhat satisfied with the initial apology, but her face darkened at the last sentence. Lack discipline, do they? She huffed. No worries, someone will educate them properly. She then glanced at her student, Liu Mei. Liu Mei was a talented girl with a penchant for changing boyfriends frequently, often saying, men are like clothes. When they're old, you replace them. This had earned her the nickname Promiscuous at the Magic Academy. Granny Yang had hoped for a fresh start here, but Liu Xing's words had exposed Liu Mei's past. On the battlefield, Liu Mei was furious. You brat, I'll make you pay, she shouted, her teeth clenched. While she knew people gossiped about her, it was another thing to be publicly humiliated. Come out, Flame Sparrow, Liu Mei commanded, summoning her beast. Liu Xing watched intently as the Flame Sparrow appeared. It was a fire-type, female, at the golden first rank, and had an upgrade potential. Its skills included Flame Peck, Flame Burst, Heat Wave, and Fire Claw. A golden first rank, a grade Flame Sparrow. Liu Xing marveled. Despite her lifestyle, her strength is commendable. Brat, release your beast already, Liu Mei demanded. All right. Liu Xing quickly formed seals. Come forth, Hellhound. With a puff of smoke, a massive two-headed dog appeared before the crowd. Oomph. Hellhound, my foot. Liu Mei scoffed. It's just a stinking dog with 2 heads. Watch me turn your mud into ashes. Flame Sparrow, use Flame Burst on that mud. The Flame Sparrow chirped, soaring high before unleashing a scorching flame toward the Hellhound. Liu Xing smirked, not ordering his Hellhound to dodge, allowing the flame sparrow's attack to hit directly. What the? The audience gaped in disbelief. The hellhound, enveloped in flames, seemed unscathed and even appeared to enjoy it, as if basking in a warm massage. What on earth is going on? The spectators felt their worldview shatter, their respect for Liu Xing soaring. In the VIP section, Granny Yang couldn't help but ask, Liu Xing, what's with that hellhound? Liu Xing shrugged, looking innocent. How should I know? Old man's son, who had been silent, finally spoke up. I reckon that kid's hellhound has a fire immunity skill. The crowd nodded in understanding, looking at old man's son with newfound admiration. No wonder he thrived at the Imperial Huaxia Academy. He truly had skills. On the battlefield, Lu Mei bit her lip. I don't believe your hellhound is completely fireproof. She stubbornly thought that even with resistance, it couldn't be entirely immune. As long as the flame sparrow kept attacking, the hellhound would eventually get hurt. Are you done yet? Liu Xing yawned, looking relaxed. Despite Lu Mei's strength, she was no match for him. Lu Mei was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to proceed. All right then, since you don't know what to do, I'll decide for you, Liu Xing said calmly. Hellhound, use Inferno Slash. At his command, the hellhound's sharp claws slashed forward. A fierce blade of fire cleaved through the flame sparrow's flames, heading straight for it. Look out, Firebird. Get out of the way. Lu Mei's alarmed cry echoed across the battlefield, but it was too late. The hellhound's flame slash struck like lightning, moving too fast to follow. The Firebird, caught off guard, was hit directly by the fierce blow. Under the massive impact, the Firebird struggled to stabilize itself by flapping its wings. However, the injuries were too severe, and it plummeted from the sky like a kite with a broken string. With a resounding crash, the Firebird's enormous body slammed into the ground, causing a tremor and leaving a huge crater. Firebird! Lu Mei could no longer hold back and rushed to the fallen creature, hugging it as she wept uncontrollably. The audience was dead silent, everyone staring in shock. Someone muttered, "Oh my god, what did I just see?" That hellhound took down the Firebird with a fire-based skill. The crowd's understanding of the world shattered as they struggled to comprehend how a fire-type beast could be defeated by a fire-type skill. Only Liu Xing knew the truth. His hellhound possessed the Fire Devour skill, which allowed it to absorb flames and turn them to its advantage. The Firebird's previous attacks had not harmed the hellhound but had instead empowered its fire-based abilities. Holding back her tears, Lu Mei recalled the Firebird. She returned to her position, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Liu Xing, gritting her teeth as she began to form hand seals. Come forth, Swamp Crocodile King. Her second beast materialized immediately. Liu Xing quickly assessed the Swamp Crocodile King's attributes: rock and water dual type, silver rank 9, class potential. Despite its impressive strength, Liu Xing deemed it manageable. After weighing his options, he decided to continue using the Hellhound, reserving the Thunder Eagle as his trump card against Lan Tian. Swamp Crocodile King, use Mud Gatling Gun. Lu Mei commanded. The Swamp Crocodile King opened its massive jaws, launching a barrage of mud balls at the Hellhound. Hellhound, dodge. Liu Xing responded calmly. The Hellhound agilely circled the Swamp Crocodile King, forcing it to spin in place and attack, soon leaving the crocodile dizzy. Now, use Shadow Assault. Liu Xing seized the moment to order. The Hellhound lunged at the dazed Swamp Crocodile King, slashing it with its sharp claws. The Swamp Crocodile King roared in pain and snapped back to reality, opening its gaping maw to counterattack. Furious Bite. Lu Mei shouted urgently. Hellhound, retreat. Liu Xing warned just in time. The Hellhound leaped backward, narrowly evading the Swamp Crocodile King's jaws, which snapped shut with a bone-chilling crunch. Liu Xing exhaled in relief, reminding himself to stay vigilant. Hellhound, use Shadow Ball. Given the Swamp Crocodile King's attributes, Liu Xing opted for a dark-type attack. Two large shadow balls formed in the Hellhound's mouth and hurtled toward the Swamp Crocodile King. Quick, Swamp Crocodile King, use Water Jet. Lu Mei countered hastily. The Swamp Crocodile King unleashed a powerful stream of water, colliding with the shadow balls and causing a violent explosion. Amid the ensuing mist, the Hellhound suddenly charged forward, its claws gleaming ominously. Tear Claw. Liu Xing commanded. The Hellhound's claws slashed across the Swamp Crocodile King's back, ripping through its tough scales and leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds. The Swamp Crocodile King roared in agony, preparing to bite once more. But this time, the Hellhound was prepared, striking and retreating swiftly to avoid the snapping jaws. Hellhound, another Shadow Ball. Liu Xing pressed the attack. Two more Shadow Balls flew toward the Swamp Crocodile King. Swamp Crocodile King, block with Water Jet. Lu Mei ordered frantically. However, as the Swamp Crocodile King began to gather its strength, the pain from its back wounds surged, causing the water jet to dissipate into a puddle on the ground. Bang! Bang! The Hellhound's two shadow balls hit the Swamp King crocodile deaden, sending mud and water flying and covering the battlefield in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the Swamp King crocodile lay on the ground, unable to continue fighting. I lost. Liu Mei collapsed to the ground, her red Chong Sam soaked with sweat and clinging to her body. Her face was filled with despair, and her disheveled hair made her look utterly defeated. I actually lost, she muttered, unable to accept the reality. The defeat of Liu Mei's two strongest beasts, the Flame Bird and the Swamp King crocodile, meant the outcome of the match was no longer in doubt. In this world, beast tamers often focus their resources on nurturing a few powerful beasts rather than spreading them thin. Liu Mei was no exception. Staff members came forward to help the devastated Liu Mei off the field. The referee then announced Liu Xing as the winner, advancing him to the national championship finals. As Liu Xing left the duel platform, he couldn't help but think about another match. I wonder how Lan Tian is doing? On his way to the rest area, Liu Xing ran into Bai Feng and Jiang Yin. Liu Xing, congratulations. You were amazing out there. Bai Feng exclaimed excitedly. You should have heard how everyone was praising you. Liu Xing nodded slightly, not paying much attention to the compliments. He asked directly, how's Lan Tian's battle going? Bai Feng and Jiang Yin exchanged awkward glances. We were watching your match, so we didn't see Lan Tian's, Bai Feng explained, then added confidently, but don't worry, with Yin Guoli cheering him on, Lan Tian's sure to make it to the finals with his skills. Liu Xing frowned. Lan Tian had always finished his battles quickly, but something seemed different this time. Let's go. We need to check on him, he said, hurrying toward Lan Tian's arena. At Lan Tian's battleground, the atmosphere was tense. Lan Tian was breathing heavily, looking distressed, while his opponent, a long-haired man, seemed completely at ease. I admit, you're the strongest opponent I've faced so far, the long-haired man said, squinting. But this is where it ends for you. Bai Feng looked at the struggling Lan Tian in surprise. What's going on? Lan Tian's actually in a tough fight. Jiang Yin observed the situation, his brow furrowed. That long-haired guy's dragon is really strong. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes. After all, a dragon was a dream beast for many beast tamers. Liu Xing remained silent, using his system eye to check the strength of both sides' beasts. Lan Tian's crystal ice eagle. Attribute: ice. Gender: level: gold tier 1. Potential: S. Skills: ice arrow, blizzard, wind gust, air slash. Long-haired man's unicorn dragon. Attribute: fire. Gender: level: gold tier 2. Potential: S. Skills: flamethrower, inferno, dragon claw, sweeping strike. Inscrade potential: gold tier 2 unicorn dragon. Liu Xing marveled. Fire attributes counter ice, putting Lan Tian at a disadvantage. Jiang Yin sighed. No wonder he's from the imperial capital's Huaxia Academy. His strength is incredible. He had previously fought Lan Tian and couldn't defeat him even with a fire-type beast. But today, Lan Tian was on the verge of losing. The match is about to be decided, Liu Xing said calmly. On the field, the long-haired man issued the final command. Unicorn Dragon, we've played enough. Finish him off with Inferno. The Unicorn Dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a fierce flame that surged toward the Crystal Ice Eagle. No, Crystal Ice Eagle, dodge it, Lan Tian shouted, but his exhausted beast couldn't evade. Boom. The Inferno struck the Crystal Ice Eagle hard, eliciting a painful cry as it plummeted to the ground like a broken kite. Lan Tian screamed, whether from the soul backlash of his defeated beast or the sheer weight of failure. He collapsed forward, hitting the ground heavily. Staff rushed in to assist, quickly placing the unconscious Lan Tian on a stretcher and carrying him away. He lost. Blue Sky, the unbeatable champion, actually lost. Bai Feng murmured in disbelief, biting his lip. In his mind, Blue Sky had always been a god of war, but today, that god had fallen. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Liu Xing turned to see Yin Guoli rushing over, his eyes red and cheeks stained with dried tears. Yin Guoli, usually so strong, had actually cried. It was something Liu Xing had never expected. When Yin Guoli lost to Blue Sky before, he was upset but didn't shed a tear. But now, with Blue Sky defeated, Yin Guoli was inconsolable. Yin Guoli, choking back sobs, said to Liu Xing, I've never asked anyone for anything in my life. But this time, I'm begging you, you have to defeat that guy. Yeah, Liu Xing, you have to beat him. Bai Feng also started to cry, his voice full of pleading. Jiang Yin stared at Liu Xing with hopeful eyes, silently expressing the same wish. Faced with their earnest gazes, Liu Xing smiled slightly and said firmly, Don't worry, I'll get this back for you. Anyone who dares to mess with the students of Jiangnan Beast-Taming University will learn a lesson they'll never forget. Yes. Bai Feng and the others nodded obediently. Looking at the tearful trio, Liu Xing thought to himself, don't worry, I'll handle that guy for you. No one else is allowed to bully you but me. In the VIP room, Grandma Young chuckled as she spoke to Grandpa Sun. Oh, Grandpa Sun, congratulations. It looks like you'll win the national championship again. How many consecutive wins does that make for your school? This will be our 9th consecutive championship, Grandpa Sun replied proudly. 9 in a row, that's fantastic. 9 is such a lucky number, Grandma Young agreed. By the way, doesn't your student's name also have the character 9 in it? Yes, his name is Chun Shijio. Chun Shijio, what a great name, Grandma Young said, casting a secret glance at Liu Gongsheng, who was standing by the window. Liu Gongsheng's face was dark, filled with shame over Blue Sky's defeat and concern for his well-being. Excuse me, I need to leave for a moment, Liu Gongsheng said, hurrying out of the VIP room. With Blue Sky's defeat, the morning matches ended. The finals in the afternoon would see Liu Xing face off against Qin Shijio. At noon, in the John and Beast-Taming University's lounge, Liu Gongsheng placed a large bag in front of Liu Xing and said, Kid, I spent a lot of money on this. Make sure you eat well. I'll go check on Blue Sky now. With that, he left the lounge. Bai Feng and Jiang Yin curiously leaned in. Bai Feng opened the takeout box and exclaimed, Oh my gosh, Liu Xing, are you sure you're not Liu Gongsheng's illegitimate son? Liu Xing shot him a look, ignoring his nonsense. Bai Feng continued in awe. Do you know what this is? This is abalone. Not just any abalone, but a top-quality one. And look at this bowl. Is it vermicelli? Liu Xing asked casually. Are you kidding me? This is tianjia wings. My god, that miser Liu Gongsheng really went all out for you. Bai Feng exclaimed. Liu Xing shrugged. No matter how good this stuff is, it's still food. It's not like eating it will make me immortal. True, Bai Feng admitted. Exactly, Liu Xing said, sitting back down to continue eating his plain lunch. Bai Feng couldn't help but complain. Seriously? You have all this gourmet food and you're eating that? If you want it, just eat it. Stop whining, Liu Xing said calmly. Me? Bai Feng was a bit taken aback that Liu Xing would offer him such a delicacy. Heh, 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 are you sure? Bai Feng said, embarrassed. Liu Xing gave him another look. If you're going to eat, then eat. If not, sit quietly. Noting Zhang Yan's eager gaze, Liu Xing added, Zhang Yan, if you want some, go ahead. Just don't waste any food. Okay. Zhang Yan immediately grabbed an abalone and started eating. Delicious. Hey, Zhang Yan, can you be a bit more refined? Bai Feng protested. Refined? What's that? Can you eat it? Zhang Yan retorted, continuing to devour the food. Slow down. This is high-quality stuff, not something to wolf down like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. Bai Feng said, exasperated. I like it this way. Mind your own business, Zhang Yan replied. Watching the two bicker, Liu Xing shook his head with a wry smile. He glanced at the takeout Liu Gongsheng had ordered and swallowed hard. He wanted to eat it, but with an important match in the afternoon, he couldn't take the risk. Seeing Bai Feng and Jiang Yin eating voraciously, Liu Xing was reminded of a classmate from his past life. That classmate's mother had rewarded him with a seafood feast before the college entrance exam, but he ended up with food poisoning and failed the exam, having to repeat a year. Recalling this, Liu Xing was even more determined to avoid those delicacies. The strong are always self-disciplined. They know what should and shouldn't be done. What makes someone strong? It's simply doing what needs to be done at the right time and growing from it. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. Guided by the staff, Liu Xing arrived at the expanded and reinforced final battle stage. 8 high-speed cameras were set up around, clearly indicating the organizers' intention to capture every detail of the fight between Liu Xing and Chen Shijio. So, you're Liu Xing, the guy who defeated Liu Mei. Chen Shijio's voice came, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Liu Xing nodded in confirmation, and Chen Shijio's expression instantly darkened. Good. Very good. How dare you touch my woman? I'll make you wish you were never born. Your woman? Liu Xing couldn't help but mock. You have quite the taste, don't you? Liking someone else's leftovers. Chen Shijio was rendered speechless by this remark, grinding his teeth in anger. I hope you can keep that sharp tongue of yours later. Come out, King Toad. As Chen Shijio quickly formed hand seals, a blue magic circle appeared on the ground. Soon, a giant toad leaped out of the circle. Liu Xing immediately activated his system's eye to scan the toad's attributes. Water and poison type, male, gold rank, a great aptitude, with skills like poison hand, venom spray, water jet, and water surge. Hey, kid, are you scared? Chen Shijio taunted, seeing Liu Xing's silence. If you're scared, just kneel down and kowtow. Call me grandpa 3 times, and I'll let you go. What should I call you? Liu Xing asked deliberately. Grandpa. Oh, you're such a good boy. Liu Xing suddenly agreed, making Chen Shijio's face turn ashen as if he had swallowed a fly. Not giving his opponent a chance to breathe, Liu Xing summoned his own beast. Come out, Thunder Eagle. With a flash of yellow light, the battle stage was filled with crackling electricity. A sharp eagle cry rang out as a massive thunder eagle spread its wings and emerged. The audience erupted in excitement. Wow, is that a thunder eagle? So cool, someone exclaimed. People began discussing the legendary creature rumored to live deep in Thunderclap Gorge, speculating how Liu Xing managed to tame it. Meanwhile, Su Peng, watching from home, was smug. Haha, those fools. There's no way Liu Xing went to Thunderclap Gorge to capture a thunder eagle. His thunder eagle evolved from a small electric sparrow, he said, stuffing his mouth with chips. On the battle stage, Chun Shizhou's expression became serious. He hadn't expected Liu Xing to have such a powerful beast. What worried him more was that the Thunder Eagle seemed to be on par with his King Toad. In fact, Liu Xing's Thunder Eagle had just broken through to gold rank last night after relentless effort, making it indeed a match for the King Toad. Thunder Eagle, use Thunder Strike on King Toad, Liu Xing commanded, and the Thunder Eagle immediately launched its attack. King Toad, dodge it, Chun Shizhou quickly ordered. The King Toad barely avoided the strike and then counterattacked. King Toad, use Venom Spray on Thunder Eagle. Purple Venom shot toward the Thunder Eagle, but Liu Xing was prepared. Thunder Eagle, use Thunder Flash. In a flash of lightning, the Thunder Eagle moved to the side, dodging the attack. The venom hit the ground, sizzling and corroding a large hole. Seeing this, Liu Xing couldn't help but gasp. Thunder Eagle, be careful. That poison is pretty nasty. The Thunder Eagle nodded in understanding and used Thunder Flash again, disappearing from its original spot. The King Toad panicked, looking around for its opponent. King Toad, the Thunder Eagle is behind you. Watch your back. Chun Shizhou's warning came too late. With a thunderous crash, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck the King Toad like a raging thunder dragon. Electricity ravaged the King Toad's body, disrupting its functions. As a water poison type beast, it was extremely vulnerable to electric attacks. This strike knocked it out cold. King Toad, Chun Shizhou cried, but it was too late. The spectators were stunned by the battle. In the VIP room, Old Sun couldn't help but mutter, lost? Chun Shizhou actually lost a match. That Liu Xing guy is something else. Granny Yang gritted her teeth in anger, while Liu Gongxing cheered loudly for Liu Xing. Liu Xing, keep it up. Take that guy down. Whatever reward you want, I'll give it to you. Chun Shizhou bit his lips so hard it bled. He had never imagined suffering such a humiliating defeat in such a setting. The rage and frustration inside him were almost unbearable. Brat, I'm going to kill your Thunder Eagle. Chun Shizhou's eyes flashed with cold light, his voice filled with murderous intent. He quickly formed a hand seal, and a complex array appeared on the ground. Come forth, lava monster. As the array glowed intensely, a gigantic lava monster crashed onto the battlefield. Its entire body was composed of crimson magma, radiating suffocating heat. The onlookers gasped, their faces changing dramatically. Someone whispered in astonishment. It's said that lava monsters live in volcanic regions, subsisting on minerals and volcanic ash. I've only heard of them before. This is my first time seeing one in person. Of course, another person replied, think about it, that's a volcanic region. Just the magma alone could roast a person alive. Liu Xing calmly assessed Chun Shizhou's lava monster, quickly analyzing its attributes. Lava monster. Attributes: fire, rock. Gender: level, gold tier 1. Quality: A. Skills: rock blast, magma jet. Role: savage charge. After reviewing the lava monster's stats, Liu Xing's lips curled into a slight smile. Despite its strength, he knew it had a fatal weakness. Return: Thunder Eagle. Liu Xing decisively recalled his Thunder Eagle. Chun Shizhou was taken aback, not expecting Liu Xing to pull this move again. The crowd exchanged knowing looks, already used to this kind of tactic. While not forbidden, most competitors avoided it out of pride. Liu Xing, however, didn't care and called out without hesitation. Come out, Water Spirit Turtle. A large Water Spirit Turtle appeared on the field. Although it was still at Silver Tier 9, Liu Xing was confident in its abilities. Chun Shizhou's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he shouted, Lava Monster. Let's roast this turtle. Use Magma Jet. The lava monster opened its mouth, spewing a torrent of scorching magma straight at the Water Spirit Turtle. Water Spirit Turtle. Use Tidal Wave. Liu Xing responded calmly. The Water Spirit Turtle stomped heavily on the ground, and a towering wave emerged out of thin air, surging towards the magma. Boom! Water and fire collided, producing a deafening explosion. The battlefield was instantly shrouded in thick smoke. Water Spirit Turtle hit it again with Tidal Wave. Liu Xing pressed the advantage. Another massive wave swept forward. Chun Shizhou hurriedly commanded, Lava Monster, block it with Magma Jet. The two forces clashed again, intensifying the battle. Tidal Wave. Magma Jet. Tidal Wave. Magma Jet. The two seemed like broken records, repeating the same commands over and over. Damn it, brat. Is tidal wave the only move you know? Chen Shijio finally roared in frustration. Liu Xing coldly retorted. Aren't you just using magma jet? Fine. Let's see whose move is stronger. Lava monster. Use magma jet. This time, however, the lava monster stood frozen, seemingly unable to use its skill. Huh. What's going on? Chen Shijio panicked. Liu Xing's smile widened. Looks like your creature's out of juice. He explained. Magma jet involves expelling stored magma to burn the opponent, but it relies on having magma in its body. Clearly, after several attacks, your lava monster has exhausted its supply. Your magma's out, but mine isn't. Water spirit turtle. Use tidal wave. The water spirit turtle summoned another giant wave. This time, the lava monster couldn't dodge. The wave struck it hard, pushing it several meters and carving a deep furrow in the ground. Chen Shijia watched in despair as his lava monster lay soaked and defeated, clearly unable to continue fighting. Suddenly, the water spirit turtle began to glow blue, drawing in countless strands of spiritual energy. It's breaking through, the audience exclaimed. Have you ever seen a water spirit turtle break through in the middle of a battle? The crowd buzzed with excitement, feeling their tickets were worth every penny. The water spirit turtle's breakthrough took over a minute. It shook its head vigorously, scattering water droplets like rain. Chen Shijio gritted his teeth, his face burning with humiliation. Each of Liu Xing's moves felt like a slap to his face. Brat, I refuse to believe you can defeat my ultimate beast. Come out, unicorn lizard dragon. Chen Shiju released his final trump card. I originally just wanted to mess around with you, but now I'm furious. The consequences will be severe. Chen Shiju snarled through gritted teeth, his bloodshot eyes brimming with rage, and his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Facing this sudden outburst of anger, Liu Xing merely shrugged nonchalantly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. This is just impotent rage, he thought to himself, then calmly said, Return, spirit water turtle. A blue light flashed, and the spirit water turtle vanished into thin air. Although it had just advanced to the first gold rank, Liu Xing knew it was at a disadvantage against the flying firehorn drake. He swiftly adjusted his strategy and shouted, Come forth, hellhound. With a deep, guttural growl, the hellhound appeared in the center of the arena, its red eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glow. Liu Xing's choice sparked a flurry of discussion among the spectators, many puzzled by his decision. What is that guy thinking? Has he lost his mind? If it were me, I'd definitely take advantage of the spirit water turtle's recent evolution and overpower the opponent. However, Bai Feng and Jiang Yan exchanged a knowing glance, a cold smile playing on their lips. They seemed to have seen through Liu Xing's strategy. Seeing this, Chen Shiju sneered, Are you stupid? My firehorn drake is a fire-type beast, and you abandoned your water-type spirit water turtle? Before Liu Xing could respond, Chen Shijio impatiently launched his attack. Firehorn drake, use flamethrower. The firehorn drake opened its jaws wide, unleashing a scorching flame towards the hellhound. To everyone's surprise, Liu Xing didn't order the hellhound to dodge. The flames hit the hellhound directly, but it remained unscathed, as if nothing had happened. Chen Shijio was stunned, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly shouted from the audience, Chen Shijio, don't use fire attacks on his hellhound. It's immune to fire. That's how I lost last time. This unexpected warning caused an uproar. Bai Feng immediately stood up and protested loudly, Referee, that woman is helping Chen Shiju cheat. Isn't that against the rules? The referee was momentarily at a loss, but then a mature, authoritative voice came through the loudspeaker. We'll let it slide this time. If it happens again, Chen Shiju will be disqualified. Everyone recognized the voice of the National League Committee chairman, and the crowd fell silent. The referee breathed a sigh of relief and reiterated the chairman's ruling. Chen Shijio's face turned pale as he hurriedly shouted to Liu Mei in the audience, Sit down now? Fearing he might lose his qualification to compete. The match continued. Chen Shijio gritted his teeth and said, Your hellhound might be immune to fire, but I've got other tricks. Firehorn drake, use dragon claw. The firehorn drake let out a deafening roar, its sharp claws gleaming as it lunged at the hellhound. A flicker of disdain crossed Liu Xing's eyes as he calmly commanded, Hellhound, use rending claw. The two fierce beasts clashed midair, their claws colliding with a screech of metal, sparks flying. The force of the impact sent the firehorn drake tumbling backward, while the hellhound was pushed back a few steps. This round ended in a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Liu Xing furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed on the battle unfolding before him. His hellhound and his opponent's monoceros lizard were locked in a stalemate, their strengths evenly matched. A sudden realization struck Liu Xing. The monoceros lizard was a Tier 2 gold beast, while his hellhound was still at Tier 1 gold. If not for its superior aptitude, That last attack might have left it severely injured. This fight made Liu Xing aware of the Hellhound's shortcomings. As a strong fighter who excelled at learning from losses, he silently noted that he needed to find a skill to enhance the Hellhound's power. But for now, the priority was defeating the Monoceros lizard in front of him. Opposite him, Chun Shijio gritted his teeth and commanded his recently knocked back Monoceros lizard. Monoceros lizard, use Dragon Claw again. Despite its right hand trembling from the recoil, the Monoceros lizard endured the pain and lunged at the Hellhound. Just as the Monoceros lizard was about to close in, Liu Xing decisively shouted, "Hellhound, now! Use Shadow Assault." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the Hellhound had already vanished, reappearing behind the Monoceros lizard in an instant. Despite Chun Shijio's urgent warning, it was too late. The Hellhound's sharp claws slashed across the Monoceros lizard's back effortlessly, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound. The Monoceros lizard crashed to the ground, howling in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Xing immediately ordered, "Hellhound, use Poison Fang." The Hellhound bared its purple fangs and sank them into the Monoceros lizard's back. Poison quickly seeped into its opponent, draining the Monoceros lizard of any strength to struggle. Liu Xing calmly looked at Chun Shijio. "Do you still want to continue?" Chun Shijio clenched his lips and fists, but finally, like a deflated balloon, he conceded in a low voice, "I surrender." Cheers erupted around the arena. Bai Feng and Jiang Yin enthusiastically celebrated Liu Xing's victory, while Yin Guoli and Lan Tian, watching from their hospital room, smiled with relief. At the award ceremony, the chairman of the National League Committee personally handed the golden trophy to Liu Xing. As Liu Xing accepted the trophy, he pondered its worth. However, in the backstage corridor, a covert exchange was taking place. A woman carrying a tray was intercepted by an old lady. The old lady swiftly swapped the Thunderstorm Beast's magic core on the tray with another one and sternly warned the woman to keep quiet. When the tray was brought to Liu Xing, he immediately sensed something was off about the woman. Following her gaze, Liu Xing spotted a familiar figure, Granny Yang. His eyes then fell on the magic core on the tray, setting off alarm bells in his mind. Could there be something wrong with this beast core? Liu Xing felt a twinge of doubt. He immediately activated the system's eye to scrutinize the beast core in front of him. Sure enough, the problem became apparent. Liu Xing couldn't help but mutter under his breath as the attribute panel of the beast core appeared before him. Item: Beast Core of the Abomination Butcher Diamond Tier 3. Effects: using this core grants the following abilities. 1. Decay. The beast's flesh will gradually rot and emit a foul odor. 2. Pus. The beast will develop various pus-filled boils that, when burst, release white liquid. 3. Plague. The beast will be surrounded by a plague aura, infecting those around it and affecting its own health. 4. Accumulation of rot. The beast gains strength each time it kills an opponent. My god, that Granny Yang is truly vicious. Liu Xing was shocked by Granny Yang's ruthlessness, giving him such a dangerous beast core. At this moment, Granny Yang had already left the gymnasium, a smug smile playing on her lips. "You brat, you'll pay for crossing me," she thought gleefully, already envisioning the horrific scenes that would unfold once Liu Xing's beast used the core. Liu Xing toyed with the core in his hand, a cold smile forming on his lips. He hadn't expected Granny Yang to send him such a gift. After the awards ceremony, Liu Xing headed home. On the way, he encountered Principal Liu Gongsheng, who had been waiting for him. "Liu Xing, congratulations. You've made us all proud," Principal Liu said with a smile. Liu Xing responded politely, "Thank you, Principal. It's my duty to bring honor to our school." Principal Liu noticed the core in Liu Xing's hand and was taken aback. Is that your reward? The beast core of the Thunderburst beast?" When he saw the core's true nature, his face changed dramatically. Principal Liu quickly snatched the core and gritted his teeth. "Granny Yang, you have a truly cruel heart." "Principal, is there something wrong?" Liu Xing asked, puzzled. Principal Liu forced a calm demeanor. "It's nothing. I just took a liking to this core. How about selling it to me, or trading it for something else?" "No need. I want this one." Liu Xing reached out to reclaim the core. Principal Liu cursed inwardly. Why won't this kid listen? He knew the core's originate was obtained years ago during the hunt for the Abomination Butcher in Magic City. Granny Yang had been overjoyed to have it tested, but the results were disappointing, nearly leading her to discard it. He never expected she would use it to harm Liu Xing now. As Principal Liu wrestled with his thoughts, a figure flashed by, and an old man suddenly appeared, holding the core in his hand. "Liu Gongsheng, aren't you too old to be snatching things from kids? Have some shame." The old man chuckled. "Here, young man, take your core back and keep it safe. Here, kid, catch." The old man called out, flicking his wrist. The beast crystal core shot through the air like a meteor. Liu Xing, quick as lightning, caught it firmly in his palm. Principal Liu Gongsheng was about to speak when he hesitated. noticing another person beside him. The old man didn't wait for him to say anything and pulled Liu Xing along, saying, "Oh, come on, Liu Xing. If you want a diamond-grade beast crystal core, just let me know, and I'll get one for you. This one is a prize for the little guy's competition. Let him keep it." Liu Xing had no choice but to follow the old man. As he left, he couldn't help but turn back and instruct Liu Xing, "Don't use that beast crystal core. Wait until I get back, and I'll explain everything." Before he could finish, the old man had already dragged him away. Liu Xing was momentarily stunned, but then smirked coldly. Only a fool wouldn't use it, he thought. This beast crystal core might be a trap for others, but for me, it's a great opportunity. He muttered under his breath, "Young granny, since you've given me such a gift, how can I not return the favor? Once I'm strong enough, I'll personally send you to meet King Yama. Consider it a proper farewell." Meanwhile, on a plane heading back to the Magic City, young Granny suddenly shivered. Her assistant, concerned, asked, "Granny, are you all right?" Young Granny rubbed her arm and casually replied, "It's nothing, probably just the air conditioning." The assistant frowned, puzzled, and looked around. Back in his dormitory, Liu Xing went straight to the underground training room. "Come out, Hellhound." At his command, his first general, the Hellhound, materialized. Liu Xing handed it the beast crystal core from the abomination butcher and said, "Here, this is for you." The Hellhound's eyes lit up, and it swallowed the core in one gulp. A system prompt sounded. Ding! The system has detected that the host's Hellhound has consumed the abomination butcher's beast crystal core. Your Hellhound is about to learn the following skills. Please choose. Select corpse pileup. Liu Xing chose without hesitation. He was secretly delighted. The abomination butcher's beast crystal core contained 4 skills. The first 3, decay, oozing, and plague, were useless. If a beast learned them, its master would be devastated. But corpse pileup was different. It was a growth skill that increased power with each enemy defeated. Watching the Hellhound learn corpse pileup, Liu Xing smiled in satisfaction. He had planned to look for a skill to boost the Hellhound's power after the competition, but now, the perfect opportunity had fallen into his lap. However, his brow soon furrowed. He sensed something significant was about to happen. The sudden appearance of the old man likely meant he had important matters to discuss with Liu Xing, but didn't want to talk in front of Liu Xing. With limited information, Liu Xing couldn't speculate further. Leaving the underground room, Liu Xing returned to the villa and found the room newly decorated. "What's going on?" he asked, puzzled. "We're celebrating, of course," everyone replied in unison. "Celebrating what?" Liu Xing continued. "Your national championship win, of course." Liu Xing shook his head with a wry smile. "What's there to celebrate?" Just then, the doorbell rang. Rumo quickly opened the door, and the F4 group walked in, carrying bags and smiling. Liu Xiaoming explained, "I invited them." She watched Liu Xing's expression carefully, and seeing he wasn't angry, she sighed in relief. Bai Feng chimed in, "A celebration is more fun with everyone here." Rumo invited everyone to sit. Someone asked about Su Peng, and just as Liu Xiaoming mentioned he was out buying groceries, Su Peng walked in, panting and carrying bags full of food. "Man, I'm exhausted. You guys, come help me." Su Peng complained. "Living in a villa is great, but it's too tall. I always end up sweating all over." He directed everyone to put the groceries in the kitchen and went upstairs to change. 10 minutes later, Su Peng was busy in the kitchen, with Liu Xiaoming and others helping him. In the living room, only Liu Xing and Lan Tian remained on the sofa. Lan Tian looked at Liu Xing, hesitant to speak. His expression conflicted. Liu Xing." Lan Tian finally mustered up the courage and called out, his voice betraying an unnatural nervousness. Liu Xing, who had been engrossed in watching TV, turned to look at Lan Tian upon hearing his name. However, Lan Tian fell silent again, as if that call had drained all his courage. After a minute of awkward silence, Lan Tian finally spoke again. "Liu Xing, I really want to thank you this time." "It's nothing, just a small favor," Liu Xing responded casually, though he understood the depth of Lan Tian's gratitude. Lan Tian, usually not good with words, found himself even more tongue-tied now and could only repeat, really, thank you so much." Liu Xing glanced at Lan Tian's thin frame and teased, "If you really want to thank me, eat an extra bowl of rice later. Look at you, you're as skinny as a monkey." "Okay," Lan Tian replied briefly. Half an hour later, the aroma of food filled the room. Ru Ming came in with the last dish, reminding everyone, "It's ready, be careful, it's hot. All the dishes are on the table now. Everyone, wash your hands. I'll serve the rice." Liu Xiaoming, not wanting to be outdone, volunteered, "I'll get the bowls and chopsticks." Soon, everyone gathered around the dining table. Su Peng raised his glass and proposed, "Let's have a toast to celebrate Liu Xing's national championship win." "Cheers," Bai Feng echoed, and the others followed suit. That night, everyone except Liu Xiaoming and Ru Ming, who drank modestly, ended up drunk and sprawled around the dining table. These guys. Liu Xiaoming shook her head helplessly and turned to Ru Ming. Let's go. Where to? Ru Ming asked, puzzled. Of course, to help Liu Xing to his room, Liu Xiaoming replied matter-of-factly. And what about them? Ru Ming pointed to the others who were passed out. Ah, they can just sleep here for the night, Liu Xiaoming said, already helping Liu Xing up. The next morning, Liu Xing staggered downstairs, a hangover making him rub his temples. Oh, my head hurts, he mumbled, looking around. Where are they? Liu Xiaoming pointed to the dining room, still sleeping there. Liu Xing looked in the direction she pointed and saw Bai Feng and the others still lying around, covered with blankets, a thoughtful touch from Liu Xiaoming and Ru Ming. I made some mung bean soup. Let me get you a bowl, Liu Xiaoming said as she headed to the kitchen. Thanks, Liu Xing nodded appreciatively. Soon, Liu Xiaoming returned with a bowl of warm mung bean soup. Xiaoming, thank you, Liu Xing said sincerely as he took the bowl. Oh, come on, no need to be so formal between us, Liu Xiaoming waved it off with a smile. Just as Liu Xing finished the soup, the doorbell rang. Liu Xiaoming quickly opened the door to find Wu Yong, looking worried. Liu Xing, there's trouble, Wu Yong said urgently. A secret realm in Jiangnan City has gone berserk. The beasts inside have broken out. What? Liu Xing's face turned serious. As someone who frequently entered secret realms, he knew the dangers all too well. No time to explain, Wu Yong urged, you need to come with me now. Gather at the playground. I'll go notify the others. He glanced at the still sleeping Bai Feng and the others. Wake them up quickly. Soon, everyone gathered at the playground. Principal Liu Gongxing stood on the platform, his expression grave as he briefed the situation. Students, you must be aware of the secret realm outbreak. We've trained for this moment. Our nation needs us now. Let's go. Under their mentor's guidance, Liu Xing and the others boarded the bus, heading towards the chaos. On the battlefield, a man in a green military uniform was rallying the troops. Brothers, our home is behind us. Our families are there. The beasts are wreaking havoc. What should we do? Fight. 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 The soldiers roared in unison. Charge. The commander ordered, and the soldiers, with their beasts, clashed with the invading monsters. The battlefield erupted in chaos, filled with explosions, roars, and cries. On a nearby hill, the stern-faced military commander, Lang Wenjie, was anxiously awaiting reinforcements. Have the students from Jiangnan Beast Academy arrived? He asked his adjutant. They're on their way, the adjutant replied. Lang Wenjie watched the oncoming wave of beasts and said heavily, whether we can hold the line depends on today. The bus carrying Liu Xing and the others sped towards the battlefield. The atmosphere on the bus varied. Some were chatting nervously, others looked tense, some were excited, and a few were downcast. Only Liu Xing and Su Peng seemed calm. Well, only Liu Xing, as Su Peng was passed out like a log. The bus soon arrived. Lang Wenjie's eyes brightened as he saw them disembark. This battle had reached a critical point, and if it weren't absolutely necessary, he wouldn't have asked for these promising students. They were the future, not meant to lose their lives here. Humans are classified into different tiers. Given time, these guys could become elites in various fields. But today, they don't have that time. Jiangnan City is facing an unprecedented crisis, with the shadow of a secret realm uprising looming over this bustling metropolis. If these young people can't stop this disaster, the entire city could be reduced to ruins in an instant. In Liu Xing's class, the homeroom teacher Wu Yong stood before the students with a grave expression. His voice was steady and firm as he spoke. From now on, everyone form teams and go hunt those magical beasts. Remember, know your limits. Fight if you can win, run if you can't. There's no shame in that. Understand that staying alive makes you a hero, dying makes you a martyr. As long as the green hills last, there's hope for firewood. Listening to Wu Yong, Liu Xing couldn't help but twitch his lips. This teacher sure was blunt. But Liu Xing understood that Wu Yong genuinely cared about the students' safety, unlike the homeroom teachers of other classes. Liu Xing glanced around. His class 2 was in the middle, with class 1 on the left and class 3 on the right. At this moment, the homeroom teachers of class 1 and class 3 were passionately giving speeches, continuously pumping up their students. Kill more magical beasts. Earn more military merits. It will greatly benefit your future. These words filled the space. Hearing these words, Liu Xing felt a bit speechless. Although these students had some training, it was their first time on an actual battlefield. This kind of pep talk could end up harming them. However, none of this concerned Liu Xing. He only needed to take care of his close friends. Liu Xing, what should we do next? Liu Xiaoming and Su Peng looked at Liu Xing, who had become their anchor. Liu Xing pondered for a moment and replied, what else can we do? Follow me and fight, but make sure to stay safe and not stray too far from me. Otherwise, I can't protect you. Liu Xiaoming and Su Peng nodded seriously, their eyes shining with determination. With Wu Yong's command, Liu Xing and the others set off in grand fashion. The students of Jiangnan Beast-Taming University were full of fighting spirit, demonstrating what it meant to be fearless newcomers. Liu Xing rode on the back of his hellhound, beginning his path of slaughter. The hellhound's claws swung forward, unleashing a sharp blade of fire. The fiery blade cut through everything in its path, slicing the magical beasts in two. Watching Liu Xing's performance, Su Peng and Lu Xiaoming were left speechless. Liu Xing, you're so strong, Su Peng exclaimed, glancing at his own struggling beast. Strong? Maybe it's not that I'm too strong, but that they're too weak, Liu Xing responded calmly. Su Peng's mouth twitched, and he could only utter, impressive. Scanning the battlefield, Liu Xing realized the magical beasts in this area were indeed too low level for him. The highest was only silver rank 3, while all his beasts had reached gold rank. Gold versus silver was a complete mismatch. Suddenly, Liu Xing noticed a yellow duck in Su Peng's hands. Hey, Su Peng, is that yellow duck your beast? Yeah. Isn't it cute? Su Peng boasted proudly. Cute, sure, but it seems pretty useless, Liu Xing said, watching the duck dodge around the battlefield. Liu Xing activated his system eye to examine this peculiar beast closely. Battle duck. Attributes: water, psychic. Gender: level, silver rank 2. Potential: S. Skills learned: water gun, psychic, fury swipes. Battle duck? Psyduck. Liu Xing was speechless. He couldn't help but ask, Su Peng, where did you get this battle duck? Su Peng began his exaggerated tale, embellishing a simple story. In the end, Liu Xing summed it up. So, you got your battle duck from a kid's meal at Kin's Chicken? Yeah. Su Peng nodded excitedly. Liu Xing looked Su Peng up and down, unable to resist teasing. Man, you're already this old and still ordering kids' meals. Hey, I just wanted to collect the toys. But I was surprised they gave out a battle duck this time, Su Peng explained. Suddenly, Liu Xing had an idea and asked, Hey, Su Peng, does Kin's Chicken give out anything else with the kids' meal? Like an electric mouse, a yellow one? Electric mouse? No, Su Peng shook his head. Really? Nothing? Liu Xing pressed. Really nothing. Su Peng confirmed again. Su Peng couldn't help but glance at Liu Xing and joked, Liu Xing, you've got quite an imagination. Seeing me with a battle duck, you started thinking about an electric mouse. I think a battle duck is already pretty cool. Why do you need anything else? Liu Xing nodded but was secretly contemplating whether he should get a kid's meal too. But after seeing Su Peng's battle duck, he quickly dismissed the idea. One battle duck was enough. He would pass. After all, this was a world of beast taming. To become stronger, Liu Xing needed to contract genuinely powerful beasts. It's not that battle duck was weak, but it looked so silly and clumsy that Liu Xing felt he couldn't rely on it. In this perilous world, he needed partners who could truly assist in battles, not a cute but unreliable yellow duck. Su Peng stood at the edge of the battlefield, watching his Kata duck run aimlessly in the distance. Lu Xiaoming couldn't help but laugh. Su Peng, are you just going to let your Kata duck run around like that? As soon as she finished speaking, Su Peng shouted, Kata duck, come back. He waved his hands, but Kata duck only glanced at him and, seeing his hands were empty, continued to dash around the battlefield. An idea struck Su Peng. He yelled, Hey, I've got some fish treats. Fish treats. These 3 words seemed to flip a switch in Kata duck. It immediately turned around and rushed towards Su Peng, staring at him with big, watery eyes. Lu Xiaoming initially found Kata duck quite annoying, but seeing its adorable expression, her heart melted. She couldn't resist the urge to step forward and cuddle it, rubbing its head. Su Peng said to Kata duck, Fight well, and I'll give you a fish treat if you win. Kata duck thought for a moment, and then raised its right paw. Su Peng sighed, all right, I'll give it to you. With that promise, Kata duck's eyes lit up, and it charged into the battlefield, its sharp claws ready to attack the monsters. Curious, Lu Xiaoming asked Su Peng what he had just said to Kata duck that made it so fierce all of a sudden. Su Peng explained that Kata duck, raising its right paw, meant it wanted 3 fish treats. Lu Xiaoming thought Su Peng was being stingy and offered to buy some fish treats for Kata duck herself. Su Peng gave a mischievous smile. Liu Xing sensed something was off and asked, Su Peng, if I'm not mistaken, those fish treats you give to Kata duck aren't ordinary, are they? Su Peng explained that Kata duck only eats bluefin tuna, each piece costing 10,000 yuan. Lu Xiaoming was shocked, not expecting Su Peng to be such a big spender. Liu Xing then turned his attention to Lu Xiaoming's beasts. The winged tiger and the colorful phantom butterfly were circling in the air, occasionally releasing skills to kill the monsters on the ground. The winged tiger had reached Silver Tier 2, showcasing Lu Xiaoming's dedication to its training. Suddenly, the winged tiger unleashed a terrifying tornado, swallowing all the surrounding monsters. Liu Xing silently admired the power of this signature move. Meanwhile, Liu Xing was riding on the back of his hellhound. Each attack from the hellhound could instantly kill a large number of monsters, demonstrating its formidable strength. Liu Xing. Lu Xiaoming's voice suddenly broke Liu Xing's train of thought. He turned to look at the girl beside him, seeing her pursed lips and eyes filled with complex emotions. What's wrong, Xiaoming? Is there something you need? Liu Xing asked, his tone carrying a hint of concern. Liu Xiaoming took a deep breath and, as if making a difficult decision, spoke up, Liu Xing, I don't think you should stay here. Your destiny lies elsewhere. She extended her slender right hand, pointing into the distance. The beasts over there are stronger. Only by fighting there can you improve your skills more quickly. Fatty Su chimed in suddenly. Yeah, Liu Xing. You should go. Don't worry. I'll take good care of Sister Xiaoming here. Liu Xiaoming frowned at this, her voice tinged with displeasure. Take care of me? Really? After all, her abilities surpassed Fatty Su's. Realizing his mistake, Fatty Su hurriedly explained. Oh no, Sister Xiaoming, I misspoke. Please forgive me this time. Just don't let it happen again. Liu Xiaoming responded haughtily. Liu Xing nodded, his eyes scanning the surrounding beasts. He had already killed those that were too strong for Fatty Su and Liu Xiaoming. While there were still many beasts around, they no longer posed a significant threat. All right, I'm off. Be careful, Liu Xing said, mounting his hellhound and speeding towards the more dangerous area. Liu Xiaoming watched Liu Xing leave, her eyes filled with reluctance. Fatty Su, noticing this, cheerfully reassured her. Don't worry, Sister Xiaoming. You know how strong Liu Xing is. He'll be fine. Liu Xiaoming nodded lightly, suppressing her inner worries. Just then, murmurs arose from the surrounding crowd. Hey look, that guy just ran off. Yeah, it's outrageous. How could he desert us? No way, I'm reporting this to the teacher. We're here fighting for our lives, and he just bails. Unbelievable, truly disgraceful. These words cut into Liu Xiaoming like knives. She spun around, her face darkening as a palpable killing intent emanated from her. Deserted? You cowards are the deserters. Liu Xiaoming roared, her eyes flashing dangerously. Fatty Su's face turned ashen as he barked. Deserter? Have you ever seen someone deserting into a beast horde? The crowd, intimidated by their sudden outburst, quickly changed their tune. Right, yeah. Someone that strong wouldn't desert. Exactly, he went deeper into the beast territory. That's even more dangerous. If he wanted to run, he would have gone the other way. Unless he's lost his mind. Liu Xiaoming snorted disdainfully, ignoring them. To her, these people were insignificant and not worth her time. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, a group of students was struggling. My god, why are there so many beasts here? Yeah, and they're not just many. They're strong. We can't keep this up. We're doomed at this rate. Damn it, if only Lantian were here. He went deeper into the fight. Yin Gueli adjusted his glasses, saying solemnly, Bai Feng, I think this battle is a test for us. We've been too lax. Rumo weakly apologized. Sorry, I'm dragging everyone down. It's okay, just stay safe. Leave the rest to us. Bai Feng, Jiang Yin, and Yin Gueli exchanged glances, reaching a silent agreement. To them, Rumo was Liu Xing's woman, and they couldn't let anything happen to her. Where could Liu Xing be right now? Bai Feng muttered. No idea, Jiang Yin replied. Do you think he might be over there? He pointed to a distant golden zone, where the golden tier beasts roamed. Could be, Jiang Yin suddenly spoke. Man, Liu Xing is so amazing. It's a shame I can't see him in action now. Yeah, Jiang Yin agreed, his tone full of resignation. Hey, you two, stop chatting and get over here to help. Yin Gueli yelled through gritted teeth. All right, we're coming. Bai Feng and Jiang Yin responded in unison, rushing back into the fray. Shielded by the three, Rumo felt an unprecedented sense of security. She knew this was all because of Liu Xing. Liu Xing, where are you now? She wondered silently. Just then, a startled cry pierced the battlefield's noise. Look over there. What is that? It's a person. My god, he's so strong. Incredible, truly incredible. Is this what it means to be powerful? The difference is staggering. Powerful? More like a freak of nature. Hearing the word freak, Bai Feng scanned the area and quickly spotted the so-called freak. It's Liu Xing, Bai Feng exclaimed. Jiang Yin and Yin Gueli turned to look, stunned by the sight of Liu Xing tearing through the beasts like they were nothing. Is this Liu Xing's true power? Bai Feng stammered. He had always known Liu Xing was strong, but hadn't realized just how strong. Once his equal, Liu Xing was now someone he had to look up to. Bai Feng felt fortunate to be Liu Xing's friend and to stand on his side. The thought of Liu Xing's capabilities sent a shiver down his spine, grateful he wasn't Liu Xing's enemy. All eyes were drawn to a striking figure. A young man, riding atop a hellhound, exuded an extraordinary aura. Someone exclaimed, oh my god, could he be a diamond-level warrior? Diamond warriors are incredibly powerful. Another person scrutinized the rider and suddenly recognized him. Wait, isn't that Liu Xing, the freshman who just won the national championship a few days ago? The crowd buzzed with chatter. Someone questioned. Are you sure he's a freshman? Could he be the child of some big shot, pretending to be a newbie to dominate the competition? This speculation caused quite a stir. Liu Xing, riding the hellhound, moved as if he owned the place. Wherever he went, opponents fell one after another, unable to withstand his might. Suddenly, he looked up at a thunder eagle circling in the sky and smirked. Thunder eagle, let's unleash a big move. Use Thunder God's wrath. The thunder eagle responded, soaring into the sky. In no time, dark clouds gathered and lightning flashed. A massive electric field formed within a 150-meter radius around Liu Xing. Countless beasts were struck by lightning and fell instantly. The distant spectators were dumbfounded. Someone gasped, "What's happening over there? It looks like divine retribution." A clueless guy mocked, "Serves him right. Show off and get struck by lightning." No sooner had he spoken than a resounding slap landed on his face. The one who hit him was a woman named Ru Ming, trembling with anger. Bai Feng saw this and comforted Ru Ming. "Don't worry, Liu Xing will be fine." Inwardly, he added, "Good people don't live long, but troublemakers live forever." Liu Xing is clearly a troublemaker. No one born yet can kill him. Sure enough, before long, Liu Xing emerged from the lightning field unscathed. The crowd was astonished, exclaiming that he was practically a monster. Liu Xing thought to himself, "The power of Thunder God's wrath is indeed overwhelming. No wonder Sister Ru you told me not to use it casually. It's practically a cheat code. I should avoid using it in front of others from now on." He approached Ru Ming and the others, concerned. "Are you all okay?" He then noticed that Lan Tian was not with the group. Bai Feng explained, "Boss Lan Tian went to the Golden Zone." Liu Xing frowned. "Isn't that place very dangerous? Why didn't you stop him?" Bai Feng replied, feeling wronged, "Boss Liu Xing, it's not that we didn't want to stop him. We simply couldn't." Liu Xing nodded, knowing Lan Tian's personality well. Once he made up his mind, nothing could hold him back. Liu Xing sternly said to Bai Feng and the others, "It's fine if he runs off, but you all should stay put. Stay here and don't wander around." He had just ridden his hellhound here, witnessing countless beast tamers meeting their end at the jaws of the monsters. Despite the shock, Liu Xing remained focused. He knew well that choosing to become a beast tamer came with such risks. Bai Feng grinned mischievously. "Relax, Boss Liu Xing. We value our lives too much to go looking for trouble. Besides, we still want to have a good drink with you later." Liu Xing couldn't help but feel exasperated at Bai Feng's words. He recalled how Bai Feng had coaxed the others into toasting him last night. If it weren't for his high tolerance, he would have been down for the count. "All right, stay safe. Once this is over, we'll have a proper drink," Liu Xing replied. "Got it." Everyone responded in unison, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Liu Xing mounted his hellhound and said without looking back, "I'm heading over to Lan Tian." With that, he rode off. Bai Feng and the others watched Liu Xing's figure fade into the distance, collectively admiring, "Boss Liu Xing is so cool." "Liu Xing, stay safe. Liu Xing, keep an eye on Lan Tian for me. If anything happens to him, you have to help." Liu Xing waved to indicate he understood. Entering the Golden Zone, Liu Xing immediately summoned all his beasts. The Thunderhawk scouted from the sky, while the Spirit Turtle cleared the path ahead. Liu Xing rode the Hellhound, with the six-winged angel perched comfortably on his shoulder. Liu Xing glanced at the six-winged angel, who looked like a little girl, and smiled warmly. "Master, what's wrong?" the six-winged angel asked curiously. "Nothing," Liu Xing replied softly. "Sweetie, things are a bit dangerous here. Be extra careful and don't get hurt." The six-winged angel clenched her tiny fists with determination. "Don't worry, Master. I'm strong, and these guys can't hurt me. Plus, I'll protect you too." She hugged Liu Xing's cheek affectionately. "All right then, let's get started," Liu Xing commanded, launching into their battle. The Thunderhawk soared above, unleashing lightning on water-type monsters. The Spirit Turtle charged ahead, leaving a trail of fallen beasts. Liu Xing thought about teaching the Spirit Turtle a bull rush skill, but then dismissed the idea as unnecessary. Just then, a system notification sounded. "Dang! Congratulations, host. Your Spirit Turtle has learned the skill Bull Rush from continuous collisions." Liu Xing was momentarily stunned, but then chuckled. Can it really work like this? He realized that skills learned naturally did not have the limitations of those learned through beast crystals. Half an hour later, Liu Xing and his beasts rested on a small hill. The beasts were covered in enemy blood, panting heavily. Below them lay the corpses of numerous low-tier golden monsters, the result of their efforts. Liu Xing took out a large amount of food from his system backpack and distributed it among his beasts. He had a special lollipop prepared by Su Pang for the six-winged angel, which was not only harmless but beneficial. The six-winged angel gratefully accepted the lollipop, thanking Liu Xing profusely. To show her appreciation, she kissed Liu Xing on the cheek, making him glad that Liu Xiaoming wasn't around to see it. Finally, Liu Xing turned to the Hellhound and said, I'll have the Thunderhawk watch over me. You go and fight. The Hellhound looked at Liu Xing in confusion, and he explained, don't worry, it's not that I don't need you. It's just that my presence is holding you back in battle. Liu Xing understood that the Hellhound had just learned the skill of corpse accumulation, which allowed it to infinitely increase its power. With so many monsters around, it was a golden opportunity. After finishing its meal, Thunderhawk was ordered by Liu Xing to take over Hellhound's position. Hellhound hastily finished its food. Liu Xing initially intended to let it rest, but when he met its hungry eyes, he changed his mind. Hellhound's claws were itching, eager for the taste of blood. Let's go, everyone. Liu Xing leaped onto Thunderhawk's back. With a long cry, Thunderhawk soared into the sky, followed closely by Hellhound. Seeing the herd of beasts in the distance, Liu Xing shouted excitedly, let's have a good fight. Hellhound, use Flame Slash. Hellhound's claws slashed fiercely, sending out a sharp blade of fire. Spirit Turtle, use Wave Surge. Spirit Turtle stomped its front foot heavily, summoning a massive wave over 10 meters high that roared towards the herd of beasts. In the deafening crash, the beasts were scattered in all directions. Thunderhawk, it's your turn. Strike the darkness with lightning. Use Thunder God's Wrath. Thunderhawk let out a long cry and ascended even higher with Liu Xing. Soon, a massive thundercloud formed at its call. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bolts of lightning as thick as barrels rained down on the herd of beasts, striking them with apocalyptic fury. The beasts hit by the lightning glowed with a golden light, their bodies convulsing as the terrifying electricity wreaked havoc on their systems. As Liu Xing unleashed a massacre, a group of people elsewhere on the battlefield found themselves in a dire situation. Blue sky. Looks like this might be the end for us, said a man in a green military uniform, a look of resignation on his face. He wasn't afraid of death, just the thought of dying without understanding why. A flash of despair crossed Blue Sky's face. He regretted not listening to Bai Feng and the others, but there was no use regretting now. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he surveyed the battlefield. 3 of his 4 beasts had already fallen, and he had barely managed to recall them into their beast spaces to save them. Now, only his initial beast, the Crystal Jade Eagle, was left struggling. A figure suddenly appeared in Blue Sky's mind. A man with striking black hair, an exceptionally handsome face, and a perpetual gentle smile. Liu Xing, I'm sorry. It looks like I won't be able to keep our promise. Last night, in a drunken state, Blue Sky had confided in Liu Xing, expressing his desire to have a proper duel with him. But now, it seemed he would never get the chance. Wait a minute. Huh. Look, the beast tide seems to be retreating. Yeah, the beast tide is retreating. We won. We actually won. Blue Sky, who had been ready to die heroically, was surprised to see the beast tide recede, meaning they were saved. He bit his dry lips and suddenly noticed something unusual in the distance. Look over there. What's happening over there? My God. Is it a storm? There's lightning and thunder. With his sharp eyes, Blue Sky vaguely saw something and felt a stir in his heart. Brother Wei Yong, I'll leave this place to you. I need to check something over there. Before Wei Yong could respond, Blue Sky had already ridden off on his Crystal Jade Eagle. Is it you? He muttered, his heartbeat quickening. Soon, Blue Sky arrived at the battlefield, and the sight before him left him stunned. The ground was littered with the corpses of beasts, their blood forming a small river. A slight breeze carried the stench of blood, making Blue Sky nauseous. He instinctively covered his mouth and nose. This could only be the work of a devil. Just as Blue Sky was in shock, a familiar voice called out, Blue Sky, what are you doing here? Turning around, Blue Sky saw Liu Xing swallowing hard. He asked quietly, Liu Xing, did you do all this? Yes, Liu Xing admitted calmly. Amazing. Blue Sky was at a loss for words to describe Liu Xing's actions. All right, we should head back. But I want you to keep today's events a secret. Don't worry. I, Blue Sky, would rather die than reveal what happened today. Thank you. Liu Xing and Blue Sky rode their respective beasts back to the camp. With the beast tide retreating, everyone was overjoyed and cheering. We won. We won. We finally won. In this war between humans and beasts, humans had once again emerged victorious. Watching the retreating beast tide, Liu Xing frowned slightly. From the beginning, he had been pondering one question. How did this beast tide come about? Normally, a secret realm wouldn't have such an outbreak. It must be man-made, Liu Xing thought to himself. Whoever you are, if I find you, you'll regret ever coming into this world. Meanwhile, deep in the ravaged secret realm, a group of people in black robes gathered. Damn it, we failed again. Shit, weren't all the strong ones from Jiangnan City lured away by our boss? Yeah, but who would have thought there was someone so powerful still in Jiangnan City? I just checked the battlefield, and those beasts were all killed in one blow. No hesitation at all. I bet it's a hidden master from Jiangnan City who took care of them. I agree. The leader of the black-robed figures flashed a cruel smile. Oomph. Let these pests live a bit longer. Our boss is working on something. Once he's successful, Jiangnan City will be ours. I'm exhausted. As soon as Su Peng stepped into the dorm, he collapsed onto the couch like a heap of wet clay, gasping for breath. Damn it, he complained. If it weren't for the beast horde retreating, I swear I'd be completely drained by now. Liu Xing glanced at Su Peng, shook his head helplessly, and headed straight for the basement without a word. Where are you going, Liu Xing? Su Peng assumed Liu Xing would join him on the couch to rest, but to his surprise, Liu Xing was off to the basement again. Seriously, Liu Xing, do you ever take a break? Su Peng muttered, realizing for the first time just how frustratingly hard-working Liu Xing was. In the basement, Liu Xing closed the door and whispered, "Come out, hellhound." With a flash of light, a massive creature appeared in front of Liu Xing. However, instead of a smile, Liu Xing's face showed concern. The hellhound's transformation made Liu Xing frown. On the battlefield, its power had tripled thanks to its decay accumulation skill. But now, its muscles were so tense it looked like it might explode any moment. Even more troubling was the violent aura emanating from the once docile hellhound. Liu Xing realized this was likely a side effect of the decay accumulation skill. So, it really is that decay accumulation skill causing this. Liu Xing clenched his fist. I need to find a way to purge this demonic energy from the hellhound. If it truly falls into darkness, I'm done for. But how to purge the demonic energy? Liu Xing was at a loss. Looks like I'll have to take it one step at a time. Return. Hellhound. Liu Xing retracted the creature and left the basement. Seeing Liu Xing return, Su Peng turned and asked, "All done?" That was quick. Usually, you're down there for at least an hour. Today, you were out in just 3 minutes. Was the battle earlier too much for you? Ignoring Su Peng's teasing, Liu Xing rolled his eyes. Enough chit-chat. Let's go. Go where? To get you some good food, of course. Good food. Su Peng perked up instantly, jumping off the couch. Hey, weren't you just saying you were exhausted? Exhausted. Yes. But when it comes to food, exhaustion doesn't matter. Watching Su Peng's goofy grin, Liu Xing couldn't help but twitch his lips. The two left the dorm and headed down the mountain. Along the way, they ran into Bai Feng and 3 others. Both groups paused, eyeing each other. Su Peng grinned and said, "Liu Xing is treating me to a feast. Want to join us?" Bai Feng and his friends exchanged glances and quickly agreed. Why not? It's Liu Xing's treat after all. And so, Liu Xing's dining party grew. On the way, Su Peng couldn't help but ask, "Liu Xing, what delicious food are you treating us to today?" "That's a secret," Liu Xing replied with a mysterious smile. For some reason, Bai Feng and his group shivered at Liu Xing's smile. 10 minutes later, they found themselves in a small, cramped shop. "This is your idea of a feast?" Bai Feng asked, frowning. "What did you expect? Come on, everyone, have a seat." The 4 exchanged puzzled looks but found seats. It was their first time in such a place. "Ew, it's filthy," Bai Feng exclaimed, grabbing a napkin to furiously wipe the table. The others watched him in silence. "Hello, what would you like to order?" the shop owner asked, approaching their table. "Ahem," Liu Xing cleared his throat. "We'll have a bowl of mixed noodles and wonton soup for each of them, a plate of steamed dumplings, and a large beef stir-fried rice noodles to share." "Got it. Please wait a moment." The owner noted the order and headed to the kitchen. Bai Feng couldn't hold back his curiosity. "Liu Xing, what is this place?" His brow furrowed, clearly displeased with the surroundings. Liu Xing looked around at the well-worn tables and chairs, then said, "Bai Feng, seriously? Someone as rich as you doesn't know about this place? Should I?" Bai Feng looked puzzled. Liu Xing realized that Bai Feng and his friends, coming from wealthy backgrounds, usually dined at upscale restaurants and had never set foot in a humble eatery like this. Even in the school cafeteria, they would go to the 3rd floor for a la carte dishes instead of getting meals from the regular counters. "Are you kidding me? You guys seriously don't know about the famous Sha County Grand Hotel?" Su Peng's voice was full of disbelief as he stared wide-eyed at Bai Feng and the others, as if they had just said something preposterous. "This place is a nationwide chain and the holy grail for all working folks." Bai Feng and the others furrowed their brows and exchanged puzzled glances. At that moment, the proprietress arrived with a large tray of steaming hot food. "Come on, make way," she said, breaking the brief silence. "Watch out, it's hot." She skillfully placed bowls of mixed noodles, wontons, and steamed dumplings on the table. Bai Feng and the others were momentarily stunned by the sight of the food. "Hey, what are you guys waiting for? Dig in." Su Peng couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. Ow, hot, hot, hot. Watching Su Peng devour his food, Bai Feng and the others couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Despite their initial reluctance, seeing Liu Xing start eating, they couldn't refuse to join in. Bai Feng and the others picked up their chopsticks and began to cautiously taste the food. Wow, Bai Feng's eyes lit up after the first bite. This is delicious. Told you. Su Peng grinned triumphantly. Don't be fooled by the shabby environment. The food here is genuinely good. Perhaps it was the intense battle earlier that had drained their energy, but Liu Xing and the others were exceptionally hungry. They started eating ravenously, and soon, the food on the table was almost gone. Boss lady, can I get another basket of dumplings? Su Peng called out, raising his hand. I'll have another basket too. Jiang Yin quickly followed. Me too, Bai Feng chimed in. Seeing the three of them order more food, Liu Xing glanced at Yinguli and Lantian. Do you two want more? No, we're good, they replied in unison. Both had trim figures, indicating they were mindful of their diet. In contrast, Jiang Yin seemed to be gaining a bit of weight, while Bai Feng was naturally skinny. Burp. Su Peng let out a loud belch, rubbing his round belly with a satisfied grin. In a short time, he had polished off 3 more baskets of dumplings, leaving Lantian and Yinguli in awe. They couldn't help but wonder if Su Peng's stomach was a bottomless pit. Just then, Lantian spoke up. Liu Xing, is something bothering you? Liu Xing was momentarily taken aback, then gave a wry smile. How did you figure that out? Do you even need to ask? It's written all over your face, Lantian retorted. Come on, Liu Xing, seriously? Su Peng interjected. Are you upset just because I ate a few more baskets of dumplings? Cut it out. Liu Xing pushed Su Peng away. This guy always knew how to lighten the mood. The awkward atmosphere eased considerably thanks to Su Peng's antics. Liu Xing took a deep breath and decided to come clean about his worries. He briefly explained the situation with his hellhound, omitting certain details like the corpse pile skill. So you're saying your hellhound has shown signs of going rogue due to excessive killing? Lan Tian asked, frowning. Liu Xing nodded. This is serious. If not handled properly, it could spell trouble if your hellhound truly goes rogue. That's exactly why I'm so worried. But I don't know how to fix it, Liu Xing said, feeling a headache coming on. Seeing Liu Xing's troubled expression, Lan Tian and Yinguli exchanged a knowing look and then smiled meaningfully. Maybe we can't help you with other things, but for this, you've come to the right people, Lan Tian said confidently. Really? Liu Xing's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to find a solution over a casual meal. Tell me, what should I do? Have you heard of Lingshi Temple? Lan Tian asked. Lingshi Temple? Liu Xing raised an eyebrow. Why are you bringing that up? There's a master there named Yi Ding who is well-versed in Buddhism and specializes in dispelling negative energies, Lan Tian explained. Liu Xing nodded thoughtfully. But where is Lingshi Temple? And how do I meet this master Yi Ding? I know where Lingshi Temple is. Su Peng suddenly spoke up. Liu Xing gave him a curious look. Hey, Su Peng, are you planning to become a monk or something? Su Peng rolled his eyes. No way. I'm the only son in my family for 9 generations. If my dad found out I wanted to become a monk, he'd break my legs. He shuddered at the thought of his dad's kind smile. All right, Liu Xing urged. Quit joking around and tell us where Lingshi Temple is. And why have you been there? Su Peng scratched his head sheepishly. I didn't go there to pray or light incense. Then why? Don't you know? Lingshi Temple has some of the best vegetarian dishes in Jiangnan City. Su Peng's answer left everyone speechless. A food lover, through and through. Now that they knew the location of Lingshi Temple, the next step was figuring out how to meet Master Yi Ding. From Lan Tian's description, Liu Xing understood that Master Yi Ding was the abbot of the temple and not someone who easily met with outsiders. Seeing Liu Xing's worried look, Lan Tian couldn't help but speak up. Maybe others can't help you, but I can. Liu Xing looked up at the blue sky, his mind filled with thoughts. He whispered, my father had a close friendship with Master Yi Ding, which allowed me to meet him as well. How about this? I'll write you a letter of introduction. I'm sure Master Yi Ding will be willing to see you once he reads my recommendation. Thank you so much, the other person said gratefully. The next day, Liu Xing and Su Peng stepped out of Jiangnan University of Beast Control and flagged down a taxi by the roadside, heading straight for Lingshi Temple. Liu Xing got in first, followed by Su Peng. As Su Peng entered, the car noticeably sagged. Wow, Su Peng, how much do you weigh now? Liu Xing couldn't help but tease. Su Peng rolled his eyes. Hey, Liu Xing, don't you know it's rude to ask a guy about his weight? Liu Xing was taken aback. I thought it was only rude to ask girls. Since when did it apply to guys too? What's the difference between guys and girls? Su Peng said dismissively. Driver, let's go. Where are you heading? The driver glanced back at them, his face a bit grim, clearly due to Su Peng's weight. We're going to Lingshi Temple. All right, hold on tight. The driver stepped on the gas, but the car moved forward sluggishly. Liu Xing patted the car door sympathetically. It's bearing more weight than it should. Soon, they arrived at the foot of Lingshi Temple. Su Peng coolly handed the driver a red bill. Here's the fare. Keep the change? The driver frowned. What do you mean keep the change? Hey, fatso, you're short on cash. Huh. The fare is 156, and you only gave 100. You're short 56. Oh, right. Su Peng finally realized and took out another bill. Is this enough now? Yeah, that's better. The extra can go towards vehicle wear and tear, the driver said before driving off. Liu Xing was already walking ahead, and Su Peng hurried to catch up. Liu Xing, wait for me. Liu Xing gave him a look. You always have to haggle over everything, even a taxi fare. Heh. Su Peng scratched his head awkwardly. Stop talking and let's climb the mountain. The two began their arduous climb. Lingshi Temple was located at the top of the mountain, and it was quite a hike. After more than 10 minutes, the summit was still nowhere in sight. Su Peng was already panting heavily, drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. He opened a bottle of water and drank it all in one go. Just as he was about to toss it into the bushes, Liu Xing stopped him. Hey, Su Peng, you can't just litter, Liu Xing said, taking the bottle and putting it in his backpack. There's no trash can around here, and no one's watching, Su Peng said, looking around, his face suddenly changing. What is it? Nothing, nothing, Su Peng said, embarrassed as if he had died of social shame. Following his gaze, Liu Xing saw an old monk in a brown robe who had appeared behind them without their noticing. Amiba, Liu Xing quickly greeted. The old monk smiled and nodded, clearly pleased with Liu Xing's behavior, and continued walking up the mountain. He's a master, Liu Xing thought in awe. Despite his age, the old monk showed no signs of fatigue after such a long climb, his breathing steady. After a short rest, the two continued their journey. Due to Su Peng's lack of stamina, they walked and stopped intermittently, finally reaching the summit around 5 p.m. I can't go on. Su Peng collapsed to the ground, refusing to get up. Liu Xing glanced at him. Hey, didn't you say you've been to Lingshi Temple and had vegetarian food here? Of course I've been here. The dining hall is over there. Su Peng checked his watch. Perfect timing. Let's go eat. I'm starving. At the mention of food, Su Peng was instantly energized and led Liu Xing straight to the temple's dining hall. He expertly ordered a large spread of vegetarian dishes. Before long, a monk brought several large plates to their table. Please enjoy your meal, the monk said respectfully, bowing before leaving. Su Peng couldn't wait to dig in. Liu Xing, let me tell you, the best dishes here are the tofu with scallions and the vegetarian meat. Try the tofu first. Liu Xing took a spoonful and tasted it, his eyes lighting up, so tender. The tofu is fresh and smooth, and the scallions add a unique flavor. See, I told you my recommendations are top-notch, Su Peng said proudly. Yes, yes, you're the best, Liu Xing laughed. But don't just eat the tofu, try the vegetarian meat. It's also amazing. Liu Xing picked up a piece of the vegetarian meat from his bowl and took a bite. Su Peng stared at him expectantly, eyes wide open. How is it? Tasty, right? It's all right, Liu Xing replied nonchalantly. What? Just all right? Su Peng was immediately displeased. Don't you think this vegetarian meat tastes just like real meat? A bit, Liu Xing admitted. Su Peng put on a scholarly air. Do you know what it's made of? It's tofu skin. Ugh, boring. Upon hearing the correct answer, Su Peng deflated like a punctured balloon and slumped down. Liu Xing, you're something else. Sometimes I really wonder, who are you? Why do you seem to know everything? Liu Xing gave Su Peng a sidelong glance. I'm not like you. You're like a pig, either eating or sleeping. I actually spend my time reading, you know. Reading? Huh. Su Peng scoffed. If it were someone else, I might believe it. But you whatever. Just tell me, is this vegetarian meat good or not? Liu Xing thought for a moment. In terms of taste, I'd give it 100 points. But in terms of meaning, I'd give it 0. Maybe even negative points. What? Su Peng's eyes widened. Negative points? This was the first time he'd heard someone wanting to give the vegetarian meat from Lingshi Temple negative points. Explain why you'd give it negative points. Liu Xing smiled faintly and began to explain. There's a saying, meat and wine pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. This vegetarian meat may taste good, but it goes against the Buddhist principles. What? Goes against Buddhist principles? Yes, Liu Xing nodded. Monks are not supposed to eat meat. They focus on cultivating their mind to reach a state of no desires. But from this small plate of vegetarian meat, you can see their cultivation is lacking. How so? If the precepts say no meat, then why make tofu skin into something that resembles meat? Isn't that redundant? If they want to eat meat, they should just eat it. Their actions are like wanting to be a saint while still indulging in desires. Listening to Liu Xing's argument, Su Peng was thoughtful. For some reason, he found Liu Xing's words made a lot of sense. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Amitabha. Liu Xing and Su Peng turned around to see the old monk. He bowed to them and then walked away. Liu Xing, it's that old monk again, Su Peng said in surprise. You two are really fated. You met him halfway up the mountain, and now again in this small dining hall. Watching the old monk's retreating figure, Liu Xing was lost in thought. Suddenly, he turned to Su Peng. By the way, seeing you today, I'm curious, how did you climb up the mountain before? Climb? Why would I climb? Su Peng said proudly. I flew up last time. I paid 5,000 yuan to hire someone with a flying beast to bring me up the mountain. 5,000? You really are rich. Liu Xing exclaimed. Then why didn't you ask me to use my Thunder Eagle to bring you to the top today? Su Peng rolled his eyes at Liu Xing. Aren't you asking the obvious? If it weren't for Lan Tian, who said coming to Lingshi Temple requires sincerity. He said sincerity means climbing up step by step. Only then might Master Yiding agree to see us. Hearing this, Liu Xing couldn't help but chuckle. Su Peng had indeed suffered today, but he persisted in climbing the mountain to help him. After finishing their meal, Liu Xing glanced at his watch. It was already 6 o'clock. Let's go. Where to? To see Master Yiding, of course. Isn't it too late? Su Peng looked at the darkening sky. Come on, let's go. Liu Xing started walking towards the door without further ado. Hey, Liu Xing, you heartless guy. Wait for me. Su Peng hurriedly chased after him. After asking for directions, they arrived outside Master Yiding's meditation room. A young monk was waiting at the door. Little monk, could you please inform Master Yiding that we have urgent matters to discuss with him? Liu Xing requested. Sorry, my master doesn't like to be disturbed when he is meditating. The young monk politely declined. Liu Xing was about to say more, but Su Peng interrupted him. Little monk, look at this. He magically produced a colorful lollipop. The young monk couldn't help but swallow. Growing up in Lingshi Temple, he had tasted a lollipop for the first time last month during a trip to town with his senior brother, and he had been thinking about it ever since. Now, seeing his coveted treat right in front of him, how could he not be tempted? Fat Su handed a letter to the young monk, promising him a lollipop as a reward. The young monk gave a sly smile and held up 2 fingers, demanding double the reward. Fat Su reluctantly agreed, thinking that such a small price was worth it to meet Master Yiding. The young monk carefully tucked the lollipop into his pocket and took the letter through the door. Moments later, he returned empty-handed, shaking his head to indicate that the master hadn't read the letter. Unwilling to give up, Fat Su pulled out a bulging envelope from his coat and handed it to the young monk. Liu Xing watched this, shaking his head in disapproval. Fat Su was confident that money could solve any problem. However, when the young monk came back again, he returned the envelope untouched. Fat Su was stunned, while Liu Xing seemed deep in thought. Liu Xing then took out a notebook from his backpack, wrote a line, and handed it to the young monk, promising him 5 colorful lollipops if he succeeded. The young monk's eyes lit up as he took the note and quickly entered the meditation room. Fat Su dismissively remarked, kids are so easy to fool, but he was also curious about what Liu Xing had written. Before long, the door opened again, and the young monk respectfully invited Liu Xing in alone. Liu Xing entered the meditation room and saw an old monk in a brown robe chanting scriptures. He waited quietly until the old monk spoke. Young benefactor, we meet again. They exchanged a few words about fate and destiny. Liu Xing thought to himself that if it weren't for Fat Su's financial power, they might never have found this meditation room. Master Yiding read the note Liu Xing had written. The boy who slayed demons eventually became a demon, but the last demon turned into a savior. He asked Liu Xing if he was the demon-slaying boy or the demon himself. Liu Xing denied it, stating that he only sought the power to protect his loved ones. The old monk was impressed by this and unexpectedly offered to take Liu Xing as his disciple. He praised Liu Xing's good character, citing examples such as stopping littering on the mountainside, engaging in thoughtful discussions in the cafeteria, and his patient waiting earlier. Liu Xing was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a turn of events. No, I won't, Liu Xing said firmly, waving his hand. As long as you have a Buddha's heart, it doesn't matter whether you are at home or in a monastery. Master Yiding's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He couldn't help but repeat, as long as you have a Buddha's heart, it doesn't matter whether you are at home or in a monastery. Such wisdom. Such great wisdom. He looked at Liu Xing with admiration, as if appreciating a rare gem. After a moment, Master Yiding collected himself and apologized. I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away. Liu Xing smiled and replied, it's all right. I like your straightforward nature. Master Yiding silently praised Liu Xing, thinking, this young man truly has a pure heart. He understood that a pure heart often signified a good person, but also a more challenging life path. Such individuals are honest and reliable, making them the best of friends, even though they might be seen as easy targets by others. However, Master Yiding didn't realize he had misjudged Liu Xing. Liu Xing was no naive idealist. He wouldn't become anyone's fool. Snapping back to reality, Master Yiding asked, so, young man, what brings you to see me? Liu Xing nodded. I do have a matter that requires your help. Please, tell me. If it's within my power, I will do my best to assist. Liu Xing began to form a hand seal as he said, it's both difficult and not difficult. Come forth, Hellhound. With his summoning, a 2-headed hellhound appeared before them. The hellhound's eyes were blood red, its mouth gaping wide with pink tongues flickering. Its muscles were taut and strained, and its face was contorted in pain, exuding a violent aura. Master Eating frowned as he observed the creature, diagnosing, it has gone berserk. But its willpower is strong. Otherwise, it would have been consumed by now. Master Eating, can you help? Liu Xing noticed the troubled look on the master's face, and his heart sank. Gazing at the hellhound, Liu Xing clenched his fists. Gone berserk? Huh? A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. As a beast tamer, if the hellhound fell to madness, Liu Xing would rather fall with it than kill it like others might. Master Eating seemed to see through Liu Xing's thoughts and was taken aback. Liu Xing stood on the edge of a precipice, teetering between salvation and damnation. He didn't want to be a savior or a villain, but sometimes life doesn't allow for such choices. If the hellhound succumbed to evil, righteous people would intervene, forcing Liu Xing to flee with the beast, plunging into darkness. No, I must save this young man, Master Eating resolved. The teachings of Buddhism emphasize saving all beings, and failing to act now would render his life's practice meaningless. Young man, put away your hellhound and follow me, Master Eating instructed, leading Liu Xing to the back of the meditation hall. Passing through the back door, Liu Xing was surprised to find a sheer cliff, almost vertical. What's this place? Liu Xing asked curiously. I call this the Cliff of Reflection, Master Eating replied, pulling a book from his sleeve and handing it to Liu Xing. You should study here. Liu Xing took the book and read the title, The Sutra of Tranquility? This Sutra of Tranquility is a treasured secret of Ling Shi Temple, usually reserved for each generation's abbot, Master Eating explained, glancing at the sky and silently praying, Master, I do this out of necessity to save a life. This also explained why Master Eating had wanted to take Liu Xing as a disciple earlier. He had intended to pass on the position of abbot and the Sutra of Tranquility to Liu Xing, but since Liu Xing was unwilling, he had to let fate decide. Thank you, Liu Xing said sincerely. All right, study well here. I will take my leave, Master Eating said, and left. Liu Xing found a cushion, sat down cross-legged, and began to study the Sutra of Tranquility. As night fell, only the sound of turning pages broke the silence. Suddenly, a small creature appeared beside Liu Xing, his six-winged angel. Liu Xing was now in a mystical state, radiating a holy light. The six-winged angel felt exceptionally comfortable and wanted to be close to Liu Xing. After an indeterminate amount of time, Liu Xing began to recite, The Bodhi tree is not a tree, the bright mirror is not a stand. Originally, there is nothing where can dust a light. Master Eating, who had just returned, froze upon hearing the verse. His eyes widened in disbelief. This, he marveled, Liu Xing has reached such a state of enlightenment in such a short time. A remarkable person indeed. Is this what he meant by being at home, or in a monastery? It makes no difference. Truly, my own practice is lacking. Master Eating stood there, holding 2 bowls of sweet dumplings, initially intending to offer them to Liu Xing, but was left speechless by the verse. Master Eating. Liu Xing sensed someone behind him and turned to see Master Eating. He immediately stood up and greeted him. The young disciple is indeed exceptionally gifted, with a spiritual insight unmatched by anyone. Master Eating praised sincerely, bowing deeply to Liu Xing. Liu Xing modestly replied, Master, you're too kind. By the way, how is my hellhound now? As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Xing immediately sensed his beast space. To his surprise, after listening to the calming chant, the hellhound's hostility had completely dissipated, and its muscles had returned to normal. At this moment, its breath was steady, and its state was stable, clearly indicating it had recovered. Eagerly, Liu Xing used the system I to check the hellhound's attributes. Hellhound. Attributes. Evil. Fire. Gender. Level. Gold Tier 4. Qualification. SS. Skills learned. Ripping Claw. Bite. Venomous Fang. Shadow Assault. Fire Devour. Flame Slash. Shadow Ball. Fire Armor. Decay Accumulation. Gold Tier 4. Liu Xing marveled to himself, not expecting that the recent beast-tide chaos would turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Even more astonishing was that the hellhound, due to the decay accumulation boost, had its strength tripled. Already powerful, it was now even more formidable. Gratefully, Liu Xing bowed to Master Eating. Master, I can't thank you enough for your help. You've done so much for me, I don't know how to repay you. Master Eating smiled and shook his head. I don't need your repayment. If you truly want to help me, please fulfill a wish of mine. What wish? Liu Xing asked curiously. The master's expression turned serious. Recently, I've had a vague feeling that the world is about to become unstable again. I hope you can do everything in your power to save the people. Save the people? Liu Xing was somewhat surprised. Don't worry, I'm not a pedantic old man, Master Eating explained. I'm not asking you to save people directly, but to slay demons. Slay demons? Liu Xing's lips curled into a smile. Master, Have you ever heard this saying? The boy who slays demons eventually becomes a demon, but the final demon becomes the savior. Master Eating was taken aback. So are you the boy who slays demons, or the demon? I'm neither. Liu Xing laughed. The two exchanged a smile and then sat down to enjoy some dumplings while discussing Buddhist teachings. The next morning, Liu Xing and Su Peng bid farewell to Master Eating and descended the mountain in the morning light. Su Peng couldn't help but exclaim, "Man, you really hit it off with Master Eating last night." "Nothing much, just some Buddhist teachings," Liu Xing replied nonchalantly. "Buddhist teachings?" Su Peng looked at Liu Xing in surprise. "I didn't know you knew about that." Liu Xing laughed and explained, "I don't really understand it. I was just making things up." As he spoke, he looked back at the mountain top and saw Master Eating still watching them, his eyes filled with reluctance. "Young disciple, see you again if fate allows," Master Eating murmured to himself, feeling that last night's conversation had benefited him more than half a lifetime of practice. Liu Xing and Su Peng got into a taxi heading to Jiangnan Beast-Taming University. On the way, Su Peng suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, what is it?" Liu Xing was startled. "It's your fault. I forgot to have breakfast on the mountain," Su Peng said in frustration. "You don't know. The congee at Lingshi Temple is exceptional, cooked over a wood fire, sweet and soft. No need for sugar." Seeing Su Peng's look of longing, Liu Xing sighed helplessly. "All right, I'll treat you to Taodao Residence." Taodao Residence. Su Peng's eyes lit up. This was a famous tea restaurant in Guang City, with branches all over the country. So, they changed their route to Taodao Residence. As soon as they entered, they spotted some old friends in a corner F4. "Liu Xing?" Lan Tian asked in surprise. Bai Feng immediately ran to Liu Xing's side. "Boss Liu Xing, what brings you here?" Liu Xing teased. "Why? You can come here but I can't?" Seeing Bai Feng's nervous look, Liu Xing laughed and said, "All right, I'm just messing with you." "I know that's not what you meant." Lan Tian warmly invited. "Liu Xing, come sit with us." Bai Feng tactfully went to ask the waiter to add more dishes. Zhang Yin handed his plate of chicken feet to Su Peng. "Here, fatty, this one's for you." Su Peng accepted it with a smile and started eating without hesitation. Lan Tian asked Liu Xing with concern, "So, did you find Master Eating?" "Yes, I did, and the matter is resolved," Liu Xing answered succinctly. Su Peng chimed in. "Not only did he resolve it, let me tell you, my brother here is also well-versed in Buddhist teachings." He left Master Eating in awe. The master was so reluctant to see him go. He almost escorted us for miles. Lan Tian was slightly taken aback. He can actually discuss Buddhist teachings with Master Eating? At his father's age, with all his life experiences, he could barely have a conversation with Master Eating. Yet from Su Peng's tone, it seemed that Liu Xing not only conversed with Master Eating, but even seemed to surpass him. Lan Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he sneaked a glance at Liu Xing. This strikingly handsome guy was not only skilled in controlling beasts, but also well-versed in Buddhist teachings. He was a total anomaly. Lan Tian shivered, thankful that he wasn't Liu Xing's enemy. What surprised Lan Tian even more was that his three good buddies had somehow become so close to Liu Xing. Swallowing hard, Lan Tian decided to firmly stand by this winner in life. Unbeknownst to Liu Xing, he had gained 4 loyal followers. "By the way, Lan Tian, why are you guys here today? Shouldn't you be in class?" Liu Xing suddenly asked. Lan Tian and his friends shot Liu Xing a look. "Liu Xing, don't you know it's the weekend?" "Oh, right. It's the weekend," Liu Xing realized. With his mouth full of chicken feet, Su Peng mumbled, "Don't blame him. This guy hasn't attended many classes since the semester started." Bai Feng and the others were shocked. "What? How will you pass the exams?" Liu Xing then remembered that Jiangnan Beast-Taming University had both martial and academic exams. He was confident about the martial exams, but for the academic ones, he might need to get some study notes from Liu Xiaoming for a quick review. As Liu Xing was about to leave, Bai Feng grabbed him. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" "Back to school, of course." "It's the weekend. Why go back to school? We should be having fun." Bai Feng laughed. "Don't worry about failing. You're on good terms with Principal Liu Gongsheng. Just ask him to pull some strings, review a bit, and you'll pass easily." Liu Xing thought for a moment and sat back down. "You're right. Enough about me. You guys sure know how to enjoy yourselves." Bai Feng and the others scratched their heads sheepishly. "We're just having a meal here before heading to another event." "What event?" Su Peng asked with interest. "Is it a pool party with champagne and beautiful ladies?" Bai Feng and his friends were slightly taken aback. Those things seemed low-tier to them now. They were aiming for higher-class activities. After finishing their meal, they all got into luxury cars and headed to their destination. Sitting in Bai Feng's pricey Mustang, Liu Xing couldn't help but ask, "How much did this car cost?" "I don't know. It was a birthday gift," Bai Feng replied nonchalantly. Liu Xing's mouth twitched, cursing himself for asking. Soon, they arrived at a tourist spot. As soon as they got out of the car, Jiang Yin shouted, "Hey, Su Peng, You need to lose weight. Ah, my beloved car. Zhang Yin lamented, stroking his red sports car. Led by Bai Feng, the group reached the lakeside, only to find it deserted. What's going on? Why is no one here? Bai Feng looked around in confusion. Did any of you book the place? Lan Tian and the others exchanged glances, each denying it. Just then, an elderly man in a security uniform approached with a baton. Hey, what are you kids doing here? Old Zhang, long time no see. Bai Feng greeted him with a smile. The old man recognized Bai Feng and smiled back. Oh, young master. What brings you here today? Bai Feng frowned and asked, what's going on here? Why is it deserted? Ah, young master, you wouldn't know. There's been a water monster causing trouble recently. Several people have gone missing. The old man sighed. What? A water monster? Bai Feng exclaimed. Why didn't you notify the patrol team? The old man explained helplessly. We did. But those guys are just good-for-nothings. They take the money but never do any work. Hearing this, Su Peng became a bit scared. Liu Xing, maybe we should go back? Zhang Yin, seeking revenge for Su Peng damaging his car, deliberately tried to scare him. Hey, you never know. What if the water monster likes to eat fatty meat? Su Peng retreated in fear. Seeing this, Liu Xing suggested they vote on whether to go into the lake. Zhang Yin was the first to agree, Su Peng firmly opposed, and Yingguoli followed Lan Tian's lead. Bai Feng also voted in favor. The final decision rested with Liu Xing and Lan Tian. Lan Tian looked at Liu Xing, clearly leaving the choice to him. After a brief contemplation, Liu Xing said, let's go into the lake and have some fun. What? Su Peng exclaimed. What's with the surprise? We're already here. Are you really going back because of some so-called water monster? Liu Xing glanced at the calm lake, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. If that water monster dared to show up, he'd send it straight to Buddha. Liu Xing and his friends put on life jackets and boarded the small pedal boats on the lake. Each boat could only accommodate 2 people sitting face-to-face, which was perfect for their group of 6 to pair up. Lan Tian teamed up with Yingguoli, Bai Feng with Zhang Yin, and Liu Xing with Su Peng. Before setting off, Bai Feng excitedly suggested, let's have a race. See who can get to that pavilion in the middle of the lake first. He pointed to a tiny, in the distance and continued, the winning team gets to make the losing team do something. Everyone okay with that? The group eagerly agreed. However, as soon as Liu Xing and Su Peng got on their boat, things took a turn for the worse. Su Peng's weight caused one side of the boat to lift, and Liu Xing's face darkened immediately. Su Peng, I really think you need to lose some weight, Liu Xing said helplessly, realizing they couldn't move forward at all. Seeing this, Bai Feng burst out laughing, haha, look at Liu Xing's boat. Zhang Yin joined in. This is hilarious. Su Peng, oh man, huh? Lan Tian and Yingguoli also couldn't resist teasing. Hey Liu Xing, we'll go ahead and wait for you at the pavilion. With that, they quickly pedaled away. Feeling guilty, Su Peng apologized. Liu Xing, I'm sorry. But Liu Xing had an idea. It's okay. I'll figure something out. He summoned his spirit water turtle, tied the boat to the turtle's back with a rope, and finally regained balance. Alright, spirit water turtle, let's catch up with them. Bai Feng and the others were leisurely pedaling when they suddenly noticed Liu Xing and Su Peng rapidly approaching with the help of the spirit water turtle. Bai Feng shouted, no way, Liu Xing, that's cheating, and started pedaling faster. Liu Xing retorted, you only said the first to the pavilion wins, you didn't mention anything else. Seeing Liu Xing about to overtake them, Zhang Yin urgently called out to Bai Feng, we can't let them pass us. Since he's using a beast, we should too. Bai Feng then remembered that Zhang Yan's beasts were all fire type and afraid of water. Embarrassed, he said, oops, my bad. I forgot. Let me handle this. Come on out, white-furred sea lion. A snow-white sea lion appeared on the water, looking as beautiful as the snow white of sea lions. Liu Xing was impressed by this grade, silver deer level 8 sea lion. Not wanting to be outdone, Lan Tian called out, come on out, muscle frog. A muscular frog stood on the water, striking a few poses for Lan Tian. Seeing the muscle frog, Su Peng immediately thought of food. I'll have to ask Lan Tian later where he caught that muscle frog. It would make a great dish. With the help of their beasts, the 3 teams engaged in a fierce race on the water. Bai Feng's white-furred sea lion was the fastest, and it looked like they would reach the pavilion first. Bai Feng triumphantly shouted, haha, looks like we're the winners. You guys better hurry up, or you'll have to do a pole dance. Liu Xing and Su Peng exchanged determined looks, vowing not to lose. Lan Tian and Yingguoli, hearing the words pole dance, turned pale and urged the muscle frog to speed up. Just as Bai Feng was about to reach the finish line, there was a sudden loud noise. A gigantic tentacle emerged from the water, sweeping Bai Feng and his team into the lake. Liu Xing shouted in shock, Bai Feng? He quickly realized, that must be the water monster the old security guard mentioned. He couldn't believe such a creature actually existed in the lake. Spirit turtle, go save them. Liu Xing commanded, swiftly drawing a knife and cutting the ropes binding the spirit turtle. The boat lost its connection to the turtle, and the spirit turtle dove into the water with a powerful splash. The boat wobbled unsteadily, sinking sharply on Su Peng's side while Liu Xing's side rose high. As the boat was about to capsize, Liu Xing dashed forward and pulled Su Peng to the center, barely stabilizing the situation. Phew, that was close. Su Peng patted his chest, feeling his heart pounding wildly. I almost became a drowned rat. Seeing this, Lan Tian followed Liu Xing's example, drawing a small knife to cut the ropes. He turned to his fitness frog and said, "Fitness frog, go find Bai Feng and the others." The fitness frog nodded and leaped into the water. Yin Guili watched, biting his lip in regret. I should have bonded with a water-type beast too. Su Peng suddenly remembered. I think I do have a water-type beast. Then why aren't you summoning it? Yin Guili urged impatiently. Su Peng quickly made a hand sign, and a blue magic circle appeared on the water's surface. In an instant, a yellow duck surfaced, looking around adorably before starting to struggle violently. Hey, fatty, what's up with your duck? Yin Guili's face darkened. Sorry. It seems my Kata duck can't swim. Su Peng scratched his head awkwardly. Can't swim? Yin Guili's eyes widened in disbelief. He silently cursed, thinking, isn't this just a landlubber? What's it good for? Looking cute. Liu Xing quickly reminded him, Fatty, put your Kata duck away before it drowns. Panicking, Su Peng hurriedly retrieved the Kata duck. Liu Xing turned his attention to the water. The previously calm lake suddenly surged with waves, and a water column shot up. Lan Tian's fitness frog leaped out, landing on the boat with Bai Feng and Jiang Yan in its arms. Take Bai Feng and Jiang Yan to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. I'll deal with the monster. Liu Xing ordered decisively. Lan Tian and Yin Guili immediately pedaled the boat towards the pavilion. Just as they were about to reach it, an even more terrifying water column shot up, over 10 meters high. A massive creature broke through the surface, drenching Lan Tian and Yin Guili. Liu Xing watched the battlefield intently, seeing his spirit turtle locked in combat with the creature. That's a blue-ringed octopus. Liu Xing activated his system eye, quickly analyzing the octopus's attributes: water and poison type, silver tier 9, scrade potential, with skills like venom spray, sludge attack, toxic stars, and death grip. At that moment, the blue-ringed octopus's 8 tentacles were tightly wrapped around the spirit turtle, which struggled in vain. Worse still, the spirit turtle was poisoned, its face turning purple with agony. This poison-type beast is truly vile, Liu Xing muttered, urgently thinking of a plan. Suddenly, the spirit turtle roared and gave Liu Xing a meaningful look. Understanding immediately, though with some hesitation, Liu Xing decided to act. Come forth, Thunder Eagle. At Liu Xing's call, the Thunder Eagle soared into the sky. Thunder Eagle, use lightning on the blue-ringed octopus entangled with the spirit turtle, Liu Xing commanded. Though hesitant, the Thunder Eagle finally complied after Liu Xing's reassurances. With a piercing cry, a thick bolt of lightning struck down, hitting both the blue-ringed octopus and the spirit turtle. Both beasts screamed in pain. The blue-ringed octopus weakened instantly, its tentacles loosening their grip on the spirit turtle. Lan Tian and Yin Guili watched in shock, unable to believe Liu Xing had subjected his own beast to such an attack. The spirit turtle shook its dazed head. Despite its fear of electricity as a water-type beast, its eyes burned with rage towards the blue-ringed octopus. It opened its massive jaws, ready to bite down on the octopus. Wait a minute. Yin Guili panted as he shouted to Liu Xing, having just climbed up to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Liu Xing turned around in confusion, only to see Yin Guili, drenched in sweat, urgently saying, Liu Xing, could you give me that blue-ringed octopus? I won't take it for free. How about 5 million? Liu Xing raised an eyebrow, surprised by Yin Guili's request. He quickly weighed the pros and cons and nodded. All right. The blue-ringed octopus wasn't of much use to him. Rather than kill it, he could sell it to Yin Guili, earning money and a favor in the process a win-win situation. Spirit water turtle, stop! Liu Xing called out to his still battling spirit water turtle. The turtle glanced reluctantly at the blue-ringed octopus lying nearby, a hint of disappointment in its eyes. Liu Xing quickly reassured it. I'm sorry about this. I'll get you 10 fish sticks when we get back, the bluefin tuna ones. Hearing the promise of a treat, the spirit water turtle's eyes lit up, and it splashed happily in the water, its round eyes curving into crescents. Suddenly, Liu Xing remembered that the spirit water turtle had been poisoned. He hurriedly pulled a blue antidote pill from his backpack and tossed it to the turtle. The turtle opened its jaws wide and swallowed it in one gulp. The antidote quickly took effect, and the purple tint on the turtle's face faded away. Liu Xing let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Yin Guili approached the blue-ringed octopus on a pedal boat and began using spiritual energy to draw a contract formation. Liu Xing realized that Yin Guili intended to tame the blue-ringed octopus as his beast companion. Since the octopus was already unconscious, Yingguoli easily completed the contract. He breathed a sigh of relief, silently grateful to Liu Xing. Yingguoli had just broken through to the first tier of the gold rank and was struggling to decide on a beast companion. The water attribute blue-ringed octopus perfectly filled his deficiency. Come back, blue-ringed octopus. Yingguoli summoned the severely injured octopus into his beast space to recuperate. He turned to thank Liu Xing, only to find that Liu Xing and Su Peng had already reached the lake pavilion. In the pavilion, Lan Tian looked helplessly at the unconscious Bai Feng and Jiang Yin, seeking Liu Xing's help. Liu Xing, they're both passed out. What should we do? What should we do? We need to perform CPR, of course. Su Peng pushed aside the bewildered Lan Tian, cleared Bai Feng's mouth and nose, and began chest compressions and rescue breaths. Soon, Bai Feng coughed up a mouthful of water and started coughing violently. Su Peng used the same method to revive Jiang Yin. After finishing, he slumped onto a nearby stone bench, exhausted. An hour later, everyone was sitting in the living room of a nearby house, having taken hot showers and changed into clean clothes. Bai Feng brought 2 glasses of red wine to Su Peng and said sincerely, Penggu, I owe you one. If it weren't for you, we might not have made it back. Jiang Yin also held a glass of wine and chimed in, that's right, Penggu. We're really grateful. Su Peng waved his hand dismissively. Ah, you guys are too polite. We're all brothers here. No need for so many words. All right, I'll down mine. You drink as you please. With that, he downed his glass in one gulp. Seeing this, Bai Feng and Jiang Yin didn't want to be outdone and quickly finished their drinks. Soon after, everyone started drinking merrily, and it wasn't until the next day that Bai Feng escorted Liu Xing and Su Peng back to school. On the way back to the dorm, Liu Xing noticed that Su Peng looked unusually glum. This big guy, who usually wore his emotions on his sleeve, clearly had something on his mind. What's wrong, Pongzi? Liu Xing asked with concern. Su Peng was silent for a moment before looking up at Liu Xing, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Liu Xing, do you ever feel like I'm useless? Liu Xing was taken aback, but quickly replied earnestly, not at all. I think you're great. Honestly. His tone was sincere, with no trace of falsehood. Why are you so melancholic today? Liu Xing pressed, his eyebrows furrowing. Su Peng sighed. It's all because of you guys. Us? Liu Xing was puzzled. Yeah, you all are so strong. It puts a lot of pressure on me. Su Peng explained with a bitter smile. Liu Xing suddenly understood. Su Peng had been feeling down because of Yingguoli and the others. He patted Su Peng on the shoulder and reassured him, hey, Pongzi, it's all right. They're older than us and naturally stronger. You have to remember, they're a whole year, sometimes even 2 years older than us. Su Peng nodded thoughtfully. You make a good point. But then he frowned again. Wait, no. What's not right? Liu Xing asked, confused. You, Liu Xing, you're younger than them, yet you're way stronger. How do you explain that? Su Peng questioned. Liu Xing was instantly displeased. Who am I? They can't compare to me. True, you're a freak of nature. Who could compare to you? Su Peng retorted helplessly. Liu Xing's mouth twitched. If Su Peng weren't his brother, he might have kicked him by now. Taking a deep breath, he changed the subject. All right, don't worry about it. For your age, reaching Silver Tier 5 is already impressive. Huh, how do you know I'm Silver Tier 5? Su Peng asked in surprise. He knew had never mentioned it to Liu Xing. Liu Xing rolled his eyes. Did you forget? My strength is above yours. Seeing through something like that is a piece of cake. True. Su Peng nodded again, the gloom on his face lifting slightly. Seeing this, Liu Xing decided to give Su Peng a surprise. All right, don't be down. Let's take a break today. Tomorrow, I'll help you boost your strength. Really? Su Peng's eyes lit up, his gloom instantly dissipating. Of course. When have I, Liu Xing, ever lied to you, Su Peng? Liu Xing said confidently. Su Peng thought carefully and couldn't recall a time Liu Xing had deceived him. After returning to the dorm, they were still feeling the effects of the previous night's drinking with Bai Feng and the others. They each went to their rooms and fell asleep immediately. They slept until evening, had a quick bite, and went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Liu Xing and Su Peng appeared at the school gate, each with a backpack. Su Peng's bag was as bulging as ever, and Liu Xing didn't bother to ask about it. They each hailed a cab and headed to a secret realm. Liu Xing, why did you bring me here? Su Peng asked curiously. To help you improve your strength, of course. Liu Xing replied with a mysterious smile. No more questions, just follow me. They entered the secret realm, walking through its lush scenery. Su Peng was captivated by the surrounding green hills, clear waters, and the sounds of birds. Liu Xing, where are we? The gourmet forest, Liu Xing answered simply. The gourmet forest? Why did you bring me here? To upgrade your little stomach, king, Liu Xing said with a confident grin. Su Peng was instantly intrigued. You mean you know how to make my little stomach king stronger? Of course. And not just stronger, but perfectly stronger, Liu Xing said, full of confidence. Really? Why would I lie to you? Liu Xing said, summoning his hellhound. Seeing this, Su Peng also summoned his little stomach king and climbed onto its shoulder. Suddenly, the little stomach king seemed to catch a scent and dashed off in a specific direction. Liu Xing quickly ordered, "Hellhound, follow them." The little stomach king led them to a tree laden with red apples. Without hesitation, it punched the trunk. Bang! The tree shook violently, and countless apples fell to the ground. The little stomach king gleefully rushed to the apples, shoving them into its mouth without a care for cleanliness. One after another, it devoured them as if it could never be full. Liu Xing watched in astonishment. It was the first time he had seen someone eat apples without spitting out the cores. Soon, the little stomach king had devoured all the apples, burped contentedly, and collapsed on the ground, fast asleep. Liu Xing was speechless at the sight and couldn't help but comment, "Are you sure this thing is a little stomach king and not a pig? Eating and then just sleeping." He shook his head and told Su Peng, "You should put it away for now." Su Peng did as he was told and then asked curiously, "Liu Xing, why exactly are we here?" "To evolve the little stomach king." "To evolve it?" Su Peng was even more confused. "Do you know what materials are needed for its evolution?" "No idea," Su Peng admitted honestly. Liu Xing sighed, "I told you to read more. You don't even know this basic stuff. How embarrassing." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Xing suddenly realized, "Wait a minute. There aren't any books outside that describe this." He suddenly understood. He knew the evolution path of the little stomach king only because of the evolution book given to him by Yin Ruyu. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.